Supreme God Emperor Chapter 2362 to Chapter 2417. This was not Heavenly Venerate Calamity. This was Heavenly Venerate Calamity's evil corpse. It was formed from a piece of skull and was filled with evil energy and evil thoughts. Mu Yun was on guard and did not wake up the evil corpse. She quietly sneaked into the depths of the territory and saw an old figure tied to a pillar by chains. "Senior Yan." Mu Yun called out softly. This figure was precisely Yan Nanfei. Yan Nanfei's aura was very weak. Those chains had sharp barbs that pierced into his skin. Blood flowed out of his body and converged into a blood groove below. Clearly, the evil corpse caught Yan Nanfei in order to seize Yan Nanfei's vitality. "Mu Yun, quickly save me." Yan Nanfei spoke weakly, on the verge of death. "All right, you bear with it." Mu Yun quietly walked to Yan Nanfei's side, took out the mortal essence brush, and drew the word dismantle. Crash, the tip of Mu Yun's brush brushed past and directly dismantled the chains on Yan Nanfei's body. Yan Nanfei's body fell to the ground dejectedly. Mu Yun hurriedly helped him up and said, "Let's get out quickly." Yan Nanfei's entire body trembled as he nodded. "Who's inside?" Right at this moment, an extremely sharp voice sounded. Yan Nanfei's expression changed drastically as he said, "Oh no, the evil corpse has woken up." Although Mu Yun's movements were very careful, dismantling the chains still made quite a bit of noise, directly startling the evil corpse awake. That evil corpse was like a bat, flying across the air. Its four limbs were like a spider lying on the cave wall. Its gaze was murderous as it stared at Mu Yun and Yan Nanfei. He, what guts, actually daring to barge into this seat's territory. The evil corpse let out a sinister laugh from its throat, making one's hair stand on end. "Quickly leave." Mu Yun made a prompt decision. Pulling Yan Nanfei with one hand and holding the mortal essence brush with the other, she drew the word teleport. "Want to teleport away? It's not that easy." The evil corpse chuckled coldly. A palm whistled out, causing the space to tremble. The power of his palm could actually shake the void, and the words on the Renyuan brush exploded on the spot. Mu Yun couldn't escape even if she wanted to. "You brat, what a majestic blood chi. You're much stronger than this old bag of bones. Ha 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 ha. What a gift delivered to my doorstep." The evil corpse sniffed and revealed a greedy expression. When he smelled the chi and blood fluctuation on Mu Yun's body, his saliva flowed out. He was like a monster. With a swoosh, he pounced down from the sky and ruthlessly grabbed at Mu Yun's neck. Mu Yun immediately felt a burst of berserk aura. This evil corpse was extremely powerful, even more powerful than the Pai Xiu. If the strength of the Pai Xiu was comparable to that of an ancient sage, then this malevolent corpse was a true ancient sage. Behind the evil corpse, a totem of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared, resembling the image of the heavenly path Dharma idol of an ancient saint expert. Mu Yun felt suffocated. How powerful was an ancient sage-level evil corpse? The totem of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was his heavenly Tao avatar. It constantly emitted a powerful aura that suppressed him. "Retreat." The white tiger sacred fire burned on Mu Yun's body, emitting a strong origin fire aura to resist the evil corpse's ferocious aura. He immediately retreated. He, my cultivation has already stepped into the ancient sage realm, and I've even refined the heavenly path Dharma idol. Don't struggle and accept your fate. The evil corpse took a step forward, and his body rushed over. He ruthlessly struck at Mu Yun with his claws. Black gas erupted from his claws, and countless hellish illusions emerged from his claws. There were mountains of corpses and blood, mountains of blades and seas of fire, 6 paths of reincarnation, and 100 ghosts marching in the night. All of these illusions were terrifying. An ancient sage expert who had refined the heavenly path Dharma idol would have the majesty of the heavenly path Dharma idol in his every move. Mu Yun took a deep breath, raised the mortal origin brush, and displayed the changing word force. Word after word burst out continuously. Shave, weaken, suppress, control, light, chaos, and other words fluttered like butterflies, constantly attacking the evil corpse's body. In an instant, the evil corpse's aura was also weakened by a lot. "It's useless. I'm an ancient sage, and the ancient sage realm is not something you can imagine. The evil corpse smiled coldly. If it was an ordinary person, their aura would have been weakened by the mortal origin brush. However, he was an ancient sage expert, and his aura was too powerful. He was not afraid of being weakened at all. Chi, the evil corpse's claw burst out, directly penetrating the heavy seal of the words, and went straight for Mu Yun's throat. Mu Yun's face was pale, and his body was trembling. Under the evil corpse's sharp claws, he seemed to have accepted his fate and was waiting for death. When the evil corpse saw him like this, his face was full of contempt and disdain. But at this moment, a decisive look appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. He was not afraid in the face of the evil corpse's sharp claws. Not good. The evil corpse suddenly had an ominous premonition. Ultimate instant kill. Mu Yun roared, and a tyrannical aura erupted from his body. The space also exploded violently. He directly penetrated the void, and teleported behind the evil corpse. Rumble, Mu Yun clenched his teeth, and a huge blood crystal appeared in his palm. He poured all his blood chi into the blood crystal, and the entire blood crystal turned pitch black like ink. A powerful curse aura was brewing. This was the aura of the ultimate curse. Mu Yun directly mixed the degrading curse into the blood crystal. The entire blood crystal was pitch black, and majestic energy spread out, releasing a thunderous roar that sent chills down one's spine. Mu Yun's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. The aura in his body was constantly weakening, and the power of the blood crystal was crazily increasing. In the end, the white tiger sacred fire also burned, making sizzling sounds. This was Mu Yun's strongest move. The blood crystal explosion, the degrading curse, and the white tiger sacred fire were all mixed together to form this huge black crystal ball. This crystal ball was also mixed with the spatial laws of the ultimate instant kill, and its power was extremely terrifying. Explode. Mu Yun raised his hand, and the black crystal ball fiercely exploded, blasting the evil corpse's body. Bang, a huge explosion immediately sounded, and the evil corpse's body was directly blasted away. The ground within a radius of dozens of miles was also reduced to ruins in the explosion. Fairy Punlai and Fairy Linglong were waiting outside. When they heard the explosion, they were also shocked. Something's wrong. The two men's faces changed. Ignoring the danger, they rushed inside. Mu Yun was no longer a nobody in the Three Elements world. She was ranked on the experts' ranking, and she had won the hearts of the people. She also had some tricks up her sleeve. The two of them did not want to give up. Mu Yun panted, and his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Such a huge explosion should be able to destroy the evil corpse. This evil corpse was very powerful. It was an ancient sage expert who had cultivated the heavenly Tao Dharma form. If it was a head-on confrontation, Mu Yun had no chance of winning. Therefore, he pretended to be afraid and let the evil corpse let down its guard. Then, he teleported and attacked with all his strength. It was a sure kill. The smoke and dust from the explosion gradually dissipated, and a figure emerged from the smoke and dust. When Mu Yun saw this figure, she was stunned. This figure was none other than the evil corpse. Under such a huge explosion, he did not die. He was not even injured, but his face was a little gray and he looked a little miserable. The hell totem behind him was also gone. Damn brat, how dare you sneak attack me? The evil corpse gritted his teeth, and his face was filled with resentment. Although Mu Yun's sneak attack did not injure him, it directly destroyed his heavenly Tao Dharma form, leaving him in an extremely miserable state. Mu Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. An ancient sage expert was so powerful. His full-strength attack, and it was a sneak attack, could not hurt the evil corpse. Powerful, heaven-defying powerful. Mu Yun clenched her fists. The strength of this evil corpse was beyond her imagination. Bang, the evil corpse slashed down with a palm. This palm burst out with a bright light that was like the Milky Way. It was filled with the aura of the stars in the sky. It was incomparably majestic. Ultimate starburst slash. The evil corpse roared and slammed his palm on Mu Yun's body. Poochie, Mu Yun spurted blood, and her body flew out like a cannonball. She crashed into stone pillars and finally fell into the chaotic void outside. Mu Yun. At this moment, Fairy Linglong and Fairy Punlai rushed over. When they saw Mu Yun fall into the chaotic void, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale. The Seamless Land was a special realm floating in the void of the universe. Outside was a chaotic void. If one fell into the chaotic void, they would never be able to come out. They could only wait for death. Splash, Mu Yun fell into the chaotic void like a drop of water falling into the sea. He felt that his body was as light as a feather. He didn't feel like he was standing on solid ground at all. He looked around and saw nothing but chaos. It wasn't darkness, but chaos. There was nothing, not even a speck of dust. It was an absolute world of chaos. Legend had it that at the beginning of the prehistoric era, the world was chaotic. After the chaos was created, thousands of worlds were born. However, there were still many chaotic voids in the universe. These chaotic voids were absolute death zones. At this moment, Mu Yun had fallen into the endless chaotic void and was sinking. Oh no, I seem to have been sent into the chaotic void. Mu Yun's expression changed and she hurriedly stabilized her body. She felt a sharp pain in her body and blood flowed out from the wounds on her body. She had been injured by the evil corpse. The evil corpse's technique was the ultimate starburst slash, one of the ultimate 6 arts. Mu Yun's starburst current slash was born from the ultimate starburst slash. The power of the ultimate starburst slash was quite ferocious. Mu Yun's injuries were very serious. He took out the mortal origin brush and activated the life force. Words appeared one after another. Heal, nurture, restore, life, extend, and so on. Each word was filled with vitality and spiritual energy, constantly nourishing her injuries. The mortal origin brush was one of the 4 arts of defying the heavens and changing fate. The healing effect of the life force was very significant. Mu Yun's wounds instantly stopped bleeding. However, the injuries to her meridians were difficult to heal even with a mortal origin brush. He sat down cross-legged and took out a black crystal. It was the Pai Shou's violent origin crystal. Mu Yun immediately refined the violent origin crystal and continuously absorbed the energy of the violent origin crystal. Her internal injuries gradually healed and were no longer a problem. This is the chaotic world? Mu Yun looked around and could not see anything. There was only absolute chaos. At this moment, Guiyi's aura was quite powerful. He had refined a total of 7 ancient cauldrons, namely the Thunder Emperor Cauldron, Fire God Cauldron, Great Demonic Cauldron, Wind Demon Cauldron, Water Mother Cauldron, Wood King Cauldron, and Golden Immortal Cauldron. His cultivation had also recovered to the Great Saint Realm, which was even higher than Mu Yun's. 1 level higher. The chaotic void is an absolute land of death. If we fall into the chaotic void, we will all die. Guiyi's expression was grim as he suddenly punched out. The majestic fist power exploded in the chaotic void, but the entire chaotic void was like sticky mud, without a trace of fluctuation. Mu Yun raised the Crimson Spirit Spear and swung it with all his might. A dazzling spear light flashed past, but the chaotic void was silent and he could not break it at all. Mu Yun gasped. Was he really going to be trapped here until he died? Hey, kid, accept your fate. Guiyi sneered. No, I have great luck. I will not die so easily. Mu Yun shook his head, his eyes firm. There must be a way to break out of this chaotic void. Guiyi, there must be a way. Tell me. Mu Yun stared at Guiyi. Although Guiyi's expression was solemn, he was not desperate. Take out the Sparrow Deity fan, Guiyi said. Okay. Mu Yun took out the Sparrow Deity fan. The white paper fan flowed with black flames, looking quite gorgeous. This Sparrow Deity fan is a Dharma treasure your mother left you. You know the secret technique of this Dharma treasure, Guiyi said slowly. Yes, I know. It's the Great Liang's sacred sparrow sword. Mu Yun nodded. The Dharma treasure secret technique of the Sparrow Deity fan was called the Great Liang's sacred sparrow sword. The Great Liang's sacred sparrow sword was divided into 3 levels. He had mastered the first level, the Immortal Divine Flame, but there was no progress on the second and third levels. If you can learn the second level of the Great Liang's sacred sparrow sword, the Empyrean Fire Explosion, you can blast open this chaotic void and return to the real world. Guiyi gently stroked the Sparrow God fan and said, but this imperial fire explosion is extremely difficult to cultivate. Unless you reach the Saint King realm, it's almost impossible to cultivate it. Saint King. Mu Yun's expression changed. His current cultivation was only at the middle great sage realm. He was still very far away from the Saint King realm. Saint King was the realm above ancient sage. Saint Kings were the true rulers of the world, and they were no longer commoners. Those below the Saint King realm were all lackeys of the common people. They were either docile and obedient, or they were tyrannical, shouting all day about defying the heavens and changing their fates. However, Saint Kings were existences that ignored the heavens and the earth. They never pointed at the heavens and cursed the earth, because even the heavens and the earth were just dust in their eyes. They were the kings of the universe, the dazzling stars. Mu Yun had never seen an elite of this level. The secret technique of the Sparrow God Fan, the second level of the Great Liang Sacred Sparrow Sword, the Empyrean Fire Explosion. If one did not have the strength of a Saint King, it was almost impossible to cultivate it, and there was no way to master it. Other than the Empyrean Fire Explosion, is there any other way? Mu Yun asked. There is, but it's 100 times more difficult than the Empyrean Fire Explosion. For example, recovering all the energy of the Scroll of the Gods. Can you do it? Guai smiled. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. It seemed that if he wanted to leave this chaotic void, he could only cultivate the Empyrean Fire Explosion. The Empyrean Fire Explosion was a killing move that only a Saint King could master. However, Mu Yun was only a great sage. In the eyes of a Saint King, someone of his level was a lackey of the common people. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to master the Empyrean Fire Explosion. Mu Yun sat cross-legged, and the aura in his body poured into the Sparrow God Fan. Suddenly, the Sparrow God Fan jumped out with dazzling golden words. These words danced in the air like fireflies, and turned into a sword. This sword was densely packed with Great Liang's Sacred Sparrow Sword. The mystical words of the Sparrow Sword. Mu Yun stared at the Great Liang's Sacred Sparrow Sword and focused on comprehending. He had already learned the first level, the Immortal Divine Flame. The second level, the Empyrean Fire Explosion, was to mobilize the Immortal Divine Flame and fuse it into a fire lotus. When the fire lotus exploded, it had the power to destroy a part of the universe. It was extremely domineering. The difficulty of cultivating the second level was to condense the Immortal Divine Flame. He had to gather all the Immortal Divine Flame, fuse it into a fire lotus, and then blast it out. Mu Yun looked at the cultivation method of the Empyrean Fire Explosion silently. He did not cultivate it, but he felt dizzy and his head hurt. This was because the cultivation method of the Empyrean Fire Explosion was too profound and obscure. He could not even understand it. When he tried to forcefully comprehend it, he immediately felt that his aura was stagnant and hot. Be careful, don't go astray. Guai quickly appeared and put away the Sparrow God Fan. The mystical words that filled the sky dissipated. Mu Yun was also freed. He breathed a sigh of relief, and his body was already drenched in cold sweat. This Empyrean Fire Explosion is indeed complicated, Mu Yun said with a bitter smile. Of course, unless one is a Saint King expert, it is almost impossible to master this secret technique. Your strength is too weak. Think of a way to advance first. Okay. Mu Yun nodded. His current cultivation was only at the middle great saint realm. It was still a little difficult to cultivate the Empyrean Fire Explosion. The most important thing now was to improve his own cultivation. Mu Yun took a deep breath and slowly began to cultivate. This chaotic void did not have any spiritual chi of heaven and earth, but it was filled with another more vigorous aura, the chaotic Yuan Qi. The chaotic Yuan Qi was the purest, most majestic, and most powerful aura in the entire Kanglan myriad world. This was the aura left behind from the beginning of the untainted land. Mu Yun constantly swallowed the chaotic Yuan Qi around him and fused it into the blue sky underworld diagram. The power of the world was quite similar to the chaotic Yuan Qi. When they fused together, it was very beneficial to his cultivation. 100 years passed slowly. On this day, Mu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Advanced Great Saint Realm. Reached. His physique and blood were far stronger than ordinary people, so it was very difficult for him to break through. However, in the primal chaos void, He kept absorbing primal chaos energy and relied on the vigorous primal chaos energy to raise his cultivation base in 100 years. He stepped into the advanced Great Saint realm in one fell swoop. In an instant, Mu Yun felt that his body was full of qi. He could not help but look up to the sky and roar. His roar was majestic and intense, like a dragon roaring in a lake or a tiger roaring in a forest. It resounded for thousands of miles. Good, I have finally advanced. Mu Yun was overjoyed. Although the chaotic void was a little torturous, the spiritual qi was extremely vigorous. The chaotic yuan qi here was the most majestic aura in the entire Kanglan myriad world. It was more powerful than any spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It was very beneficial to cultivation. In 100 years, Mu Yun directly broke through. At this time, he was already an advanced Great Saint realm expert. He felt that his lifespan was also increasing, but the increase was very small. In the past, his lifespan was 9 million years. Now, his lifespan had only increased to 10 million years. Why did my lifespan only increase by so little? Mu Yun was puzzled. He felt that the lifespan in his body was constantly increasing. He wanted to break through, but he was vaguely suppressed by a huge force of law energy. After his lifespan reached 10 million years, it stopped abruptly and could not increase anymore. Guai said, the lifespan of a holy birth is only 10 million years at most. 10 million at most? That's right. Even a holy king, the ruler of the universe, can only live 10 million years at most. Your lifespan will not increase in the slightest in the future unless you can break through the holy birth and reach the monarch realm. Mu Yun's heart sank. He did not expect that the lifespan of a holy birth was only 10 million years at most. You are trapped here. You can either explode the void and escape, or exhaust your lifespan and die of old age. There is no third choice, Guai said solemnly. Mu Yun was speechless. Now that it was a matter of life and death, he could not afford to be careless. He calmed his mind, took out the sparrow god fan, and continued to comprehend the secret technique of the Empyrean flame explosion. However, even if he had advanced to the great sage realm, it was still difficult for him to comprehend it. The secret technique of the Empyrean flame explosion was very profound. He felt that it was difficult to comprehend it. Your cultivation is still too weak. Continue to cultivate. Wait until you reach the great sage realm. Guai shook his head. All right. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and put away the sparrow god fan. He continued to absorb the surrounding chaotic energy and cultivate. 500 years later, under the nourishment of the chaotic energy, his aura had strengthened a lot. However, he was still far from reaching the great sage realm. If it was an ordinary person, under the nourishment of such abundant chaotic energy, they would probably advance in less than 100 years. However, Mu Yun's vitality and physique were too strong. If he wanted to advance, he would have to pay a much higher price than ordinary people. In 500 years, he still did not advance. 500 years have passed. I wonder how the outside world is like. Mu Yun murmured. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. Only a few days have passed in the outside world. You don't have to worry. Guai laughed. What? Mu Yun was stunned. The time law in the chaotic void is different from the outside world. 100 years here is only 1 day outside. Really? Mu Yun showed a hint of joy. 100 years in a day was much more powerful than the life and death secret pavilion. Don't be happy so early. 100 years in a day means that your lifespan will also pass quickly. Even if you have 10 million years of lifespan, how long can you last with such a fast passing time? Hearing this, Mu Yun's heart sank. Indeed, it was not a good thing for time to pass too quickly. His lifespan was only 10 million years. It was impossible for him to break through again. If his lifespan was exhausted, he would also be exhausted. He seized the time and continued to cultivate. 500 years, 1,000 years, 3,000 years, Mu Yun had spent a total of 3,000 years in the chaos void. The chaos yuan qi accumulated in his body was already sufficient for him to ascend to the extreme supreme sainthood. However, his realm did not advance. It was as if there was a layer of barrier blocking his path. Damn it. I still don't have the opportunity to advance. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. His aura was enough for him to break through. However, he still could not break through because he lacked an opportunity. It was still quite difficult for him to comprehend the secret technique of the Emperor Flame Heavenly Explosion with just the strength of the Great Sage Realm. I can't delay any longer. Among the 4 techniques of the Mortal Yuan Brush, the Heaven Technique was a technique of comprehension that could forcibly increase one's comprehension. Mu Yun's comprehension instantly erupted at this moment. He was not satisfied, so he took out the Heavenly Yuan Mirror and released the secret technique to consume the excess Chaos Yuan Qi in his body to replenish his comprehension. His comprehension rose again, almost to the point of defying the heavens. He looked at the secret technique of the Empyrean Flame Explosion again, and the thoughts in his mind were constantly sorted out. He began to gradually understand. After understanding, Mu Yun suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. The lethality of the Empyrean Flame Explosion was extremely great. The explosion of the Empyrean Flame Black Lotus was enough to destroy a part of the universe. It was difficult for ancient saints to master such a level of killing technique, and only sacred kings could master it. At this moment, he was only at the upper Great Saint realm. If he forcibly cultivated the Empyrean Flame Explosion, even if he succeeded, he would not be able to use it. If he forced himself to use it, he would definitely explode to death. Wisps of immortal divine fire emerged from Mu Yun's palm. He had already comprehended the Empyrean Flame Explosion, and now he was silently cultivating, releasing the immortal divine fire of the Peacock God Fan. Mu Yun waved his hand, and the immortal divine fire wrapped around the Peacock God Fan. The white paper fan and the black flames reflected each other, and it was very beautiful. Chi. The Peacock God Fan rotated, circling to the back of Mu Yun's head, and slowly unfolded, like a peacock spreading its tail. It was like a sacred peacock totem imprinted on Mu Yun's back. Majestic spiritual chi was also constantly pouring into Mu Yun's body. Mu Yun raised his hand, and a black lotus flower appeared in his palm. This lotus flower was exquisite and elegant, like a work of art. Every petal was dazzling, and it emitted an extremely majestic spirit chi. Clusters of blazing black flames bloomed from the lotus flower. When released, it seemed to burn the whole world to ashes. Mu Yun swallowed his saliva. He had already learned the Empyrean Flame Explosion with his heaven-defying comprehension, and now he could also use it. This lotus contained the blazing immortal divine fire. These immortal divine fire contained the Emperor Chi, dominating the world and looking down on the universe. If the origin flame was said to be the flame with the most abundant spiritual chi in the universe, then the immortal flame was the most domineering flame. It was domineering and looked down on the heavens. If this Emperor Flame Heavenly Explosion was unleashed, it would definitely blow up the entire chaotic void. Wait, kid, don't be rash. Guiyi's expression changed Empyrean Flame's face when he saw the Empyrean Flame Explosion. This Empyrean Fire Heavenly Explosion is too powerful. If you blast it out, you definitely won't be able to control the explosive energy. Even if you can blast open the chaos void, we will be blasted to death by the explosion. Guiyi's forehead was covered in sweat. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. The power of the Imperial Heavenly Explosion was indeed terrifying, but it was difficult for him to control its energy. If he were to use it recklessly, he would definitely be killed. As expected, only a sage king can control the energy of the Empyrean Flame Explosion. You're still too weak. Don't waste your energy. Guiyi sighed. He thought that Mu Yun could create a miracle, but it seemed that it was still not possible. The energy of the Empyrean Flame Explosion was too terrifying. It could not be controlled at all, unless he reached the Sage King realm. Mu Yun withdrew his palm, and the fire lotus disappeared quietly. He could not survive if he used the Empyrean Flame Explosion. If he wanted to leave the chaos alive, he had to think of another way. Continue cultivating. When you're stronger, you'll naturally be able to control the energy of the Empyrean Flame Explosion. This is the only way for us to leave, Guiyi said. No, not the only way. Mu Yun's eyes narrowed, and an idea flashed through his mind. His current cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. Even if he cultivated for another 1,000,000 years, or even 10 million years, he wouldn't be able to make any progress. If he wanted to break through, he would have to go out and experience the world to find the opportunity to break through. Do you have another way? Guai asked doubtfully. Use a curse, a painting suppression curse. I want to turn the entire chaos into a painting scroll. Mu Yun clenched his fists and took out half of a manual. This was the cultivation manual for the painting suppression curse. It was only a fragment. He slowly opened the fragment and stared at the secret technique on it. In the past, his comprehension was not enough, so it was difficult for him to comprehend it. But now, his comprehension was enough. Even if it was only a fragment, he could comprehend the secret technique of the painting suppression curse. Give me some time. I can comprehend it. Mu Yun calmed his mind and focused on cultivating the secret technique of the painting suppression curse. Guai was secretly surprised. Mu Yun could indeed take charge of things on his own and did not need to rely on him. He knew how to think of a way by himself. If he really learned the painting suppression curse and turned the chaos into a painting scroll, he would naturally be able to escape successfully. Time passed bit by bit. Mu Yun was silently cultivating the painting suppression curse. At this moment, a figure barged into the chaos and charged towards Mu Yun with a murderous aura. Someone is coming. Guai was on guard. It was a man in a sorry state. His legs were crippled and only his bones were left. One of his arms was also broken. But his eyes were very sharp and there was not the slightest bit of dispiritedness. It's Ao Renwang. Mu Yun raised his head to look and was instantly shocked. This person was Ao Renwang. Ao Renwang, why are you here? Mu Yun's face darkened. He was comprehending the secret technique of the painting suppression curse. If he was interrupted, not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, but he would also suffer a backlash. He might even be reduced to a painting and not be able to live anymore. Hee, Mu Yun, you caused me to be in such a miserable state. I must kill you with my own hands. Even if you hide in the chaos, it will be useless. The mortal Yuan brush is on you. I can sense your aura. Ao Renwang clenched his fist and stared at Mu Yun with a sinister smile. His eyes were filled with murderous aura. Mu Yun had fallen into the chaos and he had barged in. He only wanted to kill Mu Yun. You lunatic. Even if you barge into the chaos, you won't be able to get out, Mu Yun said coldly. This Ao Renwang was really crazy in order to kill him. He actually chased him into the chaos. It doesn't matter. I naturally have a way to get out. Just accept your death today. Ha ha ha, Ao Renwang threw his head back and laughed uproariously. With a wave of his hand, a bronze tree flew out and took root in the air, absorbing the surrounding chaos energy. The tree grew so large that it seemed to reach the heavens. Every leaf on the tree emanated a sharp aura. Ancient war tree. Why is the ancient war tree in your hands? Mu Yun was shocked. The ancient war tree was one of the sacred artifacts of the Kuan-Su world. Back then, Devard had seized the ancient war tree in the chaos and Rodhart had chased after him. However, he did not expect the ancient war tree to fall into the hands of Ao Renwang. Heavenly war soldiers, descend. Ao Renwang shouted. The ancient war tree had absorbed enough spiritual energy. Every leaf was like a star, shining with a bright radiance. In the next moment, the leaves floated down and turned into heavenly soldiers and generals. They were equipped with armor and looked majestic. The ancient war tree was a war weapon. It was born for war and could summon heavenly soldiers and generals. It was very powerful. In an instant, 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals floated down from the tree and charged towards Mu Yun like a surging tide. Mu Yun gasped. 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. Such a huge army was enough to crush a person. Moreover, he was still comprehending the painting suppression curse. He could not withdraw from the battle or he would suffer a backlash. Guai, help me hold them back. Mu Yun shouted. Calm down. I'll help you hold them back. Hurry up and cultivate. Guai's expression was solemn. He immediately flew out and fought 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals alone. Old man, get out of my way. Ao Renwang glared at Guai. He did not know where Guai came from, but judging from Guai's aura, he had reached the Great Saint realm. Obviously, he was not an ordinary person. Carefree Emperor's shadow. Guai took out the scroll of the gods. He was the spirit of the scroll of the gods. He was very skilled in using the scroll. With a wave of his hand, he opened the space-time fortress and summoned Xianxia's Emperor's shadow. As soon as Xianxia's Emperor's shadow appeared, a majestic aura filled the entire chaotic void. Guai and the Carefree Emperor's shadow joined forces and slaughtered their way into the army. The chaotic void became a battlefield. Murderous aura filled the sky. Die, old man. Ao Renwang shouted coldly. The ancient war tree continued to absorb chaotic energy and gave birth to heavenly soldiers and generals. The army was like a tide as they charged towards Guai and the Carefree Emperor's shadow. Guai gritted his teeth and held on with the Carefree Emperor's shadow to buy time for Mu Yun. Why isn't this kid done yet? Guai's forehead was covered in sweat. Facing the charge of thousands of soldiers and horses, he also felt that it was very strenuous. He estimated that he would not be able to hold on for long. Ultimate Demon Wolf Fist. Ao Renwang roared at the sky and also charged out. He punched towards Guai. The sky was filled with the light of a demon wolf. It exploded with the aura of a falling star. It was incomparably ferocious. Bang! Guai's chest was hit by Ao Renwang's heavy blow and instantly caved in. He spat out blood and his body flew out like a cannonball. This guy is quite strong, Guai's face was solemn. His current strength had only recovered to the upper Great Saint realm, while Ao Renwang was a half-step ancient saint expert. Even if he was crippled, he was still much stronger than him. Guai, are you alright? Mu Yun stood up and supported Guai. You. Guai was stunned. He could not believe his eyes when he saw Mu Yun stand up. Leave it to me. Mu Yun clenched her fists. Her eyes were resolute as she walked towards Ao Renwang step by step. Little bastard, you're finally willing to come out. Die. Ao Renwang snorted and waved his hand. 100,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals rushed out like a tidal wave. The sky was filled with celestial soldiers and celestial generals. Mu Yun was not afraid at all. She waved her hand and a strong curse aura spread out wildly. Beautiful heaven and earth, picturesque mountains and rivers, suppressing curse, imperial decree. Painting suppression curse, one of the 8 ultimate curses. This kind of curse could turn the world, mountains, rivers, and all living things into a painting scroll. A painting that spanned dozens of miles appeared in front of Mu Yun. Imprinted on the painting was the image of the celestial soldiers and celestial generals charging. These celestial soldiers and celestial generals were all imprinted into the painting, never to come out again. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the majestic aura of the curse suppressed Ao Renwang. Damn it, it's another ultimate curse. Ao Renwang gritted his teeth and was a little angry. Although he was a half-step ancient saint, he had not cultivated the heavenly Tao Dharma form, so it was difficult for him to resist the attack of the ultimate curse. This was the power of the ultimate curse. It could suppress anyone below the ancient saint realm. Mu Yun's gaze was cold. As long as she defeated Ao Renwang and refined him, the aura of the mortal Yuan brush would be completely restored. Ultimate Demon Wolf Fist. Ao Renwang roared and punched out with both fists. In the face of Mu Yun's painting suppression curse, he did not dodge or defend himself. Instead, he punched out. Your curse won't be able to kill me, but my fist is enough to tear you to pieces. Ao Renwang's gaze was sharp. The tip of his fist whistled between heaven and earth, revealing a heroic spirit. He did not retreat at all. He completely ignored the attack of the curse and punched Mu Yun's head. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. Indeed, even if she imprinted Ao Renwang into the painting scroll, it would not be so easy to kill him. However, if she was hit by Ao Renwang's fist, she might suffer great injuries. Ultimate Demon Wolf Fist, the most powerful fist technique in the tertiary realm. It was the famous ultimate technique of the 6 arts, Ao Renwang's proudest technique. Ao Renwang's fists danced, and the sky was filled with green demon wolf phantoms. Thunderous sonic booms came from the depths of the chaos, suffocating everyone. Mu Yan's painting suppression curse took the initiative and shrouded Ao Renwang. Crack, the space around Ao Renwang turned into a piece of paper. His entire body was pressed onto the paper like mud, and his entire person became a painting. However, the demonic wolf fist radiance that filled the sky did not weaken in the slightest as it ferociously charged towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. Suddenly, she felt a huge pressure, as if it was going to tear her into pieces. Bang, the violent fist aura smashed onto Mu Yun's body. Her green scale dragon armor instantly shattered. The flame dragon totem dissipated and turned into nothingness under the fist aura that filled the sky. The runes on his body, the heavenly shield, the heavenly blood, and so on all exploded in an instant. Proud Sovereign's all-out attack was simply too terrifying. As expected of a half-ancient sage, Mu Yun took a deep breath. She used both the Star Fiend transformation and the Devil Emperor transformation, but she still couldn't block it. Even the devil seed in her body was shattered. Her meridians were under tremendous pressure, and her body was on the verge of exploding. Ha ha ha, stop struggling. Do you think you can withstand my full strength attack? Ao Human King laughed loudly. At this moment, he had already turned into a picture scroll, but he was still alive. Mu Yun gritted his teeth and mobilized all the blood in his body. The 3 drops of heavenly dew and the white tiger sacred fire all surged out. He made a prompt decision. He was prepared to sacrifice the heavenly dew and the white tiger sacred fire to block Proud Sovereign's fist aura. Bang, suddenly, a huge bone flew out from Mu Yun's body and firmly protected his body. No matter how the surrounding fist aura wreaked havoc, it couldn't hurt Mu Yun at all. Heavenly Venerable Calamity's bone. When Mu Yun saw this bone, he was immediately overjoyed. This was the Heavenly Venerable Calamity's bone. This bone seemed to have a spirit and flew out to protect him. When did you get the bone? Proud Sovereign's expression changed wildly. He didn't expect Mu Yun to have obtained the Heavenly Venerable Calamity's bone. Proud Sovereign, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. Mu Yun took a step forward, and his body shot out explosively, flying towards Proud Sovereign. At this time, Proud Sovereign had already lost his combat strength. His entire person was like a painting, lying flat in the void. Mu Yun beckoned with his palm and grabbed the painting scroll. He slowly unfurled it and saw that Proud Sovereign was sealed in the painting. He saw that the situation was hopeless, but he didn't have the slightest sign of surrender. He still had a fierce and arrogant look on his face as he looked coldly at Mu Yun. Mu Yun, you used a curse to defeat me. It's too despicable. I'm not convinced. Proud Sovereign gnashed his teeth in anger. So what if you're not convinced? Mu Yun said indifferently. Let me out if you have the guts. Let's fight fair and square. You're not allowed to use curses. If I lose, you can kill me or cut me up as you wish. You're at death's door and you're still dreaming. Mu Yun shook his head. He had put in a lot of effort and finally defeated Proud Sovereign. It was absolutely impossible for him to let him go. The past Plague Emperor Su Yan had learned a lesson. If one didn't remove the roots, there would be endless trouble in the future. I've already acknowledged Fairy Qi Yao as my master. If you dare to kill me, you're going against Fairy Qi Yao. Proud Sovereign said coldly. Fairy Qi Yao, Mu Yun's gaze focused. Fairy Qi Yao was one of the 6 great ancient fairies. She was as famous as Fairy Xianxia, Fairy Punlai, and Fairy Ling Long. This Fairy Qi Yao was a sword concubine under the Heavenly Lord of Calamity. The 10 great swords of the 3 elements world were personally forged by her. Fairy Qi Yao was elusive. No one knew where she was. There were only legends about her in the world, but no one had seen her before. But at this moment, Proud Sovereign actually said that he had acknowledged Fairy Qi Yao as his master and was her disciple. I'm going to kill you today. Even if Heavenly Lord of Calamity comes, it's useless. Mu Yun took out the human origin brush. The tip of the brush was like a dragon as it ruthlessly pierced through the painting and pierced Proud Sovereign's heart. Fresh blood dyed the painting red. Proud Sovereign screamed and said fiercely, Mu Yun, if you dare to kill me, Fairy Qi Yao will not let you off. She's a sage king expert. She traverses the universe and is a king who looks down on the universe. She will avenge you. Just wait for your death. You talk too much nonsense. Mu Yan's face darkened. She waved her brush and slashed wildly, shattering the entire painting and killing Proud Sovereign. Proud Sovereign's aura floated out of the painting. Artifact spirit, return. Mu Yan absorbed all of his aura into the human origin brush. Suddenly, the human origin brush bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. It was colorful and extremely gorgeous. Proud Sovereign was the artifact spirit of the human origin brush. When Mu Yan absorbed him into the brush, the aura of the human origin brush also completely recovered. Mu Yan, you killed Proud Sovereign. I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future. Guai walked over, a little worried. If I don't kill him, the consequences will be even more serious. He's Fairy Qi Yao's disciple. If you kill him, Fairy Qi Yao will definitely not let you off. Fairy Qi Yao is the creator of the 10 Great Swords. She's a Sage King expert who shakes the heavens. A Sage King expert can crush you to death with one finger. Alright, let's talk about any grudges later. Let's leave this place first. Mu Yan calmed down and waved her hand, keeping the ancient war tree. The ancient war tree was one of the saint artifacts of the Kuan-Su world. Mu Yan had 2 saint artifacts in her hands, namely the Feather Emperor Bao and the ancient war tree. In order to unleash the power of the saint artifacts, one must at least have the strength of a half-step ancient saint. Mu Yan calmly kept the ancient war tree in the blue sky underworld map. The ancient war tree absorbed a large amount of chaotic yuan qi and took root in the blue sky underworld map. The entire blue sky underworld map rapidly expanded to a radius of 500 miles. Moreover, there was an additional aura in the blue sky underworld map. There was an additional chaotic yuan qi outside the 9 primordial force. The chaotic yuan qi was the purest aura in the entire Kanglin myriad world. It was extremely rich in spiritual qi. Under the nourishment of the chaotic yuan qi, the world in the blue sky underworld map was constantly glowing with vitality. Mu Yan was secretly delighted when he saw this scene. In time, his blue sky underworld map would definitely turn into a world of its own. He kept the blue sky underworld map and immediately released the painting suppression curse. The majestic curse aura crazily spread out. The surrounding chaotic void immediately turned into a painting scroll. Mu Yan jumped out of the painting scroll. His entire body floated in the void of the universe. This was the true void of the universe. It was not chaotic. There were countless galaxies and stars around him. I'm finally out. Mu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the entire universe. The heaven's eye slowly opened, as if it had penetrated countless spaces. The entire universe unfolded before his eyes. Kanglin myriad world. Mu Yan vaguely saw the entire Kanglin myriad world divided into 9 regions. Kanglin myriad world. This is the end of cultivation, right? Mu Yan murmured. He used to think that the immortal world was the end. He did not expect that there was still the divine world. Above the divine world, there was a vast myriad world. There seemed to be no end to cultivation. But now, Mu Yan vaguely saw the boundary. That's right. Kanglin myriad world was once called the 9 worlds of the heavens. It was divided into 9 great worlds, each ruled by a celestial emperor. This is the end of cultivation. The universe you see is the final world, Guai said slowly. Mu Yan was excited. He could finally see the end of the long road of cultivation. Kanglin myriad world is the end of the universe. But your cultivation is far from the end. Go back quickly. If you are caught by the Celestial Emperor's patrol while floating in the void of the universe, it will not be a joke. Okay. Mu Yan took a deep breath. He caught the aura of the 3 Yuan world in the vast void. He immediately flew out and rushed toward the 3 Yuan world. The seamless land was a special space. He escaped from the chaotic void and could not find the way back to the seamless land. He could only go back to the 3 Yuan world first. Unfortunately, I did not get the skull. Mu Yan felt a little regretful. Moreover, he did not know how Yan Nanfei, Punlai Fairy, Linglong Fairy, and the others were doing. Mu Yan flew and bounced from planet to planet, rushing toward the 3 Yuan world. In the void of the universe, the spatial laws were very loose. It was not as strict as in the inner world. Therefore, his speed was very fast. In a few days, he returned to the vicinity of the 3 Yuan world. The 3 Yuan world was a planet surrounded by black gas. It was filled with a chaotic and gloomy aura. Near the 3 Yuan world was a blue void. Most of it was ocean. That was the Kuan-Su world. These figures all had ferocious faces and fangs. They are from the corpse-eating beast race. Mu Yun was slightly shocked. He hid behind a nebula and saw these people sneaking around. He took a closer look and recognized two of them. They were Demon King Lin Shui and King Lan Ling. Demon King Lin Shui was the 7th expert on the expert ranking. He had reached the Great Saint Realm after a long time. King Lan Ling was beside him, a former pirate. Mu Yun did not kill him back then. He did not expect to meet him here. King Lan Ling rode a huge ship and flew across the sky. Mu Yun saw this huge ship and felt that it was very familiar. It was his army destroyer sword outfit. What's going on? Why is my army destroyer sword outfit in King Lan Ling's hands? Mu Yun was shocked. When he was attacked by the evil corpse and was thrown into the chaotic void, his army destroyer sword outfit was still in the seamless land. He did not expect it to appear in King Lan Ling's hands now. Goddess Qi Yao is really a genius. Other people only know how to kill when they forge weapons. She actually made a set of sword outfit that can be dismantled easily. How magical. Ha 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 ha, King Lan Ling laughed out loud. He was a pirate to begin with. Now that he was riding a giant ship, he felt refreshed. King Lan Ling's aura was also much stronger. He had also reached the Great Saint Realm. I heard that Goddess Qi Yao has already reached the Saint King Realm. She is the ruler of the universe. We can only look up to such an expert. Demon King Lin Shui sighed. I was lucky enough to drink a cup of wine at Goddess Qi Yao's Saint King banquet. Thanks to Goddess Qi Yao's guidance, I have already reached the ancient Saint Realm. A white-haired elder cupped his hands in the direction of Kuan-Su world. He looked very respectful. This elder sat cross-legged on the deck. He was calm and composed. Demon King Lin Shui and King Lan Ling had to be respectful in front of him. Emperor Nan, when you return to the 3 Elements world this time, you must uphold justice for us, said King Lan Ling. That's right. Shi Tianlai, the Corpse King, wanted to sign a peace treaty with the 9 Cauldron sect, but Li Haoyan set him up and killed countless people. Even his daughter, Shi Feishuan, was taken away by Li Haoyan. He's going to give her to Marquis Wang as a concubine. Demon Emperor Lin Shui clenched his teeth and said, We, the corpse-eating beasts, have lost a lot of men. My family and Prince Lanling's relatives were all killed by Marquis Wang Yu. I don't hate Li Haoyan. I only hate Shi Tianlai for being old and stupid and listening to Li Haoyan's sweet words. We've fallen into a trap. Our entire clan is on the verge of destruction. Lord Emperor, you must kill Shi Tianlai and regain the position of patriarch. Mu Yun was secretly surprised when she heard their words. It turned out that the old man was the legendary sovereign Nan. The 5 sovereigns of the corpse-eating beast clan were Shi Tianlai, Plague Emperor Su Yan, Demon Emperor Lin Shui, Ghost Emperor Ming Shi Jing and Sovereign Nan Peiguren. Peiguren was also the patriarch of the corpse-eating beast clan. However, because of Shi Tianlia's power, he moved his entire clan to Kuan-Su world to hide. This time, he was invited by King Lan Ling and Lin Shui to come out of seclusion. I don't care about the conflicts in the 3 Elements world. Peiguren shook his head and said calmly. You want to invite me out of seclusion? That's impossible. I came back this time to kill someone, Peiguren said slowly. Lord Emperor Nan, who do you want to kill? King Lan Ling and Lin Shui asked immediately. Mu Yun. Mu Yun? Both of them were surprised. That's right. Mu Yun is extremely daring. She dared to kill Fairy Qi Yao's beloved disciple, Ao Renwang. I came back to the 3 Elements world under Fairy Qi Yao's orders to kill Mu Yun. I won't care about your conflicts, Peiguren said. Mu Yun was shocked when she heard his words. This Fairy Qi Yao is too fast. I just killed Ao Renwang and she immediately sent someone to take revenge. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. Peiguren was an ancient saint expert. He came back to the 3 Elements world under Fairy Qi Yao's orders to kill her. Kid, I told you not to kill people. Look, Fairy Qi Yao is about to take revenge. This old man is an ancient saint expert. His aura is pure. He's even more powerful than the evil corpse. Let's see how you deal with him, Guai laughed. Come. Don't gloat over my misfortune. I won't sit here and wait for my death. Mu Yun clenched his fist. At this moment, Prince Lanling had already rushed into the space of the three elements world with his giant ship. Every world had its own spatial barrier. If one tried to barge in, it would definitely cause a spatial storm. Emperor Pei Guren, Demon Emperor Lin Shui, and Prince Lanling did not use the teleportation channel. Instead, they wanted to barge into the space. It was obvious that they wanted to avoid being noticed. Crash, the giant ship rushed into the space and caused a violent storm. Pei Guren and the other two quickly stabilized their bodies and blocked the attack of the spatial storm. Good chance. Mu Yun's eyes narrowed. His body flew out and charged towards the giant ship. Pei Guren wanted to kill him. He would not sit here and wait for his death. He would make his move first. Dismantle. Mu Yun took out his mortal yuan brush and wrote the word dismantle. He directly dismantled the giant ship. Rumble. The giant ship turned into pieces of broken parts and was completely annihilated in the spatial storm. Who is it? Pei Guren and the other two were shocked. After losing the giant ship, they fell into the spatial storm. They immediately felt the pressure increase. Mu Yun did not say a word. He held onto the mortal yuan brush tightly and wrote the word suppress. He charged towards Pei Guren. Pei Guren was an ancient sage expert. If they were to fight head-on, Mu Yun had no chance of winning. He made a prompt decision. He only wanted to use the mortal yuan brush to suppress Pei Guren's qi. The mortal yuan brush had absorbed Emperor Ao's spiritual energy. Its power had completely recovered. Mu Yun used it now. The tip of the brush pierced the sky and the words he wrote were powerful. His left hand faintly emitted the light of a curse. As long as he could suppress Pei Guren's qi, he would immediately reveal his killer move and turn Pei Guren into a beast. Not good, it's the mortal yuan brush. Pei Guren's face changed. He had become an ancient sage and cultivated the heavenly Tao image. However, humans could conquer the heavens. The sharpness of the mortal yuan brush could suppress the heavenly Tao image. If he was suppressed by the mortal yuan brush, he would lose the protection of the heavenly Tao image. Mu Yun's curse would be enough to turn him into a beast. In the blink of an eye, Pei Guren grabbed onto Prince Lanling's body and threw him out. Ah! Prince Lanling let out a miserable cry. A suppress word was imprinted on his body. His qi was instantly suppressed. His cultivation level dropped instantly. He couldn't even maintain his great sage cultivation level and fell to the sage realm. Mu Yun saw this scene and was secretly happy. After the mortal yuan brush recovered all its spiritual energy, its power was indeed strong. A single stroke was enough to cause a great sage's cultivation level to drop by a realm. Lord Nan Huang, save me! Prince Lanling screamed. His cultivation level dropped to the sage realm. In the chaotic spatial storm, it was difficult for him to survive. He was directly crushed by the spatial storm. Mu Yun, you bastard, get out here. Pei Guren didn't care about Prince Lanling's life and death. He hurriedly took out his magical treasure to protect his body. He saw the mortal yuan brush and naturally knew that Mu Yun was nearby. Old thing, you want to kill me? Dream on. Mu Yun's body flew out. He raised the mortal yuan brush and charged towards Pei Guren. This place was filled with spatial storms. Mu Yun directly opened his heaven's eye and turned the spatial storms into his own. Waves of sharp spatial energy burst out from the mortal yuan brush. He held the brush with his right hand and kept his left hand in his sleeve. He was secretly preparing his curse. As long as Pei Guren was careless, it would be his chance to attack. Poison miasma arrow. Pei Guren roared and activated his magical treasure to attack. His magical treasure was an arrow. It was an extremely sharp arrow. There were many runes around the arrow and waves of miasma that was unique to the basin were emitted from the arrow. It's the energy of the Earth Book. Mu Yun was secretly shocked. Pei Guren's arrow actually had the energy of the Earth Book. If he wasn't wrong, it should be the pages of the Basin Book. It turned out that the pages of the Earth Book could act as the weapon spirit of a magical treasure. Mu Yun's eyes were opened. Pei Guren waved his hand and the poison miasma arrow shot through the air. It pierced through the spatial storms and the sharp energy filled the area. Instantly, Mu Yun felt a sharp energy attack him. Pei Guren was indeed an expert of the ancient sage level. His arrow contained a terrifying sharpness. If he was hit, Mu Yun would definitely die. Break! Mu Yun roared and slashed out with the mortal yuan brush. With a kacha sound, it broke Pei Guren's poison miasma arrow. The arrow book separated and a page of the Earth Book with the words Basin on it slowly floated out. Not good. Pei Guren's expression changed. He didn't expect the mortal yuan brush to be so powerful that it could break his magical treasure. Mu Yun reacted quickly and snatched the Basin Book page away. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and he was panting. Although the mortal yuan brush's effects were good, it took a lot of effort to use it. He also felt that he couldn't bear it. He only wrote a few words, but Mu Yun seemed to have used up all of his energy. After the mortal yuan brush's spiritual energy recovered, its power increased greatly. However, the energy it needed to use was also much more than before. Little bastard, you dare to destroy my magical treasure. I want you to pay with your life. Pei Guren roared. He waved his old palm and a huge totem appeared. This was his heavenly Tao image. It looked like an azure monster with a green face and fangs. It was filled with a terrifying aura of calamity. Pei Guren was known as the Emperor of Calamity. He was the incarnation of calamity. His heavenly Tao image was also filled with calamity aura. It could suppress the enemy's fate. The stronger one's fate was, the harder it was for them to fall and they wouldn't die. Die, you little bastard! Pei Guren shouted coldly. The azure Dharma idol whizzed out, and a majestic aura of calamity engulfed Mu Yun. Suppressing one's luck, breaking one's fortune, and taking one's life, these were Pei Guren's methods. He killed people without spilling blood, and squeezed them dry while they were still alive. Mu Yun immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He had underestimated Pei Guren. The strength of an ancient saint expert was indeed powerful. Pei Guren was a true ancient saint. His aura was pure and majestic, unlike the evil corpse of the heavenly Lord of Calamity, who only had a vicious aura. Mu Yun no longer had the strength to use the mortal yuan brush, and Pei Guren's heavenly path Dharma idol was incomparably powerful. His curse could not shake it. Old thing, let's fight another day. Mu Yun made a prompt decision and retreated, floating towards the 3 yuan realm. Little bastard, where are you going? Pei Guren shouted. He was ordered by Fairy Qi Yao to kill Mu Yun. Now that Mu Yun was in front of him, he would not let him go easily. Mu Yun was not in a hurry. He activated the Heaven's Eye, and the surrounding spatial storm stirred up crazily. It blocked Pei Guren's footsteps, and he successfully left. Lord Nan Huang, don't let him escape, Demon Emperor Lin Shui said. Don't worry. Fairy Qi Yao has ordered us to kill Mu Yun. As long as he doesn't escape from the 3 yuan realm, I will kill him sooner or later. Pei Guren snorted coldly. With his strength as an ancient saint, killing Mu Yun was not difficult at all. It was a difficult task. What if he runs out of the 3 yuan realm? Lin Shui asked. If he is not in the 3 yuan realm, where can he run to? Does he dare to go to the Kuan-Su world? That is Fairy Qi Yao's territory. He is courting death. However, the 3 yuan realm is so big. It is not so easy to find Mu Yun. Lord Nan Huang, if you are willing to take the position of clan leader again, it will be much easier to find Mu Yun with the help of the entire corpse-eating beast clan. Lin Shui said carefully. Wing said. Hee, Lin Shui, you've been beating around the bush. You've said so much just because you want me to take care of Shi Tian Lai for you, Pei Guren sneered. Lord Nan Huang, our corpse-eating beast race is in grave danger. Please don't just stand by and watch. Alright, bring me back to take a look. It's been a long time since I've returned to the 3 elements realm. I heard that Li Haoyan has already advanced to the ancient sage realm. I won't let him off for plotting against us corpse eaters. Pei Guren clenched his fists. He and Li Haoyan were both ancient sages, but he was more experienced. If they were to fight, he was confident that he could defeat Li Haoyan. And at that moment, Mu Yun had already landed in the Three Elements realm and was flying towards the Xianxia treasure mountain. The gap between him and ancient sages was simply too huge. Ancient sages are indeed powerful. I have to think of a way to break ancient sages' heavenly Tao appearance. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. Mu Yun calculated. His sudden sneak attack couldn't hurt Pei Guren. One could imagine how powerful ancient sages were. Ancient sages' heavenly Tao appearance was simply too barbaric. When it came down on him, he couldn't use any of his techniques. He could only run away or wait for death. If he used the Mortal Yuan brush, he would indeed have a chance to break ancient sages' heavenly Tao appearance. However, he would have to exhaust all his strength. When that time came, he would lose his ability to fight and die. Forget it. Let's go to the Xianxia treasure mountain first. Mu Yun shook his head. He had already obtained the skeleton. It was time to return to the Xianxia treasure mountain. Soon, Mu Yun stepped into the Xianxia treasure mountain and saw Fairy Xianxia. When Fairy Xianxia saw Mu Yun, her pretty face suddenly turned cold. She didn't ask about the skeleton and said coldly, "Mu Yun, you're in trouble." Mu Yun was stunned as he saw Fairy Xianxia throw out a token. The token had the word kill imprinted on it. You actually dared to kill Ao Renwang. He was Qi Yao's disciple. Qi Yao knew that you killed him and was very angry. She sent me a kill order to kill you. Fairy Xianxia said sternly. Mu Yun's expression changed. He didn't expect Qi Yao to care so much about Ao Renwang's life. After he killed Ao Renwang, Qi Yao immediately sent Pei Guren to take revenge. Moreover, she even ordered Fairy Xianxia to kill him. It was obvious that she wanted him dead. Senior, do you really want to kill me? Mu Yun looked at Fairy Xianxia. She didn't really want to kill him. Fairy Xianxia said, "Don't worry. I won't hurt you. It's just that you've caused a huge disaster. It's really hard to clean up. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I did kill Ao Renwang. If Qi Yao wants revenge, come at me." Mu Yun's expression was resolute, but he wasn't afraid. Fairy Xianxia said, "Alas, you don't know how powerful Qi Yao is. The 10 famous swords were all forged by her. Her cultivation has already reached the Saint King realm. She's the ruler of the universe. She wants to kill you, so I can't protect you. If you want to live, don't leave the Three Yuan realm in your life." What? Mu Yun was stunned. Don't you ever leave the Three Elements realm. The Three Elements realm is my territory. She won't dare do anything rash. However, if you leave this place, even if you run to the ends of the earth, Qi Yao will not let you off. I know her temper very well. The people she wants to kill are never someone who will kill you. Mu Yun's heart sank. How could he not leave the Three Yuan realm in his life? He still had to go to the Kuan Su world to rescue Miao Shenyu. Mu Yun also received accurate news from the Tianji pavilion. Miao Shenyu was imprisoned by the Guild of Dead Spirits. He must go and rescue her. As long as he settled the matters in the Three Yuan realm, he would leave immediately. But now, Fairy Xianxia warned him not to leave the Three Yuan realm in his life. Otherwise, he would be hunted down endlessly by Qi Yao. Senior, I'll settle the grudge between Qi Yao and me. I've already got a piece of bone. Now, I can help you refine a puppet. Mu Yun didn't want to rely on others. He had to solve his own problems. The moment he killed Ao Renwang, he had already thought of the consequences. Okay, this is the material for refining a puppet. Take it. Fairy Xianxia took out a jade box and handed it to Mu Yun. Mu Yun nodded and took the jade box, saying, "Senior, find me a secluded place. I'll refine a puppet for you right away." Mu Yun only wanted to solve the problem here as soon as possible, and then go to the Kuan Su world to rescue Miao Shenyu. No, it can't be here. Fairy Xianxia shook her head. Why? Mu Yun was stunned. If the Sky Emperor finds out that I want to refine a puppet to deceive him, we'll all die. So, we have to find an absolutely safe place. An absolutely safe place? Yes, that place is the Wang family city. Have you heard of it? Forgive me for being ignorant, but I've never heard of the Wang family city. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. The Wang family city is a city under the control of the Wang family. You must have heard of the brothers of the Wang family. They are the heavenly Marquis Wang Yu and the life Marquis Wang Su. So they're from the Wang family city. Mu Yun was speechless. He had never heard of the Wang family city, but Wang Yu and Wang Su were well known. There's an ancient passage in the Wang family city that connects the Three Yuan realm and the Kuan Su world. In ancient times, this was the only way to contact the two realms. But later, as other passages were opened, the Wang family city was gradually forgotten. Senior, you want to go to the Wang family city to refine a puppet? Mu Yun was puzzled. That's right. The Wang family city is a forgotten city. Even the Sky Emperor's patrols will ignore it. So, if you refine a puppet there, you can ensure that nothing goes wrong and you won't be discovered by the Sky Emperor. Senior, you seem to be a little too careful. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. He had seen the entire Kanglan 10,000 realms in a few days. The galaxy was everywhere, and there were countless worlds. The Three Yuan realm was just an insignificant existence. It was impossible for it to attract the attention of the Sky Emperor. Fairy Xianxia said solemnly, it's never wrong to be careful. I'll have to trouble you to make this trip. The Wang family city is at the northern border of the Three Yuan realm. Go north and you'll see it. Fairy Xianxia took out a scroll and handed it to Mu Yun. She said, this is the cultivation manual for the bone extraction curse. It's my reward for you. Thank you, Senior. Mu Yun was delighted. Among the 8 ultimate curses, the bone extraction curse had the most obvious killing effect. It could directly extract all the bones in a person's body, turning them into a pool of flesh and blood. It was very powerful. Senior, is there any way to break the heavenly Tao Dharma idol of an ancient sage expert? Mu Yun asked. Although the ultimate curse was powerful, ancient sage experts had the protection of the heavenly Tao Dharma idol. Even if he learned the ultimate curse, he wouldn't be able to harm ancient sage experts. A 4th grade sacred artifact. If you want to break the heavenly Tao Dharma idol, you have to use a 4th grade sacred artifact. A 4th grade sacred artifact. Mu Yun was astonished. His Crimson Spirit Spear was so sharp, but it was only a 3rd grade sacred artifact. A 4th grade sacred artifact, which was also the legendary Nightmare sacred artifact, was probably one of a kind in the entire Three Elements world. The only ones that could be comparable to the Nightmare sacred artifact were the 1st-ranked Ancient Yuan sword and the 2nd-ranked Ancient Qi Yao sword. However, they were only comparable. It was impossible for them to have the power of the Nightmare sacred artifact. A Tier 4 Nightmare sacred artifact can release an extremely powerful nightmare aura. Even the heavenly Tao Dharma idol won't be able to withstand the onslaught of this nightmare aura. However, it's impossible for you to obtain the Nightmare sacred artifact. You should just focus on your cultivation until you reach the ancient realm. You've already cultivated the heavenly Tao Dharma idol, so there's no need to be afraid. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. He wanted to cultivate, but Pei Guren and Li Haoyan definitely wouldn't give him the time. Alright, don't let your imagination run wild. Let's set off quickly. Alright, Senior. I'll take my leave first. Mu Yun didn't say anything else. He kept the puppet materials that Fairy Xianxia gave him and immediately flew north. A few days later, Mu Yun arrived at the northern border of the Three Yuan realm. A majestic city stood on the horizon. The dark city walls flickered with a cold metallic light under the sunlight. A huge plaque hung on the city wall. On the plaque were 3 words, Wang City. Why are they in the royal city? Mu Yun was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to meet Bai Chen and the others here. He immediately flew down and met with everyone. When Bai Chen and the others saw Mu Yun, they were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Big brother! Clarice cheered and jumped into Mu Yun's arms. She tiptoed and hooked her arms around his neck. Big brother, I heard that you went to the Seamless Land and didn't come out for a long time. I was so worried about you. It's okay. I'm fine. Mu Yun smiled and rubbed Clarice's little head. Everyone gathered around and greeted him. Xianxia said, "My mother said that you were beaten into the chaos. I thought you were dead." Muyun couldn't help but laugh. "I won't die so easily." "Where is your mother?" "She's dead." Xiaoxia's expression dimmed, and her eyes were slightly red. Muyun was stunned. With her strength, how could she be killed? Xiaoxia said. "She was injured by the heavenly corpse Daoist. Master Macho brought her out. Her injuries were too severe, and she passed away a few days ago." "Who is the heavenly corpse Daoist?" "He is the evil corpse of the heavenly lord of calamity. That evil corpse snatched the providence and cultivation of Yan Nanfei, Fairy Punlai, and my mother. His strength increased greatly, and he passed the heavenly emperor's test. He became a patrol guard under the heavenly emperor and had the authority to patrol the myriad worlds. He was named the heavenly corpse Daoist." "What did you say?" Muyun was shocked. He didn't expect that the evil corpse would have such a good opportunity to become a patrol guard under the heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor's patrol guards were the heavenly emperor's lackeys. They had the authority to patrol the myriad worlds and had an extremely respected status. The heavenly emperor was the supreme existence of the Kanglan myriad worlds. He was the ruler of the entire universe. It was a great honor to be a heavenly emperor's patrol guard. This heavenly corpse Daoist dared to hurt my mother. If he dares to patrol the three elements world, I will kill him with my own hands." Xiaoxia bit her lower lip. Her eyes were filled with hatred and anger. "My condolences." Muyun gently hugged Xiaoxia's shoulder. She did not expect that Fairy Linglong would be killed by the heavenly corpse Daoist. "What about Senior Yan and Fairy Punlai? How are they?" Muyun asked. "I don't know either. My mother gave the broken army sword suit to Master Macho of the Divination Pavilion. That's why Master Macho was willing to take her out. Otherwise, she would have died in the seamless space." Xiaoxia's eyes were red. Muyun was enlightened. No wonder his army destroyer swordsmanship fell into the hands of Prince Lanling. It must have been Master Macho who sold the army destroyer swordsmanship to Prince Lanling. However, it was a pity that the army destroyer sword set had been destroyed in the spatial storm. Muyun shook his head and didn't think too much about it. After all, this army destroyer sword set was just a trick. It wasn't a real divine weapon and couldn't be compared to his Crimson Spirit Spear. "By the way, why are you here?" Muyun looked around and saw that many disciples of the 100 Tempering Villa, Jade Toad House, and the Assassin Guild were all here. The entire group was majestic, with more than 2,000 people. "We are here to attend the wedding banquet of Marquis Wanyu," Xiaoxia said. "Wedding banquet?" "That's right. Li Haoyan tore up the contract and sneaked an attack on the corpse-eating beast race. He beheaded countless people and even captured the daughter of the corpse emperor, Shi Feishuan. He gave Shi Feishuan to Marquis Wanyu as his concubine. Marquis Wanyu sent out marriage invitations and invited everyone in the world to attend his wedding banquet. He wants to humiliate the corpse-eating beast race." "So you are here?" Muyun was slightly shocked. Marquis Wanyu had already submitted to Li Haoyan. This Wang family city was Li Haoyan's territory. Xiaoxia and the others had come with a large force. If they were ambushed by Li Haoyan, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Of course. If he dares to send invitations, I dare to attend the banquet. My cultivation has already reached the half-step ancient saint. Even if Li Haoyan wants to kill me, it won't be that easy." Xiaoxia's eyes were sharp, but there was no fear at all. Muyun felt that her aura was indeed much stronger than before. She was at the half-step ancient saint realm, and her cultivation was exactly the same as that of an ancient saint. The only difference was that she didn't have the heavenly path Dharma idol. "What about you? What are you doing in Wang Family City?" Xiaoxia asked. "Nothing. Let's enter the city first." Muyun remained calm and collected. He wanted to refine a puppet for Fairy Xianxia. This was an absolute secret, so he naturally couldn't tell anyone. The group of people walked forward in a majestic manner, heading towards Wang Family City. Muyun saw that the road was crowded with people. All the heroes of the world were heading to Wang Family City to attend the wedding banquet of Marquis Wanyu. There were even people from the Kuan-Su world. Mu Yun saw many familiar faces. Dajar of the Undead Guild, Rodheart of the Knights of the Round Table, and Ofu of the Dwarf Clan were also attending the banquet. In the ancient times, Wang family city was the only way to connect the two worlds. Therefore, the Wang family and the major forces of the Kuan-Su world had friendly relations. The Wang family even invited people from the Kuan-Su world to attend the wedding banquet. They were really generous. After the ancient times, Wang family city was gradually forgotten. But today, because of Marquis Wang Yu's wedding banquet, it burst with vitality again. It looked festive and lively. Mu Yun's heart sank. Wang family city was so lively. If he was discovered by the Celestial Emperor's patrol, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ao Shue, Skycorp's Taoist, has become the Celestial Emperor's patrol. Do you think he will patrol this place? Mu Yun asked softly. Impossible. He is the evil corpse of Heavenly Venerable Calamity. This is Heavenly Venerable Calamity's world. He wouldn't dare to come here even if he had 10 times the courage. Is that so? Mu Yun lowered his head and muttered. But since Fairy Xianxia had called him over, he could not go back empty-handed. He shook his head and did not think any more. He led his people to the city gate. Just as he was about to enter the city, he was suddenly stopped. By Luosher, what do you want? Mu Yun's face sank. The person who blocked his way was the second elder of the 100 Tempering Villa, Bai Luosher. Bai Luosher had already betrayed the 100 Tempering Villa and joined Li Haoyan. However, it seemed that even Li Haoyan did not want to put such a lackey in an important position. He directly arranged for him to guard the city gate. A major great sage, who had once been an elder, was now only capable of guarding the city gates. There are so many of you. Do you want to go in and rebel? Put down all your weapons and Dharma treasures. Otherwise, you are not allowed to enter the city. Bai Luosher coldly scanned the crowd. Mu Yun's team had more than 2,000 people. It was a mighty sight. Bai Luosher, don't go too far. Bai Qinghe's old face was gloomy as he shouted in a low voice. Liao Shue suddenly pulled out the ancient Yuan sword with a clang. With a swing of the sword, she cut Bai Luosher's throat. You. Bai Luosher's eyes widened as blood spurted from his neck. He did not expect Liao Shue to suddenly attack. His body twitched, and he instantly fell to the ground and died. The crowd was in an uproar. No one expected Liao Shue to actually kill someone. Liao Shue gently shook off the bloodstains on the sword and sheathed it. She said, "He's just a stray dog. There's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just kill him directly. Don't you agree, First Elder?" She looked coldly at Bai Qinghe. Bai Qinghe was dumbfounded. Although he also hated Bai Luosher, Liao Shue's decisiveness in killing was truly unexpected. Mu Yun was also shocked. This was the Wang family city, the territory of Li Haoyan and the Wang family. Liao Shue actually drew her sword and killed in public. It would probably not be easy to deal with. Thud, 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 within the Wang family city, groups of disciples rushed over with weapons in hand. Don't come over. Don't force me to kill. Liao Shue's tone was cold as her slender hand pressed on the sword hilt. Her decisive posture naturally had a heaven-defying aura. Everyone present was afraid of Her Majesty and did not dare to approach. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. At this moment, an old man stood out with a face full of smiles. He cupped his fists towards Mu Yun and the others. I'm the city lord of the Wang family city, the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Yan. I'm extremely grateful that all of you have come from afar to attend this banquet. This Bai Luosher was rude and deserved to die. Let's not harm our harmony. Wang Yan waved his hand, and his disciples all put away their weapons and stood at the side with their hands by their sides. Bai Luosher's corpse lay on the ground like a dead dog. No one cared about it. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Quickly enter the city. I'll hold a welcoming banquet for all of you. Wang Yan smiled slightly. He was very considerate and did not care about Bai Luosher's life or death. Mu Yun nodded and immediately led her people into the city. Bai Qinghe looked at Bai Luosher's corpse and sighed. He instructed his disciples to bury him hastily. After all, Bai Luosher was once the second elder of the 100 Tempering Villa. His corpse could not be left in the wilderness. The group walked into the Wang family city. The Wang family city was ancient and simple. It was a city that had existed since the ancient times and had a very deep foundation. Mu Yun and the others settled down. Counting the time, there were still 3 days before the wedding banquet began. Mu Yun quietly came to a desolate area on the outskirts of the city and found a dilapidated temple. She walked in alone and took out a jade box. This jade box was given to her by fairy Xianxia. It contained the materials to refine puppets. Mu Yun opened the jade box. The jade box was only the size of a palm, but the storage space inside was rather spacious. There were 3 sets of materials inside. It seemed that fairy Xianxia was worried that he would fail and specially prepared a few more sets. Connate spirit wood, clear spring water, nourishing ancient vine, jade rhinoceros steel, valley spirit jade. Mu Yun took out all kinds of materials. These materials were necessary to refine a human-shaped puppet. The connate spirit wood could be used to forge the body, the nourishing ancient vine could be used to forge the meridians, the jade rhinoceros steel was used to forge the bones, and the valley spirit jade could nourish the life. The soul aura and the clear spring water could evolve into the puppet's blood. The puppet materials given by fairy Xianxia were very complete. Mu Yun immediately began refining. He fused the materials together and the embryonic form of a human-shaped puppet gradually appeared. He carefully created the appearance of the puppet according to fairy Xianxia's appearance. Gradually, the puppet's facial features became clear. Its figure also became graceful and its snow-white skin was flawless. Mu Yun took out the bone of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity. This bone was very rich in spiritual energy and was the core material for refining puppets. As long as the bone was fused into the puppet would come to life. Mu Yun took the bone and was about to fuse it when a clear voice suddenly came from outside. "If you don't want to die, you'd better not move." A beautiful woman slowly stepped into the dilapidated temple. Goddess Penglai. Mu Yun was delighted. This beautiful woman was Goddess Penglai. It seemed that not only had Goddess Penglai escaped from the Seamless Land, but her cultivation had also advanced. Her current aura was very powerful, and there was a faint heavenly Tao totem chi behind her. Clearly, she had advanced to the ancient sage realm and cultivated a heavenly Tao Dharma idol. "I'm not Goddess Penglai. I'm Yan Nanfei." Goddess Penglai smiled bitterly and looked at Mu Yun helplessly. "What did you say?" Mu Yun was shocked. "I'm Yan Nanfei. Goddess Penglai and I were hit by the Skycorp's Taoist soul transfer curse. Our souls were directly swapped. The soul transfer curse was one of the 8 ultimate curses. This curse was extremely strange. It was the legendary soul transfer technique that could forcefully transfer souls. The soul was formed by a person's essence, chi, and spirit. If it was suddenly swapped to another body, it would definitely produce a strong rejection and eventually lead to a backlash that would destroy the body and spirit. "So, are you Yan Nanfei or Goddess Penglai?" Mu Yun was stunned. "I'm Goddess Penglai on the surface, but in fact, I'm Yan Nanfei." "Goddess Penglai, no, it should be Yan Nanfei." He looked rather vexed. After all, he was not used to being switched to a woman's body. However, there were also benefits for him. Because Goddess Penglai's body was full of spiritual energy, she was not as old as him. Therefore, he directly advanced and recovered his peak cultivation, the lesser ancient sage realm. "Senior, it's good that you're fine." Yan Nanfei's current aura was vigorous, but he looked vexed and not happy at all. "Who said I'm fine? I'm hit by the soul transfer curse. If the curse is not removed, my soul will be destroyed in 3 days." "It's that serious?" "Of course it is. That's why I came to find you." "I want you to help me remove the curse," said Yan Nanfei. "But I don't know how to remove it." Mu Yun shook his head. He did not know how to cast the soul transfer curse, so he could not remove it. "Don't you know how to refine runes? As long as you refine a 3rd-tier Heavenly Saint rune, you'll be able to break the curse. Ordinary Heavenly Saint runes can only block the curse, but a 3rd-tier Heavenly Saint rune can break the curse. I can only beg you. Because both Penglai and I will die." Yan Nanfei smiled bitterly. There was a hint of pleading in his eyes. After all, only Mu Yun could save him now. Where is Punlai Fairy? Where is she? Mu Yun asked. She swapped bodies with me and became an old man. She was too ashamed to come out and meet people. Hee. Fortunately, the Heavenly Corpse Daoist was participating in the Heavenly Emperor's patrol examination and didn't have time to kill us. Otherwise, Fairy Punlai and I would have died in the Seamless Land. It would have been impossible for us to escape. The Heavenly Corpse Daoist had already become the Heavenly Emperor's patrol. His status was extraordinary, and he was no longer the evil corpse from before. You want to refine Fairy Xiao's puppet. I don't know what you want to do, but if the Heavenly Corpse Daoist finds out, you and Fairy Xia will die. Yan Nanfei looked at the puppet with a solemn expression. Mu Yan's heart trembled. Indeed, the Heavenly Corpse Daoist was the Heavenly Emperor's patrol. He patrolled the myriad worlds. If they were discovered by him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mu Yun, don't think too much. You can't refine a puppet. The risk is too great. My and Fairy Punlai's lives are in your hands. I only beg you to refine a third-tier Heavenly Saint rune for us and break the curse for us. Yan Nanfei took out 2 bones. They were the arm and leg bones of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity. I'll give these 2 bones to you. Time is of the essence. We can only hold on for 3 days. Eh? Why is the arm bone with you? Mu Yun was stunned. The arm bone belonged to Fairy Ling Long. He thought that after Fairy Ling Long died, the arm bone would fall into Liao Shua's hands. He didn't expect it to be taken by Yan Nanfei and Fairy Punlai. Yan Nanfei pondered and didn't answer. A cold voice came from outside, because Fairy Punlai is shameless and stole my mother's things. A black-cloaked figure stepped into the rundown temple. It was Liao Shue. Yan Nanfei's expression changed as he shouted, "Black-clothed swordswoman." Liao Shue gritted her teeth and said, "Punlai Fairy, that bitch. On the surface, she is my mother's sister, but in fact, she wants my mother to die. My mother was injured. If she was willing to help in time, my mother would not have died. I didn't expect that bitch. Not only did she not help, but she also stole my mother's things." Liao Shue drew the ancient Yuan sword and placed it on Yan Nanfei's neck. Yan Nanfei said in a deep voice, "Black-cloaked swordswoman, I am Yan Nanfei, not Fairy Punlai." Liao Shue said, "I know that you are under the soul transfer curse. Go back and tell that bitch Fairy Punlai that after her curse is lifted, I will kill her personally to avenge my mother." Yan Nanfei sighed, Sin. Mu Yun said, "It's not convenient for me to interfere with your grievances, but I can't watch Senior Yan die. I will think of a way to refine the Tier 3 runes." "Senior, hold on." "Thank you, Mu Yun. I didn't misjudge you. After I recover, I will announce to the world that Li Haoyan is a traitor who fishes for fame and deceives his master and ancestors. When the time comes, the world will suppress him. Li Haoyan is dead for sure." "Alright, it's a deal." Although Li Haoyan was powerful, the crime of deceiving his master and ancestors was intolerable. As long as she announced to the world, Li Haoyan's destruction was imminent. Time was tight. Yan Nanfei could only live for 3 days. Mu Yun immediately entered the world of the Scroll of the Gods and started to refine the runes in the Life and Death Secret Pavilion. He didn't want to interfere with the grievances between Liao Shue and Fairy Punlai. Looking at Liao Shue's appearance, she really wanted to kill Fairy Punlai. Luckily, time passed slowly in the Life and Death Secret Pavilion, so Mu Yun had enough time. When he killed the Pai Xiao, he obtained countless treasures and thousands of blood origin pearls. With so many blood origin pearls, it was naturally much easier to refine the runes. Mu Yun took out a blood origin pearl and casually took out a sword. She poured the blood origin pearl into the sword and drew the outline of the Sky Saint rune. Other than the Sky Slayer rune, which was too difficult to refine, the other runes were easy to refine. However, the easy ones were only Tier 1 runes. It wasn't that easy to refine Tier 3 runes. Soon, the blood origin pearl melted, and the word Saint appeared on the sword. This sword also carried the chi of the Sky Saint rune, which could resist all kinds of curses. Back then, the 5 great demonic weapons had shocked the world. Who knew how many people wanted them? But now, Mu Yun could easily refine a demonic weapon. This was the power of the magic infusion technique. When the runes were refined directly, even the most ordinary weapon could become a demonic weapon. Mu Yun calmed her mind and took out another blood origin pearl, pouring it into the sword. Soon, another Sky Saint rune appeared on the sword. The totems of the two Sky Saint runes were imprinted on the sword, shining brightly. Mu Yun took a deep breath and merged the two runes together. As long as the merging was successful, it would be a Tier 2 rune. Gotcha. However, the moment the two runes merged, they exploded. Even the entire sword shattered, turning into scrap metal. Failed, Mu Yun smiled helplessly. It seemed that it was not so easy to refine a Tier 2 rune, let alone a Tier 3 rune. Fortunately, he had enough materials. There were thousands of blood origin pearls, which were enough for him to use. Half a year later, Mu Yun's technique of refining runes became more and more skillful. He also successfully refined a Tier 2 Sky Saint rune. However, Mu Yun did not stop. Instead, she continued to refine Tier 3 runes. Time passed by slowly. In a flash, half a year had passed, and the Tier 3 rune was refined. Only one day had passed in the outside world. Very good. The rune is refined. Senior Yen won't have to die. Mu Yun nodded in satisfaction and came out of the scroll of the gods. When Yan Nanfei saw him come out, he quickly walked over. Yan Nanfei asked, "How is it?" "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Mu Yun smiled and took out two swords. The two swords had Tier 3 Sky Saint runes imprinted on them. "That's great. I didn't expect you to refine the runes in just one day." Yan Nanfei was rather excited. "By the way, where is Lady Xiaoxue?" Mu Yun looked around and did not see Xiaoxue. Sigh, she went out. She said that she wanted to buy a coffin and bury Fairy Punlai personally. Yan Nanfei sighed. Mu Yun laughed. It seemed that Xiaoxue was really going to kill her. "Mu Yun, what do you plan to do?" Yan Nanfei asked. "This is their grudge. I said that I won't interfere." Mu Yun shook his head. Fairy Punlai had snatched Fairy Linglong's arm bone and did not help her. If Xiaoxue wanted to take revenge for her mother, he naturally could not stop her. Xiaoxue had already become a half-step ancient saint and held the number 1 sword. Fairy Punlai was probably going to die. "Senior, you should go back too." "Don't interfere," Mu Yun reminded and gave the two swords to Yan Nanfei. "I know. I'll leave first. Remember, don't refine puppets. Otherwise, if Sky Corp's Daoist finds out, you and Fairy Xianxia won't be able to survive." Yan Nanfei took the two swords and turned to leave. Only Mu Yun and Fairy Xixia's empty puppet shell were left in the dilapidated temple. Mu Yun frowned. He had been entrusted by Fairy Xianxia to refine a puppet. Now, he had 3 skeletons in his hands. The arm bone, leg bone, and torso bone were all in his hands. It was easy to refine the energy core of the puppet. However, if the puppet's aura leaked and was discovered by the Celestial Emperor, the consequences would be extremely serious. It would definitely be a dead end. If this Celestial Emperor was someone else, Mu Yun would still have a glimmer of hope. However, this Celestial Emperor was Sky Corp's Daoist, the evil corpse of Heavenly Lord of Calamity. He would definitely monitor the 3 elements realm closely. Any movement would be difficult to hide. Sky Corp's Daoist's eyes. A day later, Mu Yun received Fairy Xixia's reply. It was only 4 words, "Don't worry." Since Fairy Xianxia wasn't afraid of death, Mu Yun didn't waste any more time. He took out the skeleton and refined the energy core of the puppet. The entire puppet came to life immediately. Its eyes were bright and there was a smile on its face. Its aura was exactly the same as Fairy Xixia's. It was the same. Very good, very good. Mu Yun nodded with satisfaction. He took out clothes and put them on Fairy Xianxia. Tomorrow is the day of the wedding banquet. It won't be too late for me to leave after the wedding banquet. Mu Yun made up his mind and put away Fairy Xixia's puppet. The wedding banquet of Marquis Wang Yu would be held tomorrow. Now, the entire Wang family city was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Other than the corpse-eating beasts, other races and forces had sent people to attend the banquet. Many people from the Kuan-Su world had also come. It was a beautiful scene. The next morning, Mu Yun took Liao Xue and the others to the Wang family courtyard. The Wang family courtyard was full of guests. There was a big Shi character printed in the hall. Marquis Wang Yu was marrying a concubine. It was the daughter of the corpse-eating beasts, Xianxia. This wedding banquet was arranged by Li Haoyan. It was obvious that he wanted to humiliate the corpse-eating beasts. Mu Yun thought of Xianxia and sighed. Back then, he had also lived and died with Xianxia. But now, they were on different sides and were enemies. However, he cared about their old friendship and didn't want to see Xianxia in trouble. But he didn't act rashly because he believed that the corpse-eating beasts wouldn't let it go. Li Haoyan had humiliated the corpse emperor, Shi Tianlai, so he wouldn't sit still. He would definitely bring people over today. And the Wang family city was already waiting for Shi Tianlai to come over and die. The wedding banquet hall was full of guests. Marquis Wang Yu was wearing a red robe and smiling as he greeted the guests. Beside Marquis Wang Yu was Marquis Wang Su. So Minghe Wang Su is still alive. Mu Yun was slightly shocked. Back then, when he ordered He Wangzi to self-destruct in the Seamless Land, he thought that He Wangzi was already dead. He didn't expect this guy to be so cunning. He secretly left his life and slipped back. He didn't die. However, his lifespan was exhausted, and he only had one life left. At this moment, Wangzi's expression was gloomy and dispirited. In the past, he had wanted to die, but when the threat of death descended upon him, he realized how precious life was. But now, it was too late for regrets. He only had one life left, and his aura was extremely weak. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to enter the top 10 in the next ranking. Everyone, this way please. This marquis has not received you well and offended you. Please forgive me. Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu was in high spirits, much more spirited than life Marquis Wang Su. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He knew that the corpse-eating beasts would definitely come today, but he had already set up an inescapable net outside the city. As long as the corpse-eating beasts dared to approach, they would die. Bar. Mu Yun sat at the table, not saying a word. Liao Xue sat beside him, unhappy. Hey, Miss Xue, how are you and Fairy Punlai? Mu Yun asked casually. I wanted to kill her yesterday, but I didn't expect that bitch to escape. That bitch even said that she wanted to submit to Li Haoyan and take revenge in the future, Liao Xue said through gritted teeth. She submitted to Li Haoyan? Mu Yun's face paled. Fairy Punlai was a half-step ancient sage expert, and she was also the host of the experts ranking. She was the island lord of the Punlai Immortal Island. Her status was not to be underestimated. If she chose to side with Li Haoyan's arrogance would be greatly affected. Li Haoyan's prestige would definitely skyrocket. It's a pity that she ran away, Liao Xue said angrily. Mu Yun's heart sank. She didn't expect this situation. Just as he was thinking, an earth-shattering shout suddenly sounded from outside, mixed with the howls of ghosts and howls of wolves. Boundless demon chi and corpse chi poured into the royal city like an avalanche. The corpse-eating beasts are here. All the guests exclaimed. They stood up and saw that the sky outside was gloomy and filled with a gloomy aura. Impossible. I set up many ambushes outside. How can the corpse-eating beasts come in so easily? Marquis Wang Yu's expression changed. There was a loud bang, as if the city gate was knocked open. The dark aura that filled the sky rolled in, overflowing with murderous intent. Hee, Wang Yu, you've sided with Li Haoyan and become his lackey. You've disgraced my Wang clan. Today, I'm going to borrow Shi Tianlia's hand to clean up the clan and tear you to pieces. At this time, Marquis Wang Su stood up and stared at Marquis Wang Yu with a cold smile. You're a spy. Marquis Wang Yu's expression changed drastically. No wonder the corpse-eating beasts came in so easily. It turned out that his brother, Marquis Wang Su, had become a spy. Sir, how can you be so mischievous and let the corpse-eating beasts in? Do you want to exterminate our family? The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang An, saw that his own son had become a spy of the corpse-eating beasts. His face turned pale with fright. Marquis Wang Su said, Father, don't worry. Lord Corpse Emperor promised me that he would only kill Wang Yu. You don't need to worry. Wang An was furious, but Marquis Wang Yu was furious. Wang Su, you betrayed the family. Today, I will kill you. Marquis Wang Yu suddenly attacked, sending a fist at Marquis Wang Su. Marquis Wang Yu was already a half-step ancient sage. His aura was extremely powerful. Marquis Wang Su definitely couldn't block his fist. Eviscerating tooth. He ordered Ho Wangsa to calmly throw out a secret projectile with the back of his hand. This hidden weapon was a sharp tooth that exploded with an extremely sharp aura. This was a hidden weapon ranked 6th on the hidden weapon ranking, the eviscerating tooth. It was mixed with the aura of a bone-extracting curse. Once it hit an enemy, it would remove all their bones. It was extremely vicious. Furthermore, this hidden weapon could even pierce through the heavenly Tao Dharma idol. If struck by this hidden weapon, even an ancient sage expert would suffer. However, hidden weapons had a huge drawback. It was difficult to grasp the timing of the attack. If the enemy struck it down, no matter how powerful the hidden weapon was, it would be useless. Marquis Wang Yu was shocked when he saw the hidden weapon. He quickly pulled back his fist and pulled out his saber to cut down the hidden weapon. Where did this fellow get this hidden weapon from? Marquis Wang Yu's back was drenched in cold sweat. If he was hit by the eviscerating tooth, he would definitely die. The hidden weapon's killing power was extremely terrifying. If he dared to be careless, he would probably die. Marquis Wang Su used the eviscerating tooth to force Marquis Wang Yu back. Then, he took the opportunity to turn and fly away. The entire Wang family's courtyard fell into chaos. No one had expected the corpse-eating beasts to attack so quickly. Let's go out and take a look. Mu Yun walked out with Bai Chen, Liao Xue, and the others. However, they saw that the world outside was dark. Intense battle cries shook the sky. There were at least 100,000 corpse-eating beasts. They broke through the city walls and charged in brazenly. They set fire everywhere and killed anyone they saw. The city was a mess. There were countless corpses and corpses. A figure floated in the air. It was the corpse emperor, Shi Tianlai. Shi Tianlai used to have the appearance of a lich. His flesh and blood had been stripped away, and only his bones were left. However, at this moment, flesh and blood were growing out of his body. His aura had also broken through, and he was now a half-step ancient saint. Strange creatures could recover flesh and blood. He ordered Marquis Wang Su to rush out. He was stunned when he saw the city full of corpses. However, he didn't care about the lives of ordinary people. He ran to Shi Tianlai and knelt down. Lord Corpse Emperor, you must help me clean up the family and kill my brother, Wang Yu. But please don't harm the people of the Wang family. Alright, no problem. I'll kill Marquis Wang Yu even if I have to risk my life, Shi Tianlai said with a smile. Thank you, Lord Corpse Emperor, Marquis Wang Su said happily. However, I heard that your brother, Wang Yu, has also become a half-step ancient sage. He won't be easy to deal with, Shi Tianlai said awkwardly. What do you mean, Lord Corpse Emperor? Marquis Wang Su was stunned. Nothing. I just want to borrow something from you. Shi Tianlia's eyes flashed with killing intent. What is it? Your head. Marquis Wang Su's expression changed drastically when he heard Shi Tianlia's words. He said, Lord Corpse Emperor, you must be joking. I'm not joking. You're the reincarnation of the human origin brush. As long as I kill you, I'll be able to take your life seed and advance to the ancient sage realm. At that time it'll be easy for me to kill Marquis Wang Yu, Shi Tianlai said with a sinister smile. Marquis Wang Su's lips trembled. He wanted to say something, but Shi Tianlai waved his hand and shouted, hand over your life. You can die in peace. I'll clean up the family for you. Crack, Shi Tianlai grabbed Marquis Wang Su's neck and broke it. Marquis Wang Su's eyes widened as he died on the spot. He only had one life left. It was impossible for him to come back to life. A golden seed floated out of his body. This was his life seed. The word life was engraved on it. Ha 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 ha. Shi Tianlai threw his head back and laughed maniacally before he refined the life seed. Instantly, his aura soared, and a totem appeared behind him. This totem was a golden immortal Buddha, but beneath the immortal Buddha were piles of white bones. Countless white bones surrounded the immortal Buddha. Countless bones supported it. This was Xianxia's heavenly path Dharma idol. It was a Buddha that was supported by bones. It looked solemn and dignified, but it was stained with blood. It was filled with evil. Heavenly path Dharma idol. Ha ha ha. I've finally refined the heavenly path Dharma idol. Xianxia laughed loudly. After refining the heavenly path Dharma idol, he was no longer a half-step ancient sage. He was a true lesser ancient sage. Marquis Wang Yu, get out here! Xianxia roared. The heavenly path Dharma idol pressed down, and the huge white bone divine Buddha fell to the ground. Rumble. The land within a radius of 1,000 miles was instantly reduced to ruins. The entire royal city was also directly destroyed. Countless buildings and houses were reduced to ashes in an instant. Layers of white bones pushed layers of Buddhist light as they spread out continuously like rolling waves. Heaven and earth were swept up. Mu Yun was inwardly shocked when she saw this. As expected, ancient sages were truly frightening. The heavenly path Dharma idol suppressed everything within 1,000 miles. Heaven and earth lost their color as mountains and rivers collapsed. Xianxia had killed the Marquis of Life, Wang Su, and snatched his birth chart seed. At this moment, he had the aura of great providence, great saint light, and great destruction. Xianxia, stop. At this moment, more than a dozen figures flew up from the sky. They were all from the Wang clan. The person in the lead was Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu. He was holding a delicate and pitiful woman in his hand. It was Xianxia. Xianxia shouted as he glared at Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu. He said in a deep voice, Wang Yu, let my daughter go and I'll spare your family. However, you must die. Otherwise, I'll slaughter your entire family. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Even if you've become an ancient saint, I'm not afraid of you. Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu laughed as he grabbed Xianxia's neck. He could kill Xianxia with just a gentle squeeze. Corpse Imperial concubine Xian wore a phoenix coronet and was dressed like a bride. However, at this moment, her face was filled with tears and panic. Xianxia, get out of the Wang clan immediately. If you do, I'll consider letting your daughter go. Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu had an arrogant expression on his face. However, his heart was trembling and struggling. He did not expect Xianxia to be able to break through and become an ancient saint. The majesty of an ancient saint was earth-shattering. The heavenly path Dharma idol was enough to destroy the universe. Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu's heart was trembling with fear. However, on the surface, he remained calm and did not dare to show the slightest fear. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. As long as Xianxia was willing to leave, Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu was willing to release Xianxia. He did not want to make a big deal out of this. Dream on. You must die today. Xianxia snorted coldly with a gloomy expression. Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu roared, since you want to kill me, I'll kill your daughter first. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yu's hands grabbed Xianxia's neck tightly. How dare you? Xianxia yelled sternly. After pondering for a while, Xianxia's expression suddenly turned gentle as he said, fine. If you really want to live, then come out and take one of my attacks. If you can take one of my moves and not die, I will immediately take my people and leave. My daughter will also marry you as your wife. I will also compensate for your Wang family's losses. How about that? Everyone was shocked when they heard Xianxia's words. Mu Yun was also slightly surprised. This Xianxia's tone was really arrogant. Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu was a half-step ancient saint expert. Could it be that he couldn't even take a single blow from Xianxia? Father. Xianxia's beautiful face turned pale. She found it hard to believe that Xianxia could kill Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu in one move. Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu's heart stirred. He knew there was danger, but this was just a trifling move. With his own strength, he could definitely receive it. He had no choice. If the stalemate continued, Xianxia would lose his patience and kill him without regard for his daughter's life. Then, there would be no way out. Alright, Xianxia, I'll take one of your moves. Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu stepped forward and drew his saber. He poured his aura into the saber, and the saber emitted a blazing ferocious aura. As the saber aura surged, it turned into the shape of a tyrannosaurus that roared at the sky. The heavens and earth bear witness. If I can't kill you in one move, I, Shi Tianlai, will leave immediately. Shi Tianlai roared at the sky and flew out, clawing at Heavenly Marquis Wanyu. His claw exploded with a white bone Buddhist light. The aura of the Heavenly Tao Avatar was completely integrated into his claw as he clawed at Heavenly Marquis Wanyu's body. Heavenly Marquis Wanyu took a deep breath and shouted, "Ultimate Tyrannosaurus Slash." He slashed out with his saber. Instantly, the ferocious Tyrannosaurus saber chi swept across the sky and let out a sharp explosion. The Ultimate Tyrannosaurus Slash was one of the ultimate 6 arts. It was Heavenly Marquis Wanyu's proudest move. At this moment of life and death, he used his saber art without restraint. The roar of a Tyrannosaurus filled the sky and earth, almost shattering one's eardrums. Shi Tianlai was calm. He waved his hand and grabbed Heavenly Marquis Wanyu's saber. Violent Heavenly Tao aura spread out. Layers of white bone mixed with layers of Buddhist light wrapped around Heavenly Marquis Wanyu's saber. Crack, Heavenly Marquis Wanyu's saber shattered on the spot. The deafening roar of the Tyrannosaurus was instantly silenced. You don't understand the ancient saint realm. You can't even take one of my moves. Shi Tianlai snorted coldly. Heavenly Marquis Wanyu's expression changed. His full-powered attack was useless. It couldn't stop Shi Tianlia's flames at all. Die. Shi Tianlia's Heavenly Tao Avatar burst out with light. The white-bone Buddha, mixed with the demonic light of hell and the solemnity of Buddhas, attacked Heavenly Marquis Wanyu. Bang, Shi Tianlia's palm landed on Heavenly Marquis Wanyu's body. Heavenly Marquis Wanyu's body exploded. Blood and flesh splattered all over the sky. One strike, just one strike, Shi Tianlai killed Heavenly Marquis Wanyu. Heavenly Marquis Wanyu was a half-step ancient saint expert. His aura wasn't inferior to Shi Tianlia's. The only difference was that he didn't cultivate the Heavenly Tao Avatar. This difference was enough to tear him to pieces. Shi Tianlia's Heavenly Tao Avatar's majestic aura killed Heavenly Marquis Wanyu with one strike. The whole place was silent. No one expected Shi Tianlai to be so powerful that he could kill Heavenly Marquis Wanyu in an instant. At this moment, Mu Yun could not help but be slightly shocked. He did not expect an ancient saint to be so powerful. Wang Yan, the head of the Wang family, was stunned when he saw Heavenly Marquis Wanyu dead. He couldn't believe his eyes. After a moment of silence, the disciples of the corpse-eating beast clan burst into cheers. This was the first time they had seen the power of an ancient saint. After Heavenly Marquis Wanyu died, his birth seed floated out. He was the reincarnation of the Renyuan Brush's Tian character. His birth seed was imprinted with a golden Tian character. It was filled with majestic chi and spirituality. Shi Tianlai waved his hand and swallowed the seed. His aura instantly soared, and his strength became even more terrifying. Father. Shi Feishuan was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect Shi Tianlai to be so powerful. He killed Heavenly Marquis Wanyu with one strike. The ancient saint realm was indeed terrifying. Wang Yan, who was standing at the side, had a gloomy expression on his face. Kill her. Wang Yan shouted. He knew that Shi Tianlai wouldn't let the Wang family go. The Wang family was about to be destroyed. Before he died, he wanted to drag the Wang family down with him. Yes. The disciples of the Wang family immediately grabbed Shi Feishuan, wanting to strangle Shi Feishuan to death. Oh no. Mu Yan's expression changed. Without any hesitation, he dashed out and executed the ultimate instant kill technique. In an instant, he rushed to Shi Feishuan's side. He raised his crimson spirit spear and sent the disciples of the Wang family flying. Then, he gently hugged Shi Feishuan's waist. Mu Yun, when Corpse Imperial concubine Xian saw Mu Yun, she was instantly stunned. Her eyes turned misty as she thought that she was dreaming. She never thought that Mu Yun would save her. Mu Yun sighed. In fact, he shouldn't have acted recklessly. After all, he and the corpse-eating beast clan had a blood feud. There was no possibility of reconciliation. Now that Shi Tianlai was arrogant, Mu Yun would be courting death if he showed up. However, he wasn't a cold-blooded person. He cared about their old friendship and couldn't bear to see Feixuan die. It's Mu Yun. There were more than 100,000 disciples of the corpse-eating beast clan. They all looked at Mu Yun in unison. Some were fearful, some were mocking, and some were hateful. All kinds of complicated expressions were exposed. Many experts of the corpse-eating beast clan, including the Plague Emperor Su Yan, the Ghost Emperor Ming Shijing, and the 4 heavenly kings, had all died in Mu Yun's hands. These disciples naturally hated Mu Yun to the core. However, Mu Yun's reputation was too fierce. They didn't dare to make a sound and held their weapons tightly. Mu Yun, it's you. Tianlai was also shocked when he saw Mu Yun. When he saw that Feixuan was about to die, he was angry and worried. However, he didn't expect Mu Yun to be willing to save her. You are a great enemy of the corpse-eating beast clan. Don't think that I will let you go just because you saved my daughter. Tianlai snorted coldly. The aura behind him surged, and the heavenly Tao Dharma form appeared. A divine Buddha sat cross-legged on a white bone throne. The light of the divine Buddha. Mu Yun, you shouldn't have saved me. Feixuan smiled bitterly. Mu Yun dared to show up in public. She probably couldn't escape death. Mu Yun didn't say a word. After all, he wasn't a cold-blooded person. Tianlia's expression was cold. The aura in his palm surged. He was about to kill Mu Yun. However, suddenly, a figure flew to Tianlia's side. It was Demon King Lin Shui. Lin Shui whispered, Lord Corpse Emperor, something bad has happened. That old bastard Paiguran sneaked an attack on the Corpse Emperor city while we were defenseless. The Corpse Emperor city is in danger. Lord Corpse Emperor, please make a decision as soon as possible. What did you say? Tianlia's expression changed drastically. Paiguran was the former clan leader of the corpse-eating beast clan. Tianlai conspired to seize power and forced Paiguran away. Paiguran lived in seclusion in the Kuan-Su world. Tianlai also received news that Paiguran had returned. However, he didn't expect Paiguran to attack the Corpse Emperor so quickly. City. Lord Corpse Emperor, what should we do? Demon King Lin Shui pretended to be anxious at this moment. Tianlai didn't know that Lin Shui was Paiguran's subordinate. When he heard that Paiguran had sneaked an attack on the Corpse Emperor city, he was extremely anxious. He said, we'll go back immediately. After a pause, Tianlai looked at Mu Yun and shouted, Mu Yun, since you saved my daughter, I'll let you live for another month. After a month, no matter where you run to, I'll take your life. Feixuan was stunned. She didn't expect Tianlai to suddenly say that he would let Mu Yun go. Mu Yun didn't move. He also heard the conversation between Tianlai and Lin Shui. Paiguran was also an expert at the ancient Saint realm. If the two of them fought, both of them would be injured. Tianlai let him go today. It would be impossible for him to attack him in the future. Xian'er, come here. Let's go home, Tianlai shouted. Feixuan's eyes were filled with tears. She grabbed Mu Yun's hand and secretly stuffed a key into his hand. She said, Mu Yun, you saved my life again. I don't know how to repay you. This key was found in the cellar when I was trapped in the Wang family. I found it outside. Even the Wang family doesn't know about this key. The 10 ancient sacred beasts were the golden fire swanee, snow-devouring toad, 9-headed hydra, black fiend scorpion, blood-winged bat king, green-armored giant turtle, demonic ape, northern nether bear, sun-moon torch dragon, and iron-armored tyrannosaurus. Among them, iron-armored tyrannosaurus was the most special. Iron-armored tyrannosaurus was not made of flesh and blood. It was an armored monster made of unique metal mechanisms. It was said that Heavenly Lord of Calamity had made it himself. It was sentient, emotionless, cold, and bloodthirsty. It was a monster born for killing. This iron-armored tyrannosaurus was skilled in cultivation methods, and the 6 ultimate arts came from its body. Because it was far too bloodthirsty, even Empyrean Calamity couldn't bear to continue watching. Thus, he imprisoned it and no one knew where it was. But now, according to Feixuan, this iron-armored tyrannosaurus seemed to be in Wang family city. Where is the forbidden land of iron-armored tyrannosaurus? Mu Yun asked hurriedly. Just as Corp's imperial concubine Xian was about to speak, Shi Tianlai shouted, "Xian, come back quickly. Don't bother with this brat. He saved you, so I'll let him live for another month. I've done my duty. After a month, I will kill him with my own hands." The forbidden land of iron-armored Tyrannosaurus is in Wang Family City. I don't know where exactly it is. Search carefully. I'm leaving. Shi Feishuan left Mu Yun reluctantly with tears in her eyes. Mu Yun sighed as she watched her leave. Perhaps, in Corpse Feishuan's heart, regardless of whether he had died at the hands of Shi Tianlai or whether he had killed Shi Tianlai, she was still very conflicted. However, at this moment, Corpse Feishuan probably believed that he was unable to kill Shi Tianlai. Shi Tianlai didn't waste any time. He immediately led the 100,000 disciples of the corpse-eating beast race towards the corpse monarch city. Shi Feishuan and Demon Emperor Lin Shui followed behind him. Lin Shui's eyes flashed with an obscure killing intent. The whole world returned to peace. Mu Yun looked down and saw that the mountains and rivers were shattered. The land within 1,000 miles was in ruins. Shi Tianlai had destroyed everything. The entire Wang family city was destroyed. The Wang family was greatly damaged. Heavenly Marquis Wang Yu and Life Marquis Wang Su were dead. Countless disciples were killed or injured. Fortunately, the family head Wang An was still alive. The Wang family's disciples quickly gathered. Wang An looked anxious. He gathered his disciples and said, "Hurry up and follow me to the forbidden land of Raging Dragon." One said, "Tyrannosaurus, Tyrannosaurus, 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 Tyrannosaurus. If we can release this monster, we Tyrannosaurus, Tyrannosaurus, we Tyrannosaurus, we Tyrannosaurus, 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 and Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannos, the Tyrannosaurus, Tyrannosaurus, Tyrannosaurus." Mu Yun landed and stood with Liao Xue and the others. She looked around and saw that the ground had been reduced to ruins. Smoke rose everywhere. It was a scene of destruction. Everyone was silent. They didn't expect an ancient saint to be so powerful. A heavenly path Dharma form could destroy mountains and rivers. "Mu Yun, let's go." Liao Xue came to Mu Yun's side and said indifferently, "You guys go first. I still have things to deal with." Mu Yun didn't say anything. She quietly held the key that Shi Feishuan gave her. Ordinary people thought that the most powerful sacred beast was the sun and moon torch dragon under Li Haoyan. But in fact, the Tyrannosaurus was much more powerful than the sun and moon torch dragon. It was an armored monster that was born to kill. It was personally refined by Heavenly Lord of Calamity. A monster. What else do you have to do? Shi Tianlai wants to kill you. We can't just sit and wait. Liao Xue's face darkened. She was a half-ancient saint, but she had yet to cultivate the heavenly path avatar. The gap between her and Shi Tianlai was too big. "I know. You don't have to worry about me. You guys go back first. When I'm done with the things at hand, I'll come back to find you guys." Mu Yun really wanted to go to the forbidden Raging Dragon grounds to see how terrifying this armored monster was. He bid farewell to Liao Xue, Bai Chen, Clarice, and the others, and then he stepped into Royal City by himself. The entire Wang family city had been reduced to ruins. There were broken walls everywhere and countless corpses were piled up. It was a complete mess. Where exactly is this tyrant dragon forbidden area? Mu Yun held the key and looked around, but she had no clue. Follow the disciples of the Wang clan. They are all rushing towards the forbidden Baolong grounds. You just need to follow them. At this moment, Gui Yi's faint voice rang in Mu Yun's ears. "How did you know?" Mu Yun asked. "Hee, I guessed." Gui Yi did not say much. Hearing that, Mu Yun was overjoyed. Since there was a clue, it would be easy to handle. He immediately followed a few disciples of the Wang clan quietly. Not long after, Mu Yun came to a barren mountain in the north of the city. There were dozens of disciples of the Wang clan gathered on the mountainside. The clan leader, Wang An, was standing at the front. He looked vexed as he looked at the cliff in front of him. There was a cave entrance on the cliff, but at this moment, the door of the cave entrance was tightly locked. There was a huge seal word printed on the door. "Damn it. I didn't expect the restriction of the forbidden raging dragon grounds to not loosen at all. We can't enter. Wang gritted his teeth with a helpless expression. Clan leader, what should we do? A disciple asked. There's no other way. Let's go back for now and go to the Nine Cauldron sect. We'll seek refuge with the sect leader of the Nine Cauldron sect, Prime Saint Vast Sky. We'll ask him to avenge us, Wang said resolutely. The former Jiuding Trading had changed its name to the Nine Cauldron sect. Li Haoyan was the sect leader of the Nine Cauldron sect. The former Vast Sky Sage had now become Vast Sky Prime Sage. He was famous and admired by the world. Mu Yan's face turned cold. He and Li Haoyan were old enemies. He definitely could not allow Li Haoyan's power to grow. He would not sit idly by if the Wang clan wanted to rely on the Nine Cauldron sect. Forget it. I'll demote all of you to rats. Mu Yan waved his hand indifferently. A majestic curse aura enveloped them from the sky. The disciples of the Wang clan around Wang did not understand what was going on. They were directly suppressed by the curse. Their bodies distorted and shrunk, turning into rats. They squeaked and fled in all directions. Mu Yan's curse techniques were becoming more and more proficient. As long as those below the ancient sage realm had not cultivated the heavenly Tao Dharma form, even if they were half-step ancient sages, his curse was enough to demote them to beasts. There was no need for any additional techniques. You brat, aren't you a little too ruthless? Guai looked at the rats on the ground and felt his scalp tingle. Mu Yan smiled but did not say anything. He did not want to see Li Haoyan's power grow. Any hidden enemies must be dealt with. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. After dealing with the people of the Wang clan, Mu Yan slowly walked out. He came to the entrance of the cave and took out the key. He was about to open the cave door. Wait! Guai shouted. What's wrong? Have you thought it through? The ironclad Tyrannosaurus is a monster born to kill. Are you really confident in subduing it? If Mu Yan could subdue the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, he would no longer have to be afraid of Xianxia's pursuit. However, if he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. He might be killed by the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. I'm not confident either. But since I'm here, I have to go in and take a look. Mu Yan took the key and opened the cave door with a click. Among the 10 great ancient sacred beasts, only the ironclad Tyrannosaurus had not seen. He was very interested in taking a look at this legendary monster of slaughter. Mu Yan stepped into the cave and saw a stone tablet erected in the cave. There were 8 words written on it. Forbidden Tyrannosaurus Tyrannosaurus, death to trespassers. The inscription was written by the Heavenly Lord of Calamity. Obviously, this stone tablet was personally erected by the Heavenly Lord of Calamity. It was a warning to outsiders not to enter. Mu Yan did not make a sound and slowly walked into the depths of the cave. He held the Crimson Spirit Spear tightly and cautiously walked forward. The deeper he went, the more Mu Yan felt a cold aura. He turned a corner and his vision suddenly widened. He arrived at an open space. In this open space stood a huge metal monster. This metal monster's outer shell was completely made of metal. It looked like a 2-legged Tyrannosaurus rex. Its body and limbs were bound with thick chains, and the other end of these chains was the end of the chain. The chains were embedded into the surrounding mountain walls, firmly locking this monster. This is the ironclad Tyrannosaurus? Mu Yan's expression was horrified. He saw that the eyes of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus were actually 2 doors. At this moment, these 2 doors were open. It was as if something had escaped from inside. However, the entire ironclad Tyrannosaurus was silent. There was no aura at all. This monster's soul has already escaped. There's only an empty shell left here. Guai saw the clues and was a little surprised. Let's go in and take a look. Mu Yan flew up and entered the inner world through the eyes of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. He saw that the interior of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus was empty. There was nothing extra. However, on the 4 iron walls, there were many sacred techniques and secret techniques. Upon closer inspection, they were actually the ultimate 6 arts. The legendary ultimate 6 arts were spread from the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. It was indeed true. Mu Yan focused his gaze. The Ultimate Tyrannosaurus / Ultimate Instant Kill, Ultimate Starburst / Ultimate War Chariot, Ultimate Roaming Dragon Aura, and Ultimate Demon Wolf Fist were all imprinted on the surrounding iron walls. The secret techniques of the Ultimate 6 Arts are all here. Mu Yun was instantly overjoyed. The Ultimate 6 Arts were the 6 most powerful third-grade sacred techniques in the world. He had already learned 2 of them. They were the Ultimate Instant Kill technique and the Ultimate Roaming Dragon Aura. He didn't expect the remaining sacred techniques to be in the ironclad Tyrannosaurus body. Don't be greedy. You can't bite off more than you can chew. There are so many sacred techniques. You can't possibly master all of them, Guai reminded. I know. However, this Ultimate Starburst / cannot be missed. Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. His Starburst current / was born from the Ultimate Starburst /. He sat down cross-legged and stared at the secret techniques on the iron walls. He silently comprehended the secrets of the Ultimate Starburst /. He already had the foundation of the Starburst current /. It was naturally much easier for him to comprehend the Ultimate Starburst / now. Mu Yan took a deep breath. Instantly, the baleful aura of the stars in the world gathered in his body. His body emitted a dazzling starlight that was like the Milky Way. Strands of starlight flowed continuously and burst forth with a sharp aura. After a long time, Mu Yan opened his eyes. The baleful aura of the stars rolled around his body. The majestic aura of the stars kept howling and emitting thunderous sounds. Ultimate Starburst / Not bad, not bad. The power of the Ultimate Starburst / is indeed much stronger than the Starburst current /. Mu Yan nodded in satisfaction. He looked around and smiled. It's good that the soul of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus left. What's left is an empty shell. Just nice. The soul of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus had secretly escaped. This empty shell was his. He took out a page of the Earth Origin book and stuffed it into the body of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. He wanted to refine the ironclad Tyrannosaurus into his puppet. However, the aura of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus was too strong. Even the Earth Origin book couldn't refine it into a puppet. Looks like I'll have to use the skeleton of the Heavenly Venerable of Calamity. Mu Yan took out an arm bone and fused it into the body of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. However, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus still didn't move. How strong is this monster's aura? Even the skeleton of the Heavenly Venerable of Calamity is useless. Mu Yan was speechless. The strength of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus's aura was beyond his imagination. He also took out the leg bone and stuffed it into the body of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. Together with the arm bone, they acted as energy cores. With the support of the spiritual chi of the 2 bones, the huge body of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus finally moved. The joints of its limbs made cracking sounds. It was filled with the tyrannical power of heavy metal. Mu Yan flew out. The eyes of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus closed. A demonic red light appeared in its eyes, and a berserk aura burst out from its body. This monster can fight against an ancient sage expert. Mu Yan was shocked. He felt an extremely powerful aura from the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. With the support of the skeleton of the Heavenly Venerable of Calamity, the eyes of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus were red. Its heavy metal body was surrounded by black demonic chi. It was a monster that jumped out from the ancient sage. Mu Yan jumped onto the head of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus and controlled it to run forward. Crack! Crack! The ironclad Tyrannosaurus ran wildly and tore the chains. The entire mountain collapsed and rocks flew everywhere. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus broke through the cliff and rushed out. Mu Yan was very satisfied with the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. The strength of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus was enough to contend with an ancient saint. Even if he encountered Shi Tianlai again, he would still be able to put up a fight. However, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus was notorious for its ferocity. It was once a monster of slaughter whose name shook the world. Mu Yan did not want to expose it so easily. He put away the ironclad Tyrannosaurus and flew towards the Xianxia treasure mountain. He had already finished refining Fairy Xixia's puppet. It was time to report back. Within a few days, Mu Yan arrived outside Xianxia treasure mountain. However, she saw that Xianxia treasure mountain was gloomy, emitting a thick smell of blood. The spiritual veins of heaven and earth had been completely destroyed, and the entire treasure mountain had been reduced to ruins. Black smoke was constantly emitted from the fire. Something happened? What's going on? Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. She did not expect that something would happen to Xianxia Treasure Mountain. It had to be known that Fairy Xianxia was the world king behind the Three Elements world. Her strength was unfathomable, and even an expert of Li Haoyan's level didn't dare to cause trouble at Xianxia Treasure Mountain. But now, Xianxia Treasure Mountain had been reduced to ruins. Cold sweat broke out on Mu Yan's forehead. She had an ominous premonition. She hurriedly stepped into the treasure mountain and saw that there were corpses everywhere. The servants and disciples of Xianxia Treasure Mountain had all been killed. Mu Yan saw that there was a disciple who was still hanging on by a thread. She hurriedly walked over and asked, "What happened?" "Skycorpse Taoist. Skycorpse Taoist." That disciple muttered and immediately died. Skycorpse Taoist. Mu Yan's expression changed. Could it be that the matter of her finding the puppet had been discovered? Swoosh, a figure rushed over from the horizon and appeared in front of Mu Yan. "Mu Yan, you and Fairy Xianxia deceived the Heavenly Emperor. You wanted to refine a puppet to act as your substitute. How should you be punished?" The person who came was Skycorpse Taoist. At this time, Skycorpse Taoist had already become the Heavenly Emperor's patrol. He was wearing a golden robe bestowed by the Heavenly Emperor and had a treasured saber at his waist. He looked fierce and arrogant as he coldly looked at Mu Yan. However, his head was sunken as if his skull had been dug out. He looked a little terrifying. Terrifying. Mu Yan gritted her teeth. She didn't expect that she couldn't hide it. She was discovered in the end. "What did you do to Fairy Xianxia?" "Hee, this stinky woman wanted to deceive the Heavenly Emperor. I've already killed her. You conspired with her, so don't even think about living. Die." Skycorpse Taoist sneered and suddenly pulled out his treasured saber. He shouted the ultimate star burst slash and immediately slashed with his saber. Mu Yan raised the Crimson Spirit Spear and swung it wildly. She also used the ultimate star burst slash. A galaxy-like slash burst out from the Crimson Spirit Spear's blade and ruthlessly attacked Skycorpse Taoist. Eh? Skycorpse Taoist was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Mu Yan to also use the ultimate star burst slash. Moreover, she was very skilled in it. She had the majestic aura of a celestial constellation and was even more powerful than him. Bang, the saber and spear collided. Skycorpse Taoist took a step back and felt his wrist go numb. "Kid, your cultivation has improved a lot in just a short time." Skycorpse Taoist chuckled and his aura surged. The majestic aura of an ancient saint was emitted. He was an ancient saint expert and had already cultivated the heavenly Tao Dharma idol. Behind him, a hell totem vaguely appeared. Mu Yan's expression changed drastically. If Skycorpse Taoist released the heavenly Tao Dharma idol, he would be in danger. The power of the heavenly Tao Dharma idol was too terrifying. It was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. He couldn't resist it. "Ironclad Tyrannosaurus, show yourself." Mu Yan shouted and summoned the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. A heavy metal monster that was 20 meters tall suddenly appeared and roared at the sky like a Tyrannosaurus. Under the sunlight, its entire body emitted a cold and sinister aura. "Ironclad Tyrannosaurus?" Skycorpse Taoist was dumbfounded. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus was a legendary killing monster. It was extremely terrifying and could tear apart an ancient saint expert. When Skycorpse Taoist saw the appearance of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, he was so frightened that his scalp went numb. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus waved its claws and attacked his body. Skycorpse Taoist hurriedly retreated. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. However, when he took a closer look, he realized that the aura of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus wasn't as powerful as the legends said. The legendary ironclad Tyrannosaurus was powerful enough to tear apart an ancient saint expert. However, the aura of Mu Yan's ironclad Tyrannosaurus was at most comparable to an ancient saint expert. It was far from being able to kill an ancient saint expert. Skycorpse Taoist couldn't figure out what was going on. Naturally, he didn't know that this ironclad Tyrannosaurus was a puppet refined by Mu Yan. Its soul had already escaped. Naturally, it wasn't as powerful as the legends said. However, it was still very powerful to be able to contend with an ancient saint expert. Mu Yun summoned the ironclad Tyrannosaurus and charged towards Skycorp's Taoist. She definitely couldn't give Skycorp's Taoist a chance to release his heavenly Tao image. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus rampaged and kept trampling on Skycorp's Taoist. Skycorp's Taoist kept dodging and sneered, "Brat, you gave me a scare. So your ironclad Tyrannosaurus isn't as powerful as the legends say. In that case, die." Skycorp's Taoist roared. The Hell Totem appeared behind him, and the image of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared. His heavenly law avatar had finally been released. Even if Mu Yun wanted to block it, she couldn't. Rumble, Skycorp's Taoist waved his hand, and the Hell Totem pressed down. He wanted to crush Mu Yun alive. An ancient saint expert was too barbaric. He didn't use any weapons or Dharma treasures. He didn't use any saint arts. When encountering enemies below the ancient saint realm, his heavenly Tao image could crush them. No one could stop him. This was the difference in cultivation level. This was the suppression of cultivation level. Any technique or move would seem insignificant and powerless in the face of absolute strength. Mu Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. If he was crushed by the heavenly Tao image, he would also die. Seeing the Hell Totem approaching, he took a deep breath, raised the Mortal Origin brush, and roared, "Break!" The tip of the Mortal Origin brush emitted a dazzling light. Countless words erupted with a monstrous aura at this moment. Finally, they condensed into 4 words, "Mans will conquer the heavens." Although the heavenly Tao image was powerful, Mu Yun wasn't afraid of despair because he also had a trick up his sleeve. It was the Mortal Origin brush. The Mortal Origin brush represented the profound meaning of human Tao. The tip of the Mortal Origin brush was sharper than a sword. Mans will conquer the heavens. The Mortal Origin brush could break the heavenly Tao image, but it had to pay a huge price. In an instant, Mu Yun felt as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out. His face turned pale, and the tip of the Mortal Origin brush was unprecedentedly sharp. With one stroke, hell was destroyed. Mu Yun waved the brush and directly broke Skycorp's Taoist's heavenly Tao image. Plop. His energy was exhausted on the spot. His body was drenched in sweat as he fell to the ground. How is this possible? Skycorp's Taoist was shocked. He didn't expect Mu Yun to be able to break his heavenly Tao image. However, when he focused his gaze, he saw that Mu Yun was on the verge of death. He had already exhausted all his energy. "Hee, kid, why do you have to work so hard? You're going to die anyway." Skycorp's Taoist laughed sinisterly. At this moment, Mu Yun had already lost the ability to fight. He immediately raised his treasured sword and slashed at Mu Yun's head. However, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yun and blocked Skycorp's Taoist. Where did this blind thing come from? Get lost. Skycorp's Taoist was slightly shocked. This figure was Guai. Seeing that Mu Yun was in danger, Guai also directly attacked. "Thank you, Guai." Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Although he had broken Skycorp's Taoist's heavenly Tao image, he had also lost the ability to fight. Guai did not say anything else. He attacked ferociously, charging towards Skycorp's Taoist. Ironclad Tyrannosaurus, kill. Mu Yun took a deep breath and controlled the ironclad Tyrannosaurus to attack. Although he had lost the ability to fight, he could still control the ironclad Tyrannosaurus with the power of his soul. Rumble, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus's eyes were blood red. He stomped on the ground and charged at Skycorp's Taoist. Skycorp's Taoist had lost his heavenly Tao image and was similar to an ordinary half-step ancient sage. Under the joint attack of Guai and the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, he was in a difficult situation. The heavenly Tao image was the foundation of an ancient sage. It was the most important foundation. If one lost the heavenly Tao image, it would be like a beast losing its claws and teeth. Guai was worried about Mu Yun, so he did not chase after him. "Hey, stinky brat, how are you?" Guai walked to Mu Yun's side and gently helped him up. "I'm fine. I just used too much energy and am a little weak." Mu Yun sat cross-legged and silently adjusted his breathing. His aura quickly recovered. Let's go in and take a look. I wonder how Fairy Xianxia is doing. Mu Yun put away the ironclad Tyrannosaurus and hurriedly ran into the Xianxia treasure mountain. If Fairy Xianxia was really killed, it would be troublesome. Inside the Xianxia treasure mountain, Mu Yun searched everywhere and finally found Fairy Xianxia at the edge of a cliff. Fairy Xianxia was lying in a pool of blood, barely breathing. Mu Yun hurriedly helped her up. Fairy Xianxia opened her eyes slightly and saw Mu Yun coming. She smiled bitterly and said, "Mu Yun, you're finally here. Senior, how are you?" Mu Yun checked Fairy Xiaoxia's lifeline and immediately felt that her meridians were all broken. She could no longer live. "I can't go on." "Don't be sad." Fairy Xiaoxia shook her head. "Senior, how could you not be a match for Daoist Sky Corps?" Mu Yun's face dimmed. She did not expect Fairy Xiaoxia to be defeated by Daoist Sky Corps. One had to know that Fairy Xiaoxia was the realm king of the Three Elements realm. Her strength was unfathomable. No matter how powerful Daoist Sky Corps was, he was definitely not a match for Fairy Xiaoxia. Fairy Xiaoxia smiled bitterly and said, "He has the Celestial Emperor Spirit Sword." This Celestial Emperor Spirit Sword was bestowed by the Celestial Emperor. It was specially used to deal with realm kings. I was suppressed and my strength was greatly reduced. Fairy Xiaoxia flipped her delicate hand, revealing a skeleton in her palm. "However, I didn't sit still and wait for death. I've already dug out his skull." Mu Yun's expression changed. This skeleton was the skull of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity. Unfortunately, he has the Celestial Emperor Spirit Sword protecting his body. "I dug out his skull, but he still didn't die." Fairy Xiaoxia sighed. Mu Yun was shocked. Fairy Xiaoxia's strength was indeed unfathomable. Even in a desperate situation, she could still dig out the Sky Corps Taoist skull. Mu Yun hugged her body and felt that her body was getting colder and colder. Fairy Xiaoxia said, "The news was leaked this time because I was careless. I didn't think that Qi Yao would complain." "Fairy Qi Yao?" Mu Yun was stunned. "Yes, Qi Yao sent me a kill order to kill you, but I didn't. She was very angry and complained to the Heaven Emperor that I wanted to refine a substitute puppet. Sigh, I really didn't expect her to be like this." Fairy Xiaoxia gently sighed. If it wasn't for Qi Yao's complaint, the Sky Corps Daoist would never have dared to step into the Three Elements realm. "This is a world created by my husband, and he is my husband's evil corpse. He instinctively fears this place." Mu Yun came to a realization. No wonder Fairy Xiaoxia told him to be bold. It turned out that even if the Sky Corps Daoist became the Heaven Emperor's patrol, he would not dare to step into the Three Elements realm. Fairy Xiaoxia was careful enough. She even asked him to go to a remote place like the royal city to avoid the Heaven Emperor's eyes and ears. However, she didn't expect that he would be stabbed in the back by Qi Yao. "Qi Yao is my good little sister. I know that she is willful, but I didn't expect her to be so willful. She probably didn't know that things would be so serious. Deceiving the Heavenly Emperor is a capital crime. I won't be able to live. It's a pity that I implicated you. The Heaven Emperor will definitely punish you and send the Sky Corps Taoist to kill you." Hearing this, Mu Yun's expression changed. Things had indeed reached the worst point. "I've let you down, Mu Yun." Fairy Xiaoxia grabbed Mu Yun's hand tightly. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she couldn't say anything. She immediately died. "Senior!" Mu Yun cried out with a gloomy expression. "Kid, what are your plans?" Guiyi's body appeared in the scroll of the gods. He stood with his hands behind his back, his expression grave. Mu Yun would definitely die if the Heaven Emperor punished him. "Don't worry, I won't sit and wait for death." Mu Yun clenched his fists and said, "In the Kanglan Myriad world, the Three Elements realm is just an insignificant existence. Even if the Heaven Emperor punished me, he definitely wouldn't care. As long as I kill the Sky Corps Daoist, I can avoid future troubles." Mu Yun felt that his providence was still boundless. There were no signs of weakening. He definitely wouldn't die so easily, nor would he die so easily. The Heaven Emperor's punishment this time sounded very terrifying, but in reality, it might be the Sky Corps Daoist who was playing tricks. As long as he killed the Sky Corps Daoist, all the problems would be solved. Haha, you are getting more and more ruthless. The Sky Corpse Daoist is the Heaven Emperor's patrol guard. His identity is not to be underestimated. You actually dared to kill him. Guai smiled. Although he didn't take the Sky Corpse Daoist seriously, the Sky Corpse Daoist was the Heaven Emperor's patrol guard. Moreover, he was an ancient sage expert. Such a person wasn't easy to deal with for Mu Yun. If I don't kill him, he will kill me. The Sky Corpse Daoist is an ancient sage expert. How are you going to fight him? The most troublesome thing to deal with an ancient sage expert was the Heaven Path Dharma idol. To break the Heaven Path Dharma idol, one could use the human origin brush. However, it would consume too much energy. Even if the Heaven Path Dharma idol was broken, Mu Yun would lose the ability to fight. If one didn't want to use the human origin brush, one could use the 4th grade Nightmare Sacred Artifact. The sharpness of this sacred artifact could restrain the Heaven Path Dharma idol. However, there wasn't a single Nightmare Sacred Artifact in the entire 3 Elements realm. Even Mu Yun's Crimson Spirit Spear was only a 3rd grade Heaven-Peering Sacred Artifact. Mu Yun had the human origin brush but didn't have the Nightmare Sacred Artifact. It was extremely difficult for him to deal with an ancient sage expert. Mu Yun remained silent. It was useless to think too much. The most important thing now was to increase his strength. After this battle, most of the disciples on Xianxia Treasure Mountain had died. Less than 100 people survived. Mu Yun gathered these disciples and reorganized Xianxia Treasure Mountain. He buried Fairy Xianxia. All the disciples treated him as their supremacy and he became the owner of Xianxia Treasure Mountain. Fairy Xianxia's treasury was extremely rich. There were countless treasures. When he killed the Pishio, he obtained countless gold, silver, and jewelry. There were also thousands of blood origin pearls. However, there were even more treasures in Xianxia Treasure Mountain's treasury. There were also tens of thousands of blood origin pearls. These treasures naturally all belonged to Mu Yun. He found 4 pages of the Earth Origin book in the treasury. They were grassland, plateau, canyon, and plain. Fairy Xianxia's foundation was indeed deep. She even had 4 pages of something like the Earth Origin book. Mu Yun kept all these pages. Currently, he had a total of 17 pages of the Earth Origin book. He only needed 1 more page to complete the Earth Origin book. I only need 1 more page to complete the Earth Origin book. It is said that after collecting the Heaven Origin Mirror, Earth Origin book, and Mortal Origin brush, a huge secret will be unlocked. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. Now that the Heaven Origin Mirror, Earth Origin book, and Mortal Origin brush were all in his hands, the only thing he lacked was the last page of the Earth Origin book. Compared to the treasures in the treasury, Xianxia Treasure Mountain's spiritual energy was more important. There were countless heaven-earth spirit veins here. The spiritual energy was extremely abundant. Cultivating here for a year was better than cultivating outside for 10,000 years. Back then, Mu Yun had passed the 3 stages and spent countless efforts to obtain the qualifications to cultivate in Xianxia Treasure Mountain. But now, he had become the owner of Xianxia Treasure Mountain. The entire mountain range was his territory. He suddenly felt like he was in a dream. 3 days later, the chaotic Xianxia Treasure Mountain finally quieted down. The news of Fairy Xianxia's death also spread. The entire 3 Elements realm was immediately in an uproar. Fairy Xianxia was a realm king, the person in charge of the 3 Elements realm. Her death shocked everyone in the world. Mu Yun becoming the owner of Xianxia Treasure Mountain aroused the jealousy of many people. This was because the Xianxia Treasured Mountain was a treasured land with the most abundant spiritual qi in the 3 Elements realm. It had countless spiritual veins of heaven and earth. Cultivating here was extremely beneficial. Now that Mu Yun had monopolized the Xianxia Treasured Mountain, it naturally attracted jealous gazes. Mu Yun made a prompt decision. He gathered all the forces of Jade Toad Workshop, 100 Tempering Villa, Assassin Guild, and 9-Tailed Cat to guard the Treasure Mountain and forbid outsiders from approaching. Many of his disciples were stationed in the Xianxia Treasure Mountain and began to cultivate. Xianxia Treasure Mountain was a cultivation paradise. It was blessed by the heavens. Cultivating here was extremely beneficial. Huang Yan, Mou, Luo Tianqing, Bai Chen, Mu Bufan, and Cat Queen Miao Xuani cultivated very quickly under the nourishment of Xianxia Treasure Mountain spiritual energy and various heavenly and earthly treasures. They all advanced to the Great Sage Realm. Miao Xuani gave Muyan a secret manual. It was the Nine-Tailed Cat clan's secret transcendent mortal curse. It was one of the ultimate curses. Muyan did not waste time. He also sped up his cultivation. He had already gathered all the bones of the heavenly venerate of Calamity's corpse. The arm bones, leg bones, body bones, and skull bones were all in his hands. It's all thanks to Fairy Xianxia. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to obtain the skull so easily. Mu Yan's face dimmed when he thought of Fairy Xianxia. He gathered the 4 skeletons together and refined them. As long as he refined the bones of the heavenly venerate of Calamity, he would be able to obtain the inheritance of the heavenly venerate of Calamity. Each of these bones had an extremely abundant aura. Even if he refined just one bone, it would be of great benefit. And if he refined all 4 bones, he could even obtain the inheritance of the heavenly venerate of Calamity. The benefits were extremely great. However, refining these evil corpses was also very dangerous. Back then, Ao Renwang had failed to refine his leg bones. As a result, his legs were crippled. Mu Yun was not worried. Although these bones had a rather terrifying evil aura, there were all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures in Xianxia Treasure Mountain. Naturally, there were spiritual items that could dissolve the evil aura. Xianxia Treasure Mountain was an absolute cultivation paradise. There was no need to worry about any danger when cultivating here. Mu Yan's heart was also filled with gratitude towards Fairy Xianxia. The 4 bones gradually melted in Mu Yan's body, turning into rich spiritual energy and entering Mu Yan's dantian. Immediately, Mu Yun felt a wave of warmth coming from his limbs and bones. His physique's lifeline was constantly strengthening under the nourishment of the bone's spiritual energy. His providence was also strengthening. The inheritance aura left behind by the heavenly venerate of Calamity contained boundless providence. Mu Yun slowly absorbed it. A seed of providence was born in his body. At this moment, Mu Yun's providence was enhanced, and the seed of providence was born. His entire foundation was incomparably majestic. His cultivation realm had also broken through, and he stepped into the ranks of the Supreme Sage Extreme Realm. After advancing to the Supreme Sage Extreme Realm, Mu Yan's vitality, physique, meridians, and life spirit had all undergone a transformation. His entire body emitted rays of holy light. There was a monstrous demonic aura, a vigorous righteous aura, a calamity aura, and a tyrannical aura. The aura constantly collided within Mu Yan's body. His current aura was extremely powerful, even stronger than that of the Skycorp's Daoist and Shi Tianlai. He was only at the Supreme Sage Extreme Realm, but his aura was stronger than that of an ordinary ancient sage. His vitality, physique, meridians, and life spirit were majestic and invincible. Kid, your aura is so strong that it's even stronger than that of an ancient sage. This isn't a good thing. Let's see how you temper your heavenly Tao aspect with such a powerful aura. Guei also exclaimed when he felt Mu Yan's aura. Mu Yan's cultivation realm was only at the Supreme Sage Extreme Realm, but his aura was simply heaven-defying. He was even stronger than an ordinary ancient sage. However, if they fought, it would still be very difficult for him to match an ancient sage. This was because an ancient sage expert had a heavenly Tao aspect. When a heavenly Tao aspect came crashing down, it was barbaric and invincible. It could crush a person alive. Moreover, with Mu Yan's powerful aura, it would be 100 times more difficult for him to temper his heavenly Tao aspect. For an ordinary person, it would take about 1,000,000 years of hard work to temper their heavenly Tao aspect. However, Mu Yan's vitality and physique were too strong. If he wanted to temper his heavenly Tao aspect, it would probably take him 10 million years. However, his lifespan was only 10 million years. He probably wouldn't be able to temper his heavenly Tao aspect even if he died. This was the price of being strong. The stronger one's vitality, the more difficult it would be to temper his heavenly Tao aspect. Mu Yun smiled and didn't say anything. Although there was a price to pay for being strong, it was still better than being weak and lowly. The aura of Empyrean Calamity's skeleton was still tumbling about. Wisps of spiritual energy fell into his dantian, gradually condensing into a black seed. This seed was surrounded by the aura of all sorts of natural disasters. The inheritances and backgrounds left behind by Empyrean calamity were all hidden within this seed. The tattoo match curse, the soul-shifting curse, and the parting curse created by Empyrean calamity are all contained within. Muyun focused her senses. Within this natural disaster seed, there was a secret curse technique left behind by Empyrean calamity. As he pondered silently, the aura of the curse flashed across his mind. In an instant, he comprehended the tattoo match curse and the soul-shifting curse. But, the parting curse that Empyrean calamity had created was difficult to comprehend. At this very moment, Muyun had a total of 6 types of ultimate curses. They were, degrading animals, painting suppression, assassinating, soul transferring, transforming mortals, and bone extraction. While curses might work on ordinary cultivators, it won't be that easy to deal with ancient sages. Muyun's heart sank. Ancient sages had the protection of the heavenly path avatar. Although ultimate curses were powerful, it was difficult to harm ancient sages. Muyun took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. The aura of Empyrean calamity's inheritance seed was very rich. If he absorbed it all, let alone ancient sages, he could even advance to Holy King and become the ruler of the universe. Muyun mobilized his blood essence and wrapped it around the natural disaster seed, constantly absorbing and refining the seed's spiritual energy. Gradually, his cultivation base broke through again, stepping into the half-step ancient sage realm in one go. Half-step ancient sage. Muyun was ecstatic. He had just advanced to the extreme level, but at this time, under the nourishment of the natural disaster seed's aura, his cultivation base could still advance. The only difference between half-step ancient sages and ancient sages was that they had not cultivated the heavenly path avatar. This natural disaster seed's spiritual energy is indeed boundless. It directly allowed me to advance to the half-step ancient sage realm. Muyun was overjoyed. No wonder so many people wanted to snatch the skeleton of Empyrean calamity. The spiritual energy contained in the skeleton was really shocking. In a short period of time, it allowed him to make consecutive breakthroughs, first to the extreme level, then to the half-step ancient sage realm. This speed could only be described as terrifying. Muyun calmed his mind and began to temper the heavenly path avatar. His current aura was very powerful. It was stronger than ordinary ancient sages. However, there was still a huge gap between him and ancient sages. This was because he did not have the heavenly path avatar. No matter how strong his aura was, it was useless. Others could crush him with just a heavenly path avatar. Therefore, Muyun also had to temper his heavenly path avatar. He breathed in and out, continuously condensing his blood essence. However, Muyun was surprised to find that no matter how he condensed it, he did not have the slightest aura of the heavenly path avatar. It's useless, kid. Your blood essence and physique are too strong. It's almost impossible for you to temper the heavenly path avatar. Even if you were given 10 million years, it would be impossible. Guai laughed. Behind Muyun's strength, there was a huge price to pay. It was far more difficult for him to temper the heavenly path avatar than ordinary people. It seems that normal cultivation won't succeed. A trace of coldness flashed across Muyun's eyes. Cultivation was hopeless. If he wanted to temper the heavenly path avatar, he could only rely on plundering. By constantly plundering and devouring the enemy's spiritual energy, his heavenly path avatar would naturally be born. He adjusted his breathing and adjusted the aura in his body. Muyun's body emitted a natural disaster aura. The energy of wind, thunder, and lightning vaguely emitted. The natural disaster seed was entrenched in his dantian. It was like a beast entrenched in the sky, looking down on the entire earth. Under the nourishment of this natural disaster seed, the 9 transformations of the evil path also had a breakthrough. Muyun's god of plagues transformation had reached greater mastery. That plague seed had 3 words, heaven, earth, and man. Muyun had also succeeded in cultivating the realm of natural plagues. Snowstorm, lightning, and thunder were natural plagues. In the natural disaster seed, there was the aura of natural plagues that nourished Muyun's lifeline. At this moment, his god of plagues transformation had reached greater mastery. There was also the 7 tribulations dragon-slaying art that had successfully broken through. The sixth tribulation, snowstorm disaster, was naturally formed. Mu Yun had also succeeded in cultivating it. Thinking back to when he was in the Seamless Land, he couldn't cultivate the sixth tribulation no matter how hard he tried. But now, after obtaining the inheritance of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity, he directly comprehended it. In the end, the snowstorm disaster was also a type of natural disaster. The natural disaster seed in his body represented the natural disasters of the heavens and was extremely domineering. It's said that the snowstorm disaster is comparable to a fourth-grade Saint art, but it's still not comparable to the 18 profound meanings of the heavens. The 18 profound meanings of the heavens were the top 18 fourth-grade Saint arts in the world. Each of them was extremely powerful. But if I cultivate the seventh tribulation, I'll be able to contend with the 18 profound meanings of the heavens. Mu Yun's heart trembled slightly. The seven tribulations dragon-slaying art had the first tribulation of wind, the second tribulation of lightning, the third tribulation of water, the fourth tribulation of fire, the fifth tribulation of earth, the sixth tribulation of snow, and the seventh tribulation of shadow. The seventh tribulation was the shadow tribulation, known as the seven slaughter wolf shadow. It could be used to control shadows. It was the path of shadow assassination. The path of shadow assassination was illusory. No one knew how to control shadows, so no one had ever cultivated this level. But it was said that after cultivating it, one would be able to contend with or even surpass the 18 profound meanings of the heavens. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. Mu Yun came out of seclusion. Bai Chen and the others knelt to welcome him. At this moment, Mu Yun was invincible. The aura of a half-step ancient saint shook heaven and earth. Half-step ancient saint. Congratulations on finally entering the ancient saint realm. Bai Chen, Huang Yan, Mou, and the others knelt to congratulate him. Liao Xue stood at the side. When she saw Mu Yun's powerful aura, she was secretly shocked. You might only be a half-ancient sage, but your aura is even stronger than that of a real ancient sage. Liao Xue suddenly showed a worried expression. Your aura is too strong. It's almost impossible for you to refine the heavenly path Dharma form. Mu Yun smiled but didn't say anything. He also knew his situation. It was absolutely impossible for him to advance through cultivation. He could only rely on killing and devouring. Shi Tianlai sent you a flying sword message. Take a look. Liao Xue took out a letter and handed it to Mu Yun. Mu Yun frowned. Back in the royal city, Shi Tianlai had set a deadline of 1 month. He said that he would kill him in 1 month. Calculating the time, there were only 7 days left until the deadline. Mu Yun opened the letter and read it carefully. Liao Xue said, Shi Tianlai has always kept a low profile. But recently, he's been in the limelight. He killed Marquis Wang Yu with 1 move and shocked the world. Marquis Wang Yu was a half-step ancient saint, but he couldn't even take 1 move from Shi Tianlai. The strength of an ancient saint could only be described as terrifying. When the news of Shi Tianlai killing Marquis Wang Yu with 1 move spread, the world was shocked. Liao Xue said solemnly, moreover, he defeated Pei Guren and became even more arrogant. During this period, even Li Haoyan's limelight was overshadowed by him. Pei Guren and Lin Shui had planned a sneak attack on the Corp's imperial city to kill Shi Tianlai, but they had not expected that Shi Tianlai would become so strong after becoming an ancient saint. Even if Pei Guren and Lin Shui worked together, they were not his match. Pei Guren was defeated and had escaped from the 3 primordial world and returned to the Kuan-Su world. Demon Emperor Lin Shui's entire family was killed. She had fled and joined the 9 Cauldron sect. Shi Tianlai is so lawless. He even said that he wants to kill you. Mu Yun, what do you plan to do? Liao Xue was a bit worried. After all, Mu Yun was only a half-step ancient saint. Back then, Marquis Wang Yu was also a half-step ancient saint, but he was killed by Shi Tianlai in 1 move. Shi Tianlai was powerful. On the surface, Mu Yun's energy was stronger than Shi Tianlia's, but he didn't have the heavenly path Dharma form. He was just a paper tiger without any foundation. It would be very difficult for him to fight against Shi Tianlai. Shi Tianlai invited me to Penglai Island to fight to the death. Mu Yun tore the letter in his hand. The content of the letter was simple. Shi Tianlai invited him to Penglai Island to fight to the death. Shi Tianlai had already announced to the world that he would kill him with his own hands. This battle would be watched by the world. Are you going? Liao Shue asked. Of course I'm going. I don't want to be a coward. Mu Yan smiled and thought for a while. However, Shi Tianlai has been very arrogant recently. We're a bit weak. I plan to form an alliance to strengthen our momentum. We can't lose to Shi Tianlai. Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. When he left the God world, the alliance he formed was the Azure Cloud Alliance. At this moment, he wanted to continue the glory of the Azure Cloud Alliance. This is good too. Let's form an alliance and unite. We will no longer be scattered. Liao Shue nodded. Miao Xuani of the Nine-Tailed Cat clan also agreed. The 100 Tempering Villa was Mu Yan's force, so they naturally had no objections. The Azure Cloud Alliance was thus formed. The Xianxia Treasure Mountain was the mountain gate of the Azure Cloud Alliance. Mu Yun was the alliance master. Liao Shue, Bai Chen, and Miao Xuani were the elders, while Huang Yan, Mou, and the others were the deacons. The many disciples in the alliance each had their own duties. Mu Yun opened the treasury of the Xianxia Treasure Mountain and distributed many natural treasures. At the same time, he announced the formation of the Azure Cloud Alliance to the world. Suddenly, the world was shocked. With the formation of the Azure Cloud Alliance, the three-yuan world became a tripartite balance of power. The alliance master of the Azure Cloud Alliance, Mu Yun, the clan leader of the corpse-eating beast clan, Shi Tianlai, and the sect leader of the Nine Cauldrons sect, Li Haoyan, were the three giants of the three-yuan world. Among the three giants, the weakest was Mu Yun. After all, Li Haoyan and Shi Tianlai were both ancient sage experts, while Mu Yun was only a half-step ancient sage and had not cultivated the heavenly path Dharma form. Compared to these two experts, there was a huge gap. Mu Yun was already a half-step ancient sage, so he could unleash the power of the ancient war tree and the Feather Emperor Bao. The ancient war tree and the Feather Emperor Bao were the sacred artifacts of the Kuan-Su world. They needed to be at least a half-step ancient sage to unleash their power. However, Mu Yun had already placed the ancient war tree in the Blue Sky Underworld map to strengthen the spirit chi of the Blue Sky Underworld map. Naturally, he would not use it carelessly. As for the Feather Emperor Bao and archery skills, it was not easy to master. No matter how powerful this sacred artifact was, it would be difficult for him to unleash it. It's fine to give me a saber, sword, spear, and halberd, but a bow. Mu Yun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The weapon he was most suited to was still the Crimson Spirit Spear. There were only 3 days left before Shi Tianlia's battle. All the martial artists in the world rushed to the Punlai Deity Island. This decisive battle was the center of attention. Between Mu Yun and Shi Tianlai, only one of them could survive. The tripartite balance of power would be broken. There were only 3 days left before the battle of life and death. Mu Yun focused on her cultivation, constantly consolidating her aura. He released the catastrophe seed from his body and stuffed it into the ironclad Tyrannosaurus body to act as its energy core. The eyes of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus had also turned pitch black. The heavy metal body of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus continuously emitted the aura of lightning, wind, snow, and other natural disasters. Mu Yun nodded with satisfaction. His current strength was enough to contend with Shi Tianlai. Although the outsiders didn't think highly of him, Mu Yun wasn't worried. Moreover, he still had an absolute trump card, the Great Death Snatching Technique. Reporting. Lord Alliance Master, the Myriad Beasts Valley sent an urgent message. A disciple hurried in and presented a flying sword message. Oh? Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. He opened the letter. It was a letter from the Myriad Beasts Valley asking for help. It turned out that the Myriad Beasts Valley was besieged by Dajar and was about to be destroyed. Dajar? Mu Yun frowned. Dajar was from the Kuan-Su world's undead guild. The last time Mu Yun saw him was in the Wang family city. At that time, Dajar also went to attend the wedding. Mu Yun thought that he had left. He didn't expect that he was besieging the Myriad Beasts Valley. Under Dajar's siege, the Myriad Beasts Valley was in danger and was in danger of being destroyed. Therefore, they sent a letter asking for help. The decisive battle was 3 days later. Mu Yun didn't want to be distracted. However, he couldn't sit back and do nothing when the Myriad Beasts Valley was in danger. Mu Yun didn't hesitate. He didn't care about the spirit chi consumption of the mortal origin brush. He directly waved the brush and wrote the word transmit. He instantly broke through the void and appeared in the sky above the Myriad Beasts Valley. The Myriad Beasts Valley, which used to be peaceful, was now gloomy. Outside the Myriad Beasts Valley, countless skeletons, undead spirits, and ghosts were constantly roaring and trying to rush into the Myriad Beasts Valley. Hani, Hanbai, the nine-headed snake, the northern abyss bear, and the Kuei cow were trying their best to resist. Where did so many undead monsters come from? Mu Yun was slightly shocked. These undead monsters were densely packed and spread all over the mountains and plains. It was hair-raising. The skeletons wanted to rush into the Myriad Beasts Valley. Hani transformed into a snake-haired demon and constantly released the aura of the petrification curse. The skeletons were turned into stone statues. However, there were too many undead monsters. She also felt very strained. Mu Yun focused and saw that the person controlling the undead monsters was Dajar. Dajar's undead mystic technique was quite powerful. He summoned so many undead monsters and controlled them effortlessly. Hee, don't waste your energy. Hand over the Beast Blood Boil manual immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Dajar sneered. It turned out that he wanted to snatch the Beast Blood Boil manual. Beast Blood Boil was the most precious mystic technique of the Myriad Beasts Valley. There were only 2 sets of 4th-grade mystic techniques in the entire 3 Elements realm. One was in the hands of Li Haotian of the Nine Cauldrons sect, and the other was in the Myriad Beasts Valley. Moreover, Beast Blood Boil was one of the 18 esoteric truths of the heavens. It represented the esoteric truths of the beast arts. It was very precious. The Myriad Beasts Valley would naturally not hand it over. You want the manual? Dream on. Hani snorted coldly. Her petrification aura surged out like a tide. Groups of undead skeletons and ghosts were turned into stone statues. Let's see how long you can last. Dajar was calm and composed. He kept summoning undead monsters. Skeletons broke out of the ground one after another. Hani gritted her teeth and held on. However, the undead monsters were endless. She could not hold on any longer. You mudbloods only know how to use brute force and curses. You don't understand the mysteries of magic. Even if I am alone, I am enough to slaughter the entire Myriad Beasts Valley. Dajar took a deep breath. He looked coldly at Hani and the others. Skeletons kept emerging from the ground under his feet. Miss, let's surrender. We can't hold on any longer, Bei Mingxiong said dejectedly. Don't give up. I have already asked the Qingyun Sacred Alliance for help. Brother Mu Yun will definitely come and save us. Han Yi's eyes were filled with determination. The Myriad Beasts Valley would rather die than surrender. Valley Master Han Bai was also determined. He did not retreat at all. Mu Yun clenched her fists. Just as she was about to attack, Guai stared at the undead monsters on the ground and whispered, "This is the magic of the Kuan-Su world. Be careful." Magic? Yes, this is undead magic. It can summon undead monsters. Magic is different from saint arts and martial techniques. It does not rely on one's physique and cultivation. Instead, it relies on the elements of heaven and earth. Through chanting and special hand seals, it can mobilize the elements of heaven and earth and turn them into a large area. Its killer move is quite mysterious. Don't worry. These little tricks of foreign tribes can't hurt me, Mu Yun said with a smile. This Dajar is naturally no match for you, but a real master magician is very powerful. You must not let your guard down when you go to the Kuan-Su world in the future. I know. Mu Yun nodded slightly and immediately flew out. Ultimate Starburst Slash. Mu Yun pulled out the Crimson Spirit Spear and waved it wildly. A bright light like the Milky Way suddenly slashed out horizontally. Chi, the sharp spear light slashed through violently. The undead monsters present were immediately cut in half at the waist. They fell to the ground one after another and dissipated into black gas. The ultimate Starburst Slash was worthy of being one of the ultimate 6 arts. Its lethality was very powerful. Moreover, Mu Yun had the foundation of the star-burst airflow slash. Mu Yun stood on the ground, holding the spear horizontally and looking coldly at Dajar. When Dajar saw Mu Yun, he was shocked. Immediately, he felt Mu Yun's aura. His face changed, and he said in a trembling voice, Mu Yun. Mu Yun, why are you here? At this time, Mu Yun was one of the 3 giants in the world, the leader of the Qingyun Sacred Alliance. He was a half-step ancient saint expert. His strength had far surpassed Dajar's. When Dajar saw Mu Yun, he was also trembling with fear. He had never thought that Mu Yun would come to the Valley of Beasts. In 3 days, Mu Yun would have a life-and-death battle with Xianxia. At such an important moment, he still took the time to come to the Valley of Beasts. Brother Mu Yun, you're finally here. Hani was overjoyed when she saw Mu Yun. Her beautiful face was full of excitement, and her eyes were filled with tears. Mu Yun smiled and nodded at Hani. Dajar's face was pale. Mu Yun had already advanced to a half-step ancient saint. He was definitely no match for him. He gritted his teeth and made a prompt decision to turn around and flee. Since you're here, why leave? Mu Yun's tone was indifferent. He stabbed with his spear, and the tip of the spear pierced through Dajar's body and pierced his heart. Dajar immediately died. There was no suspense. Mu Yun killed him with a casual strike. This was the difference in cultivation realm. In front of Mu Yun, Dajar had no chance of resisting. He could only accept his death. When the disciples of the Valley of Beasts saw that Dajar died so easily, they were all shocked. Dajar alone had suppressed the Valley of Beasts to the point that they could not breathe. He was even in danger of being destroyed. However, Mu Yun arrived and easily killed Dajar with a single spear. Everyone's eyes were filled with respect and admiration as they looked up at Mu Yun. Young friend Mu Yun, long time no see. Thank you for saving our Valley of Beasts again. Valley Master Han Bai floated over. He really floated over. He had been cursed by the painting suppression curse, and his entire person had been reduced to a painting scroll. It was already a miracle that he could struggle at death's door and not die. Valley Master Han, how have you been? Mu Yun put away the crimson spirit spear, smiled, and cupped his hands at Han Bai. Dajar's corpse fell to the ground with a plop. Big brother Mu Yun, you're finally here. Hani had a look of surprise as she pulled Mu Yun's arm. Mu Yun patted Han Yi's little head and said with a smile, don't worry. I won't watch anything happen to you. Thank you, big brother Mu Yun. Hani giggled. Mu Yun said, also, I've already mastered the painting suppression curse. I can remove the curse for your grandfather. Mu Yun did not waste any time. With a wave of his hand, the light of the curse swept past and landed on Han Bai's body. Han Bai's body immediately escaped from the painting and returned to his original body. He could not believe it. He touched his hands and feet and was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He wanted to kneel down on the spot. Thank you, thank you. Valley Master Han, you're too kind. It's nothing. You don't have to thank me. Mu Yun quickly supported Han Bai. Han Bai thanked him repeatedly. After a while, he sighed and took out a token and handed it to Mu Yun. The token had the word kill printed on it. My young friend, Mu Yun, this is a kill order issued by Fairy Qiao. In the Three Essence world, all the major sects and factions have received her kill order. You killed her disciple, Ao Renwang. She's very angry and wants you dead, said Han Bai with a sigh. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. This Fairy Qiao was too ruthless. Even if she wanted to take revenge, she did not have to make such a big fuss. She actually issued so many kill orders. It was obvious that she wanted to force him into a dead end. Fairy Qiao is a loner. You offended her. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with the aftermath. Han Bai whispered. I know. Valley Master Han, you don't have to worry. I will handle it. Mu Yun remained calm. Compared to Fairy Qiao's pursuit, the matter at hand was more urgent. Shi Tianlai wanted to kill him. There was also the Heavenly Thearch as punishment. Sky Corpse Daoist also wanted to kill him. Li Haoyan was also eyeing him from behind. Mu Yun did not have the time to care about Fairy Qiao. I heard that the corpse Emperor Shi Tianlai also wants to kill you. In 3 days, you will have a decisive battle at Punlai Immortal Island. Little friend Mu Yun, although you have advanced to the half-step ancient sage realm, you have not cultivated the heavenly Tao Dharma characteristic. It's not easy to defeat Shi Tianlai, Han Bai said solemnly. Mu Yun asked, I wonder if Valley Master Han has a good plan? He was just answering casually. He did not expect Han Bai to help him. He would solve his own problems. Unexpectedly, Han Bai stared at Mu Yun's crimson spirit spear. After pondering for a while, he slowly said, Your weapon has an extraordinary aura. It's obviously a 3rd-grade heaven-peaking saint weapon. If it can evolve into a 4th-grade nightmare saint weapon, it'll be enough to kill Shi Tianlai with its sharpness. The nightmare sacred weapon was a weapon that countered the heavenly Tao avatar. With the nightmare sacred weapon, Mu Yun wouldn't have to fear Shi Tianlia's heavenly Tao avatar. After a short pause, Han Bai beckoned Bai Mingxiong over. Bai Mingxiong lowered his head and came to Han Bai's side. Valley Master, what are your orders? The Northern Abyss Bear was the only one among the 10 great sacred beasts that had cultivated a human form, and it was also on the master list. Even if it betrayed the Valley of Beasts, Han Bai did not blame it, but it was absolutely impossible for it to rely on Li Haoyan. Even if Northern Abyss Bear went to the Seamless Land, Han Bai would ask Han Yi to break in and capture him. At this moment, Northern Abyss Bear had obviously been taught a lesson by Han Bai. He was obedient and didn't have a trace of arrogance. Han Bai looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, after this Northern Abyss Bear cultivated a human form, it was reborn. Its blood, qi, and bones also transformed. It produced a unique spirituality, which is a good material for refining weapons. Little friend Mu Yun, as long as you put the Northern Abyss Bear into the furnace and smelt it with your weapon, with the help of this beast's blood qi, your weapon will definitely evolve into a nightmare sacred weapon. At that time, you'll be able to kill Shi Tianlai. Hearing this, Mu Yun's face changed slightly. She didn't expect Han Bai's method to be so ruthless. Bai Mingxiong was so scared that his face turned pale. He knelt down and said, Valley Master, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Han Bai's face turned cold. He shouted, Beast, you stole the esoteric secret book, betrayed the Valley of Beasts, and shamelessly relied on Li Haoyan. Your sins can't be redeemed even with 100 deaths. I'm already being merciful by not killing you. Today, I'll give you a chance to atone for your sins. Are you still not willing? Bai Mingxiong's tears and snot flowed out. He kowtowed repeatedly and said, Valley Master, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Han Bai's face was cold, but he didn't move. Bai Mingxiong pulled Mu Yun's clothes and cried, Great Saint Mu Yun, please don't kill me. Han Bai shouted, Are you blind? He's an ancient saint. How dare you call him a great saint? Yes, yes, yes. I know I was wrong. I'll slap myself. Bai Mingxiong slapped himself a few times. He looked miserable and pitiful. It seemed that after he was captured and brought back to the Valley of Beasts, he was taught a terrible lesson. He didn't have the courage he had before. Mu Yun felt pity in her heart. She shook her head and said, Valley Master Han, this method is too cruel. Let's forget about it. Besides, there are still 3 days before my battle with Shi Tianlai. There's no time. Thank you for your mercy. Bai Mingxiong's eyes lit up with hope when he heard that there was a way out. Han Bai said in a deep voice, We'll kill this beast immediately and throw him into the furnace. 3 days is enough for your weapon to evolve into a divine weapon of nightmares. Mu Yun still shook his head and said, This method is too cruel. I can't bear to do it. Thank you for your kindness, Valley Master Han. However, it's not that easy for Shi Tianlai to kill me. Valley Master Han, you don't have to worry. Han Bai sighed and said, Little friend Mu Yun is kind-hearted. It was this old man who was rude. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. He wasn't kind. He just didn't want to kill indiscriminately. I don't have much time. I'll take my leave first. Mu Yun cupped his hands and left. Before leaving, he put away Dajar's bones and refined him into a puppet. Dajar's bones weren't cold yet, so his memory hadn't disappeared. Mu Yun flipped through his memories. It turned out that when Dajar snatched the ancient war tree in the Seamless Land, Rodheart chased after him and the two fought fiercely. As a result, the Sandpiper and the Clam fought, and the fisherman benefited. Proud King quietly took the ancient war tree away. He left. However, the final winner was Muyun. The ancient war tree had fallen into his hands. This Dajar is from the Guild of Necromancers. Why isn't there any news about Miao Xianyu? Muyun frowned and flipped through Dajar's memories. However, he couldn't find any news related to Miao Xianyu. Miao Xianyu was imprisoned by the Guild of Necromancers. This was what the Divine Secret Pavilion told him. The intelligence from the Divine Secret Pavilion was absolutely reliable. Therefore, Miao Xianyu must be in the Guild of Necromancers. However, there was no news about Miao Xianyu in Dajar's memories. There could only be one reason, which was to imprison Miao Xianyu. This was a secret of the Guild of Necromancers. Even Dajar didn't know about it. Muyun was a little disappointed, but he didn't give up. This Dajar was from the Guild of Necromancers. Now that Dajar had become his puppet, he could use this opportunity to sneak into the Guild of Necromancers and investigate. If he could successfully rescue Miao Xianyu, naturally, that would be the best. Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu were taken away together. Now, he didn't know how Meng Zimo was doing. Muyun arranged for Dajar to return to the Kuan-Su world. At this time, he was getting more and more proficient in the puppet mystic technique. Moreover, his cultivation had advanced to the half-step ancient sage. His method of controlling puppets was also much more powerful. Even if they were separated by two worlds, he could still control Dajar. Muyun returned to the Xianxia treasure mountain and immediately set off for the Punlai Immortal Island with many disciples of the Qingyun Sacred Alliance. The battle was imminent. The disciples of the Qingyun Sacred Alliance were also a little worried. After all, Muyun was only a half-step ancient sage. There was a huge gap between him and Shi Tianlai. Shi Tianlai and Muyun were both giants of the three primordial realms. Everyone in the world was waiting to see a good show when the two of them fought. The Nine Cauldron sect was watching from the sidelines. Li Haoyan even opened a bet for the battle. The bets were very popular. After all, this was simply giving away money. It was obvious that Shi Tianlai would win. Everyone placed their chips on Shi Tianlai, waiting for Muyun to die. Even the disciples of the Nine Cauldron sect were shocked. If Shi Tianlai won, their Nine Cauldron sect would have to pay a loss. Looking at the current betting chips, Li Haoyan was afraid that he would go bankrupt. However, Li Haoyan looked indifferent. He said, "Muyun has great luck. It's impossible for him to die. In the whole world, except for me, ancient sage Haoyan, no one can kill him. Not even Shi Tianlai." 3 days later, Muyun arrived at the Punlai Immortal Island. The entire Punlai Immortal Island was bustling with activity. People were everywhere. Everyone in the world raised their heads in anticipation, waiting for this great battle. At this moment, the Punlai Immortal Island was even livelier than during the ranking battle. A ranking stone tablet floated in the sky. It was the expert ranking. On the expert ranking, Marquis Wang Yu and Marquis Wang Si's names had disappeared. The green-robed patriarch's name was also gone. Muyun sighed. It hadn't been long since the ranking battle, but the entire three primordial realms had been turned upside down. Jioding Trading changed its name to the Nine Cauldron sect, and Li Haoyan became a legendary ancient sage. The former island master of Punlai Immortal Island and the person in charge of the expert ranking, Fairy Punlai, also joined the Nine Cauldron sect. The corpse-eating beasts were in chaos. The corpse emperor Shi Tianlai had become an ancient sage. He killed Marquis Wang Yu with one move and defeated his old master Pei Guren's secret attack. He was famous throughout the world and deserved to be called a giant. The green-robed old ancestor was dead. Life Marquis Wang Su and Heaven Marquis Wang Yu were dead. Fairy Xianxia and Fairy Ling Long were also dead. In this short period of time, the three elements world was in a state of chaos. Muyun, Shi Tianlai, and Li Haoyan were the three giants of the world. But today, this tripartite balance was definitely going to be broken. Between Muyun and Shi Tianlai, only one could survive. On the expert arena of Punlai Immortal Island, a graceful and beautiful woman stood. She was Fairy Punlai. Fairy Punlai had already joined the Nine Cauldrons sect. She had great prestige. This time, she was also the one in charge of the battle between Mu Yun and Shi Tianlai. The experts' arena was already filled with people. The sect master of the Nine Cauldrons sect, Li Haoyan, sat in the VIP seats with a calm expression. He had also come to watch the battle. On his left and right sat two people. One was Demon Emperor Lin Shui, who had already betrayed the corpse-eating beasts and joined the Nine Cauldrons sect. The other person had a strange appearance. His head was caved in as if his skull had been dug out. He was wearing a golden robe. He was actually the Heavenly Emperor's patrol guard, the Sky Corpse Taoist. When Mu Yun saw the Sky Corpse Taoist, her expression changed drastically. She thought, why is the Sky Corpse Taoist here? And why is he with Li Haoyan? Rumble, at this moment, there was a thunderous roar. Dark clouds gathered in the sky as a majestic figure stepped through the air, intimidating everyone. This was a delicate-looking young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely handsome. Welcome, ancient Saint Corpse Emperor. All the disciples of the corpse-eating beast clan knelt down to welcome the young man. Mu Yun sensed an extremely powerful aura from the young man. It was the Corpse Emperor, Shi Tianlai. Shi Tianlai's cultivation is so profound that he has regained his youth. Mu Yun's face darkened. Shi Tianlai was no longer in the form of a lich skeleton. Instead, he had regained his flesh and even regained his youth. He had become an elegant young man. Ha ha ha, where is Mu Yun? Get out here. Shi Tianlai's appearance was that of a young man, but his voice was old and filled with an ancient aura. He landed on the arena, scanned the audience, and laughed. Old bastard, I'm here. Mu Yun leaped onto the arena. Mu Yun could not lose to Shi Tianlai in terms of aura. He looked at Shi Tianlai coldly and pulled out his Crimson Spirit Spear. A month ago, Shi Tianlai was still a threat to him. But now, he was not afraid at all. Below the arena, the audience was gloating. Obviously, they thought that Mu Yun was doomed. After all, Shi Tianlai was a true ancient saint, while Mu Yun was only a half-step ancient saint. She had not even cultivated the heavenly way Dharma form. Ancient Saint Haoyan, what do you think of today's battle? Sky Corpse Taoist asked slowly from the VIP seats. Mu Yun is doomed. There is no chance for her to survive. Li Haoyan shook his head. The Heavenly Corpse Taoist priest was stunned and said, didn't you say before that Mu Yun has great luck and won't die young? You also said that no one can kill Mu Yun except for you. Li Haoyan sighed. He coldly stared at Shi Tianlai and said, I didn't expect that old man Shi Tianlai to have such a trump card. What trump card? Heavenly Corpse Taoist asked. You'll know later that Mu Yun has no chance of turning the tables. He's dead for sure. Shi Tianlai's trump card is too powerful. Sigh, it's a pity that my Nine Cauldrons sect's betting house is going to collapse. I'll have to pay a lot of money. Li Haoyan smiled faintly. Although he had to pay compensation, he did not feel any bitterness. Instead, there was a hint of joy between his brows. If Mu Yun really died, there was no need for him to waste his energy. Demon Emperor Lin Shui frowned when he heard Li Haoyan's words. He had followed Shi Tianlai for so many years, but he didn't know what trump cards Shi Tianlai had. On the Qingyun Sacred Alliance's side, everyone looked at Mu Yun worriedly. When Shi Tianlai appeared, his powerful aura shook the heavens and the earth. Everyone who saw it trembled with fear. Sister Ao Shui, do you think Big Brother can win? Clarice sat on Jessica's lap and looked at Liao Shue beside her. She asked softly. She was also very worried about Mu Yun. He definitely can. Don't worry. Liao Shue smiled and rubbed Clarice's head. However, there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Compared to a month ago, Shi Tianlai's aura was even more powerful, and he had even regained his youth. This was even more so. It was a change in his lifespan. Both of you, in today's battle, there will only be death. Please think carefully. Deity Punlai said slowly in the ring. She was the host of the expert ranking. Naturally, she would be the judge of this battle. Below the ring, Liao Shue saw Deity Punlai and gritted her teeth. She said angrily, that bitch. She's lucky that I didn't kill her that day. Deity Punlai had already sided with the Nine Cauldrons sect. It would be difficult for Liao Xue to take action. Mu Yun and Shi Tianlai didn't say anything. They just looked at each other coldly. If that's the case, the battle will officially begin. Deity Punlai didn't say anything else. She shouted and immediately jumped off the ring. In the ring, Mu Yun and Shi Tianlai stood facing each other. Neither of them made the first move. The crowd below the ring fell into silence. The whole place was silent. The sea breeze blew past, whistling through the air. A few seagulls flew to the vicinity of the arena and began to caw. Mu Yun, I'll give you 3 moves. Don't say that I'm bullying you. Shi Tianlai was the first to speak. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Mu Yun indifferently. Shi Tianlia's aura was majestic. The aura of an ancient saint expert was earth-shattering. No one dared to look at him. Old bastard, you don't need to give me a chance. Let's fight. Mu Yun shouted. His body shot out and teleported behind Shi Tianlai. He swung the Crimson Spirit Spear and attacked Shi Tianlai. Shi Tianlai counterattacked. His sharp palm suddenly slapped toward Mu Yun. He didn't care about the attack of the Crimson Spirit Spear. Mu Yun suddenly felt suffocated. Shi Tianlai was indeed an ancient saint expert. His moves were extremely tricky. He immediately retreated with his spear. Whoosh, Shi Tianlai unleashed his palm technique. His body was like a dragon or a tiger, fierce and unparalleled. He had cultivated for many years. His palm technique had reached perfection. Every move had a majestic aura, revealing the majestic aura of the heavenly way. This was the aura of the heavenly way Dharma appearance. After he cultivated the heavenly way Dharma appearance, the heavenly way's divine aura burst out. Mu Yun's Crimson Spirit Spear was a sky-peaking saint artifact. It also had the aura of the heavenly way. However, compared to the divine aura of the heavenly way Dharma appearance, the difference was too big. Shi Tianlia's every move and palm contained the unfathomable divine aura. It was terrifying. Suddenly, Mu Yun felt a huge pressure coming toward him. Huh! Mu Yun looked up to the sky and roared. Then, his aura burst out from his body. His physique, qi, and lifeline cultivation were powerful. They were even more powerful than an ordinary ancient saint. Even Shi Tianlia's aura was inferior to his. Rumble, thunder rumbled in the 9 heavens. Heaven and earth trembled under Mu Yun's aura. The earth shook, and the ocean in the distance surged. A terrifying tsunami was brewing. Shi Tianlia's face changed. He said to himself, how can this kid's aura be so powerful? It's even more powerful than mine. The crowd was in an uproar. Mu Yun was only a half-step ancient saint. However, the aura he exuded was even more powerful than Shi Tianlia's. Ultimate Star Explosion Slash. Mu Yun gripped the Crimson Spirit Spear tightly and swung it wildly. The blade of the spear radiated a dazzling light as bright as the Milky Way. A wisp of baleful qi of the Milky Way whizzed out and slashed at Shi Tianlai. Shi Tianlai took a deep breath and waved his left hand. The skin and flesh on his palm peeled off, revealing his white bones. He waved his bone claw to block Mu Yun's Star Explosion Slash. However, the powerful aura forced him back 3 steps. The crowd was shocked. They did not expect Mu Yun's attack to force Shi Tianlai back 3 steps. After all, Mu Yun was only a half-step ancient saint. Brat, your qi and blood qi are even stronger than mine. However, it's useless. No matter how powerful you are, you're just a paper tiger. You don't have the heavenly path Dharma, and your foundation is too weak. It's easy for me to kill you. Shi Tianlai snorted. He was not afraid at all. He waved his hand and released his heavenly path Dharma. An immortal Buddha sat cross-legged on a throne made of white bones. The corpse aura of the white bones and the solemn aura of the immortal Buddha mixed together. The chanting of the immortal Buddhas came from the 9 heavens, and the wailing of the 9 serenities came from the ground. The whole world was shrouded in the majesty of Shi Tianlia's bone Buddha Dharma. This is the heavenly path Dharma. Shi Tianlia's heavenly path Dharma is a white bone immortal Buddha. Mu Yun is dead meat. No matter how strong his aura is, without the heavenly path Dharma, he won't be able to defeat Shi Tianlai. The people around the arena exclaimed in surprise. Under the aura of the heavenly law avatar, they all felt a little shiver. This was the suppression of the heavenly path. No matter how strong one's aura was, or how domineering his strength was, he was like an ant under the wheel of the heavenly path. He had no chance of resisting. An ancient saint expert was so barbaric. He did not need to use any tricks. He only needed to rely on the difference in cultivation level to crush his opponent. Whoosh, Shi Tianlai waved his hand, and the white bone immortal Buddha fell from the sky, crushing Mu Yun. The crowd exclaimed. Mu Yun was about to be crushed alive. Ironclad Tyrannosaurus, show yourself. But at this moment, Mu Yun shouted, and a huge metal monster appeared. The body of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus appeared on the stage. It was 20 meters tall, and its whole body was covered in iron armor. Under the sunlight, it flickered with a cold sharpness. Its pitch-black eyes emitted the aura of a calamity, and its huge body was covered in lightning and thunder. It exuded the aura of calamity. Bang! The ironclad Tyrannosaurus charged out and crashed into Xianxia's white bone immortal Buddha. The collision of the dragon and the white bone immortal Buddha released a shocking aura. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus blocked Xianxia's heavenly path Dharma. It's the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. It's the legendary bloodthirsty sacred beast, a monster born for slaughter. Legend has it that the ironclad Tyrannosaurus has been suppressed and imprisoned. How could it be in Mu Yun's hands? The crowd was shocked. They did not expect Mu Yun to summon the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus was a legendary monster of slaughter. It was completely made of iron, and its body was very strong. Even the heavenly path Dharma could not break its body. After summoning the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, Mu Yun blocked Xianxia's heavenly path Dharma. Kid, where did you get the ironclad Tyrannosaurus? Shi Tianlai gritted his teeth. He did not expect Mu Yun to have such a terrifying monster. None of your business. Ironclad Tyrannosaurus, kill. Mu Yun shouted and drove the ironclad Tyrannosaurus to charge out. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus's energy core was the catastrophe seed. The catastrophe seed was formed from the spiritual chi of the heavenly lord of calamity's skeleton. Its aura was very powerful. With the support of the catastrophe seed, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus was also ferocious. It charged forward with shocking might. Bang! 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 The ironclad Tyrannosaurus's loud footsteps resounded through the clouds. It sent chills down everyone's spines. Its cold and huge metal body charged toward Shi Tianlai. Compared to the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, Xianxia's body seemed very small. Asterisk splash, asterisk demonic chi burst out from Xianxia's body. The Corpse Emperor's tyrannical body art was the top-secret technique of the necrophagous beasts. In Xianxia's hands, the Corpse Emperor's tyrannical body art's peak power was comparable to Mu Yun's demonic emperor transformation. At this moment, Shi Tianlai also had the aura of a demonic emperor transformation. Demonic chi burst out from his back and transformed into a pair of beautiful black demonic wings. Monstrous demonic aura surged from his body. His aura had also become extremely powerful. Asterisk crack, asterisk Shi Tianlai clenched his fist and black demonic light floated on the tip of his fist. In the next moment, he threw out a punch and hit the ironclad Tyrannosaurus's body. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus's huge body was instantly pushed back and fell out of the arena with a loud bang. Mu Yun's eyes narrowed. This Shi Tianlai was indeed powerful. After using the Corpse Emperor's tyrannical body art, his strength soared and he actually pushed the ironclad Tyrannosaurus back with one punch. God of Plagues transformation. Mu Yun didn't panic. She formed a hand seal and directly used the God of Plagues transformation. At this moment, Shi Tianlai had activated the Corpse Emperor's tyrannical body art. His aura was majestic and even had the aura of a demonic emperor transformation. However, Mu Yun's cultivation realm had long surpassed the demonic emperor transformation. Among the 9 transformations of the evil way, he had cultivated the 3rd transformation, the God of Plagues transformation. Under the nourishment of the calamity seed, his God of Plagues transformation had also reached the great accomplishment realm. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk waves of plagues aura burst out from Mu Yun's body. There were 3 types of plagues aura, heavenly plague, earthly plague, and human plague. wind and snow intertwined, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. This was the heavenly plague. Thousands of miles of barren land, locusts, and drought. This was the earthly plague. Human plague was the earthly plague. This was the earthly plague. This was the earthly plague. This was the earthly plague. The heavenly plague, earthly plague, and human plague aura constantly emitted from Mu Yun's body. The 5 emperors of the corpse-eating beast race represented corpse, death, plague, misfortune, and disease. They were existences that struck fear into the hearts of all living beings. However, at this moment, Mu Yun's body already had the aura of the 5 heavenly kings. Furthermore, this was only a human plague. The earth plague and sky plague that the 5 heavenly kings did not have were lingering on Mu Yun's body. Heaven plague extermination, earth plague extermination, human plague extermination, god of plagues descends. Mu Yun shouted at the sky. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a god of plague. He was much more powerful than the Devil Emperor or Corpse Emperor. Along with the billowing aura of the plague, he descended from the sky and violently pressed down on Shi Tianlai. His target was Shi Tianlia's heavenly law avatar. He wanted to use the aura of the god of plagues transformation to destroy Shi Tianlia's heavenly Dao avatar. Apart from the mortal Yuan brush, this was the second method he could think of to restrain the heavenly Dharma idol. As long as Shi Tianlia's white bone immortal Buddha was contaminated by the plague aura, his heavenly path Dharma form would definitely be destroyed. Seeing this, Shi Tianlia's expression changed slightly. This kid has mastered the god of plagues transformation. The god of plagues transformation was the 3rd transformation of the 9 transformations of the unorthodox way. This secret technique could unleash the 3 types of plagues of heaven, earth, and human. It was extremely powerful. Under the suppression of the plagues, even the heavenly path Dharma form would be contaminated. Kid, it's not that easy to taint my heavenly path Dharma form. Shi Tianlai snorted coldly. He flapped his demonic wings and flew into the sky. His heavenly path Dharma form, the white bone immortal Buddha, also floated in the sky. Immediately, the white bone immortal Buddha merged into his body. Crack, 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 Shi Tianlia's body instantly transformed. His entire body merged with the heavenly path Dharma form. His body became eerie and terrifying. Half of it was a skeleton, while the other half was a Buddha's light saint body. Half was hell, while the other half was a Buddhist temple. The black demonic wings on his back also changed. One wing turned into a golden Buddha's light saint wing, while the other wing turned into a white bone wing. All the spectators turned pale with fright. Only Li Haoyan was able to maintain his composure. Even the Sky Corpse Taoist was shocked. He couldn't merge with the heavenly path Dharma form. Prime Saint Haoyan, is this Shi Tianlia's trump card that you mentioned? No. Li Haoyan shook his head slightly and remained calm. What? Is his trump card even more powerful than this? The Sky Corpse Taoist was shocked. To be able to merge with the heavenly path Dharma form was already a heaven-defying technique. However, looking at Li Haoyan, Shi Tianlia's trump card seemed to be even more powerful. Ha ha ha, Mu Yun, so what if you've mastered the god of plagues transformation? Die. Shi Tianlai laughed. After merging with the heavenly path Dharma form, his aura had completely overshadowed Mu Yun's. He was domineering and powerful. The plague aura on Mu Yun could no longer taint him. Rumble, Shi Tianlai threw out a palm attack. Thunder rumbled in his palm. His aura was majestic. When he threw out a palm attack, it shook the heavens and the earth. The entire sky trembled. There were even cracks in the space around him. It was as if the space couldn't withstand his pressure. Mu Yun gritted her teeth. She lifted the crimson spirit spear and threw it towards Shi Tianlai. Bang, her crimson spirit spear and Shi Tianlia's palm collided fiercely. The violent collision instantly caused the wind and clouds to blow and dust to billow. Everyone was shocked. Under the violent collision, many people couldn't sit still and fell to the ground. Mu Yun is dead meat. He can't take the full blow of an ancient saint. Moreover, Shi Tianlai has merged with the heavenly path Dharma form. Other than Prime Saint Haoyan, no one can withstand such a heaven-defying technique. Everyone was talking about it as they stared at the arena. However, a shocking scene suddenly appeared. When the dust settled, Mu Yan's body was still standing tall in the arena. Pucci, blood flowed out from the corner of Mu Yan's mouth. She took a step back and stood firm with her spear. She didn't fall, nor did she die. The 9 changes of the unorthodox way was a secret technique for refining one's body. After he used the God of Plagues transformation, his aura and physique had changed. His physique had become extremely strong. Even if he took a fierce blow from Xianxia, he wouldn't fall. It's my turn. Mu Yan's eyes were cold. She didn't care about the surging blood in her body. She went to Xianxia's back and threw a punch at him. Xianxia's expression changed. He didn't expect Mu Yan to be able to withstand his fierce attack. He was at the end of his attack and his aura was weak. It was extremely dangerous for him to be attacked suddenly. 6 plague snow, blizzard disaster. Mu Yan shouted to the sky. A monstrous blizzard exploded on her fist. Countless snow disaster aura rolled out crazily. His blizzard disaster was 10 times more powerful than the one Liao Xue had used back then. That was because the aura of the God of Plagues transformation was lingering around her body. Plagues and snow disasters were all included in it. With the support of the God of Plagues transformation, his blizzard disaster naturally erupted with a monstrous power. The 6th tribulation of the 7 tribulation dragon-slaying art, blizzard disaster, was stronger than the ultimate 6 arts. It was comparable to a 4th-grade saint art. Although it wasn't as strong as the 18 profound meanings of the heavens, it was still very powerful. If it could hit Xianxia, it could kill him. Xianxia would be killed. Mu Yan gritted her teeth. She was determined to win this attack. The blood in her body was surging and raging. She felt uncomfortable. After taking a fierce blow from Xianxia, she didn't have time to adjust her blood. She wanted to seize the opportunity by attacking. The opportunity was fleeting. Mu Yan didn't hesitate. She suppressed the fluctuation in her body and threw a punch. The aura of the blizzard disaster flew towards Xianxia. The surrounding area turned into a world of ice and snow. The aura of the blizzard disaster spread out. Snowflakes floated in the sky. The surroundings were white. Even the arena was covered in ice. This guy is even more powerful than me. On the spectator stand, Liao Xue could not help but feel astonished when she saw Mu Yan's powerful killing move. She had also cultivated the 6th plagues of the 7 plagues dragon-slaying art. But compared to Mu Yan, the difference was too big. Maybe he can really comprehend the last plagues. Liao Xue murmured. The last plagues of the 7 plagues dragon-slaying art, the 7 plagues shadow. The 7 slaughter wolf shadow was comparable to the 18 ultimacies of the heavens. It was extremely powerful. But because the shadow plagues were ethereal and difficult to control, Fairy Linglong and Liao Xue couldn't cultivate this plagues. But now, she had a feeling that Mu Yan could create a miracle and cultivate the 7 slaughter wolf shadow. Oh no! Xianxia's expression changed when he felt Mu Yan's fist. He was already at the end of his attack. His aura hadn't adjusted, so he couldn't block it. This kid's grasp of the battle is perfect. No matter what, I can't let him live today. Seeing Mu Yan's move, Skycorp's Taoist was sweating profusely. He had a huge worry in his heart. If he didn't kill Mu Yan, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Although the blizzard disaster was powerful, it was still a little difficult to deal with an ancient saint expert. However, Mu Yan's grasp of the battle was perfect. The timing of her attack was very precise. She was like a ferocious beast lurking in the dark. She didn't make a move, but once she made a move, she wanted to kill with one strike. There was no room for hesitation. Bang! Mu Yan punched Xianxia with all his might. The aura of the blizzard disaster poured into Xianxia's body. The majestic fist power mixed with the aura of the blizzard disaster exploded in his body. Pucci, Xianxia opened his mouth and spurted out blood. His face was pale as his body withered and fell to the ground. A terrifying hole appeared in his body. Mu Yan's punch had penetrated his body. The wind and snow stopped in an instant. Mu Yan also spurted out blood and knelt on the ground. She was in a sorry state. In order to seize the opportunity, he didn't care about his body's condition. At this time, he also suffered from the backlash and suffered internal injuries. But compared to Shi Tianlai, he looked much better. I won. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled into a smile. This victory had not come easy. Suddenly, a large bamboo forest appeared on the arena. It was lush and green, and the shadows of the bamboo swayed. As the wind blew, rustling sounds could be heard from the bamboo forest. Shi Tianlia's body wobbled as he got up from the ground. The holes in his body gradually healed, and his face regained its color. A page appeared behind him, and the words bamboo forest were printed on it. Mu Yun's expression changed. The aura of this page was very familiar. It was actually the Earth Origin book. It turned out that the last page of the Earth Origin book was in Shi Tianlia's hands. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected Shi Tianlai to hide a page of the Earth Origin book. You didn't expect this, did you? I have been working hard every day for 1,000,000 years to refine this page of the Earth Origin book. This Earth Origin book has become my natal spiritual treasure. Shi Tianlai took a deep breath. The bamboo forest book emitted a tranquil aura that constantly healed his injuries. The Earth Origin book was one of the 3 origin treasures. If all 18 pages were collected, it would naturally be extremely powerful. However, if there was only 1 page, its power wouldn't be that great. However, Shi Tianlai had spent 1,000,000 years refining this page of the bamboo forest book. If he could refine it into his natal spiritual treasure, it would be on a completely different level. Swoosh! 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 Shi Tianlai raised his hand, and green bamboos rose from the ground like flying swords. They pierced through the air and charged towards Mu Yun. Below the arena, Skycorp's Taoist frowned and said, "This page of the Earth Origin book is Shi Tianlia's trump card?" Li Haoyan stared at the battle in silence. Skycorp's Taoist sneered and said, "Refining a page of the Earth Origin book into his natal spiritual treasure? Is this old man crazy? He might as well refine a set of 3rd-grade sacred artifacts. It would be more powerful." Indeed, with only 1 page of the Earth Origin book, its power was limited. It would be better to refine a set of 3rd-grade sacred artifacts. Demon Emperor Lin Shui was also stunned. He didn't know that Shi Tianlai had a page of the Earth Element tome. He muttered, "This old man is really unpredictable. What's the use of having only 1 page of the Earth Element tome?" Li Haoyan smiled faintly and said nothing. On the arena, Mu Yun's situation was rather dangerous. A green bamboo had pierced through his body, and his injuries were rather serious. In front of him, the green bamboo flying swords that filled the sky exploded towards him with unstoppable force. Mu Yun took a deep breath and pulled out the green bamboo from her body. Blood spurted out, and the intense pain tore at her heart and lungs. Fortunately, the body-refining effects of the 9 transformations of the evil path were quite powerful. Mu Yun relied on her powerful physique to forcefully endure the intense pain. Soon after, she swung her crimson spirit spear and swept it horizontally, knocking down all the bamboo flying swords that were shooting at her. "Shi Tianlai, is this your trump card?" Mu Yun let out a breath of turbid air. If this was Shi Tianlia's trump card, then Shi Tianlai wasn't worth him going all out. Even if Shi Tianlai had spent 1,000,000 years of hard work to refine the Earth Origin book into his life treasure, it was still just a single page of the bamboo forest. Its power was limited. Moreover, Mu Yun was very familiar with the aura of the Earth Origin book. In this world of bamboo forest, his aura wasn't obstructed in the slightest, and his injuries were rapidly healing. Shi Tianlai didn't say a word. He waved his hand slightly, and the green bamboo flying swords that blotted out the sky and covered the earth burst out again. The bamboo forest rustled, and the bamboo leaves swayed. Deep shadows were reflected in Mu Yun's eyes. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he recalled the secret technique of the 7 Tribulations dragon-slaying art. The 7 Tribulations shadows was a shadow-controlling technique. However, the shadows were illusory and extremely difficult to control. At this moment, when he saw the bamboo shadows, he suddenly became absent-minded. Vaguely, he actually caught a trace of the secret technique's profundity. "Hey, stinking brat, be careful!" Guai fiercely shouted. Mu Yun suddenly woke up, and saw the green bamboo flying towards him. In a hurry, he couldn't dodge in time. splendid heavens and earth, picturesque mountains and rivers, picturesque curse, imperial. Mu Yun waved his right hand and suddenly cast the picturesque curse. A strong curse aura was released, and all the green bamboo in the sky turned into a picture scroll. A picturesque bamboo shadow appeared in the sky. Mu Yun looked at the bamboo shadow in the picture, and seemed to have comprehended something. "Hey, brat, do you want to die? How dare you be distracted in a battle of life and death?" Guai scolded. If Mu Yun's reaction was a little slower, he would have been stabbed to death by the green bamboo flying swords. "I'm sorry," Mu Yun panted, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Casting the ultimate curse consumed a lot of his aura. He suddenly felt tired, but his mind was clear. He vaguely caught a glimpse of the secret of the shadow tribulations. Just as he was about to comprehend it, Shi Tianlai had already rushed over. Shi Tianlai could tell that Mu Yun's aura was weak, and it was the best opportunity for him to make a move. True Samadhi fire, kill. Shi Tianlai roared, and flames surged in his palm. A wisp of blazing flame whizzed out from his palm. This wisp of flame was filled with the aura of the great Tao, the profoundness of the heavenly Tao, the heaviness of the earth, and the majesty of the human Tao. In this wisp of flame, Mu Yun felt the aura of the Heaven Origin Mirror, Earth Origin Book, and Mortal Origin Brush at the same time. True Samadhi fire. The True Samadhi fire ranked 14th on the primordial fire list. Mu Yun's face changed. Shi Tianlia's wisp of flame was the rarest primordial fire in the Kanglan Myriad domain, and it was the True Samadhi fire ranked 14th. Legend had it that the True Samadhi fire contained the aura of the three Taos of heaven, earth, and man. Its lethality was extremely terrifying, and the combination of the three Taos of heaven, earth, and man was very beneficial to cultivation. The audience below the stage were all stunned. The primordial fire was the most precious flame in the entire Kanglan Myriad domain. It was the supreme treasure of the universe, and there were only 21 types in the entire Myriad domain. Impossible, how could the True Samadhi fire be in Shi Tianlia's hands? It's said that the True Samadhi fire is that person's primordial fire. How could it be in Shi Tianlia's hands? The True Samadhi fire is ranked one rank higher than Prime Saint Vast Sky's bone-corroding cold fire. The audience was discussing fervently, and they were all shocked. The True Samadhi fire was the primordial fire of Heavenly Lord Calamity, but it had now appeared in Shi Tianlia's hands. The monstrous power of the flame was erupting from Shi Tianlia's hands. The Earth Origin Book is not his trump card, but the True Samadhi fire. Li Haoyan's eyes narrowed as he looked at Shi Tianlia's True Samadhi fire with a hint of greed in his eyes. Skycorp's Taoist exclaimed, "How could he have the True Samadhi fire? That's the primordial fire of Heavenly Lord Calamity." Li Haoyan said, "The primordial fire of Heavenly Lord Calamity is contained within the primordial treasures. As long as you gather the Heaven Origin Mirror, Earth Origin Book, and Mortal Origin Brush, you will be able to obtain the True Samadhi fire of Heavenly Lord Calamity." Beside him, Demon King Lin Shui said, "But Shi Tianlai doesn't have any primordial treasures. How could he obtain that person's primordial fire?" He didn't dare to call out Heavenly Lord Calamity's name because he hadn't reached the Prime Saint realm and didn't have the Heavenly Way Dharma form to protect him. Li Haoyan shook his head and said, "He has one page of the Earth Origin Book, and that's enough. He has studied for 1,000,000 years and worked hard for 1,000,000 years. His sincerity can move metal and stone. This old man is really desperate. He spent 1,000,000 years of hard work just to obtain the primordial fire of Heavenly Lord Calamity. Moreover, it's just a wisp of the primordial fire. If he wants to obtain the primordial fire, he'll have to gather all the primordial treasures." Wisp of the primordial fire? Skycorp's Taoist and Lin Shui looked at the arena and saw that the flame in Shi Tianlia's hand was quite weak. It was obviously a wisp of the primordial fire, and not the primordial fire of Heavenly Lord Calamity. It's almost impossible to obtain the True Samadhi fire. Just the Earth Origin Book alone has 18 pages. It's easier said than done to gather all of them. Li Haoyan glanced at Mu Yun. He knew that the Heaven Origin Mirror and Mortal Origin Brush were in Mu Yun's hands, but he wasn't worried because the Earth Origin Book had 18 pages scattered in every corner of the world. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to gather all of them. Moreover, Shi Tianlai had used the True Samadhi fire, so Mu Yun would definitely die. Even if she was in a crippled state, the true samadhi fire was still very powerful. Mu Yun suddenly felt suffocated as she felt a blazing flame coming at her. Die, you little bastard! Shi Tianlai roared at the sky and attacked with his palm. The monstrous true samadhi fire burned on his palm, and the violent flame aura kept exploding. It was terrifying. Mu Yun took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She flicked her fingers and released 3 drops of heavenly dew. Demonic lotus dew, chilling ice dew, nether ghost dew. Mu Yun's expression was cold as the 3 drops of heavenly dew flew toward Xianxia's true samadhi fire. Old bastard, it's not that easy to kill me. Mu Yun sneered. The heavenly dew could restrain the origin flame. Unless Shi Tianlai could break through to the king's sage realm, he wouldn't be able to get rid of the restraining effect. Under the cover of the 3 drops of heavenly dew, Shi Tianlia's true samadhi fire weakened and was on the verge of death. Hee, I already knew that you have heavenly dew. It's not that easy for you to restrain me. Shi Tianlai waved his sleeve and released an ancient cauldron. It's one of the 9 great ancient cauldrons, the army-destroying cauldron. Guai exclaimed when he saw the ancient cauldron. He had already collected 7 of the 9 great ancient cauldrons. He only needed 2 more to complete the 9 great ancient cauldrons. The Dharma treasure of the 9 cauldron sect. Li Haoyan was also slightly shocked when he saw the army-breaking cauldron. After the primordial war, the 9 great ancient cauldrons were scattered across the world. It turns out that this old man had snatched an army-breaking cauldron. Legend has it that the army-breaking cauldron that Fairy Qi Yao forged was also inspired by the army-breaking cauldron. Kacha, Shi Tianlai waved his hand, and the army-breaking cauldron broke down into pieces and turned into a shield. The army-breaking cauldron could disassemble heavy armor and turn into various Dharma treasures and weapons, just like the army-breaking cauldron. The army-breaking cauldron turned into a shield. Mu Yun's 3 drops of heavenly dew were all blocked by the shield. Tone, the true samadhi fire's aura surged again. Under the protection of the army-breaking cauldron, it charged toward Mu Yun. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. If she was hit by the true samadhi fire, she would definitely die. This was the origin flame of Heavenly Lord Calamity. Even if it was a broken body, it still contained a trace of Heavenly Lord Calamity's aura. It was very powerful. After Mu Yun became a half-step ancient saint, her blood qi had become extremely powerful. She was even stronger than an ordinary ancient saint. The blood crystal that she had condensed now could only be described as terrifying. The entire blood crystal was crimson in color and was extremely large. It was like a sun as it floated above Mu Yun's hand and emitted a blazing light. Tyrannical energy whizzed out and even thunderous sounds could be heard in the surroundings. Blood crystal explosion. Mu Yun shouted and threw the blood crystal at Shi Tianlai. Shi Tianlia's expression changed slightly. He had a deep impression of the blood crystal explosion. During the battle of the leaderboard, Mu Yun's blood crystal explosion had almost destroyed the sky and killed the Plague Emperor, Su Yin. It had left a deep impression on Shi Tianlai. The blood crystal that Mu Yun had released was 10 times more powerful than before. Shi Tianlai did not dare to underestimate it. The army-shattering cauldron alone would not be able to block Mu Yun's attack. Shi Tianlai took a deep breath and was about to release his heavenly path Dharma form. Ultimate instant kill technique. However, he did not expect Mu Yun to teleport in front of him at this moment. The blood crystal in his hand exploded violently. Oh no! Shi Tianlia's expression changed. He did not expect Mu Yun to be so decisive. Mu Yun did not want to kill Shi Tianlai. Instead, she threw the army-shattering cauldron. Rumble, the blood crystal exploded. The huge explosion sent the army-shattering cauldron flying. Without the protection of the army-shattering cauldron, the samadhi true fire was like a candle in the wind. Now's the time! Mu Yun shouted. 3 drops of heavenly dew whizzed out and hit the samadhi true fire. Oh no! Shi Tianlai was shocked. His cultivation had not reached the king's sage realm. Even if he had the origin flame, he would be restrained by the heavenly dew. Sizzle, white smoke rose. The samadhi true fire was extinguished. The heavenly dew's restraining effect was fierce. Shi Tianlia's samadhi true fire was extinguished. The spiritual qi dissipated and turned into smoke. Puke, Shi Tianlai spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He had painstakingly cultivated for 1,000,000 years and spared no effort. He had even refined a page of the Earth Origin book into his life treasure just to seize the true Samadhi fire. However, Mu Yan's move had extinguished his primordial fire. His mind was blank and buzzing. Trembling. Shi Tianlai, you're dead. I'm going to turn you into a beast. Mu Yan clenched her teeth and dashed out. The fierce light of the beast-degrading curse exploded in her hand and pressed down on Shi Tianlai. Little bastard, how dare you destroy my primordial flame? Die. Shi Tianlai was enraged. He charged forward, and the totem of a white-bone immortal Buddha appeared behind him. Heavenly Law Avatar, his heavenly Tao avatar was released fiercely. It broke through the aura of the ultimate curse and charged towards Mu Yan. Mu Yan was slightly shocked. She didn't expect Shi Tianlai to release his heavenly Tao avatar at this moment. Although the ultimate curse was powerful, it could not harm the heavenly Tao Dharma idol. White-bone immortal Buddha, kill. Shi Tianlia's heavenly Tao avatar was a white-bone immortal Buddha. At this moment, the white-bone immortal Buddha was about to crush Mu Yan alive. Ironclad Tyrannosaurus, rise! Mu Yan shouted. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus, which had just fallen out of the arena, roared at the sky and charged over crazily. Shi Tianlai snorted coldly. He didn't care. With the heavenly Tao avatar in his hand, even the ironclad Tyrannosaurus couldn't hurt him. This was the difference in cultivation level. His cultivation level was much higher than Mu Yan's. No matter how many tricks Mu Yan had up her sleeves, he wasn't afraid. The heavenly Tao avatar was enough to destroy everything. Mu Yan's face was calm. She didn't panic at all. She controlled the ironclad Tyrannosaurus and rampaged through the bamboo forest, crushing all the bamboos. Suddenly, Shi Tianlia's blood boiled. He had a bad premonition. Roar! The ironclad Tyrannosaurus trampled crazily and destroyed the entire bamboo forest. Even though Shi Tianlia's bamboo forest book kept nourishing bamboos, it couldn't compare to the ironclad Tyrannosaurus' destruction speed. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus was a murderous monster. Its destructive power was terrifying. The entire bamboo forest was in a mess. The bamboo forest book on Shi Tianlia's back fell to the ground because of the rapid depletion of its spiritual qi. Oh no! Shi Tianlai was terrified. The bamboo forest book was his natal Dharma treasure. If it was damaged, he would be in trouble too. Mu Yan made a prompt decision. She controlled the ironclad Tyrannosaurus to charge forward and stomp on the bamboo forest book. Poochie, Shi Tianlai spat out blood. His face turned pale instantly. The heavenly Tao avatar also dimmed. Old man, I'm going to demote you to a worm. Mu Yan snorted. The aura of the animal demotion curse exploded in her hand again as she charged toward Shi Tianlai. Now that Shi Tianlia's heavenly Tao avatar had dimmed, it couldn't block Mu Yan's curse. Don't hurt my father. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded. Corpse consort Xian cried out in alarm. Mu Yan's face darkened. He would never let Shi Tianlai go. Even if Shi Feishuan pleaded for him, it would be useless. Shi Feishuan's eyes were red. She looked anxious. She wanted to save Shi Tianlai, but it was too late. At this moment, Li Haoyan flicked his sleeve across the air. A mysterious force hit Shi Feishuan lightly. Shi Feishuan flew into the arena instantly and blocked in front of Mu Yan. Mu Yan's face changed. He wanted to stop, but it was too late. The animal demotion curse hit Shi Feishuan hard. Bam! Corpse Imperial concubine Xian's delicate body instantly twisted and turned into a worm. Everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect Shi Feishuan to sacrifice herself to save her father. No one saw that it was Li Haoyan who did it secretly. Damn it, Li Haoyan. You're the one behind this. When Mu Yan saw that corpse Feishuan had turned into a worm, he was filled with regret. He turned to look at Li Haoyan, who was below the stage. Others might not be able to see it, but he could see it clearly. It was Li Haoyan who had pushed corpse Feishuan into the abyss. Li Haoyan smiled but didn't say anything. He kept his hands in his sleeves. Mu Yan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. If it Wasn't for Li Haoyan, his animal demotion curse wouldn't have hit Shifeishuan. Xian'er, when Shi Tianlai saw Shifeishuan turn into a worm, his face changed. When he looked at Mu Yan, he saw that Mu Yan's aura was fluctuating. He was looking down at Shifeishuan. He wanted to break the curse for Shifeishuan. Now that he was exposed, it was the best time for him to counterattack. Whoosh, Shi Tianlai swept his palm toward Mu Yan's head. When Mu Yan wanted to break the curse for Shifeishuan, he was suddenly attacked by Shi Tianlai. He felt suffocated. Old bastard, you don't even care about your daughter's life. How dare you attack me? Mu Yan was furious. He waved his hand and shouted, Ironclad Tyrannosaurus, tear him to pieces. Roar, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus roared to the sky and rushed over. He grabbed Shi Tianlia's body and tore him into pieces like a puppet. Shi Tianlia's heavenly path Dharma power had already dimmed. Without the protection of the heavenly path Dharma power, his body was as fragile as paper under the ironclad Tyrannosaurus' sharp claws. Before he died, he could only let out a scream. Then, he was torn to pieces by the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. Silence. The crowd was in an uproar. A martial grandmaster was torn to pieces. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This ironclad Tyrannosaurus was indeed a legendary monster of slaughter. It was unknown how Mu Yan had managed to tame such a terrifying monster. Everyone's gazes towards Mu Yan were now filled with respect and fear. Mu Yan took a deep breath and devoured all of Shi Tianlia's qi, blood, and cultivation. Shi Tianlai was an ancient saint expert. His qi, blood, and cultivation contained a majestic aura of the heavenly path. Mu Yan absorbed and refined the qi, and she immediately felt that her heavenly path Dharma power was beginning to condense. As expected, if he wanted to temper his heavenly path Dharma power, 10 million years would not be enough. He could only rely on plundering and devouring. Shi Tianlia's qi, blood, and cultivation also contained 2 birth charts. They were the birth charts of the heavenly Marquis, Wang Yu, and the birth chart of the heavenly Marquis, Wang Su. Mu Yan absorbed and refined all of the birth charts. Suddenly, he felt a great qi, and endless energy gathered in his body. His injuries were healed in an instant, and his primordial qi was also restored. Even the heavenly path Dharma power was beginning to condense. The energy that Mu Yan absorbed from killing an ancient saint was enough to save him 200,000 to 300,000 years of hard work. Unfortunately, Shifeishuan was dead. Mu Yan did not want to see this woman die. He had missed the best time to save Shifeishuan. Now, it was too late to save her. Shifeishuan was reduced to a worm that spun silk into a cocoon. Soon after, she broke out of the cocoon and turned into a butterfly. The butterfly danced gracefully, hovering around Mu Yan. It was like a dream. The audience was completely silent as they looked at the butterfly. This butterfly was the only thing that could be seen on the battlefield that was filled with blood. Soon, the butterfly flapped its wings and flew away, disappearing without a trace. Mu Yan felt a sense of loss. Below the arena, Sky Corps Daoist saw that Mu Yan's primordial qi had recovered and was far stronger than before. His expression immediately changed. Ancient Saint Haoyan, let's join forces today. We must kill Mu Yan. Absolutely not. Li Haoyan shook his head and said, Mu Yan killed Shi Tianlai in this battle and even absorbed his primordial qi. He's too arrogant. It's not good for us to make a move. No matter how powerful he is, he's only a half-step ancient saint. Do you think 2 ancient saints like us will be afraid of him? Sky Corps Daoist said angrily. Patrol Master, as long as you are willing to give me the Heavenly Emperor's appointment certificate and confer me the Realm King of the 3 Elements realm, I will immediately help you kill Mu Yan. How about it? Li Haoyan smiled. In fact, no matter how arrogant Mu Yan was, he did not take him seriously. He just wanted to use Mu Yan to blackmail Sky Corps Daoist and snatch the Realm King position. If he could be conferred the title of Realm King, there would be endless benefits. He could even meet the Heavenly Emperor directly and receive the Heavenly Emperor's guidance. He could also receive various special weapons and Dharma treasures from the Heavenly Emperor. I don't dare to interfere with the Celestial Thearch's appointment. Sky Corps Taoist shook his head. Patrol Master, can't we discuss this? Li Haoyan gritted his teeth and was a little annoyed. With Mu Yan's means, only I can kill him. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to kill him without my help. Sky Corp's Taoist looked angry and said, Li Haoyan, are you threatening me? Li Haoyan said coldly, I don't dare. I'm just asking the patrol master to make an exception. In the Kanglin Myriad domain, the 3 Yuan realm is just a small place. If you give me the appointment certificate of the Realm King, I think the Celestial the Arch won't blame you. Sky Corp's Taoist was silent, and his face was ashen. At this time, Mu Yun had already left the arena. After the battle, he had plundered and devoured Xianxia's vitality and gained a lot. The only regret was that Feixuan had turned into a butterfly and left. He took Xianxia's bamboo forest book page and the army destroyer cauldron. I've finally collected all 18 pages of the Earth Origin book. Mu Yun took the bamboo forest book page and felt a surge of excitement. There were 18 pages of the Earth Origin book. Even someone like Li Haoyan had never thought of collecting it because it was too difficult. However, Mu Yun had collected all 18 pages of the Earth Origin book. Kid, the Heaven Origin Mirror, the Earth Origin book, and the Mortal Origin brush are all in your hands. You can extract the Samadhi True Fire. Guai smiled, but his gaze was still on the army destroyer cauldron. The Heaven Origin Mirror, the Earth Origin book, and the Mortal Origin brush were forged by the Heavenly Lord of Calamity with the Samadhi True Fire. The Samadhi True Fire was contained in these 3 treasures. As long as the 3 treasures were collected, the Samadhi True Fire could be extracted. Shi Tianlai had spent millions of years of hard work to extract a wisp of remnant fire. There was only 1 page of the Earth Origin book, but he was able to extract it. It was true that sincerity could move metal and stone. Mu Yun had all 3 treasures, so it was naturally much easier for him to extract the Samadhi True Fire. I have to extract the Samadhi True Fire as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. Mu Yun clenched his fist, his eyes filled with anticipation. Give me the army-shattering cauldron. Guai Yi's eyes lit up. He had already devoured 7 ancient cauldrons, and this army-shattering cauldron was the 8th. He only needed 1 more to gather all 9 ancient cauldrons. It was said that there was a secret behind these 9 ancient cauldrons. No, I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Mu Yun shook her head. Li Haoyan and the Heavenly Corpse Daoist were eyeing them covetously. They couldn't stay here any longer and had to leave as soon as possible. He dismantled the army-shattering cauldron and reassembled the pieces into a huge ship. Then, he left with the people of the Qingyun Alliance. On the huge ship, Mu Yun sat cross-legged alone in the cabin. Just as she was about to extract the true Samadhi fire, Liao Shue suddenly walked in. I have 2 pieces of news for you. One is good, the other is bad. Which one do you want to hear first? Liao Shue whispered. Let's talk about the bad news first. Mu Yun smiled. The bad news is that Li Haoyan and the Heavenly Corpse Daoist have joined forces to kill you. They are the spies that the Qingyun Alliance has planted in the 9 Cauldron sect. The information is absolutely reliable. You have to be careful. Liao Shue said. Li Haoyan and the Heavenly Corpse Daoist were both ancient sages. If the 2 of them wanted to kill Mu Yun would naturally be in danger. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, I know. They definitely want to kill me. I didn't stay on the island to wait for my death. The huge ship rode the wind and broke through the waves as it flew forward. It had already left the Punlai Immortal Island's boundary. Mu Yun wouldn't foolishly wait for his death. He had to return to the Xianxia treasure mountain immediately. After a pause, Mu Yun asked, What's the good news? What's the good news? Liao Shue said, The good news is that Li Haoyan wants to snatch the World King's mandate, but the Heavenly Corpse Daoist isn't willing to give it to him. The 2 of them have some enmity, so they probably won't join forces to kill you. World King's mandate? Mu Yun frowned. That's right. Fairy Xianxia is dead, so the World King's position is empty. The Heavenly Emperor has issued a mandate and is prepared to appoint the Kuan Su world's Holy King Necro to manage the 3 elements world. However, Li Haoyan isn't willing to do so. He wants to snatch the World King's mandate. If Li Haoyan becomes the World King, it will be terrible. Mu Yun was secretly surprised. If Li Haoyan became the world king, the entire Qingyun sacred alliance would definitely be destroyed. Now that Shi Tianlai is dead, no one can restrain Li Haoyan. Think of a way yourself, Liao Xue said. If Shi Tianlai was still around, the situation would be a tripartite confrontation. However, Shi Tianlai was dead now. The entire Three Elements world was now a battle between Mu Yun and Li Haoyan. There was still a huge gap between Mu Yun's strength and Li Haoyan's. Haha, there's no need to think too much. Let's go straight to the point. Mu Yun looked calm and didn't panic. He still had a trump card in his hand, which was Yan Nanfei. Yan Nanfei was Li Haoyan's master. As long as he mentioned Yan Nanfei and announced to the world that Li Haoyan had betrayed his master, everyone would attack him. Even if Li Haoyan didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. The world was watching the battle with Shi Tianlai this time. Mu Yun didn't bring Yan Nanfei along to avoid being exposed. He even left Yan Nanfei in the Xianxia treasure mountain. 3 days later, Mu Yun returned to the Xianxia treasure mountain and decided to use Yan Nanfei's name to suppress the Nine Cauldron sect. The matter of the crusade was left to Liao Xue to handle. Mu Yun did not want to interfere too much because he wanted to concentrate on his cultivation and did not want to be delayed. He believed in Liao Xue's ability. After all, this girl was the famous Black Swordswoman and was once the manager of the Assassin Guild. Mu Yun didn't have to worry about her commanding the battle. In the depths of the Xianxia treasure mountain, Mu Yun focused on his cultivation. There were 3 Dharma treasures in front of him. They were the Heaven Origin Mirror, the Earth Origin Book, and the Mortal Origin Brush. He had already collected all 18 pages of the Earth Essence book. These 18 pages were divided into lava, swamps, snow, mountains, forests, ravines, rivers, ice peaks, lakes, deserts, islands, ice fields, basins, grasslands, plateaus, plains, and gorges. Valley, bamboo forest. These 18 pages of the Earth Origin book were evidence of Mu Yun's cultivation path. From a stranger when he first stepped into the Three Elements world to the glory of being in charge of the Qingyun Sacred Alliance. Mu Yun felt like he was in a dream. The final battle was coming. As long as he got rid of Li Haoyan, he could dominate the entire Three Elements world. At that time, he could set off to rescue Miao Xianyu with peace of mind. In the final battle, I must refine the heavenly Tao appearance. Mu Yun clenched his fists. Li Haoyan's strength was unfathomable. If he didn't have the heavenly Tao appearance, he wasn't confident of winning. Mu Yun took a deep breath and began to extract the spirit qi of the Heaven Origin Mirror, the Earth Origin Book, and the Mortal Origin Brush. These 3 treasures contained a wisp of Origin Fire. It was the Samadhi True Fire, ranked 14th on the Origin Fire list. The Samadhi True Fire was the Heavenly Lord of Calamity's Origin Fire. In the past, in order to support the Three Elements world, the Heavenly Lord of Calamity didn't hesitate to sacrifice the Samadhi True Fire to forge the Three Elements treasures. As Mu Yun breathed, he constantly refined the spirit qi of the Three Elements treasures. Indeed, he felt that the Three Elements treasures really contained a wisp of spirit qi of fire. He slowly refined the spirit qi of fire. The light of the Three Elements treasures gradually dimmed, but the spirit qi of fire became more and more resplendent. In the end, a wisp of blazing flame filled with the great Tao aura appeared in front of Mu Yun. Is this the Samadhi True Fire? Mu Yun was stunned. The flame in front of him emitted a faint blue light and was filled with the majestic great Tao aura. The heavenly Tao, the topography, and the human technique were all contained within. The vast great Tao aura made people dare not look up. Mu Yun had a feeling that if he could refine the Samadhi True Fire, his heavenly Tao Dharma form would definitely be refined. This was because the Samadhi True Fire had a very strong great Tao aura. Not to mention the heavenly Tao, even the topography and human technique aura was extremely rich. If he could refine it, it would definitely be of great benefit to his cultivation. The Samadhi True Fire floated quietly in front of Mu Yun. This wasn't a remnant body, but a genuine body. Mu Yun felt a blazing temperature. He didn't even dare to reach out and touch it because the Samadhi True Fire's temperature was too high. He would probably be burned to ashes just by touching it, let alone refining it. Guai, the Origin Fire's temperature is so high. How do I refine it? Mu Yun frowned. Don't ask me. Think of a way yourself. Guiyi's tone was lazy. He thought of the army-destroying cauldron again and asked, "Hey, where's the army-destroying cauldron? Give it to me. I want to devour it. We'll talk about it later. Don't bother me." Muyan waved his hand. He looked at the samadhi true fire with full concentration and thought of a way to refine it. "Brat, you're getting more and more rude to me." "Alright, I'm not in a hurry anyway. It won't be too late to devour it when I find the last ancient cauldron." Guiyi yawned and ignored Muyun. He knew the pressure Muyun was facing now. The vast sky sage's murderous intent, Miao Xianyu's danger, and the whereabouts of his parents made Muyun suppress himself all the time. Muyun gritted his teeth and stared at the samadhi true fire. Legend had it that the origin fire was a heavenly treasure and the most precious thing in the Kanglan myriad world. Indeed, he didn't know how to refine it even if he wanted to. This origin fire was a real origin fire, not something like the white tiger sacred fire. Muyun really wanted to ask Jessica how she refined the origin fire back then. One had to know that Jessica also had a wisp of origin fire in her body. It was the Dei sacred fire that was ranked 16th on the origin fire list. In terms of ranking, the Dei sacred fire and the Samadhi true fire were not much different. Muyun really wanted to know how Jessica refined it, but unfortunately, Jessica had lost her memory and he didn't know where to start. Frigid ice dew. Muyun flicked his finger and released a drop of heavenly dew, wanting to cool down the Samadhi true fire. However, he didn't expect that the moment the frigid ice dew touched the Samadhi true fire, it turned into white smoke and dissipated. His drop of heavenly dew was also completely gone. It turned into spiritual energy and escaped into the void. Muyun immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He had lost a drop of heavenly dew before he could refine the origin flame. Muyun looked at the Samadhi true fire and could only stare helplessly. He didn't know what to do. After the spiritual energy of the heavenly origin mirror, earth origin book, and mortal origin brush were refined, the three Dharma treasures dimmed a lot and no longer had their former power. Muyun immediately felt his heart ache. The heavenly origin mirror, earth origin book, and mortal origin brush were all very practical Dharma treasures. In order to refine the Samadhi true fire, he had sacrificed all these Dharma treasures. If he couldn't refine the Samadhi true fire, his loss would be too serious. The heavenly origin mirror floated in the sky of the Yellow Springs diagram and gradually evolved into a sun, releasing a blazing light. The entire heavenly origin book merged with the earth. Ravines, deserts, swamps, forests, bamboo forests, and countless landforms spread out in the blue sky's Yellow Springs diagram. The world in the Yellow Springs diagram also became colorful. Even in some mountains and lakes, fungi and squid began to appear. Morning fungus was a very fragile plant. Squid were insignificant insects. Fungi did not know the day and night, and squid did not know the seasons. But no matter how weak the fungi and squid were, they were still living beings. Living beings were actually born in the blue sky's Yellow Springs diagram. They were not put in by Muyun, but were derived from the blue sky's Yellow Springs diagram itself. Living beings are actually born in my world. Muyun was overjoyed. Although these living beings were still very weak, they would definitely be able to evolve into humans if they continued to transform. At that time, his mortal origin brush would be able to wield the laws of the human Tao and display the dignity of the human Tao. Back then, Heavenly Lord Calamity wanted to use the three origin treasures to uphold the righteous path. Unfortunately, he failed. Muyun looked at the lowly living beings in the Yellow Springs diagram and was overjoyed. He was creating a world that belonged to him. Report. Lord, there's an urgent matter to report. An anxious voice woke Muyun up. Muyun came back to his senses and put away the Yellow Springs diagram. He looked up and saw Baichen rushing over with a person in his hand. Heavenly Corpse Taoist? Muyun's expression changed. The person Baichen was holding was actually Heavenly Corpse Taoist. Heavenly Corpse Taoist looked dispirited and battered. His clothes were torn and his body was dripping with blood. Lord, I've caught Heavenly Corpse Taoist. Baichen threw Heavenly Corpse Taoist on the ground. Heavenly Corpse Taoist, how dare you come to die? Muyun's expression turned cold. He waved his palm, wanting to kill Heavenly Corpse Taoist. Don't kill me. Heavenly Corpse Taoist knelt on the ground with a miserable expression. Mu Yun was stunned and said, "What else do you have to say? You killed Fairy Xianxia. Don't think that I will let you off." Sky Corpse Taoist smiled bitterly and said, "Alliance leader Mu, don't be angry. I want to talk to you about cooperation." Cooperation? Mu Yun could not help but laugh. He and the Sky Corpse Taoist had a deep grudge. How could there be a chance for them to cooperate? Alliance leader Mu Yun, don't laugh at me. There are no eternal enemies in this world. We can be friends now and deal with ancient Saint Vast Sky together. The Heavenly Corpse Taoist gradually calmed down and sat in front of Mu Yun. You want to kill Li Haoyan? Mu Yun asked. That's right. You launched a punitive expedition against the Nine Cauldron sect. Li Haoyan is a scum who deceives his master and destroys his ancestors. I don't like him either, said the Sky Corpse Taoist furiously. Don't talk nonsense. Why do you want to kill Li Haoyan? Cough cough. Actually, it's that scum Li Haoyan who stole my investiture of the gods and my heavenly Tao avatar. I must kill him. Alliance leader Mu, as long as we join forces, Li Haoyan will definitely die. The Sky Corpse Taoist gritted his teeth. He had a look of resentment. Mu Yun could feel that the Sky Corpse Taoist's aura was much weaker than before. Moreover, he did not even have his heavenly Tao avatar. As expected, Li Haoyan had stolen it. No wonder he was captured by White Dust and the others. Ancient saints without their heavenly Tao avatar were like beasts without their claws and fangs. There was nothing to fear. Mu Yun was relieved. It would be easy for him to kill the Sky Corpse Taoist now. You said that Li Haoyan stole your investiture of the gods. What happened? Mu Yun asked. Investiture of the gods. This is the certificate of appointment bestowed to me by the Heavenly Emperor. This investiture of the gods is still blank. Whoever writes their name on it will become the realm king of the Three Yuan realm. Li Haoyan, that bastard, actually dared to snatch the Celestial Emperor's letter of appointment. The consequences are unimaginable, Taoist Heavenly Corpse said in a deep voice. What did you say? Mu Yun's expression changed. Bai Chen quietly moved closer to Mu Yun's ear and said, Lord, according to the information we have, the investiture of the gods was indeed stolen by Li Haoyan. The heavenly Tao transcendence image of the Sky Corpse Taoist was also taken away. Fortunately, his Celestial Emperor spiritual sword is still there. Even with his sharpness, he wouldn't dare to rashly proclaim himself a world king. The Celestial Emperor spirit sword was a sword bestowed down by the Celestial Emperor. It was useless against ordinary people, but against a world king it had a tremendous destructive power. Just like Fairy Xianxia, she was defeated by the Sky Corpse Taoist because she was restrained by the Heavenly Emperor spiritual sword. Otherwise, the Sky Corpse Taoist would not be her opponent. And now, the Celestial Emperor's spiritual sword was still in the hands of the Sky Corpse Taoist, so Li Haoyan did not dare to proclaim himself as the world king, lest he be suppressed by the Celestial Emperor's spiritual sword. Mu Yun remained calm and collected as he silently calculated. He had long known that the Celestial Emperor had issued a letter of appointment, but he did not expect that this letter of appointment would be a list. Whoever wrote their name on the list would become a world king. The appointment of a world king was such a big matter, but it was actually a trifling matter. It seemed that in the eyes of ordinary people, it was an incomparably important matter, but in the eyes of the Celestial Emperor, it was a trifling matter. Thinking about it this way, his sin of refining a puppet for Fairy Xianxia was not even worth mentioning. This was because the Celestial Emperor was not even interested in who would become a world king. Even the letter of appointment was blank. Sky Corpse Taoist, how do you want to cooperate? Mu Yun asked coldly. I want to join forces with you to kill Li Haoyan and take back the investiture of the gods. Sky Corpse Taoist gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha, what a joke. If I could kill Li Haoyan, I would have done so long ago. Mu Yun shook his head. During this period of time, he had launched a crusade against the Nine Cauldron sect, and even brought out Yan Nanfei. Many people in the world echoed his words, but the Nine Cauldron sect was still arrogant. Li Haoyan's position was still unshakable. At this time, Skycorp's Daoist had already lost his heavenly avatar. Even if he joined forces with him, it would be difficult to kill Li Haoyan. Don't worry, I have a way. Skycorp's Daoist composed himself and said slowly, I have the Celestial Emperor's spiritual sword. As long as Li Haoyan dares to call himself a world king, I can use the Celestial Emperor's spiritual sword to suppress him. Mu Yun said, with the Celestial Emperor's spiritual sword in your hands, Li Haoyan will definitely not dare to call himself a world king. Li Haoyan's character was extremely cautious. Since the Celestial Emperor's spiritual sword was still in Skycorp's Daoist's hands, he would definitely not rashly call himself a world king. Skycorp's Daoist smiled and said, as long as we cooperate, you can pretend to kill me and spread the news. Li Haoyan will think that I am dead, and he will definitely not be able to hold back. At that time, he will call himself a world king, and we can use the Celestial Emperor's spiritual sword to suppress and kill him in one fell swoop. Where did you hide the Celestial Emperor's spiritual sword? Mu Yun suddenly asked. It's hidden in. Skycorp's Daoist was halfway through his words when he suddenly realized something and hurriedly shut his mouth. His only value was the Celestial Emperor's spiritual sword. If Mu Yun knew the whereabouts of the Celestial Emperor's spiritual sword, he would definitely die. Great Alliance leader Mu, don't joke like this. As long as we are willing to cooperate, killing Li Haoyan will be as easy as flipping one's hand. At that time I will report to the Heavenly Emperor and pardon your sins, Skycorp's Daoist said solemnly. Mu Yun smiled but did not say anything. The Heavenly Emperor did not even care about something as important as naming a world king. Her sins were not even worth mentioning. You killed Xianxia Fairy and massacred countless disciples of Xianxia Treasure Mountain. You once threatened to kill me. Do you think I will cooperate with you? Mu Yun laughed coldly. Skycorp's Daoist actually dared to come to Xianxia Treasure Mountain. It could only be said that his skull had been dug out. It was really not working anymore. Great Alliance leader Mu, what do you mean by that? We are all smart people. Our past grievances can be written off. Our enemy is Li Haoyan, Skycorp's Daoist said in a low voice. Is that so? If I am shameless and cooperate with you, how can I face Xianxia Fairy's spirit in the underworld? Also, you imprisoned Senior Yan and killed Fairy Linglong. If I let you go, how can I, Mu Yun, lead the Qingyan Sacred Alliance? Mu Yun's expression was fierce. She waved her hand and shouted, Bai Chen, drag him out and kill him. Yes, my lord. Bai Chen's face was cold as he dragged Skycorp's Daoist out. Skycorp's Daoist had already lost his heavenly Dao avatar and was injured. Naturally, he could not resist at all. Great Alliance leader Mu, you want to kill me? It's easy for you to kill me, but who will help you deal with ancient Saint Haoyan? Skycorp's Daoist roared. He did not expect Mu Yun to be so decisive. Bai Chen did not say a word. He pulled out his thunder sword and looked at Mu Yun. Kill him. Mu Yun's eyes were fierce and determined. There was no change in her expression. Yes. Bai Chen took a deep breath and kicked Skycorp's Daoist to the ground. He wanted to kill him with his sword. Stop. At this moment, a loud dragon roar reverberated through the sky. He saw a figure riding a dragon coming over. Why is it another Skycorp's Daoist? Mu Yun was stunned. The person who came looked exactly the same as Skycorp's Daoist. Even his aura was exactly the same. Skycorp's Daoist's heavenly Dao avatar was on this person. This person came riding on a dragon. That dragon was the Sun Moon illuminating dragon under Li Haoyan. Lin Shui, it's you. Skycorp's Daoist saw this person and immediately shouted. You are Demon King Lin Shui? Mu Yun was slightly shocked. She could not feel a trace of Lin Shui's aura on this person. It was completely Skycorp's Daoist. Yes, I am Lin Shui. Don't you recognize me? Lin Shui smiled. His current appearance was exactly the same as Skycorp's Daoist. Even if he admitted it himself, Mu Yun would still find it hard to believe. Li Haoyan used the disguise curse to change his appearance and make him look exactly like me. This way, he can inherit my heavenly Dao avatar. Skycorp's Daoist sighed. The disguise curse? Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. The disguise curse was one of the 8 ultimate curses. This curse could change a person's appearance and aura. It was not as simple as changing one's appearance. It could even change one's qi, blood, and meridians. It turns out that Li Haoyan also knows the disguise curse. Mu Yun's heart sank. Li Haoyan's means were indeed powerful. A disguise curse allowed Lin Shui to take on the appearance of Skycorp's Taoist, and she even successfully inherited the Skycorp's Taoist's heavenly Tao avatar. In this way, Lin Shui changed from an ordinary great saint to a powerful ancient saint. He even cultivated the heavenly Tao avatar. Skycorp's Taoist, don't think you'll die so easily. Tell me where you hid the Celestial Emperor's spiritual sword. Lin Shui yelled and flew over on his dragon, grabbing at the Skycorp's Taoist. The Sun Moon Torch dragon roared and yelled, "Old bastard, hand over the Celestial Emperor's spiritual sword and I'll give you a quick death." The Heavenly Corpse Taoist panicked and hurriedly ran behind Mu Yun, saying, "Hey, Alliance Master Mu, someone is coming to capture me." Mu Yun gritted his teeth. His plan was to kill the Skycorp's Taoist and refine him into a puppet. This way, he could obtain the Skycorp's Taoist's memory and know the whereabouts of the Celestial Emperor's spiritual sword. However, he did not expect Li Haoyan to send someone to stop him. Lin Shui was a bona fide ancient saint expert, and the Sun Moon Torch dragon was also powerful enough to rival an ancient saint. It was difficult to deal with a man and a dragon working together. There was a shortage of manpower in the Xianxia treasure mountain. Liao Shua led the crusade, and Mu Bufan, Huang Yan, Mou, and the rest followed. Only Bai Chen and Bai Qinghe remained in the Xianxia treasure mountain. The Skycorp's Taoist hid behind Mu Yun sneakily, obviously trying to take advantage of the situation. "Old bastard, I'll kill you first without them." Mu Yun snorted and grabbed the Skycorp's Taoist. He raised his palm and slammed it down. With a bang, the Skycorp's Taoist's head exploded, and blood and brain matter gushed out. The Skycorp's Taoist's face was filled with shock. He did not expect that Mu Yun would really dare to kill him. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Lin Shui and Sun Moon Torch Dragon's expressions changed drastically. The Skycorp's Taoist was the Celestial Emperor's patrol guard, and Mu Yun dared to kill him. Such a ruthless method was shocking. "It's over. The Skycorp's Taoist is dead. How are we going to explain to sect leader Haoyan?" Lin Shui panicked. Li Haoyan wanted to capture the Skycorp's Taoist because the Skycorp's Taoist still had the Celestial Emperor's spiritual sword. If Li Haoyan didn't get the Celestial Emperor's spiritual sword, he wouldn't dare to call himself king. Damn it, this little bastard is really ruthless. He even dares to kill a Heavenly Emperor patrol guard. The Sun and Moon Torch dragon gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting fiercely. "Kill him quickly and bring him back with the corpse of the Skycorp's Taoist." "All right." Lin Shui shouted and immediately released the Heavenly Tao Dharma form. His Heavenly Tao Dharma idol was a totem of hell, filled with mountains of corpses, seas of blood, mountains of blades, and seas of fire. It was indeed the Dharma idol of Taoist Heaven Corpse, which he had completely inherited. Furthermore, on top of the foundation of the Heaven's Path Dharma idol, his aura was growing stronger and stronger. The calamity aura from the source of the plague was mixed with the hell totem inscriptions, causing the entire hell to be filled with an eerie ghastly aura. "Phew," Lin Shui waved his hand, and the hell totem, which was steaming with black smoke, ruthlessly crushed down on Mu Yun. The entire Xianxia treasure mountain seemed to have become gloomy and miserable. "My lord, be careful," Bai Chen exclaimed. "Ironclad Tyrannosaurus, show yourself." Mu Yun's expression was calm as she immediately summoned the Ironclad Tyrannosaurus. The violent steel monster suddenly appeared, and its heavy metal body glinted coldly under the sunlight. Roar! The ironclad Tyrannosaurus roared at the sky and charged forward fiercely, crashing into Lin Shui's Heavenly Tao Dharma idol without any fear. "Leave this beast to me. You go and deal with Mu Yun." The Sun and Moon Torch dragon's tone was drawn out as it flew towards the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus was a cold-blooded monster that only knew how to charge forward without fear. "Senior Torch Dragon, be careful." Lin Shui leaped down and pounced towards Mu Yun. The Sun and Moon Torch Dragon was entangled with the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. Although it could not defeat the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, it could still fight to a draw. And Mu Yun did not have the heavenly Tao Dharma idol, so she was obviously no match for Lin Shui. Lin Shui only wanted to end the battle quickly. He did not have any superfluous means, so he directly used the heavenly Tao Dharma idol to crush Mu Yun to death. Ha ha ha, Mu Yun, so what if you are powerful? The gap between our realms is so despairing. How can you withstand the suppression of our realms? Lin Shui laughed loudly. Back then at Punlai Deity Island, Mu Yun was able to defeat Shi Tianlai, and she was quite lucky. But now, he would definitely not give Mu Yun a second chance. His aura was not inferior to Shi Tianlia's in the past. The source of his disease had completely merged with the Hell Dharma idol, constantly crushing Mu Yun. Mu Yun felt suffocated and a little breathless. Under the suppression of the heavenly Tao Dharma idol, it was really difficult for her to even make a move. Bai Chen stood in the distance and could only watch helplessly. He could not interfere in a battle of this realm. Army Destroyer Cauldron. Mu Yun took a deep breath and summoned the Army Destroyer Cauldron. Shield Transformation. He dismantled the Army Destroyer Cauldron and quickly reassembled it into a shield, firmly blocking in front of him. With a bang, it blocked Lin Shui's aura. Eh? Lin Shui was slightly surprised and said in a deep voice, "This Army Destroyer Cauldron is the Dharma treasure of our 9 Cauldron sect. Give it to me." He stretched out both hands, and palm shadows whizzed out, attacking Mu Yun from all directions. Even the shield of the Army Destroyer Cauldron could not withstand it. Giant Wheel. Mu Yun roared and transformed the Army Destroyer Cauldron into a giant wheel. He suddenly rushed out and dodged Lin Shui's palm attack. Immediately, he pulled out the Crimson Spirit Spear and used the momentum of the giant wheel to turn around and attack. Fortunately, he had used the Army Destroyer Cauldron before, so he was very familiar with using the Army Destroyer Cauldron. It was a piece of cake for him to dismantle the cauldron. Lin Shui's expression changed slightly. After all, his cultivation base was not as profound as Shi Tianlia's. This cultivation base was only obtained through disguise, so it was very weak. On the other hand, Mu Yun rushed over with the giant wheel. The Crimson Spirit Spear's 9th order runes exploded, and its sharpness was unstoppable. Lin Shui did not dare to take it head-on. He rolled away rather awkwardly. Seeing this, Bai Chen was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect Mu Yun to be so powerful. Under the suppression of an ancient saint expert, he still had room to fight back. If it were him, he would have been crushed to death by the heavenly avatar. "Alliance Master, I'm here to help you." At this moment, an old voice sounded. It was the first elder of the 100 Tempering Villa, Bai Qinghe. Bai Qinghe was also a high-level figure in the Qingyun alliance. His cultivation base had reached the extreme Supreme Saint realm. Although he had no hope of advancing to the ancient saint realm in this life, his strength was quite impressive. Bai Qinghe pulled out his long sword and stabbed at Lin Shui. "Elder Bai, you've come at the right time." Mu Yun looked up to the sky and laughed. He dismantled the Alcade Cauldron into a huge and simple flying sword. He stepped on the flying sword, raised the Crimson Spirit Spear, and slashed down from the sky. Bai Qinghe attacked from behind. Lin Shui was instantly in a difficult position, and he was in a sorry state. "Senior Torch Dragon, help!" Lin Shui shouted. Although he had the strength of an ancient saint, it was only in appearance. He had not truly grasped the power of the heavenly avatar. Encountering the joint attack of Mu Yun and Bai Qinghe, he was immediately in danger. The Sun Moon Torch Dragon had a grim expression. Its situation was not much better. Mu Yun's ironclad Tyrannosaurus was the most ferocious existence among the Supreme Saint beasts. It was not so easy to deal with. There were already many scratches on the Sun Moon Torch Dragon's body. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Shui flipped his hand and attacked Bai Qinghe with the heavenly avatar. "Old thing, I'll blow you up." Lin Shui gritted his teeth. He knew that he was trapped. If he did not use thunderous means, it would be difficult for him to escape. He activated his aura and directly detonated the heavenly avatar. Rumble. When the heavenly avatar exploded, it was as if hell had collapsed. Countless bizarre demonic chi, countless terrifying vengeful spirits, and the aura of skeletons and diseases raged wildly. Mu Yun's expression changed. She did not expect Lin Shui to be so desperate that he would detonate the heavenly avatar. Bai Qinghe's expression also changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The heavenly Tao avatar exploded, and a black mushroom cloud rose into the air. The mountains within a radius of 10 miles collapsed in an instant, and the entire world turned into a world of hell. There was deep black gas everywhere, and the shrill cries of ghosts and wolves were extremely ear-piercing. "First Elder!" Bai Qin exclaimed. He saw Bai Qinghe being bombarded. His old body was instantly reduced to powder. Not even his bones were left. He was directly blown into powder. The power of the heavenly avatar's explosion was simply terrifying. "Senior Torch Dragon, let's retreat." Lin Shui escaped and called out. The Sun Moon Torch Dragon did not dare to continue fighting and hurriedly flew into the sky. Lin Shui rode the Sun Moon Torch Dragon and fled. "You want to run after killing someone? Stay here." Mu Yun gritted her teeth in anger. She immediately stepped on the destroyer flying sword and suddenly rushed into the sky. She viciously attacked Lin Shui with her spear. "Senior Torch Dragon, hurry!" Lin Shui was terrified and hurriedly urged. "Don't worry, he can't catch up." The Sun Moon Torch Dragon looked calm. It flew extremely fast, like a shooting star chasing the moon. In an instant, it disappeared into the clouds and disappeared. Lin Shui heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that he had escaped. However, at this moment, he heard an earth-shattering roar. Ultimate instant kill technique. Mu Yun teleported from afar and instantly appeared in front of Lin Shui. You. Lin Shui was scared out of his wits and stammered. "Oh no." The Sun Moon Torch Dragon saw that the situation was not good. It flipped its body, threw Lin Shui out, and fled alone. "Ah!" Lin Shui cried out in alarm, his body falling rapidly. Mu Yan's gaze turned cold. She slashed out with her spear and cut Lin Shui into two. With a wave of her palm, she activated the devouring bloodline and plundered Lin Shui's spirit chi. Although Lin Shui's heavenly avatar had exploded, he was an ancient sage and had abundant spirit chi. Mu Yun immediately felt that his heavenly avatar was showing signs of condensing. If he could kill another ancient sage, he would definitely be able to condense the heavenly avatar. However, in the entire Three Elements world, there was only one ancient sage expert left. That's right, it was Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan had the bone-corroding cold fire, which was ranked 15th on the Origin Flame list. He also had a 4th-grade Saint Art, which was one of the famous 18 mysteries of the heavens. Legend said that the last ancient cauldron was also in his hands. This person's foundation was unfathomable. If they fought, Mu Yun had no chance of winning unless he could cultivate the Heavenly Path Dharma idol. However, if he wanted to cultivate the Heavenly Path Dharma idol, he had to plunder the spirit chi of another ancient saint. Li Haoyan was the only ancient saint left in the Three Elements world. If he didn't kill Li Haoyan, he couldn't cultivate the Heavenly Path Dharma idol. However, if he didn't have the Heavenly Path Dharma idol, he wouldn't be able to kill Li Haoyan. This was a dead end. There was a way to break out of this dead end, and that was to refine the Samadhi True Fire. However, the Samadhi True Fire was so hot that Mu Yun didn't know how to refine it. He shook his head and collected his thoughts. He went back the way he came, only to see Bai Qin standing there in a daze. "My condolences." Mu Yun comforted him softly. He collected Bai Qinghe's ashes and handed them to Bai Qin. Then, Mu Yun's attention fell on the Sky Corpse Taoist's body. While seeing that the Sky Corpse Taoist's body was still warm, he hurriedly refined the Sky Corpse Taoist into a puppet and took his memories. Suddenly, Mu Yun saw all of the Sky Corpse Taoist's memories. It turned out that the Sky Corpse Taoist had passed the Heavenly Emperor's test and became the Heavenly Emperor's patrol guard. However, he hadn't even seen the Heavenly Emperor's face. The Heavenly Emperor was a supreme existence, and he wasn't qualified to meet him. The Heavenly Emperor's boy, Mu Yun flipped through the Sky Corpse Taoist's memories and found that the person the Sky Corpse Taoist came in contact with was the Heavenly Emperor's boy. This boy was none other than the president of the Kuan Su World's Guild of Dead Spirits, known as the Holy King of Dead Spirits. The Sky Corpse Taoist was prepared to give the Heavenly Emperor's letter of appointment to the Holy King to repay his help, but Li Haoyan took it away. The Holy King of Dead Spirits is the Heavenly Emperor's boy. Mu Yun was surprised. Yun was slightly startled. A child of the Celestial Emperor was in existence that could directly see the Celestial Emperor. Their status was much higher than a patroller's. The president of the Undead Guild was the child of the Heavenly Emperor. This was out of Mu Yun's expectations. He had already sent Dajar to infiltrate the Undead Spirit Guild to gather information, but he didn't know that the Holy King of Necromancy was the child of the Celestial Emperor. Forget it, let's find the Celestial Emperor spiritual sword first. The Celestial Emperor Spirit Sword was a weapon that could restrain a world king. If Li Haoyan dared to call himself a king, then with the Celestial Emperor Spirit Sword in his hand, he could suppress and kill Li Haoyan. From Mu Yun also found the whereabouts of the Celestial Emperor Spiritual Sword in Skycorp's Daoist's memories. This Skycorp's Daoist had actually buried the Celestial Emperor Spiritual Sword 3,000 feet underground. It was actually buried 3,000 feet deep. It's a pity that I still have to dig it out. Yun stored the true Samadhi fire into the map of the Netherworld and stored it for the time being. Soon after, he summoned the ironclad Tyrannosaurus and flew into its body. He controlled the ironclad Tyrannosaurus to burrow into the ground of the Xianxia treasure mountain, continuously digging deeper. That's right, when the Skycorp's Daoist had wreaked havoc in the Xianxia treasure mountain, he had buried the Celestial Emperor Spiritual Sword underground. No one would have thought that the Celestial Emperor Spiritual Sword was underground. Mu Yun continued to dig deeper. The destructive power of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus was astonishing. No matter how hard the earth was, it was as fragile as tofu under its claws. It was 1,000 feet deep. Mu Yun only spent a day to dig to the bottom. In front of him was a rather vast grotto space. Inside the grotto, there was a token placed. This token was completely golden. The word sword was engraved on it. On the back, there was a relief image of a long sword. This was the Celestial Emperor Spiritual Sword. The Celestial Emperor Spiritual Sword was not a sword, but a token that could suppress a world king. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. He came out of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus body and wanted to snatch the Celestial Emperor Spiritual Sword. Suddenly, an old figure appeared and stood in front of Mu Yun, looking at him with a smile. Master Macho. Mu Yun was shocked. This person was actually Master Macho of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The people of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion were really elusive. Mu Yun did not expect to meet someone from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion 3,000 feet underground. Little friend Mu Yun, long time no see. How have you been? Master Macho smiled. Master Macho, what are you doing here? Mu Yun asked. To be honest, I'm here for the Celestial Emperor Spiritual Sword. I've been here for a long time. Unfortunately, our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has a rule that we cannot snatch any treasures. We can only trade. I can only stare at the Celestial Emperor Spiritual Sword. I don't even dare to take it. Master Macho sighed. Your Heavenly Secrets Pavilion actually has such a rule. Yun laughed involuntarily. So Master Macho had been here all along. It was just that he did not dare to snatch any treasures because of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's rules. The Celestial Emperor Spiritual Sword is something that can only be found by chance. I really want it. I don't know if little friend Mu Yun is willing to part with it. I can take out whatever you want in exchange. Master Macho smiled. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. He also wanted the Celestial Emperor Spiritual Sword. He did not want to give it away so easily. I heard that you have gathered all 3 treasures. I wonder if you have refined the Samadhi True Fire. If you want to refine the Samadhi True Fire, I can help. Master Macho took out a pill and said, this is a special origin pill, the Heaven Pulse pill. It is a necessary pill to refine the origin flame. With the Heaven Pulse pill, your meridians will not suffer any damage when refining the origin flame. This kind of pill is priceless. It is also very difficult to buy even if you have the money. As long as you are willing to give the Celestial Emperor Spiritual Sword to me, I am willing to exchange this Heaven Pulse pill. Oh? Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. If he could refine the Samadhi True Fire, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Moreover, it was very likely that he could refine the Heavenly Tao aspect. At that time, he would not have to be afraid of Li Haoyan. However, the special effect of the Celestial Emperor Spiritual Sword was also very tempting. The Celestial Emperor spiritual sword had a strong suppressive power against world kings. If Li Haoyan really dared to proclaim himself a king, Mu Yun would definitely be able to kill him with the Celestial Emperor spiritual sword in his hand. However, if Li Haoyan did not act, his Celestial Emperor spiritual sword would be useless. Moreover, he would also waste the opportunity to refine the Samadhi true fire. Mu Yun gritted his teeth and calculated in his heart. I will give you another seed. It is the ultimate seed of the 7 calamity dragon slaying art. It represents the shadow tribulation. If you can endure the pain and swallow it, you will be able to master the shadow driving art and successfully cultivate the 7 slaughter wolf shadows. Master Macho took out a seed. This seed was completely black. Countless strange tentacle-like shadows extended from it, making one's hair stand on end. What did you say? Yun was shocked. The final move of the 7 calamity dragon slaying art, the 7 slaughter wolf shadows, had never been mastered in a million years. However, Master Macho had given him an ultimate seed. As long as he refined this seed, he would be able to master the secret of the shadow tribulation. But Master Macho's face became serious. This seed is extremely bitter. If you swallow it, you will be in extreme pain. You might even die. I have a medicine that can alleviate the pain. As long as you are willing to exchange it with the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, I will give you the medicine. Mu thought. Yun's heart raced. Master Macho's offer was extremely generous. A shadow tribulation seed and a heaven pulse elixir for the Celestial Emperor spiritual sword. It was a good deal. Master Macho, I don't need this medicine. I am willing to exchange it with you. Give me the shadow tribulation seed and the heaven pulse elixir, and the Celestial Emperor spiritual sword is yours. Mu Yun agreed. He would definitely not lose out in this deal. Master Macho was overjoyed and smiled. Very good, very good. You will definitely not lose out in this deal. However, the shadow tribulation seed is extremely bitter. If you forcefully swallow it, you might not be able to endure the pain and die. Think about it again. As long as you give me the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, I will give you the medicine. No need. Mu shook his head. Yun shook his head. He used to have many Saint Beast puppets, but now, he only had one Saint Beast puppet, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. He didn't want to give it away. Alright. Master Macho did not waste any more time. He gave the Heaven Pulse elixir and the Shadow Tribulation seed to Mu Yun and took the Celestial Emperor spiritual sword. Master Macho, when can I see you again? Mu asked. Yun asked. Master Macho shook his head. Why? Mu Yun was stunned. The Shadow Tribulation seed I gave you is too bitter. If you eat it, you will really die. Even if you don't die, you don't have the Celestial Emperor spiritual sword. You won't be able to defeat Li Haoyan. When Li Haoyan becomes the world king, he can kill you as easily as crushing an ant. Master Macho shook his head. Li Haoyan knows about the Celestial Emperor spiritual sword? Mu Yun's face changed. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. I'm not the only one in the Divine Secret Pavilion. There are others who are in the business of selling information. The information here can't be hidden from Li Haoyan. Master Macho said. Mu. Yun's eyes darkened. If Li Haoyan really knew about this place, he would definitely act without the slightest scruple. At that time, he would declare himself king and become the world king of the 3 primordial realms. He would obtain boundless benefits from the Celestial Emperor. You're at a dead end. If you don't give up the Celestial Emperor spiritual sword, Li Haoyan won't dare to become the world king even if he's beaten to death. Only when you give up the Celestial Emperor spiritual sword will he dare to become the world king. Then, once he becomes the world king, you're finished. No matter how strong you are, can you defeat a world king? So, you'll die no matter what. I'm not lying when I said we won't see each other again. Master Macho slowly put away the Celestial Emperor spiritual sword and turned to leave with a smile. That old fox. Mu Yun clenched his teeth. This Master Macho might turn around and go to the 9 Cauldron sect to sell information to Li Haoyan. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, the Divination Pavilion was in this business. he couldn't stop them. I've got the Heaven Pulse Elixir and the Shadow Calamity Seed. I can refine the true Samadhi fire and cultivate the 7 Slaughter Wolf Shadow. I don't believe that I can't defeat Li Haoyan. Even if he becomes the world king, I'll kill him. Mu Yun clenched her fists. He definitely did not lose out in this deal. A Celestial Emperor spiritual sword in exchange for the Heaven Pulse Elixir and the Shadow Calamity Seed solved 2 of his problems. Soon, Mu Yun returned to the main hall of the Xianxia treasure mountain to cultivate in seclusion. Before cultivating, he sent Skycorp's Taoist to the Guild of the Dead Spirits in the Kuan Su world to secretly meet Saint King Si Ling. Skycorp's Taoist was his puppet, and Saint King Si Ling naturally did not know. On the surface, this Holy King Necromancer was the president of the Necromancer Guild, but in reality, he was a servant of the Sky Emperor. He might be able to find out the secrets of the Sky Emperor from him. Naturally, Mu Yun would not miss this opportunity. And after arranging everything, Mu Yun officially went into seclusion. In the hall, Mu Yun sat cross-legged and looked at the Heaven Pulse Elixir in his hand. This Heaven Pulse Elixir was perfectly round and snow-white, emitting a cool medicinal fragrance. There were meridian-like patterns on the surface of the elixir, and abundant spiritual qi emanated from the elixir. Mu Yun also knew how to refine elixirs, and he could tell at a glance that the material of this Heaven Pulse Elixir was much better than the extreme Sky Heart Path Elixir he had refined before. Gulp, gulp. He raised his head and swallowed the medicinal pill. Immediately, a cool medicinal aura spread throughout his body. Wisps of medicinal qi spread to his meridians, and his meridians were covered with a thin film. This film was vaguely transparent, but it was quite tough, and it firmly protected his meridians. This Heaven Pulse Elixir is good, and it can indeed protect your meridians. Yun nodded and immediately summoned the Samadhi True Fire. The Samadhi True Fire floated in the hall, and the temperature in the hall rose instantly. The Samadhi True Fire emitted a blazing heat, and the vigorous Great Path aura kept surging. The Samadhi True Fire contained the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, the earth, and the human technique. The dark blue flame was incomparably blazing, and a tyrannical spiritual energy was constantly being emitted. If one could refine the Samadhi True Fire, it would be greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. Yun took a deep breath, waved his hand, and swallowed the Samadhi True Fire. The Samadhi True Fire was like a piece of charcoal, falling into his dantian. Suddenly, Mu Yun's body was set ablaze. The blazing flames exploded crazily. His blood seemed to have turned into magma that flowed continuously in his body. His internal organs felt like they were being torn apart. Mu Yun gritted his teeth, and sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. The impact of this true Samadhi fire is indeed terrifying. Suddenly, Mu Yun felt a huge impact on his meridians. The true Samadhi fire's fire waves kept attacking his meridians and internal organs. Fortunately, his meridians were protected by the Heaven Pulse Elixir. Under the strong impact, they were still as stable as Mount Tai and were not damaged at all. Mu Yun clenched her teeth and endured the impact of the true Samadhi fire. This was the true origin fire. It had the energy of the origin of heaven and earth. It was much more powerful than the White Tiger sacred fire. Even if she had the Heaven Pulse Elixir, it would not be easy to refine it. Gradually, Mu Yun's meridians began to expand. Under the nourishment of the true Samadhi fire, her meridians had doubled in size. Her body's lifeline had also gradually become stronger after being tempered by the true Samadhi fire. Still with his qi and blood, there were no longer any impurities. The impurities in his qi and blood had all been purified by the true Samadhi fire. Time passed bit by bit. For an entire month, Mu Yun had been refining the true Samadhi fire. His body and skin were like jade. The true Samadhi fire continuously tempered him, and he suddenly felt like he had been reborn. In the end, the true Samadhi fire occupied his dantian. It was like a sun that constantly emitted a bright light. The true Samadhi fire circled around Mu Yun's aura. It was like 100 rivers returning to the sea, endlessly growing and multiplying. Whoosh, Mu Yun took a deep breath. Like a whale, he swallowed all the spirit qi in the hall. The spirit qi of the Xianxia treasure mountain outside also gathered in an instant. In an instant, the dozens of heaven and earth spirit qi around the hall were all refined by Mu Yun. He was like a whale sucking in water. His method of refining spirit qi was much more powerful than before. The refinement was successful. Mu Yun was delighted. At this moment, he had successfully refined the true samadhi fire. A majestic totem was born behind him. This totem had the appearance of the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. Countless natural disasters and earthly disasters intertwined within it. Heavenly Tao Dharma characteristic. This was his heavenly Tao Dharma characteristic. The heavenly Tao Dharma characteristic has finally been refined. Mu Yun exclaimed. Yun was overjoyed. The true samadhi fire spirit qi was indeed majestic. It allowed him to refine the heavenly Tao Dharma characteristic. His cultivation realm also announced a breakthrough, and he stepped into the ranks of the lesser ancient sage realm. He had finally advanced to the ancient sage realm. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was incomparably majestic. The qi and blood in his body were all gathered within the heavenly Tao Dharma characteristic. His heavenly Tao Dharma characteristic was a doomsday calamity totem. Countless lightning bolts, wind, snow, and torrential rain intertwined continuously. Swirl, in the image of the doomsday calamity totem, an indomitable giant figure appeared. It was like a war god. This figure looked quite similar to Mu Yun. However, its aura was very sinister. The violent calamity qi constantly rushed out. Calamity war god, this is my heavenly Tao Dharma characteristic. Mu Yun narrowed his eyes and stared at the calamity war god. The entire calamity war god stood proudly in the hall, almost bursting through the dome. The terrifying calamity qi constantly erupted from the calamity war god's body. Yun summoned the ironclad Tyrannosaurus and took back the calamity seed, refining it into his body. His heavenly Tao Dharma characteristics aura skyrocketed once again. The entire calamity war god was covered in a set of heavy black armor, looking incomparably mighty. Countless calamity lightning qi constantly erupted from it. Yun took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged, continuing to refine his aura. The calamity heavenly lord's inheritance seed's aura was very dense. If he absorbed it completely, he could even advance to the ancient sage realm. As he absorbed the spiritual energy from the seed, he began to slowly absorb it. At the same time, the secret magic of an ultimate curse was extracted from the seed. It was the calamity heavenly lord's parting curse. The parting curse was a secret technique created by the calamity heavenly lord. Legend had it that it was the 9th ultimate curse, and its lethality was very strong. Yun comprehended the cultivation method of the parting curse. At this moment, he had already grasped 7 ultimate curses. They were parting, animal banishment, painting suppression, mortal transformation, assassination, bone extraction, and soul transference. Against ancient sages, ultimate curses aren't enough to deal with them. With a thought, Yun took out a black seed. Shadow the tribulation seed. This was something that Master Macho had given him. This shadow tribulation seed was completely black. Strange tentacle-like shadows stretched out from the seed. It was quite strange. Master Macho had said that as long as he could refine this seed, he would be able to grasp the secrets of the shadow tribulation and cultivate the 7 slaughter wolf shadow. But, at this moment, Mu Yun felt an extremely dangerous aura. This shadow tribulation seed was very dangerous. If he forcefully swallowed it, he would definitely die. After becoming an ancient sage, his ability to foresee good and bad things had become stronger. He could vaguely feel that this shadow tribulation seed contained the aura of a great calamity. If he rashly refined it, he would probably die. Mu Yun fell silent. This shadow tribulation seed was necessary to comprehend the 7 slaughter wolf shadow. If he didn't use it, it would be a waste. After all, the 7 slaughter wolf shadow was the ultimate move of the 7 calamity dragon slaying art. Its lethality was comparable to a 4th grade saint art, and it was even one of the legendary 18 mysteries of the heavens. Report. Sovereign, something has happened. Bai Chen's voice came from outside the hall. Yun frowned and immediately put away the shadow tribulation seed and walked out of the hall. What's the matter? Mu Yun asked. Bai Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. When he looked up, he saw that Mu Yun's aura was majestic. Moreover, she was exuding the majestic aura of the heavenly Tao. It was obvious that she had cultivated the heavenly Tao Dharma idol. Congratulations, sovereign. You've finally become an ancient sage. Bai Chen was overjoyed. Mu Yun nodded slightly and asked, "What's the matter?" Bai Chen composed himself and said, "Sovereign, something bad has happened. Li Haoyan wants to declare himself king. He's going to hold a realm king banquet and invite everyone in the world to attend. He wants to crown himself as the realm king in front of everyone." He handed over an invitation. Yun opened the invitation and saw that it was indeed Li Haoyan's invitation. He wanted to invite everyone in the world to the Nine Cauldrons sect for a banquet. He wanted to proclaim himself king in front of everyone. At that time, he would become the world king of the three essence realms. Once he became the realm king of the three origin world, he would be able to rule the world. This Li Haoyan is really arrogant. He even wants to invite us. Mu Yan's expression changed. His Qingyun alliance was at war with the Nine Cauldrons sect, but Li Haoyan wanted to invite him to the realm king banquet. Obviously, he had nothing to fear. "Sovereign, what should we do? Since Li Haoyan dares to invite us, I'm afraid he has other plans." Bai Chen said solemnly. "I've already become an ancient sage. Moreover, I've refined the Samadhi true fire. It won't be easy for Li Haoyan to kill me." Mu Yan's eyes flashed with coldness. The final battle was finally coming. Li Haoyan wanted to become the realm king. He couldn't sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, once Li Haoyan became the realm king and received the heavenly emperor's reward, the consequences would be unimaginable. 7 days later was the day of the realm king banquet. Mu Yun definitely had to attend the realm king banquet. The final battle was at this moment. He gathered all the disciples of the Qingyun alliance and prepared to attend the banquet. At this moment. At the same time, the entire three origin world was in a state of turmoil. Li Haoyan wanted to proclaim himself as the realm king. This was a grand occasion. The whole world was shocked. 1. Once he became the realm king, the three origin world would be turned upside down. All the forces would be reshuffled. As the number one enemy of the Nine Cauldrons sect, Mu Yan's Qingyun alliance would definitely not stay out of it. 1. Everyone's gaze immediately gathered. Everyone knew that the Realm King banquet would be the final battle between Mu Yun and Li Haoyan. "Mu Yun, what are your chances of winning?" Liao Xue asked. Although Mu Yun had already become an ancient sage, Li Haoyan's strength was still unfathomable. "I don't know. But no matter what, we have to attend the Realm King banquet." Mu Yun replied. Mu Yun wasn't afraid. He had been looking forward to the final battle for a long time. He had the confidence to defeat Li Haoyan after ascending to the ancient saint realm. "It's a pity that I can't refine the shadow calamity seed." Mu Yan's heart sank. If he could refine the shadow calamity seed and master the secret technique of the seven slaughter wolf shadow, his strength would increase significantly. Unfortunately, the shadow calamity seed was too dangerous. Mu Yun didn't dare to swallow it. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Mu Yun infused the white tiger sacred fire into the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. With the support of the white tiger sacred fire, the aura of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus became ferocious. Mu Yun was satisfied. He led the disciples of the Qingyun alliance and headed to the Nine Cauldrons sect. The mountain gate of the Nine Cauldrons sect was bustling with noise and excitement. There were lanterns and colored banners everywhere. All the influential figures in the three Yuan world had come. Today was the day Li Haoyan would be crowned as the world king. Everyone was looking forward to it. Since Tianlia's death, the corpse-eating beasts had lost their leader. They had become a pile of loose sand and were no longer a threat to the Nine Cauldrons sect. The other races like the Titan giant ape, the dragon rhinoceros race, and the winged silver lion race were no match for the Nine Cauldrons sect even if they joined forces. Under the immense pressure, the 7 major races, except for the nine-tailed cat, all surrendered and stopped fighting with the Nine Cauldrons sect. In the entire world, only Mu Yan's Qingyun alliance could contend with the Nine Cauldrons sect. The other races had all surrendered. Everyone knew that the World King's banquet was the final battle between Mu Yun and Li Haoyan. In everyone's eyes, Mu Yun had no chance of winning. More than half of the world was under Li Haoyan's control. It would be very difficult for Mu Yun to fight for supremacy. As long as Li Haoyan became the world king, he would dominate the entire 3 Yuan world. Mu Yun led the disciples of the Qingyun alliance into the mountain gate of the Nine Cauldron sect. Beside him were Liao Xue, Yan Nanfei, Bai Chen, and the rest. Behind him were the disciples of the Qingyun alliance. The alliance master of the Qingyun alliance, Great Saint Mu Yun, has arrived. The reception disciple of the Nine Cauldron sect shouted loudly when he saw Mu Yun arrive. Inside the mountain gate of the Nine Cauldron sect, everyone's gaze landed on Mu Yun. Mu Yun concealed his aura and did not reveal his strength. Outsiders did not know that he had advanced to the ancient sage realm. Mu Yun is here. That fellow is only a half-ancient sage. What does he have to fight against ancient sage Vast Sky? He's dead for sure today. As long as Prime Saint Vast Sky kills him, he'll be able to clear all obstacles and dominate the world. When the crowd saw that Mu Yun had arrived, they all whispered to each other. The Valley Master of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, Great Sage Han Bai, has arrived. The people from the Valley of Beasts had also arrived. Han Bai led Han Yi and Bai Mingxiong into the Nine Cauldron sect. Now that the Nine Cauldron sect was too arrogant, the Valley of Beasts did not dare to openly resist. However, everyone knew that the enmity between Han Bai and Li Haoyan was not small. Furthermore, the Valley of Beasts had a 4th-grade saint art that could not be underestimated. When Bai Mingxiong saw Mu Yun, his body trembled. He lowered his head and did not dare to speak, as if he was afraid that Mu Yun would throw him into the furnace to refine his weapon. Valley Master Han, Yi, how have you been? Mu Yun walked over and greeted them with a smile. Alliance Master Mu, Li Haoyan is holding the World King banquet this time and invited you over. It's obvious that he's up to no good. Do you have any good ideas? Han Bai whispered. Different situations call for different actions. It won't be that easy for him to kill me. Mu Yun smiled. The leader of the Necromancy Guild, Lord Necromancy Saint King, has arrived. The reception disciple announced loudly. A red-robed figure slowly walked in from outside. It was a sinister-looking old man. His nose was like an eagle's hook, and his body was so thin that it seemed like he would fall if the wind blew. He walked unsteadily with a walking stick. He was wearing a red robe with a cyan maple leaf pattern on it. It was the unique uniform of the Necromancy Guild. This old man was the leader of the Necromancy Guild, Lord Necromancy Saint King. Even Lord Necromancy Saint King is here. Ancient Saint Haoyan is really honored. It is said that Lord Necromancy Saint King is ranked 5th on the universe list in the Kuan-Su world. His strength is unfathomable. This banquet is really generous. Even Ancient Saint Haoyan, an expert from the Kuan-Su world, is invited. Everyone was amazed and their eyes fell on Lord Necromancy Saint King. No one could tell his true strength, but it was said that Lord Necromancy Saint King was ranked 5th on the universe list. He was not an ordinary person. Beside Lord Necromancy Saint King was a man in golden clothes. It was Skycorp's Taoist. Under Mu Yun's arrangement, Skycorp's Taoist followed Lord Necromancy Saint King. There was no special news for the time being. Lord Saint King, Li Haoyan took away the Heavenly Emperor's appointment certificate and your position as the Realm King. Are you here tonight to take revenge? Mu Yun maintained his composure and controlled the Heavenly Corpse Daoist to find out what Holy King Xiling had to say. Lord Necromancy Saint King smiled and said, Ancient Saint Haoyan and I have reached an agreement. He is willing to give me the Dark Ancient Cauldron. The Dark Ancient Cauldron was one of the 9 ancient cauldrons. It was very useful for refining elixirs, weapons, Dharma treasures, and puppets. Mu Yun only needed one more Dark Ancient Cauldron to gather all 9 ancient cauldrons. Lord Saint King, you are willing to give up the position of the Realm King for an ancient cauldron? Mu Yun whispered. There is a spy in the Necromancy Guild. The news that I want to manage the 3 elements world has already spread to the Light Pope, Fairy Chiao, and other experts. If I insist on seizing the position of the Realm King, I'm afraid something will happen. I might as well do a favor and give it to Haoyan. Ancient Saint King, as long as you are willing to give me the Dark Ancient Cauldron. Lord Necromancy Saint King narrowed his eyes and sat in the VIP seats of the 9 Cauldron sect. He did not say anything else. Mu Yun did not ask any more questions. It seemed that no one could stop Li Haoyan if he wanted to establish himself as the realm king. Fairy Qiyao's envoy, Lady Qingmiao, has arrived. At this moment, the envoy continued speaking. A young lady walked over with a smile on her face. This young lady was clad in green and looked extremely adorable. She wasn't an expert, but her status was extraordinary. She was the envoy of Fairy Qiyao. Even Fairy Qiyao had sent someone over. One could imagine Li Haoyan's status. Light Church's subordinate, Knight of the Round Table Rodhart, has arrived. A mighty figure stepped into the mountain gate of the Nine Cauldrons sect. Mu Yan took a closer look. This was also an old face. It was Rodhart, a Knight of the Round Table under the Light Church. Dwarf tribe's commander, O Fu, has arrived. A dwarf with thick hair and beard walked in. He was also an old acquaintance of Mu Yun. Back then, this dwarf O Fu had given him a soul destroyer blade. It was said to be a sky-peaking sacred artifact, but it was only a replica. The real sky-peaking sacred artifact was Mu Yun's crimson spirit spear. It was extremely sharp and could not be compared to ordinary weapons. Following that, many forces in the Kuan Su world also sent people over. The entire Nine Cauldrons sect was bustling as they waited for Li Haoyan to appear. Rumble, a loud sound came from the night sky. A majestic figure came riding a dragon. It was Li Haoyan. Ancient Saint Haoyan has arrived. The disciples of the Nine Cauldrons sect all knelt down to welcome him. The guests also all stood up. Li Haoyan wore a sky-blue robe with the clear goblet sword hanging on his waist. He rode the sun and moon torch dragon and broke through the sky. Mu Yun glanced at Li Haoyan and saw that his cultivation was only at the lesser ancient saint realm, exactly the same as her. Mu Yun calmed herself down. They were both at the lesser ancient saint realm. If they really fought, it was still unknown who would win. Everyone. Li Haoyan stood in the sky and cupped his hands. The whole place suddenly quieted down. I am indebted to all of you for coming to my sect. I am very grateful. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd also started to exchange greetings and echoed. Li Haoyan smiled slightly and took out a set of scrolls. The scrolls were printed with the words Investiture of the Gods. Mu Yun's eyes narrowed. This was the appointment certificate of the Heavenly Emperor, the Investiture of the Gods. Whoever wrote their name on the Investiture of the Gods would be able to ascend to the throne of the three primordial realms. Li Haoyan took out the Investiture of the Gods, and the entire Investiture of the Gods spread out in the night sky, covering the sky and the moon. Countless immortal lights, countless spiritual qi, and holy light were emitted from the Investiture of the Gods. A loud chant also came from the sky. It lingered on the Investiture of the Gods. The aura of the Investiture of the Gods was vigorous and majestic. It was many times more powerful than the Punlai Immortal Islands experts list. If one could write their name on it, they would definitely have great luck and endless fortune. Seeing the Investiture of the Gods, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Everyone, I am indebted to the Heavenly Emperor for conferring me the title of Realm King. Although I am not talented, I also want to carry out the Heavenly Emperor's imperial edict to rule the world and sweep the universe. Li Haoyan's words were full of pride. He had obviously plundered the Investiture of the Gods, but he said that he was favored by the Heavenly Emperor. He was indeed thick-skinned. Li Haoyan raised the brush, wanting to write his name on the Investiture of the Gods. Wait. All of a sudden, an aged voice rang out. Yan Nanfei stood up. Insolent traitor, you deceived your master and destroyed your ancestors, and you still have the face to snatch the Realm King's throne? Get down here. Yan Nanfei shouted, glaring at Li Haoyan. Everyone knew that Yan Nanfei was Li Haoyan's master. Li Haoyan's deceit and destruction of his ancestors was made known to the world. Everyone knew of Li Haoyan's evil deeds. Seeing Yan Nanfei stand up, everyone was waiting to see how Li Haoyan would deal with him. I am the Realm King, and this is the Heavenly Emperor's favor. Whoever dares to obstruct me will be the Heavenly Emperor's enemy. Li Haoyan's expression was cold as he looked at Yan Nanfei. No matter who it is, whoever dares to obstruct me will be defying the Heavenly Emperor's edict. Traitor, don't use the Heavenly Emperor to scare me. You disgraceful thing, this old man will clean up the sect today. After saying that, Yan Nanfei flew out and ruthlessly attacked Li Haoyan. Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect Yan Nanfei to suddenly attack. Who? Chi, a white flame exploded on Li Haoyan's fist. The flame was cold, but under the cold surface, it was boiling hot. Bonkeroding Cold Flame, ranked 15th on the Origin Flame list, Bonkeroding Cold Flame. Li Haoyan's fist was surrounded by the aura of the Bonkeroding Cold Flame. As he waved his fist, the sharp Origin Flame aura spread out. Yan Nanfei's expression changed. Although his aura had recovered to its peak, there was still a huge gap between him and Li Haoyan. Mu Yun remained calm. She suddenly flicked her finger and a drop of nether spirit dew shot out. There were still 2 drops of heavenly dew in her body. They were the nether spirit dew and the demonic lotus dew. As for the frigid ice dew, it had already been evaporated by the true Samadhi fire. A true Origin Flame would not be afraid of the heavenly dew. However, Li Haoyan had not reached the Saint Ruler realm. His Origin Flame would naturally be restrained by the heavenly dew. Under the nether spirit dew, Li Haoyan's fist radiance weakened. Yan Nanfei took the opportunity to retreat and return to Mu Yun's side. Alliance leader, this traitorous disciple is despicable. Please help me clean up the sect. Yan Nanfei gritted his teeth. Mu Yun was the alliance leader of the Qingyun alliance. He also had to address her as alliance leader. Mu Yun nodded her head slightly and looked at Li Haoyan in the sky. Everyone's gazes were also focused on Mu Yun and Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan looked up and laughed. Ha ha ha, Mu Yun, I didn't expect you to come. You are brave and bold. Mu Yun summoned the army-destroying cauldron and transformed it into a sword. She stepped on the army-destroying flying sword and soared into the sky. She faced Li Haoyan and said, Li Haoyan, there will be a battle between us. Let's do it. Haha, you don't have to be in such a hurry to die. Men, capture all the disciples of the Qingyun alliance. Don't leave a single one alive. Li Haoyan shouted coldly. The disciples of the 9 Cauldron sect rushed into the banquet. There were also many disciples wearing the uniform of the 9 doors. 9 doors? Mu Yun narrowed her eyes. The 9 Fan School was a special sect in the Kuan-Su world. They were good at using mechanisms and hidden weapons. She did not expect that Li Haoyan would secretly ambush the disciples of the 9 Fan School. More than 10 disciples of the 9 doors rushed into the banquet and shot out their hidden weapons. The disciples of the Qingyun alliance were ambushed by the hidden weapons and were caught by the 9 Cauldron sect. Li Haoyan, how dare you? Mu Yun was furious. She did not expect that Li Haoyan would dare to randomly arrest people in front of everyone. Everyone at the banquet frowned. They did not expect Li Haoyan to be so shameless. Not only did he kidnap someone, he even secretly invited a disciple of the 9 Fan School to launch a sneak attack with a hidden weapon. Don't panic, everybody. This is a personal grudge between me and the Green Cloud Alliance. Li Haoyan's tone was cold and arrogant, but he did not care about the gazes of the people in the world. At this moment, a beautiful figure walked out slowly. She was the island master of the Punlai deity island, deity Punlai. Goddess Punlai looked around and said slowly, our 9 Cauldron sect has a deep grudge against the Qingyun Holy Alliance. It can be said that we can't live under the same sky. They were foolish and daring to walk into our trap. However, they can't blame us for being ruthless and killing all the people of the Qingyun Holy Alliance. Kill them all. As soon as she finished speaking, the disciples of the 9 Cauldron sect unsheathed their weapons. The disciples of the 9 Fan School also looked ferocious. At this moment, many disciples of the Green Cloud Alliance had been captured. Fortunately, Bai Chen, Liao Xue, Huang Yan, Mou and other important people were not captured. Bitch, die! Liao Xue shouted. She unsheathed her ancient Yuan sword and stabbed at deity Punlai. Ao Xue, let me help you. Leng Jianxin also unsheathed his Qi Yao sword and slashed out. Bai Chen, Huang Yan, Mou and the others also attacked. Luo Tianqing summoned the 300 Osteopyrum and they rushed out. The entire banquet was in chaos. There were shouts and screams everywhere and it was a mess. Li Haoyan, it's not that easy for you to annihilate the Green Cloud Alliance. Mu Yun snorted. Although Li Haoyan wanted to ambush and kill them, the disciples of the Green Cloud Alliance were not to be trifled with. Naturally, they would not wait for their deaths. Hee hee, is that so? Li Haoyan sneered. He waved his hand and a strong curse aura shrouded the area. Splendid heavens and earth, picturesque mountains and rivers, picturesque curse, imperial. He waved his hand and the picturesque curse aura was suppressed. Oh no. Mu Yun's face changed. Li Haoyan was very familiar with curses. He was even more familiar with curses than Mu Yun. The picturesque curse was released almost instantly and it covered a large area. It covered the entire banquet. Suddenly, the disciples of the Green Cloud Alliance were all turned into scrolls. Liao Xue and the others were fighting and they did not expect Li Haoyan to intervene. They were caught off guard and were suppressed by the picturesque curse. The disciples of the Green Cloud Alliance were all turned into scrolls. Li Haoyan's curse aura was clearly separated. It only targeted the disciples of the Green Cloud Alliance and the others were unharmed. Prime Saint Haoyan has such terrifying means. Such a method of cursing, I'm afraid it's too heaven-defying. The Green Cloud Alliance is doomed today. Even if they come out in full force, they are no match for Prime Saint Haoyan. Everyone looked at the scrolls on the floor and they were terrified. Liao Xue, Yan Nanfei, Bai Chen and the others were all turned into scrolls. The only person who was still standing in the entire Green Cloud Alliance was Clarice. She was a little girl from the Dark Night Elf clan. She stood in place in fear as she looked at the people around her, including her sister, Jessica. They were all turned into scrolls but she was the only one who was unharmed. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she did not know what to do. She looked up at Mu Yun who was in the sky. Mu Yun was also slightly stunned. She did not know what was going on. Even Liao Xue had turned into scrolls but Clarice was unharmed. However, he did not have time to think too much. Li Haoyan had cast such a large-scale curse and controlled his aura so well. He must have put in a lot of effort to only harm the disciples of the Green Cloud Alliance. It was the best time for Mu Yun to strike. Ultimate instant kill. Mu Yun raised the Crimson Spirit Spear and slashed at Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan took a deep breath and his aura surged. Indeed, casting the ultimate curse required a lot of effort. Moreover, he had deliberately controlled the range of the curse to only harm the disciples of the Green Cloud Alliance. It was imaginable how much effort he had to put in. Torch Dragon, stop him. Li Haoyan calmed himself down and raised the brush, ready to write his name on the investiture of the gods. All right. The Sun Moon Torch Dragon roared to the sky and slapped down with its dragon claw, forcibly stopping Mu Yun's ultimate instant kill. Mu Yun's body appeared in front of the Sun Moon Torch Dragon. Good lad, I haven't seen you in a short time and you have advanced to the Lesser Ancient Sage realm. The Sun Moon Torch Dragon stared at Mu Yun with a solemn expression. Mu Yun had already advanced to the Lesser Ancient Sage realm and was very powerful. It could not deal with him. Torch Dragon, be careful. Help me hold him back. Li Haoyan ordered. He silently raised the brush and slowly placed it on the investiture of the gods. Mu Yun's face changed. If Li Haoyan really declared himself king, he would be finished. Ironclad Tyrannosaurus, show yourself. Mu Yun immediately summoned the Ironclad Tyrannosaurus. The Ironclad Tyrannosaurus's heavy metal body shone with a cold light under the moonlight. Its pair of burning eyes looked extremely violent. At this time, the energy core of the Ironclad Tyrannosaurus changed again. It was no longer the inheritance seed of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity, but the White Tiger Sacred Fire. Mu Yun had already refined the Samadhi True Fire. It was useless to keep the White Tiger Sacred Fire. Under the support of the White Tiger Sacred Fire, the Ironclad Tyrannosaurus's aura was simply terrifying. Violent killing intent roared out crazily. Everyone was shocked. Many people retreated and looked at the Ironclad Tyrannosaurus with fear. This was the legendary killing monster, the strongest existence among the 10 great sacred beasts. Bang, the Ironclad Tyrannosaurus stomped on the ground and shot up to the sky, charging towards Li Haoyan. Beast, your opponent is me. Goddess Punlai snorted and flew out to stop the Ironclad Tyrannosaurus. The Ironclad Tyrannosaurus's strength was comparable to an ancient sage. Goddess Punlai was only a half-step ancient sage. Naturally, she was not a match for the Ironclad Tyrannosaurus. However, she was enough to hold the Ironclad Tyrannosaurus back. This bitch. Mu Yun gritted her teeth. If she did not remove the roots, there would be endless trouble in the future. Back then, Liao Shua did not kill Goddess Punglai. In the end, this woman joined the Nine Cauldron sect and caused a disaster. Hee, Mu Yun, it's impossible for you to stop ancient sage Haoyan from becoming king. The solar and lunar torch dragon sneered and continued to circle around. It did not confront Mu Yun directly. Instead, it delayed Mu Yun's footsteps and did not allow her to get close to Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan raised the brush and wrote the word Li on the investiture of the gods. He was sweating profusely. Writing his name on the investiture of the gods was not an easy task. All kinds of luck enveloped him. If it was an ordinary person, they would have exploded long ago. Bastard, get out of my way. Mu Yun glared at the solar and lunar torch dragon and swept out her spear. Ultimate roaming dragon chi. A violent dragon aura exploded on the crimson spirit spear. A vast golden brilliance shook the sky. The entire night sky suddenly became as bright as day. The roar of the heavenly dragon resounded. Countless dragon shadows descended on the crimson spirit spear. Mu Yun waved her spear and attacked wildly. The ultimate roaming dragon chi ruthlessly slashed out. Not good. The solar and lunar torch dragon's expression changed. The ultimate roaming dragon chi was 10 times more lethal against demonic beasts. It was extremely terrifying and was simply the nemesis of demonic beasts. It did not dare to take it head-on and hurriedly dodged to the side. The ultimate roaming dragon chi ruthlessly slashed towards Li Haoyan, who was behind it. Li Haoyan's face was silent. He wrote his name and completely ignored the outside world. Pucci, the sharp roaming dragon chi ruthlessly slashed his body. Mu Yun's complexion sank. If Li Haoyan really did become a world king, then he would be in danger. 6 Tribulation Snow, Blizzard Disaster. Mu Yun bellowed as he swung his spear. The sky was filled with wind and snow. Suddenly, the world turned into a world of ice and snow. The terrifying cold air rushed towards Li Haoyan. Bone-chilling flame. Li Haoyan didn't panic. He flicked his finger and a wisp of flame appeared. This was the bone-chilling flame. The bone-corroding cold flame released a blazing flame, forcefully blocking the attack of the blizzard. Disaster. Under the scorching aura of the bone-corroding cold flame, the surrounding snow melted away, unable to harm Li Haoyan at all. Li Haoyan took a deep breath and wrote down the last heaven character on the divine seal decree. His name was completely imprinted on the divine seal decree. Bang! In an instant, thunder rumbled from the highest heavens. Endless amounts of vast and mighty saint energy tumbled down from the horizon, gathering onto Li Haoyan's body. A vigorous and overbearing aura constantly lingered around Li Haoyan's body. Li Haoyan's outfit immediately changed. It turned into a blue robe with black lines on it. The heavenly emperor wore a dragon robe, but a world king's robe was a python robe. At this moment, Li Haoyan had officially been bestowed the title of world king. This python robe was a robe bestowed by the heavenly emperor, showing off his unparalleled power and majesty. World king, this fellow prime saint vast sky has declared himself a king. He has really become a world king. As Holy King Necro saw this, his pupils shrank. The aura of a world king was incomparably boundless, making it so that no one dared to look up. All of the guests present were horrified. They didn't think that Li Haoyan would be so successful and directly become a world king. Endless saint energy, endless destiny, endless great Tao, all of it poured into Li Haoyan's body. His aura constantly rose. Congratulations, World King Vast Sky. You have ascended to such a high position. Congratulations. The Sun-Moon Torch Dragon narrowed its eyes, a happy expression on its face. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. The Sun-Moon Torch Dragon was the saint beast beneath Li Haoyan. At this time, Li Haoyan had directly become a world king, and the Sun-Moon Torch Dragon also benefited from this. Its old dragon scales fell off and it began to transform on the spot. Golden scales appeared on its body as it turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon. He had become a true dragon. The dragon clan was a first-class race, a supreme race. The solar lunar torch dragon only had a trace of the dragon clan's bloodline and was not a true dragon. However, at this moment, it had borrowed Li Haoyan's glory to successfully transform into a true dragon. The Realm King has ascended to the throne. Why are you still not kneeling? Sun and Moon Torch Dragon looked down at the audience and coldly said. All the guests present immediately knelt down and shouted in unison, "Welcome, Your Excellency Realm King." Only Holy King Si Ling, Green Bird, Rodheart and the others from the Kuan Su world didn't kneel down. The others all knelt down to welcome Li Haoyan. Even Han Bai and Han Yi from the Valley of Beasts knelt down. Under the immense pressure, they could not bear it and could only kneel. "Grandfather, what should we do? Li Haoyan has really been conferred the title of Realm King." Han Yi paled. Li Haoyan's World King dignity was far too terrifying. Her fighting spirit had been completely crushed. "No matter what, we can't give in today." Han Bai gritted his teeth and his eyes were cold. He had already made a decision in his heart. Ha 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 ha. Li Haoyan looked arrogant. He had become a realm king and obtained the python robe bestowed by the Heavenly Emperor. He was really lucky. His aura continued to soar from the small ancient saint realm to the extreme ancient saint realm. In the end, he even broke through and stepped into the Sage King realm. The Sage realm. A Sage King was the king of the universe. An expert of this level was very powerful. They were existences that could cross the heavens. With a thought, they could annihilate stars and overturn mountains and rivers. At this moment, Li Haoyan had ascended to the Sage King realm. With the help of the Realm King's luck, he had broken through to the Sage King realm on the spot. Sage King. Mu Yun's face changed. He had never thought that a Realm King's luck would be so majestic that it could directly allow one to become a Sage King. The difference between an ancient saint and a Sage King was like the difference between heaven and earth. Li Haoyan was a Sage King expert, which was a full realm higher than him. Mu Yun suddenly felt like he was suffocating. He couldn't breathe. "Mu Yun, today, I have been conferred the title of Realm King and have advanced to the Sage King realm. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. What else do you have to say?" Li Haoyan looked coldly at Mu Yun, his face full of arrogance. At this time, he was high and mighty. He was simply an existence that crossed the heavens and the universe. As his majestic aura spread out, even the stars in the world trembled. The aura of a Sage King was too terrifying. Mu Yun gritted his teeth, but he did not say a word. "Forget it. I will demote you to an ant in front of the world, never to rise again. This is the result of going against me." Li Haoyan waved his hand, and a majestic curse aura crazily suppressed down. This was a curse. The powerful curse of degrading animals pressed down on Mu Yun. Heavenly Saint Rune. Mu Yun's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a Heavenly Saint Rune to block Li Haoyan's curse aura. Eh? Li Haoyan was slightly surprised. He had advanced to the Sage King realm, and his curse techniques had become extremely powerful. Even a Heavenly Saint Rune would find it difficult to resist his suppression. However, Mu Yun actually blocked it. He took a closer look and saw that Mu Yun's Heavenly Saint Rune had 3 layers of aura. It turned out that it was a 3rd-level rune, and its aura was much more powerful than a 1st-level rune. At this time, Mu Yun was already able to refine 3rd-level Heavenly Saint Runes. The curse would definitely not be able to harm him. "Humph, Mu Yun, don't struggle. Obediently accept your death." Li Haoyan snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a flame mixed with cold aura suddenly exploded. A bone-eroding cold flame lingered on Li Haoyan's palm, and fiercely enveloped Mu Yun. Immediately, Mu Yun felt an intense heat attack him. Behind this terrifying temperature, there was a bone-piercing cold aura. The aura of this bone-eroding cold flame was a combination of ice and fire. It was extremely powerful. Mu Yun calmed his mind and flicked out the nether ghost dew. The cold aura of the heavenly dew was immediately released, blocking Li Haoyan's bone-eroding cold flame. "Ha ha ha, I have already advanced to the Sage King realm. What's the use of your heavenly dew?" Li Haoyan laughed loudly. After advancing to the Sage King realm, he no longer needed to be afraid of the heavenly dew. If one was below the Sage King realm, the origin flame would be restrained by the heavenly dew. However, at the Sage King realm, the origin flame's power could be fully unleashed, and there was no need to be afraid of the heavenly dew's attack. Chi. The tyrannical bone-eroding cold flame swept past on the spot, evaporating Mu Yun's nether ghost dew on the spot. The nether ghost dew turned into a wisp of origin spiritual chi and dissipated into the void. Li Haoyan's bone-eroding cold flame instantly exploded, wanting to burn Mu Yun alive. Calamity War God. Mu Yun roared and released his heavenly path Dharma idol. His heavenly path Dharma idol was an indomitable war god. It was incomparably powerful and stood proudly between heaven and earth. Its pitch-black body exploded with the disastrous aura of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. It was extremely fierce. Roar, the Calamity War God was Mu Yun's incarnation. He roared into the sky and stepped out, blocking in front of Mu Yun. Chi, Chi. Chi, the bone-eroding cold flame flew over and struck the Calamity War God's body ruthlessly. Immediately, the Calamity War God's body emitted black smoke. Mu Yun also felt a tearing burning pain. This guy has advanced to the Sage King realm. This is going to be troublesome. Mu Yun sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly retreated. At this moment, Li Haoyan had advanced to the Sage King realm. His strength was too powerful. The gap between him and Li Haoyan could no longer be described as simply huge. Mu Yun, hurry up and admit defeat. Stop struggling. In the end, you will still die. At this moment, Goddess Punlai also mocked and ridiculed. She was Li Haoyan's lackey. When Li Haoyan achieved the Tao, she also benefited. Now that she had advanced to the lesser ancient sage realm, she could fight the ironclad Tyrannosaurus to a draw. Mu Yun's face turned cold. This goddess Punlai had caused the death of Fairy Linglong back then. Later on, she sided with Li Haoyan and was willing to be his lackey. She was really despicable. Ultimate instant kill technique. Murderous intent flashed across Mu Yun's eyes. She instantly charged out and circled behind Goddess Punlai. She swung the Crimson Spirit Spear and stabbed out fiercely. Puchi, the sharp tip of the spear pierced through Goddess Punlai's heart. Blood flowed out. Goddess Punlai's face was filled with astonishment. She did not expect Mu Yun to suddenly attack her. She was directly killed by Mu Yun's spear as she was caught off guard. Her corpse fell to the ground. Mu Yun had plundered her cultivation, but she did not absorb it herself. Instead, she poured it all into the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus had obtained Goddess Punlai's blood, but there were too many impurities and it was difficult for it to absorb it in a short period of time. Mu Yun did not panic. With a flick of her finger, a drop of demonic lotus dew entered the ironclad Tyrannosaurus's body and purified the impurities in Goddess Punlai's blood. The blood essence also became pure and was completely integrated into the ironclad Tyrannosaurus's body. Mu Yun only had one last drop of heavenly dew left in her hands. It was the demonic lotus dew. The demonic lotus dew had a purifying effect. Although it was far inferior to her purifying bloodline, it was still very practical. The heavenly dew was still not suitable for battle. Otherwise, it would easily evaporate. However, if it was used to assist in cultivation, the heavenly dew would have a great beneficial effect. Under the nourishment of the demonic lotus dew, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus had completely absorbed Goddess Punlai's cultivation. Its aura also skyrocketed. It let out a deep roar from its nose. A violent killing aura erupted from the ironclad Tyrannosaurus's body. Out, the current ironclad Tyrannosaurus's strength was comparable to a mid-level ancient sage. How dare you? You dare to kill someone in front of me? Li Haoyan was enraged. Mu Yun actually dared to kill someone in front of him. Moreover, she had completely plundered Goddess Punlai's blood essence. She did not put him in her eyes at all. Your Excellency, there's no need to be angry. Allow me to kill this fiend. The solar moon torch dragon snorted coldly and flew out. The huge heavenly dragon body traversed the night sky. Its sharp claws ruthlessly slashed towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun's face darkened. The sun moon torch dragon was a true dragon, and its bloodline had completely transformed. It was no longer the same as before. Hee, kid, accept your death obediently. The sun moon torch dragon sneered. Its sharp dragon claws were about to tear Mu Yun apart. Suddenly, Mu Yun felt a ferocious aura coming towards her. The Sun-Moon Torch Dragon's bloodline had transformed, and its strength was comparable to an ancient sage. It was much more powerful than Mu Yun. Looking at the sun and moon illuminating dragon, everyone held their breaths. The majesty of the dragon race's bloodline was unparalleled. Everyone was in awe of it. It seemed like Li Haoyan didn't even have to do anything. Mu Yun was going to die. Mu Yun should have died long ago since he dared to go against ancient sage Vast Sky. What ancient sage? He has already become a king sage. You should call him Vast Sky Sage King. No, Vast Sky Sage King has become a king of realms. We should call him King of Realms. No one dared to look up at Li Haoyan. No one had expected that a king of realms would be so powerful that Li Haoyan could break through a realm and become a king sage. In the sky, the golden scales of the sun and moon illuminating dragon shone brilliantly and illuminated the night sky. Its sharp claws instantly reached Mu Yun's head and were about to tear him apart. Ironclad Tyrannosaurus. Mu Yun shouted and summoned the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. Asterisk roar, asterisk the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus raised its head and roared. Its huge metal body emitted a chilling aura under the moonlight. Its sharp claws mercilessly slashed at the sun-moon illuminating dragon. Hee hee, you overestimate yourself. The sun-moon torch dragon sneered. Although the ironclad Tyrannosaurus had become stronger, its strength was only comparable to a middle ancient sage. It was far from being a match for the sun-moon torch dragon. Asterisk bang, asterisk the sun-moon torch dragon slammed its claws on the ironclad Tyrannosaurus and sent it flying. Mu Yun's face darkened. Although he had mastered the ultimate roaming dragon Qi, it was useless against the sun-moon torch dragon. The ultimate roaming dragon Qi relied on the flames of the sky dragon to suppress all beasts. Therefore, against ordinary beasts, the ultimate roaming dragon Qi could unleash 10 times the destructive power. However, the sun and moon torch dragon's bloodline had evolved and it was a true dragon. Naturally, it would not be suppressed by the ultimate roaming dragon Qi. Kid, it's your turn. The sun and moon torch dragon snorted coldly as its sharp dragon claws struck out again. When everyone saw this, they thought that Mu Yun was going to be torn apart. Many of them shook their heads and couldn't bear to watch anymore. Mu Yun was already isolated and helpless. The disciples of Qingyun Holy Alliance were all suppressed by the painting's curse. I can help him. Han Bai and Han Yi from the Valley of Beasts were waiting with rapt attention. Just as they were about to help, a golden figure suddenly flew into the sky. He pulled out his sword and slashed at the sun-moon torch dragon. Sky Corpse Taoist. The one who attacked was actually the Heavenly Corpse Taoist. When everyone saw this, they were all shocked. Sage King Xiling was also shocked. He did not expect the Sky Corpse Taoist to suddenly attack. Mu Yun looked calm as he silently controlled the Sky Corpse Taoist. No one knew that the Sky Corpse Taoist was actually his puppet. Sky Corpse Taoist, aren't you dead? The Sun-Moon Torch Dragon was shocked. It did not expect the Sky Corpse Taoist to sneak attack it. At the critical moment, the Sun-Moon Torch Dragon turned around and grabbed the Sky Corpse Taoist with its claws. With a swoosh, it tore the Sky Corpse Taoist into pieces. The Sky Corpse Taoist was reduced to pieces of flesh and blood and died on the spot. However, after the Sky Corpse Taoist's sneak attack, the Sun-Moon Torch Dragon's aura fluctuated and even became chaotic. Ultimate Instant Kill Technique. Mu Yun roared and instantly attacked. His body appeared in front of the Sun-Moon Torch Dragon's eyes. He grasped the timing of his attack very well. He let the ironclad Tyrannosaurus and the Sky Corpse Taoist attack to disrupt the Sun-Moon Torch Dragon's aura. The Sun-Moon Torch Dragon's aura was chaotic. When it was suddenly attacked by Mu Yun, it immediately panicked. Blood crystal explosion. Mu Yun roared to the sky. A huge blood crystal appeared in his hand. His blood essence condensed and poured into the blood crystal. The entire blood crystal was like a sun, illuminating the night sky. It was fine if he did not attack, but once he attacked, he had to kill with one blow. Mu Yun did not hesitate and directly used the blood crystal explosion. The Sun-Moon Torch Dragon was a real sky dragon. Its aura was comparable to an ancient sage. He only had one chance to attack. If he could not kill with one blow, he would be the one to die. Li Haoyan's expression changed when he saw this scene. He did not expect Mu Yun to grasp the timing of his attack so accurately. His attack was also very ruthless and decisive. Oh no! The Sun Moon Torch Dragon's expression changed drastically. It wanted to dodge, but Mu Yun's swift and decisive attack left it with nowhere to run. Rumble, the huge blood crystal exploded on the Sun Moon Torch Dragon's body. A blood-red mushroom cloud rose in the night sky. The power of the explosion shook heaven and earth. The sound traveled thousands of miles. The strong explosive aura rushed into the sky. The clouds in the sky were swept away. The brilliance of the stars and moon was incomparably bright, like a silver frost cage. It covered the sky. The Sun Moon Torch Dragon's body was completely blown up. Its flesh was badly mangled, and even its bones were exposed. It was on the verge of death. Mu Yun made a prompt decision and attacked with his spear. The spear penetrated the Sun Moon Torch Dragon's throat and killed it directly. Everyone was shocked to see that Mu Yun had actually managed to kill the Solar Luna Illumination Dragon. One must know that the Solar Luna Illumination Dragon's bloodline had undergone a metamorphosis, and it already possessed the strength of an ancient sage expert. However, Mu Yun's means were decisive and swift, and he had seized the opportunity to strike. It was precise and actually killed the Sun Moon Torch Dragon in one blow. Devour. Mu Yun waved his hand and plundered the Sun Moon Torch Dragon's blood essence. How dare you? Stop it. Li Haoyan was enraged. He flew out brazenly. He had not expected that the Sun Moon Torch Dragon would be defeated and killed by Mu Yun. Now that Mu Yun wanted to devour the Sun Moon Torch Dragon's blood essence, he naturally would not sit back and watch. Mu Yun, I have underestimated you. Even the Sun Moon Torch Dragon is going to die in your hands. Li Haoyan gritted his teeth. Mu Yun's methods were obviously beyond his imagination. A mere ancient sage of the Lesser Realm could actually kill the Sun Moon Torch Dragon. Bone-corroding cold fire. The cold and blazing bone-corroding cold fire on Li Haoyan's palm instantly exploded. The violet-white flames revealed a terrifying aura and attacked Mu Yun fiercely. He had already become a king sage. His realm was much more powerful than Mu Yun's. Now that he had personally attacked, his aura was soaring. He swore to kill Mu Yun. Mu Yun had just used the blood crystal explosion. Her blood essence was severely depleted, and her body was empty. Naturally, it was difficult for her to block Li Haoyan's attack. Brother Mu Yun, let me help you. Below the sky, Hani shouted. She summoned the nine-headed snake and flew into the sky. Han Bai did not waste any time. He flew up and stood in front of Mu Yun. When Bei Mingxiong saw this, his eyes flickered. While the disciples of the Valley of Beasts were not paying attention, he quietly turned around and escaped. Han Bai and Hani were not around, so naturally, no one stopped him. Valley Master Han, Sister Hani, thank you. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and continued to devour the Sun Moon Torch Dragon's blood essence. Old man, so you are not dead yet. Li Haoyan saw Han Bai and sneered. Li Haoyan, even if I have to risk my life today, I won't let you off easily. Han Bai snorted. His hands moved, and a bloody light appeared on his body. Ultimacy, beast blood boil. A scarlet light came out of Han Bai's body. The nine-headed snake rushed over and merged with Han Bai. The man and the snake merged immediately. Han Bai also turned into a snake man. A powerful aura erupted from his body. He actually had the strength of an ancient sage. Oh, the 10 ultimacies of the heavens, representing the beast Tao ultimacy, beast blood boil. Not bad, not bad. Li Haoyan looked indifferent. He did not panic at all and slowly pulled out his long sword. His sword was the clear goblet sword, ranked third among the 10 famous swords. It was a sword personally forged by Qi Yao Fairy. Once the clear goblet sword was drawn, the world was instantly filled with an intoxicating aura. A wisp of intoxicating sword qi enveloped the heavens and the earth. Many people with weaker cultivations actually became intoxicated under the envelopment of this sword qi. It was even to the extent that some people were drunk and fainted on the ground. The intoxicating aura of the sword was very strong. The sword aura was equally sharp. Li Haoyan waved his sword and pierced it toward Han Bai. A white flame appeared on the sword. The bone-corroding cold fire was injected into the sword. Under the burning of the bone-corroding cold fire, the intoxicating aura in the air became even more intoxicating. Break! Hanbai bellowed as he punched out with his fist. At this moment, he had fused with the Hydra, and his aura was incredibly powerful. His prowess was already on par with ancient sage advanced oracles, but he could only maintain it for a short period of time. Old thing, do you think you can stop me? What a joke. Li Haoyan was calm and composed. He waved his sword and stabbed it toward Hanbai's throat. But suddenly, a strong petrification aura surged over. His clear goblet sword instantly stiffened and rapidly petrified. Hani turned into a snake-haired demoness and chanted in a low voice. A fierce petrifying aura spread out continuously. Even the stars in the sky were petrified and became extremely heavy. They turned into meteorites and fell heavily toward Li Haoyan. Han Yi's curse technique was simply heaven-defying. It could even petrify the stars in the sky. Under the joint attack of Hanbai and Han Yi, Li Haoyan's arrogance was severely damaged. Mu Yun took the opportunity to absorb the Sun Moon Illuminating Dragon's blood. The Sun Moon Illuminating Dragon's bloodline had transformed into a true first-class race, the Dragon Clan. Its blood was boundless. Mu Yun continued to absorb and devour the Dragon Clan's blood. The blood he lost was quickly recovered. The flesh and blood of the Dragon Clan is indeed rich in spiritual energy. His dragonized body instantly grew stronger. His azure dragon armor had been destroyed in the battle with King Ao, but now, by absorbing the Sun Moon Torch Dragon's blood, Mu Yun had another set of dragon armor on his body. This set of dragon armor was pale yellow, simple and vigorous. He took a deep breath and took out several blood origin pearls. He immediately refined the Heavenly Saint rune, Heavenly Blood rune, Heavenly Origin rune, and Heavenly Shield rune on the yellow dragon armor. Under the injection of the 4 runes, the yellow dragon armor shone brightly and became incomparably brilliant. There was still more than half of the Sun Moon Torch Dragon's blood. If he could absorb all of it, Mu Yun would be able to reach the intermediate level of Ancient Saint. As expected of the dragon tribe, their foundation is really rich. Mu Yun licked his lips and immediately absorbed all of the Sun Moon Torch Dragon's blood. His cultivation had indeed broken through. Intermediate level of Ancient Saint. Mu Yun clenched his fist and felt his aura had broken through. His cultivation had reached the intermediate level of Ancient Saint. Unfortunately, the gap between me and Li Haoyan is still huge. Mu Yun gritted his teeth, but there was no joy on his face. This was because Li Haoyan had already reached Sage King. Sage Kings were existences who stood at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. On the other hand, Xianxia was only at intermediate Ancient Sage. There was a huge gap between him and Li Haoyan. A black seed floated above Mu Yun's palm. This seed constantly extended strange tentacle-like shadows. It was extremely strange. The shadow. Calamity seed. This black seed was the shadow calamity seed. If he could absorb it, he would be able to comprehend the secrets of the 7 slaughter wolf shadows. Mu Yun felt a very dangerous aura from this shadow calamity seed. If he really swallowed it, his life might be in danger. However, Mu Yun was not afraid. His gaze darkened as he immediately stuffed the shadow calamity seed into his mouth. If he wanted to deal with Li Haoyan, his current strength was definitely not enough. He had to find a way to increase his strength. If he could comprehend the 7 slaughter wolf shadows, his strength would also increase greatly. The 7 slaughter wolf shadows was the most powerful killing move of the 7 tribulation dragon slaying art. No one had been able to learn it for 1,000,000 years. The power of the 7 murderous wolf shadows was comparable to the 18 ultimates of the heavens. Mu Yun chewed the shadow tribulation seed and swallowed it. Had it been in the past, he would have never dared to do such a thing because it was simply too dangerous. However, he had already reached intermediate Ancient Sage, so he was able to withstand the backlash from the shadow tribulation seed. Upon chewing the shadow tribulation seed, Mu Yun felt an intense bitter taste explode in his mouth. When he swallowed the shadow tribulation seed, the bitter taste exploded like fireworks, attacking his body. Mu Yun's head buzzed. This bitter taste had a huge impact. His entire body was trembling. Even the blood flowing in his meridians seemed to have a bitter taste. Bitterness, a sharp bitterness, like a volcano erupting, wreaked havoc in his body. Mu Yun had never thought that there was such a bitter thing in the world. Only by enduring the most bitter of hardships can one rise above others. He gritted his teeth and endured the bitter taste as he continued to refine the shadow tribulation seed's spiritual chi. However, the bitter taste was too strong and torturous. Mu Yun felt like he was going to die. True Samadhi fire. At the critical moment, Mu Yun ignited the true Samadhi fire in his body to alleviate the bitter taste. His breathing immediately became much smoother. Under the roasting of the true Samadhi fire, the bitter taste also eased a lot. It was no longer so torturous. If I didn't have the true Samadhi fire, I would have died. Mu Yun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The backlash from the shadow tribulation seed was indeed powerful. No one would be able to withstand such a bitter taste. If he didn't have the true Samadhi fire, he would have been tortured to death. Mu Yun activated the true Samadhi fire to protect his heart meridians. Then, he began to refine the shadow tribulation seed's spiritual chi. Suddenly, the mystery of the shadow tribulation slowly flashed through his mind. It turned out that the final shadow tribulation was the fusion of the wind tribulation, lightning tribulation, water tribulation, fire tribulation, earth tribulation, and snow tribulation. The 7 tribulation dragon slaying incantations' first 6 tribulations were all mixed together to form the shadow tribulation. The shadow tribulation contained the chi of wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, and snow. It was extremely lethal. The 7 tribulation dragon slaying incantation was, in the end, the 7 slaughter wolf shadow. The previous stages were all foreshadowing. It was to fuse and transform into the shadow tribulation's chi. In an instant, the various tribulations' chi gathered in Mu Yun's body. The shadow tribulation's chi was gradually born. He could finally grasp the illusory shadow. At this moment, Han Bai and Han Yi were also in a bitter battle. Li Haoyan was indeed a sage ruler expert. He didn't panic at all in the face of the two's attacks. He waved the clear goblet sword and a sharp sword chi shot out. The meteors that fell from the sky were all destroyed by the clear goblet sword. Countless meteors smashed into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Countless cities were destroyed. There was only one monster like the Gorgon Demonis in the entire 3 elements realm, and that was Han Yi. Han Yi's strength wasn't considered strong, but her petrification curse was extremely powerful. Although it wasn't an ultimate curse, its power was so great that it was even more powerful than an ultimate curse. Stars were petrified and turned into meteors that fell to the ground. Meteors broke through the sky and fell one after another. It was such a spectacular scene that everyone was dumbfounded. Li Haoyan wasn't afraid at all. With a slash of his sword, all the stars and meteors in the sky couldn't hurt him. Han Yi's face was pale. She couldn't withstand the continuous release of the curse. 2 eyesores. Today, I'll show you the power of a sage ruler. Li Haoyan's face was cold. He waved his sword and attacked. The Qinggo sword bloomed with a sharp flame. The bone-corroding cold fire had completely merged with the sword. When he waved his sword, the bone-corroding cold fire's chi also erupted. It was extremely powerful. Han Bai flew out, wanting to block Li Haoyan. Drunken sword art. Li Haoyan was calm and composed. He waved his Qinggo sword. His swordsmanship was intoxicating and erratic. The left and right swordsmanship was dazzling. Han Bai couldn't see Li Haoyan's swordsmanship clearly. He was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. When he looked down, Li Haoyan's sword had already pierced through his heart. "Grandfather!" Han Yi exclaimed. Her face was filled with fear. Han Bai was stunned. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. "Old thing, you're courting death." Li Haoyan snorted and withdrew his sword. Han Bai let out a muffled groan as blood spurted out from his heart. He was dead on the spot. Even the 9-headed snake was killed as well. It breathed its last. "Grandfather!" Han Yi shouted and rushed towards Han Bai. "Stupid girl, you're going to die too." Li Haoyan waved his sword and stabbed at Han Yi's head. The sharp sword aura was about to pierce through her head. At this moment, Mu Yun opened his eyes. He saw that Han Yi was in danger. With a thought, his shadow flew out like a ghost. He suddenly grabbed Han Yi's body and pulled her back. She came back. Eh? Li Haoyan's sword missed and he was stunned. Mu Yan's shadow became extremely strange. It was as if it had come alive and was constantly twisting. Sister Han Yi, thank you. You should leave quickly. It's very dangerous here. Mu Yan couldn't help but sigh when he saw that Han Bai was dead. However, Han Yi was still young. He couldn't let anything happen to her. With a flicker of his shadow, he morphed into a flying sword and flew away with Han Yi on it. Brother Mu Yun! Han Yi shouted. She wanted to run back, but her ankle was grabbed by a shadow claw. She couldn't move and flew away quickly. The disciples of the Valley of Beasts also hurriedly snatched Han Bai and the nine-headed snake's bodies. They wanted to leave, but they were stopped by the disciples of the Nine Cauldron sect. Mu Yun wasn't in a hurry. He split into hundreds of shadows and captured all the disciples of the Nine Cauldron sect, allowing the disciples of the Valley of Beasts to leave. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. Mu Yun could actually control shadows. This technique was simply unimaginable. One should know that shadows were illusory and didn't have any substance. However, Mu Yun could actually control shadows. This was truly unexpected. At this moment, Mu Yun had completely grasped the mystery of the shadow calamity. Naturally, he could also control shadows. Could it be that you have mastered the Seven Slaughter Wolf Shadow? Li Haoyan was shocked. The Seven Slaughter Wolf Shadow was the supreme secret technique of the Jade Toad House. The power of the Seven Slaughter Wolf Shadow was comparable to a fourth-grade saint. Art. Li Haoyan, no matter how powerful you are, I will kill you today. Mu Yun gritted his teeth and suddenly formed a hand seal. His shadow flew out like a ghost and instantly grabbed Li Haoyan's shadow. Gotcha! Suddenly, Li Haoyan felt that the joints of his hands and feet were no longer under his control. They instantly stiffened. Mu Yun was delighted. As long as he caught Li Haoyan's shadow, he could control Li Haoyan's movements. Li Haoyan, you're dead meat. Killing intent flashed across Mu Yan's eyes as he slowly raised his hand. The moment he raised his hand, Li Haoyan raised his hand as well. Oh no! Li Haoyan's expression changed. He had a feeling that his movements were no longer under his control. It was as if he was Mu Yan's shadow. His movements were exactly the same as Mu Yan's. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Mu Yun to have such a technique. This was the Jade Toad House's shadow calamity technique. As long as one's shadow overlapped with the enemy's, they could force the other party to do the same thing. Mu Yan's palm was empty. However, Li Haoyan was holding a sword in his hand. Mu Yun raised his hand and swiped it across his neck. His movements were very sluggish. Even such a simple movement made him sweat profusely. It wasn't easy to control Li Haoyan's movements. Li Haoyan gritted his teeth. His movements were exactly the same as Mu Yun's. He held the sword and swiped it across his neck. Everyone was in an uproar. Even Saint King Si Ling, Qing Niao, Rodhart, and the others were shocked. They were knowledgeable, but they had never seen such a strange shadow technique. At the critical moment, Li Haoyan looked up to the sky and roared, "Ancient dark cauldron, refine." Above his head, a mighty black aura was emitted. A huge ancient cauldron emerged from the black aura, spinning and constantly emitting surging dark aura. Mu Yun's pupils constricted. This ancient dark cauldron contained an extremely abundant primordial aura. It was the most powerful of the 9 ancient cauldrons. Mu Yun and Guei already had 8 ancient cauldrons. They were just short of one more to gather all 9 cauldrons. Li Haoyan took out the ancient dark cauldron. A majestic refining aura was emitted from the ancient cauldron. It swallowed Mu Yun's shadow on the spot and instantly refined it into ashes. Mu Yun's expression changed. She did not expect this ancient dark cauldron to be so strange that it could even refine a shadow. Li Haoyan had escaped death. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He was a Saint King expert, but in a moment of carelessness, he was controlled by Mu Yun's shadow and almost failed miserably. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. Li Haoyan did not dare to be careless anymore. He immediately charged out brazenly, raised the ancient dark cauldron, and fiercely suppressed Mu Yun. The ancient dark cauldron exploded with a majestic refining aura. It was as if it could even refine the stars in the world. The intense refining aura crazily crushed over. Mu Yun, snatch this ancient cauldron. Guiyi's voice sounded. We are just short of one ancient dark cauldron. Then we can gather all 9 ancient cauldrons and unlock the mystery of the primordial 13 treasures. Primordial 13 treasures? Mu Yun was stunned. Yes, these are the 13 most powerful Dharma treasures of the primordial era. They are also the 13 most precious Dharma treasures in the entire Kanglin myriad world. Mu Yun was slightly shocked. This was the first time she had heard of the primordial 13 treasures. It turned out that the mystery of the primordial 13 treasures was hidden behind these 9 ancient cauldrons. However, when the ancient dark cauldron pressed down, its aura was incomparably ferocious. It simply wanted to crush the world. Mu Yun only felt suffocated. It was easier said than done to snatch the ancient dark cauldron. Li Haoyan's gaze was ferocious. Spiritual energy poured out from his palms and poured into the ancient dark cauldron. The ancient dark cauldron exploded with black smoke, and a suppressive aura broke through the air. Mu Yun's face darkened. Seeing Li Haoyan's murderous look, it was obvious that he wanted to suppress her to death. 7 Slaughter Wolf Shadow. Mu Yun let out an explosive cry. His hands formed a seal and a sharp shadow tribulation aura immediately erupted. His shadow extended out like a tentacle monster. Immediately, it distorted and transformed into numerous ferocious wolf shadows that pounced forward. A total of 7 wolf shadows soared into the sky like pillars of smoke, piercing through the firmament. Countless ferocious images appeared in the wolf shadows as if demons and ghosts were surging out. This was the strongest killing move of the 7 tribulation dragon slaying art, the 7 Slaughter Wolf Shadow. It contained the aura of the 6 tribulations of wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, and snow. Countless wind, thunder, water, fire, and snow intertwined and surged between the wolf shadows, rumbling loudly. The entire sky dimmed in an instant. The 7 Slaughter Wolf Shadow covered the sky and the moon. Its tyrannical aura was endless. The lethality of the 7 Slaughter Wolf Shadow was comparable to the 18 mysteries of the heavens. Everyone present trembled in fear when they saw this scene. The 7 wolf shadows soared into the sky, looking down on the world. Many people were paralyzed with fear when they met the wolf shadow's gaze. Roar! The wolf shadows roared at the sky and pounced toward Li Haoyan. Asterisk bang, asterisk under the wolf shadow's attack, the ancient dark cauldron was sent flying. Mu Yun, hurry up and snatch that ancient cauldron, shouted Guiyi. Okay. Mu Yun reacted quickly and snatched the ancient dark cauldron, handing it to Guiyi along with the army-shattering cauldron. Guiyi was overjoyed. The 9 ancient cauldrons were finally collected. How dare you snatch my Dharma treasure? Li Haoyan snorted coldly and stabbed out with his sword. Mu Yun calmed herself down and formed a hand seal. The aura of the 7 Slaughter Wolf Shadow raged wildly and 7 towering wolf shadows charged toward Li Haoyan ferociously. Insignificant tricks. Today, I'll show you what a true divine power is. Li Haoyan's expression was cold. Although the 7 Slaughter Wolf Shadow was fierce, he was not afraid at all. He brandished his sword and charged into the wolf shadows that filled the sky. 100 layers of giant waves, break for me. Li Haoyan roared and brandished his sword. The sharp sword chi was like a stormy sea. Wave after wave, it broke all the wolf shadows that filled the sky. Layers upon layers of sword waves soared into the sky, splashing water in the night sky. Countless amounts of water vapor condensed on Li Haoyan's sword. When he swung his sword, layers upon layers of waves roared out, toppling mountains and overturning seas, shaking heaven and earth, causing people to pale. It's the 18 esoteric meanings of the heavens, 100 layers of giant waves. Mu Yun's face darkened. It was rumored that Li Haoyan had a set of esoteric meanings in his hands. It was true. The 18 esoteric meanings of the heavens were 18 top-notch 4th-grade Saint arts. Each of them had great power and each esoteric meaning represented the mystery of a Tao technique. Just like the seething beast blood of the Valley of Beasts, it was the beast Tao esoteric meaning. Li Haoyan's 100 layers of giant waves was the water Tao esoteric meaning. Li Haoyan brandished his sword and charged forward. Layers of sword waves roared out fiercely and rumbled. It was as if there was a real tsunami that shook people's souls. When everyone saw this scene, they were all in awe. 100 layers of giant waves, water esoteric meaning secret technique. Mu Yun is dead for sure. No one can block such a powerful killing move. Everyone's gaze fell on Mu Yun. In their eyes, Mu Yun was already a corpse. Li Haoyan brandished his sword and countless heavy sword waves roared out fiercely. It was like a stormy sea that suppressed Mu Yun from all directions. Mu Yun was like a small boat in a stormy sea. Her body kept shaking as if she would be swallowed by the waves at any time. True Samadhi fire, burn. At the critical moment, Mu Yun roared to the sky. She raised her palm and a blazing flame suddenly roared out. This flame contained the great Tao aura of the heavenly way, the earth way, and the human way. It was extremely hot and the surrounding water vapor and sword waves quickly evaporated. True Samadhi fire, when did you refine the true Samadhi fire? Li Haoyan's expression changed drastically. The true Samadhi fire was ranked 14th on the primordial flame list. It was one rank higher than his bone-corroding cold fire. He did not expect Mu Yun to have refined the true Samadhi fire. It was extremely difficult to refine the primordial flame. One had to use the Heaven Pulse elixir. Otherwise, the meridians would be burned by the primordial flame and destroyed. Mu Yun did not say a word. The true Samadhi fire roared out crazily. The raging flame aura rose to the sky and enveloped the area within a few miles of her true Samadhi fire. Li Haoyan's water esoteric meaning was also suppressed instantly. Bone-corroding cold fire, rise. Li Haoyan roared coldly and released his own primordial flame. A wisp of white flame lingered on his palm and burned continuously. Mu Yun, I'd like to see which of our primordial flames is stronger. Li Haoyan's expression was cold. The bone-corroding cold flame exploded with a monstrous sharpness, bringing with it a trace of a cold and scorching aura. He raised his palm and struck down at Mu Yun. Although his primordial flame was ranked slightly lower, his cultivation had reached the King Sage realm, which was far beyond Mu Yun. Naturally, he could better unleash the power of the primordial flame. Suddenly, Mu Yun felt his entire body burning. A cold aura rose from the depths of his bone marrow. Under the shroud of Li Haoyan's bone-corroding cold fire, his body was intertwined with cold and hot. It was as if he had just fallen into magma and was fished out and thrown into an ice cave. The intertwined aura of cold and hot was torturous. The gap between our cultivation realms is still too big. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. He was only at intermediate ancient sage, but Li Haoyan had already become a sage ruler. The massive gap in cultivation realm between them meant that Li Haoyan would be able to crush him easily. In the face of such a huge disparity in cultivation, all of Mu Yun's means seemed insignificant. At this moment, it was already a miracle. The gazes of the spectators became complicated. Some were sympathetic, some were mocking, and some were gloating. But no matter what, the battle was about to end. The facts proved that if the gap between their realms was too big, it was really possible to crush the other party. Li Haoyan no longer underestimated his opponent. He was fully focused on dealing with him, not giving Mu Yun any chance to escape. The King Sage aura on his body was vast and mighty, crossing the heavens. The flames of the bone-corroding cold fire were constantly released, fiercely suppressing Mu Yun. Mu Yun gritted his teeth and struggled to hold on. Li Haoyan was indeed a King Sage expert. He was too powerful. If he wanted to defeat him, he would probably have to use the Great Death Abduction technique. However, the Great Death Abduction technique would consume his lifespan. His lifespan could only be 10 million years at most, and it would not increase in the future. If it was consumed, it would be very difficult to replenish it. Moreover, lifespan represented the foundation of one's qi and blood. Once one's lifespan was consumed, one's qi and blood foundation would also become weak. The side effects were very great. If it was not the last moment, Mu Yun did not want to risk his life like this. But at this moment, he was afraid that he really had to risk his life. Kid, don't be rash. Guei secretly gave Mu Yun a fragment and said, "This is a fragment of the heaven and earth furnace. If you refine it, it will be enough to defeat Li Haoyan." Heaven and earth furnace? Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. That's right. The heaven and earth furnace is one of the 13 primordial treasures. The 9 great ancient cauldrons of the 3 Yuan realm are actually formed from the fragments of the heaven and earth furnace. I have already swallowed all 9 great ancient cauldrons and refined the fragments of the heaven and earth furnace. Hurry up and refine it. Mu Yun held the fragment and took a closer look. He saw that the fragment was only the size of a palm. It was cold and seemed to be made of gold but not gold. It was engraved with mysterious patterns. Okay, I will refine it now. Mu Yun gritted his teeth and immediately dripped a drop of blood to refine the fragment. Rumble, a majestic mystery flashed across Mu Yun's mind. Suddenly, Mu Yun's body shook violently. The secrets of the 13 primordial treasures flashed across his mind. The 13 primordial treasures were the most powerful Dharma treasures of the primordial era. The heaven and earth furnace was one of the 13 primordial treasures. It could refine weapons and elixirs. Its tyrannical refining aura could even refine the sun, moon, and stars. It was very powerful. Translator, Transin editor, Transin killing Li Haoyan. Mu Yun had only refined a fragment of the heaven and earth cauldron. However, the heaven and earth cauldron was one of the primordial 13 treasures. Its aura was extremely powerful. Even a fragment would be greatly beneficial to him. Instantly, Mu Yun felt his bloodline grow stronger. His devouring bloodline and purifying bloodline had completely merged with the fragment of the heaven and earth cauldron. The heaven and earth cauldron had the effect of devouring and refining. It complemented Mu Yun's bloodline perfectly. Instantly, Mu Yun's body seemed to have turned into a cauldron. A crazy devouring aura was emitted from his body. Li Haoyan's bone-corroding cold fire kept suppressing him. Suck, Mu Yun took a deep breath. His body was like a cauldron, constantly absorbing and plundering the bone-corroding cold fire's aura. What's going on? Li Haoyan was shocked. He felt that the bone-corroding cold fire's aura was constantly weakening. Mu Yun's body was like a cauldron. He was crazily devouring and absorbing the bone-corroding cold fire. After merging with the heaven and earth cauldron, he was completely unafraid of the bone-corroding cold fire's backlash. Devour! Mu Yun shouted. His devouring bloodline was activated to the extreme. His bloodline contained the aura of the heaven and earth cauldron. Even if it was just a fragment, it was extremely powerful. Li Haoyan's bone-corroding cold fire flew out of his body. Mu Yun opened his mouth and swallowed the bone-corroding cold fire. The heaven and earth cauldron rumbled. Together with his devouring bloodline, it directly swallowed the bone-corroding cold fire. It instantly erased the mark that Li Haoyan had left in the fire and refined it directly. The heaven and earth cauldron is so powerful. It can actually refine the origin flame instantly. Mu Yun was surprised. Relying on the aura of the heaven and earth cauldron, he refined the bone-corroding cold fire on the spot without suffering any backlash. Guei said, "It's because your bloodline is powerful. Otherwise, the heaven and earth cauldron would not be able to unleash such power." Mu Yun was overjoyed. This heaven and earth furnace was practically tailor-made for him. Together with his devouring bloodline and purifying bloodline, the heaven and earth furnace could unleash the greatest effect. The bone-corroding cold flame was extremely rich in energy. After absorbing and refining it, Mu Yun's aura began to soar as well. In the blink of an eye, she had already made a breakthrough to advanced ancient sage. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. How is this possible? He actually broke through again. Am I seeing things? Mu Yun actually swallowed vast Sky Holy King's origin flame. Heavens, a treasure-like origin flame has an incomparably violent aura. He swallowed and refined it in one gulp. Isn't he afraid of exploding and dying? Everyone present turned pale with fright. They never thought that Mu Yun would be able to snatch away Li Haoyan's bone-corroding cold flame, and even swallow and refine it on the spot. At this time, Mu Yun had already advanced to the ancient sage realm. One must know that he had only just stepped into intermediate ancient sage not too long ago, and yet, he had managed to make a breakthrough to grand ascension in the blink of an eye. This rate of advancement could only be described as frightening. This was also the power of the origin flame. The origin flame was the most precious treasure in the entire Kanglan myriad world. It was known as the heavenly treasure. The energy of the origin flame was extremely rich. Under the nourishment of the bone-corroding cold flame, Mu Yun's cultivation could naturally make a breakthrough. You actually took away my origin flame. Li Haoyan was horrified. He had lost his origin flame, and his aura was greatly weakened. Li Haoyan, today will be the day you die. Mu Yun flew out and charged towards Li Haoyan with the Crimson Spirit Spear in his hand. He had 2 origin flames, and every move he made was filled with a powerful heavenly might. It was extremely ferocious. Li Haoyan's eyes darkened as he shouted, Mu Yun, if I don't tear you into pieces today, I, vast Sky Holy King, will lose my face. Li Haoyan's face was filled with rage. Mu Yun had taken away his origin flame in front of everyone. It could be said that he had lost all his face. If he didn't kill Mu Yun, he wouldn't be able to establish himself in the future. Heavenly Path Dharma Idol, suppress. Li Haoyan shouted and released his Heavenly Path Dharma Idol. His Heavenly Path Dharma Idol was actually a sun. Within the sun, there was the roar of a heavenly dragon. The entire sun was supported by 9 large cauldrons. It was dazzling and vast. Mu Yun's face changed. Li Haoyan was a Holy King expert, and the Heavenly Path Dharma Idol that he displayed had an earth-shattering aura. The sun's radiance illuminated the heavens and the earth. The night passed, and the world was bright. Under the illumination of Li Haoyan's Sun Dharma Idol, all things in the world were filled with vitality and vitality. Rumble, the entire sun was like a huge fireball. It whistled through the air and pressed down on Mu Yun. Mu Yun's face changed. The aura of this sun was extremely violent, and it was enough to burn him into ashes. Li Haoyan's aura was constantly injected into the Sun Dharma Idol. The aura of the sun became more and more violent. It was even more dazzling than Mu Yun's 2 origin flames. The aura of a holy king was displayed to the peak, and it was shocking. Kid, run! Guai shouted. This Sun Dharma Idol was so domineering that it could probably burn Mu Yun alive. Mu Yun calmed himself down. It was impossible for him to run. This was the ultimate battle between him and Li Haoyan. No matter what, there had to be a winner. Heaven and Earth Furnace, devour. Mu Yun gritted his teeth and released the fragments of the Heaven and Earth Furnace. His devouring bloodline and purifying bloodline were also ready to be used. Kid, you're crazy. Guai was surprised. Li Haoyan's Sun Dharma Idol was extremely violent, but Mu Yun was so fierce that he wanted to devour the sun. Rumble, the violent sun pressed down on Mu Yun. Mu Yun's expression was still. He released the aura of the Heaven and Earth Furnace and directly swallowed the sun. The huge sun charged into his body and instantly exploded. Mu Yun groaned. He felt that his internal organs were about to explode, and his body was about to explode. He hurriedly activated his devouring bloodline to devour the sun's aura. Then, he used his purifying bloodline to continuously purify the violent energy of the sun. The Heaven and Earth Furnace also operated crazily, constantly absorbing and refining. In the end, the entire sun was absorbed by Mu Yun. However, this was Li Haoyan's Heavenly Path Dharma Idol. Its energy was extremely violent. When it exploded just now, it had already severely damaged Mu Yun's meridians. Instantly, Mu Yun felt that his meridians were riddled with holes and injuries. His internal injuries were very serious. He had devoured Li Haoyan's Sun Dharma Idol and obtained an extremely abundant cultivation base. His cultivation base could also break through to the ancient sage extreme level. However, Mu Yun did not dare to break through and suppressed his cultivation base. This was because his meridians were too damaged. If he rashly broke through, his meridians would not be able to withstand it and he would directly explode and die. You actually devoured my Heavenly Path Dharma Idol. Li Haoyan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. The Heavenly Path Dharma Idol was condensed from one's cultivation base. It was the foundation of a cultivator, and it was as important as the soul. His Sun Dharma Idol also contained a large amount of his cultivation base, but now, it had all been devoured and plundered by Mu Yun. With Li Haoyan's Sun Dharma Idol, Mu Yun could completely break through again and advance to the ancient sage extreme level. Unfortunately, his meridians were too damaged, and he did not dare to break through recklessly. However, the internal injuries of his meridians could not be seen on the surface. In the eyes of outsiders, Mu Yun was simply full of energy. He had swallowed the sun in one gulp, and his entire body erupted with a resplendent radiance. It was simply shocking. Mu Yun's body was entrenched in the sky. His entire body was like a sun, incomparably brilliant. Li Haoyan's aura had completely dimmed. Without the heavenly path Dharma idol, his cultivation base was also severely damaged. Mu Yun, just you wait. Li Haoyan gritted his teeth and immediately turned to escape. He had already lost the heavenly path Dharma idol, and his strength was greatly reduced. If he continued to fight, he was afraid that he would be killed by Mu Yun. Therefore, he made a prompt decision to escape immediately. As long as his aura recovered, it would be time for him to make a comeback. Moreover, he had already been conferred the title of Realm King and was favored by the Celestial Arch. If he could obtain the treasure bestowed by the Celestial Arch, he would benefit immensely. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. If he did not remove the root of the problem, there would be endless trouble in the future. If Li Haoyan escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. 7 Slaughter Wolf Shadow. Mu Yun roared, and black wolf shadows appeared like pillars of smoke crazily, as if they were going to pierce through the sky. In the next instant, the rolling wolf shadows instantly broke through the void and charged towards Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to be killed, a figure flew up and blocked the attack of the 7 Slaughter Wolf Shadow, saving Li Haoyan's life. Sage King Si Ling. Mu Yun's eyes darkened. The person who intervened was a thin old man in a red robe. He was the president of the Necromancy Guild. Sage King Si Ling, friend, why do you have to be so ruthless? Sage King Si Ling stared at Mu Yun and said indifferently, Li Haoyan is a realm king, and his status is extraordinary. If you kill him, can you bear the punishment of the Celestial Arch? When Li Haoyan saw Sage King Si Ling appear, he immediately calmed down. He looked at Mu Yun and said, Mu Yun, I am a dignified realm king. You have disobeyed me today, and this is a capital offense. However, I will spare your life on account of your difficult cultivation. As long as you disband the Qingyun Sacred Alliance and leave the Three Elements world, I will let bygones be bygones. Ha ha ha. Li Haoyan, why are you acting like an idiot? You have lost to me today, and you still dare to be arrogant when you are about to die. Mu Yun sneered and suddenly rushed out. He shouted, ultimate instant kill. He instantly attacked and circled behind Li Haoyan. The Crimson Spirit Spear stabbed out and ruthlessly pierced through Li Haoyan's heart. Li Haoyan was stunned. He did not expect Mu Yun to be so decisive and actually dare to kill. You, Li Haoyan's body trembled. He looked at the wound on his heart that was bleeding. A huge fear suddenly surged in his heart. Impossible, I am a dignified realm king, and a sage king expert. I have great providence on me. How can I die? Li Haoyan's face turned pale as his life force was constantly flowing away. When Guei saw Li Haoyan die, he shook his head and said, this person is too greedy. It is difficult for him to bear the position of Realm King with his providence. He forcefully conferred the title of Realm King, and he is courting death. Mu Yun, you have to learn from this. Don't try to snatch the position of Realm King. It is too dangerous. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Heading to the Kuan Su world, he took out the Heaven and Earth Cauldron fragment and devoured all of Li Haoyan's qi, blood, and cultivation. However, he did not absorb it as his meridians were too damaged. It would be useless even if he absorbed it. He might as well feed it to the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. Mu Yun infused all of Li Haoyan's qi into the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus's aura became stronger. Its strength was comparable to an ancient sage. You! How dare you kill Li Haoyan? Saint King Si Ling's expression changed. He glared at Mu Yun and trembled in anger. The identity behind Holy King Necro was the celestial Thearch's child. He had already befriended Li Haoyan, and as long as Li Haoyan became a realm king, he could secretly control the Three Elements world with his identity as the celestial Thearch's child. However, Mu Yun had destroyed his dream by killing Li Haoyan on the spot. He did not know who the next realm king would be, but he was sure that he could not control him. Mu Yun, you better not come to the Kuan Su world. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Saint King Si Ling's knuckles cracked. He wanted to attack, but this was the 3 Yuan world. As an outsider, he did not dare to cause trouble. He left immediately. Ha ha ha, Li Haoyan is dead. It seems like the throne of the 3 Yuan world is very Qi Yao's. A little girl in green clapped her hands and laughed. She was unbridled and acted as if there was no one around her. She was Fairy Qi Yao's spirit envoy, Qing Yao. The people of the Kuan Su world left after seeing Li Haoyan die. The people of the 9 Doors sect also left. The people of the 3 Yuan world looked at each other. They did not know what to do. The disciples of the 9 Cauldrons sect were terrified. They did not expect Li Haoyan to die in Mu Yan's hands. Mu Yan's expression turned cold. She landed on the ground and looked at the disciples of the 9 Cauldrons sect coldly. Plop, plop, the disciples of the 9 Cauldrons sect kneeled on the ground and threw away their weapons. We surrender. We're willing. Everyone lowered their heads. They did not dare to resist. Mu Yan laughed out loud and said, "Sorry, my Qingyun Sacred Alliance doesn't need you." Mu Yan knew the principle of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. These disciples of the 9 Cauldrons sect had followed Li Haoyan for many years. Even if they surrendered, it was most likely an act. There was no guarantee that they would not betray him in the future. Bone extraction curse. Mu Yan did not waste her breath. With a wave of her hand, a majestic curse aura was released. All the disciples of the 9 Cauldrons sect were suppressed by the bone extraction curse. The bones in their bodies were instantly extracted, and they were reduced to a pile of flesh and blood. They died on the spot. The entire mountain gate of the 9 Cauldrons sect was drenched in blood. The ground was filled with flesh and blood, causing one to be terrified. Seeing Mu Yan's fierce methods, all the guests turned pale with fright. Mu Yan said coldly, "I've killed Li Haoyan and annihilated the 9 Cauldrons sect today. From today onward, my Azure Cloud Alliance is the ruler of the 3 dimensions, and I, Mu Yan, am the overlord of the world. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish." Mu Yan's eyes exploded with a domineering aura. The entire world was under his control. Li Haoyan was dead, and the entire 3 dimensions was his world. Everyone had a fearful look on their faces. They knelt down one after another and did not dare to look up. Although Mu Yan did not have the appointment of the Heavenly Emperor, there was no doubt that he was the ruler of the entire 3 dimensions. No one could shake his position. Mu Yan removed the curse on the Azure Cloud Alliance disciples and released them. However, the aura of Li Haoyan's curse was too strong. Many disciples with weaker cultivation had already been tortured to death. Liao Xue, Bai Chen, Huang Yan, Mou, and the rest had all fainted. However, Yan Nanfei was dead. In order to protect everyone, he endured the aura of the curse alone and was tortured to death. Mu Yan sighed. If it were not for Yan Nanfei's protection, the casualties of the Azure Cloud Alliance would have been even more severe. Jessica was also dead. This woman from the Dark Night Elf clan had lost her ability to fight after losing her memory. This time, she was also suppressed by the curse and died. Chris lay on her corpse and cried bitterly. This time, Li Haoyan's curse was very lethal. It wiped out all the disciples of the Azure Cloud Alliance. The only person who was unharmed was Chris. It was strange that Chris was immune to the suppression of the curse. No one knew why. However, Jessica's death was also a huge blow to Chris. Jessica's Dei Sacred Fire slowly floated out. This Dei Sacred Fire was ranked 16th on the Primordial Flame list. Mu Yan kept it carefully but did not dare to refine it rashly. This was because his meridians were severely injured. He was afraid that he would not be able to withstand the impact of the Primordial Flame. Leng Jianxin had also unfortunately died. Out of the 4 true inheritors of Jade Toad House, only Liao Xue was still alive after Flying Sword Absolute Pride died. In this battle, Mu Yan obtained a complete victory. He completely destroyed the 9 Cauldrons sect and killed Li Haoyan. However, the Azure Cloud Alliance also paid the price. Yan Nanfei, Jessica, and Leng Jianxin were all dead. The others were safe and sound. A few days later, Mu Yan took over the 9 Cauldrons sect's territory and all of its properties. He also buried Jessica and Yan Nanfei. The entire 3 Elements world was in a state of turmoil. The Nine Cauldrons sect was destroyed. The Azure Cloud Alliance dominated the world. No other forces could compete with them. All the races and powers had submitted. No one dared to rebel anymore. The only thing that had not been resolved was the issue of the succession of the World King. The Sky Emperor did not give any more orders. Perhaps he had already forgotten about the Three Elements world. After all, the Three Elements world was just an insignificant world in the Kanglan Myriad world. The Sky Emperor did not care at all. This was also good. Mu Yun did not want to be the World King. After all, once she became the World King, she would have to stay in the Three Elements world forever. Without the Sky Emperor's orders, she could not leave casually. Even if she was not the World King, in fact, Mu Yun was the true ruler of the Three Elements world. However, Mu Yun's situation was not optimistic. The internal injuries in his meridians were getting more and more serious. Even if he searched the entire Jade Toad Building's pill vault, he could not find any medicine that could treat his injuries. Damn it. Why are my internal injuries getting worse? Mu Yun gritted his teeth. It had been a year since the Nine Cauldrons sect was destroyed. The world had submitted to Mu Yun. The entire Three Elements world was under her control. Mu Yun originally planned to go to the Kuan Su world to look for Miao Xianyu after his injuries were healed. However, his injuries did not get better after a year. Instead, they got worse. Kid, your situation is not good. You'd better go to the Guma auction house. There are many treasures for sale there. They should also have pills that can treat your internal injuries, Guai said. Guma auction house? Mu Yun frowned slightly. That's right. It's a famous auction house in the Kuan Su world. There are many treasures in circulation. You can go there and try your luck. My internal injuries are too serious. If I go out rashly, I'm afraid I'll be in danger. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. His internal injuries were too serious. If he went to the Kuan Su world rashly, he would be in danger if he encountered any enemies. His plan was to wait until his injuries were healed before going to the Kuan Su world. Think about it yourself. Anyway, your internal injuries are so serious. If you delay any longer, you'll be finished. Guai said lazily. With the help of the 9 ancient cauldrons and his own cultivation, his strength had reached the extreme level of the ancient Saint realm. He was one level higher than Mu Yun. Mu Yun's heart sank. Indeed, his internal injuries were too serious. If he delayed any longer, his injuries would only get worse. Moreover, there were no pills that could treat his injuries in the entire Three Elements world. He was afraid that he really had to go to the Kuan Su world. Big brother, can you take me home? At this time, Clarice ran in from outside and ran to Mu Yun's side. She looked at him pitifully. I want to bring my sister's ashes home. Big brother, can you take me home? Clarice looked at Mu Yun pitifully. In the past year, she had begged Mu Yun many times. However, Mu Yun's internal injuries had not healed and he did not dare to leave rashly. Mu Yun pondered for a while and sighed. Okay, Clarice, I'll take you home. Clarice was stunned. She could not believe her ears. In the past year, she had begged countless times, but Mu Yun had never agreed. But now, Mu Yun had agreed. Guai smiled and said, have you really decided to go? Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, my injuries can't be delayed any longer. I also want to take a look at the Guma auction house that you mentioned. I hope there's really a pill that can treat my internal injuries. 3 days later, Mu Yun brought Clarice and rushed directly to the Kuan Su world. His internal injuries were too serious. If he encountered an enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if he had the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus to protect him, he would still be in great danger. For safety reasons, Mu Yun brought Liao Xue and Luo Tianqing along. Liao Xue's cultivation had already advanced to the lesser ancient saint realm. Luo Tianqing was the leader of the 300 Osteopyrum. As Mu Yun's cultivation improved, the seal on the 300 Osteopyrum was gradually unlocked. The combat power of the Osteopyrum had greatly increased. Luo Tianqing had cultivated the Sky Stealing Hand and had mastered the Stealing Dream secret technique. He also had extraordinary strength. On the surface, Luo Tianqing's strength was only at the intermediate Great Saint realm. However, his stealing dreams secret technique was very strange. Moreover, the combat power of the 300 osteopyram under his command could not be underestimated. As for Huang Yan, Mou, Mu Bufan, the 300 osteopyram, and the others, Mu Yin still let them cultivate in the blue sky underworld diagram. He had already released the nine-tailed cat clan members. Bai Chen was now the acting leader of the Qingyun alliance. Mu Yun was not afraid that he would betray him. The seal of life and death was not a joke. Clarice and Liao Shue were beside Mu Yun. Luo Tianqing hid in the blue sky underworld diagram and did not show himself easily. There was a teleportation channel to the Kuan-Su world in the Xixia treasure mountain. Mu Yun immediately brought Liao Shue and Clarice to the Kuan-Su world. Mu Yun was a little nervous. After all, his meridians were severely injured at this time. He was not suitable for battle. If he encountered any enemy, he would be in great danger. However, no matter what, he could not delay any longer. Otherwise, his internal injuries would only get worse. Xianyu, wait for me. I'm coming for you. Mu Yun clenched his fist. Miao Xianyu was also in the Kuan-Su world. When his internal injuries recovered, he would definitely rescue Miao Xianyu. Translator, Transin editor, Transin, let me talk to you about this world. Most of the spatial passages were built by powerful array masters and consumed dawn stones instead of dawn beads. Origin stones were even more precious than origin pearls. Just like spirit stones and divine crystals, origin stones contained abundant origin energy. Once one reached the ancient sage realm, ordinary spiritual qi and the aura contained in dawn beads were no longer enough to raise one's realm. The ancient sage's heavenly path dharma appearance was recognized by heaven and earth and was the power of heaven. Dawn stones were also produced by heaven and earth. After all, the three-origin world was only one of the 10,000 worlds in Kanglin. It was impressive compared to the mortal world, but it was far inferior compared to the 10,000 worlds. The three of them felt dizzy as they swayed. It took a long time. The three of them had been shuttling through the spatial passage for a few days. Mu Yun could feel that the damage to his meridians in his body was spreading, and it was getting faster and faster. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll die before I reach the Kuan-Su world. Mu Yun furrowed his brows and his expression turned ugly. Kid, aren't you very powerful? Why are you frowning now after going against the Holy King? At this moment, Guiyi was gloating. Mu Yun finally realized that Guiyi's aura was constantly recovering. It seemed that he was getting more and more impatient. Old Guiyi, before I die, I'll drag you down with me. Brat, are you threatening me? Guiyi scolded. I wanted to tell you how to treat your injuries. Treat my injuries? Mu Yun looked at Guiyi. Didn't you tell me that I have to go to the Guma auction house? That was my plan. Now that you can't hold on, there's another way. What way? Fuse with the origin fire. Guiyi said again. Mu Yun could not help but scold. Guiyi, you don't have to be so direct if you want to harm me, right? My injuries are caused by the origin fire. Now, you want me to fuse with the origin fire. Isn't that adding fuel to the fire? When Guiyi heard this, he chuckled and did not say anything. Kid, have you forgotten? How did you fuse with the heavenly fire? Your injuries are caused by the origin fire. Don't you still have the white tiger sacred fire? If you fuse with it, you might fire a new origin fire. You have to understand that this is not your half-baked origin flame, but an origin flame formed after fusing with a true origin flame. When Guiyi said this, Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. Although Guiyi Mu Yun was young, Mu Yun's Mu. You can think about it in the next few days. Next, I need to make some things clear to you. Mu. Yun yang 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 yang. Of yun nn mu yang niang yang yang mu mu yang 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 mu yang mu mu. Nnunn, of course I need to be serious. Let me talk to you about this world. World? Mu Yun also looked at Guiyi and nodded. Guiyi said slowly, remember every word I say. Don't forget that this also includes your grandfather's lifelong wish and the reason why your parents are persisting and waiting for you. As soon as this was said, Mu Yun took it seriously. He was afraid that what Guiyi was about to tell him would be extremely shocking. My real name is Guiyi. I'm from the space-time origin, one of the four great origins. You should know about the other three origins. The heavenly Tao origin is Tian-yi, the earth origin is first, and the life origin is Ming-yi. In truth, we four great essences are equivalent to the four great beings that have transcended this world. Back then, our first master was the same person. Chang Tian? Mu Yun looked at Guiyi. Yes. Guiyi nodded and said carefully, the world we live in was not called Kanglan world back then. Instead, it was called the firmament world. Chang Tian created this world and became the ruler. Later, his two right-hand men, Huang Tian and Di Ming, joined forces and killed Chang Tian. Hearing this, Mu Yun could not help but touch his eye. His right eye had fused with the eye of heaven. Could this eye of heaven be the eye of that ruler? But how did it end up in Song Huang's small world back then? Chang Tian is dead, and Huang Tian is to be established. Huang Tian inherited the power of the ruler and became the new ruler. But later, Di Ming killed Huang Tian and became the new ruler of the myriad worlds. Guiyi sighed and said, ever since Chang Tian died, Tian-yi, Ming-yi, and Di have been free of restrictions and free. But everything changed after Di Ming was promoted to the ruler of the myriad worlds. Di Ming divided the firmament world into the 9 realms of the firmament and gave them to his 9 sons to control. Do you still remember the heavenly emperor that Holy King Xiling mentioned? That is one of Di Ming's 9 sons. The 9 realms of the firmament are the most vast 9 great worlds. On this foundation, Di Ming's 9 sons divided the 9 realms and formed the current Kanglan world. Di Ming separated the myriad worlds to make it easier for him to rule. No one could compare to the foolish myriad race's ambition. Later, I met Xianxia, who had just walked out of the mortal world at that time. By chance, I was refined by him. However, after a million years of interaction, the two of us had a very deep relationship and had the same opinion. Therefore, I was willing to become the artifact spirit of the scroll of the gods and help him grow. Guiyi's expression dimmed when he said this. Later, Xianxia became the number 1 god emperor and established the Xiaoyao sacred ground. He was very powerful. Even the patriarchs of the first-class races, including the old monsters who had not appeared for millions of years, were no match for him. Therefore, Xianxia and I joined forces with the ancestral dragon to kill Di Ming and replace his control of this world. However, in the end, the ancestral dragon died. The dragon clan was divided into 10 divine dragons, each with their own leader. Xianxia also died in battle. Only I escaped. You know what happened after that. When I met you, you were still an immortal king. When you self-destructed, I felt a familiar aura. That was why I saved you. That was why I had this life. Guiyi continued to speak, and Mu Yun listened attentively. Only now did he know that the so-called Kanglan 10,000 realms had a total of 9 great worlds. When the 9 great worlds merged, it would become the firmament world. This was the picture of the entire world. Now, Di Ming controls the heavenly Tao's origin, Tian-yi, and is looking for Di and Ming-yi. Once he finds the other 2 origins and merges them, he will be able to sense my location and subdue me. At that time, you and I will both die. All these years, I guessed that your father's plan was to stall for time, including rescuing your mother. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. Your father, mother, and 3 uncles are known as the human emperor, Emperor Qing, and the 3 sovereigns. Even Di Ming's 9 sons don't dare to do anything to them. And now, Di Ming is wholeheartedly searching for Di and Ming-yi. He has no time to care about you. Therefore, this is your time. You must control it. Mu Yun nodded. Why are you telling me this now? Because I know something, so I must tell you now. Guiyi said seriously, the 3 primordial worlds are too small. I didn't think of it before, but when I heard about the Kuan-Su world, I suddenly knew that the place we are now in is the 9th world of the 9 realms of the firmament. The 9 realms of the firmament is a parallel world. The 9 realms extend for hundreds of millions of miles. Humans, including the major races, are distributed in the various spacetimes of the 9 realms. The Kuan-Su world is one of the low-level worlds of the 9 realms of the firmament. Wait. Mu Yun stopped Guiyi and said, what did you just say? The Kuan-Su world is one of the low-level worlds of the 9 realms of the firmament? Low-level world? Are you sure you're not joking? Yes, the Kuan-Su world is one of the low-level worlds of the ninth world. There are human forces in it, and there are 8th, 7th, and 6th grade races. This is the low-level world. And those with 5th, 4th, and 3rd grade races are the real high-level worlds. As for the 2nd grade races, that is the top-level world. The ninth world is such a place. Mu Yun really wanted to vomit blood at this moment. Just how vast and boundless was this world? You just said that Di Ming's 9 sons control the 9 realms. We are in the ninth world. The Celestial Emperor should be the ruler of the ninth world, right? Yes, as far as I know, the Celestial Emperor, Di Yuan, should be the ruler of the ninth world. Di Yuan. Mu Yun clenched her fists. Guei said again, therefore, I must tell you this matter now because it involves your mother, Emperor Qing. My mother? Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. That's right. Your mother was captured by Di Yuan and suppressed in the ninth world. If I'm not mistaken, your father must have joined forces with many people to rescue your mother. However, I don't know if he has succeeded or failed. Mu Yun was even more stunned when she heard this. She suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. If her father succeeded, it was impossible for her father not to know when she reached the 9 worlds of the firmament. Her mother would also not be able to resist coming to see her. The only possibility was that her father failed. And once he failed, it was very likely that he would die. After all, even someone as strong as Yi Xiaoyao had perished in the face of Di Ming, the heaven-sealing divine emperor. Although Di Yuan was not as strong as his father, Di Ming, he was no pushover either. Otherwise, how could he have become the master of a realm? Your father might not have failed. As if seeing through Mu Yun's thoughts, Guei said seriously, because your mother is imprisoned in the ninth world. Mu Yun looked at Guei with a confused expression. You should finish your sentence. Mu Yun was speechless. Brat, can't you be a little patient? My strength is gradually recovering, and I know more and more. You want me to finish my sentence in one breath? Do you want me to die of exhaustion? Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Guei to tell me slowly. Mu Yun could not help but cup her hands. Get lost. Guei scolded in annoyance and said, I just said that the firmament world, which is the current Kanglan 10,000 realms, is mainly the 9 great worlds. The emperor in charge of the 9 great worlds is Di Yuan. Di Yuan is actually the weakest among Di Ming's 9 sons. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Myriad World Map. The weakest one? Why does father need to go through so much trouble if he's the weakest one? What about the other 8 celestial emperors and Di Ming? Mu Yun was truly shocked this time. Don't interrupt. Guei shouted. It's true that he's the weakest one, but he still has the strength of a world plane. Saint, Monarch, Supremacy, and World Plane are the 4 major positions. Even the strongest world plane isn't something you can touch right now. Although Di Yuan is the weakest one, he's still a celestial emperor and the ruler of a world. As the heaven-sealing divine emperor, Di Ming is the current ruler of the 10,000 realms. How could he not guard against those first-rate races and powerful forces? Guei said seriously. Therefore, every celestial emperor has a chance to use the strength of a heaven-sealing divine emperor to protect themselves. He would have a chance to display the power of the Dark Emperor. If father went to rescue mother, wouldn't it be equivalent to fighting Di Ming? Kid, after all I've told you, you should know that the road ahead is long. Even though you went from the pale yellow minor world to the immortal world, and then to the god world, the dangers you faced along the way can't compare to what you're facing now. Back then, you had your father to protect you. Now, even your father can't protect you. Even he can't protect himself. Mu Yun nodded. I understand. He really did. No matter what, he couldn't back down. As a 9-fate son of heaven, he was destined to walk this path. Even if he wasn't a 9-fate son of heaven, he still had to move forward. Yao ZMO, and the others were waiting for him. His parents were also waiting for him. He couldn't back down. Whether it's a low-level world or the 9th world, I'll flatten those who stand in my way. Mu Yun clenched his fists. Since that's the case, knowing that mother is in the 9th world, I need to stay here even more. It's easier said than done. First of all, you haven't passed the Saint realm. The Monarch and Supremacy realms are also extremely difficult. If you want to find Diyuan, then you need to at least reach the peak of the Exalt realm. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Muyun nodded and said again, then can you tell me what level my father is at now? Your father? Mortal Emperor Mu Qingyu. To be able to obtain the title of Emperor means that he stands at the peak of the myriad worlds. Guei continued, after the Saint, Monarch, Revered, and World realms, is the Sovereign realm. After the Sovereign realm is the Conferred God realm, Conferred Emperor realm, and above the Conferred God realm is the Conferred God Emperor. Currently, there is only one titled God Emperor in the 9 realms of the firmament, and that is Di Ming, the heaven-sealing God Emperor. Hearing this, Mu Yun was extremely shocked. His father's strength was something he had not expected. At that level, how terrifying was Di Ming? Even her father and mother were no match for him. Kid, don't think too much about it. Guei continued, I'm telling you this because I hope you'll understand what you should do next. I know. Mu Yun nodded and said, rescuing Xianyu is a top priority. Back then, Xianyu and ZMO were taken away by the people from the Elixir Emperor Mansion. However, Xianyu was captured by the people from the Dead Spirit Guild. I wonder how ZMO is doing. Since my mother was captured by Diyuan, the Heavenly Emperor of the 9th realm, then I'll settle the score with Diyuan. I wonder how things are in the carefree sacred ground now. Moreover, Xie has already come to the 9 realms of the firmament. I wonder if he has encountered any opportunities. There's also eldest senior brother. I haven't seen him in the divine world. From what my father said, eldest senior brother has already come to the 9 realms of the firmament. Guei nodded and did not say much. However, I can tell you a piece of good news. In the 9th realm, there are about 1,000 low-level realms and hundreds of high-level realms. Among them, there are a total of 6 second-tier races and 3 major human forces. These 9 major forces can be said to be the strongest existence in the 9th realm. The Lunar Sect, the Elixir Emperor Mansion, and the Divine Sword Pavilion are the 3 major human forces. If I remember correctly, Bao Qingyu was taken away by the Lunar Sect, Meng Zmo and Miao Xianyu were taken away by the Elixir Emperor Mansion, and the Divine Sword Pavilion took Yi Sueki away. Guei smiled and said, perhaps, you can find your 4 wives before looking for Diyuan. If you can unite the 3 major human forces and overthrow Diyuan's rule, it's not impossible. When Guei said this, Mu Yun was stunned. Overthrow? If we really overthrow Diyuan, let alone Di Ming, the other 8 heavenly emperors won't just stand by and watch, right? Guei smiled faintly and said, you don't know this. Kanglan 10,000 realms, or perhaps it's better to call them the 9 realms of the heavens. The 9 realms of the heavens are the 9 major realms. Each realm is further divided into high-level realms and low-level realms. Although Di Ming won the battle with Emperor God Yi Xiaoyao, it was a Pyrrhic victory. That's why he has been searching for Di and Ming Yi. He wants to merge the 2 and control the 3 origins to deepen his control over the entire world. Now, we don't know where Di Ming is. I think he has no time to care about his 9 sons. Therefore, Di Ming's 9 sons are also fighting each other for their own interests. If you can really kill Diyuan, they might be relieved. Mu Yun was stunned at this moment. So there was such a story here. I understand. Mu Yun nodded and said, however, these are still quite far away from me for the time being. Let's rescue Xianyu first, find Qingyu, ZMO, and Sueki, and then think of a way to rescue my mother. Since I know that my mother is imprisoned in the 9th world, then I will rescue her. Mu Yun clenched his fist with a determined look in his eyes. His father had sacrificed too much for him and his mother in his life. He had always borne everything in silence. As a son, no matter what, he had to help his parents and help his family reunite. At this point, Mu Yun's vision had widened, and he understood more about his position. This would be an extremely difficult path, but he had already walked to this point. He could not afford to make any mistakes. Whether it was the heaven-sealing divine emperor or the 9 emperors of the 9 worlds, it was destined that no one could stop his path. In the following time, they kept moving forward in the teleportation channel. Finally, on this day, a scenery appeared in front of the 3 of them. We've arrived at the Kuan-Su world. Mu Yun looked ahead and exhaled. Fortunately, he had made it. After exiting the teleportation channel, a vast and magnificent city appeared in front of him. What is this place? Looking ahead, Mu Yun was stunned. It's the Starcatcher City. Clarice looked ahead at this moment and said excitedly, this is the Kuan-Su world. We've finally arrived. Brother Mu, the Starcatcher City is a relatively large city in the northwest area of the Kuan-Su world. There are various forces here. Clarice looked extremely excited. Clarice, your elf clan should have a high status in the Kuan-Su world, right? Yes, our elf clan is an 8th grade clan, and our clan leader is a Saint Emperor. Clarice smiled and said, Brother Mu, I'll take you to our elf clan's encampment in the Cerulean Star. Have a good rest. Mu Yun nodded. He knew nothing about the Kuan-Su world now. Clarice was from the elf clan, so she had a good understanding of the Kuan-Su world. Moreover, he also needed to inquire about Miao Xianyu's current situation and the foundation of the Guild of Death. Liao Shua looked at Clarice and said, Clarice, do you know what the division of forces in the Kuan-Su world is? Clarice scratched her head and said, I'm not sure. This was the first time I went out with my sister, but she died. Speaking of this, Clarice looked sad. However, I have a spiritual map here. You can take a look. It's recorded very clearly. Spiritual map, Clarice waved her hand, and a scroll appeared in front of the two. She opened the scroll, and immediately, there were light spots and starry lines on the scroll, crisscrossing one after another. It was prosperous and complicated. Clarice explained, the spiritual map records the divisions of the 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade clans in the Kuan-Su world. Look, our position is here. Clarice pointed her palm at the star-reaching city. Mu Yun and Liao Shua looked over and found that the star-reaching city was only a medium-sized city on the entire map. Mu Yun looked at the map and kept scanning. Undead clan, undead guild. Mu Yun was stunned. Undead clan, 6th grade clan. Mu Yun's expression suddenly turned ugly. After the Saint Realm, there were 6 realms, Saint King, Saint Emperor, Saint Master, Saint Emperor, Heaven Saint Emperor, and Ancient Saint Emperor. Within the 6th grade clans, there were Ancient Saint Emperors. In other words, there were Ancient Saint Emperors in the Undead clan. If Miao Xianyu was really in the hands of the Undead clan, then Ancient Saint Emperor would be killed in one move with his current strength. The spiritual map recorded in detail, showing the appearance of the Kuan-Su world. Mu Yun evaluated in her heart. The Kuan-Su world was at least hundreds of 3rd grade realms. It was so vast, and this was only a low-grade realm. One could imagine how vast the high-grade realm, or even the entire 9th realm, was. Can you give me this scroll? No, this spiritual map is very precious. There are only 3 scrolls in our elf clan. Mu Yun could not snatch it. She smiled and returned the scroll to Clarice. Tisk, it's just a spiritual map of the Kuan-Su world. Look at how precious this little girl is. Guai said disdainfully. Boy, sense the scroll of the gods. Okay. At this moment, a wisp of Mu Yun's soul entered the scroll of the gods. Slowly, in front of him, above the vast starry sky, spots of light appeared. It was the map of the Kuan-Su world. Back then, when the first God Emperor and I traveled through thousands of realms, we made detailed records of the landforms of various forces. Moreover, if some forces change, this map will also appear. This is the Myriad World Map. It's much more powerful than her spiritual map of the Kuan-Su world. Mu Yun was overjoyed at this moment. With this map, it would be much more convenient for her to travel through many realms in the future. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations The Gate of Reincarnation Ahem. Guai coughed awkwardly and said, my strength is damaged now. If you can find more treasures with primitive aura for me to devour, I can help you display more scrolls. It's enough for now. It's enough. Mu Yun laughed. She had given all the ancient cauldrons to Guai to devour. This guy had just recovered to the extreme level of the ancient saint realm. God knew what other treasures he would devour. Those treasures, even Mu Yun felt the pinch. Look at how stingy you are. If you help me recover in the future, you'll know more about the secrets in the scroll of the gods, and you'll get more benefits. It's much better than your blue skies underworld diagram. Mu Yun did not say much and smiled. Clarice brought the two of them and began to look for the elf tribe's base in Star City. Mu Yun took advantage of this time to carefully explore the map of the Kuan-Su world. As she explored the map, Mu Yun gradually discovered that although the undead spirit tribe was a 6th-grade tribe, they were not the only tribe in the Kuan-Su world. In the entire Kuan-Su world, there were a total of 5 6th-grade tribes, and the undead spirit tribe was only one of them. There were also many 7th-grade and 8th-grade tribes. Star City was the base of a human tribe that was comparable to an 8th-grade tribe, the Star City Pavilion. The entire Kuan-Su world could be said to be tangled and complicated. The human tribe and various tribes intertwined, but it was not difficult to see that the human tribe was relatively weak. It seemed that it was just as Guai said. The human tribe's position in the myriad worlds gradually declined with the fall of the first emperor god, Yi Xiaoyao. In that case, let's make the human tribe strong again here. Mu Yun muttered in her heart. In Star City, people came and went. After a long time, Clarice still could not find the elf tribe's base. Clarice, do you not know where it is? Liao Xue could not help but ask. Clarice's face turned red and said, I've only been here once. I really don't know where it is. Hearing this, Liao Xue and Mu Yun were both speechless. Suddenly, Mu Yun felt a stuffy heat in her chest. At that moment, the meridians in her body were splitting apart. Even her heavenly avatar was faintly on the verge of collapsing. The poison is acting up. At this moment, Mu Yun's countenance was pale as she said, I need to enter into closed-door cultivation right now. Clarice, find a place to stay with Liao Xue. I'll go find a place to enter into closed-door cultivation. As soon as she said this, Mu Yun's figure flashed and disappeared. He had been attacked by the Genesis fire, and the injuries in his body had been constantly spreading. Now, he had reached his limit. With a flash of her figure, Mu Yun arrived in a dense forest outside of Star Catchment City. The towering trees were over 100 zhong tall, and their trunks were so thick that it would take dozens of people to wrap their arms around them. Mu Yun went deep into the forest and sat down cross-legged. A shrill voice rang out. His entire face was pale, and his entire body was covered in flames. Currently, within his body, there was the 14th-ranked True Samadhi Flame, 15th-ranked Bone-Corroding Cold Flame, 16th-ranked Grady Sacred Flame, and the White Tiger Sacred Flame that he had condensed from his own heavenly flames. When these 4 Genesis fires were gathered together, they had different attributes and could not be merged at all. These were the Genesis fires, which were unique existences in the entire Kanglan continent. He had obtained 3 of them in one go. Now, these 3 Genesis fires, in addition to the White Tiger Sacred Flame that he had borne, had completely erupted. At this moment, the Great Avatar also appeared, but Mu Yun could not stop it at all. Guai, what should I do? At this moment, Mu Yun's face was pale, and his eyes were red. The 4 Genesis fires were almost driving him crazy. Use the World Tree, the Peacock God Fan, and the Painting of the Gods to combine forces and suppress the 4 Genesis fires. The World Tree has an endless supply of world power that can support you. The Peacock God Fan's undying divine flame can resist the Genesis fires, and the Painting of the Gods can suppress them. Guai immediately spoke. All right. Mu Yun understood at this moment that if he did not have so many divine artifacts, he would have died without a doubt. For Genesis fires were not something that he could match and subdue as an ancient sage. Boom, as he spoke, Mu Yun had already begun to make his move. At the same time, the meridians in his body were burning violently, and his aura was constantly weakening. If he did not have a lifespan of tens of millions of years and had a strong physique, he would have already died. Waves of explosions sounded in his body, and Mu Yun's face became uglier and uglier. I can't suppress it. Mu Yun shouted at this moment and said, there's no other way. I can't control my body at all now. I can only exchange my life for the heavens. In an instant, a majestic aura was unleashed. The Great Death Abduction technique was activated at this moment. In a frenzy, Mu Yun directly threw in 1,000,000 years of his lifespan. A huge aura descended from the sky. This was a deal, and also a gamble. How could the heavens and earth be so easy to deal with? Suddenly, Mu Yun's aura changed from head to toe, and an incomparable temperament soared into the sky. Not enough. However, at this moment, Mu Yun shook his head. With a wave of his hand, a powerful aura erupted again. 4 million years of lifespan was burned at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun could feel that the aura in his body was even more terrifying than that of an ancient sage. Suppress. With a low shout, the heavenly poison ancient pagoda, the divine sparrow fan, the blue sky's yellow springs diagram, and the scroll of the gods, the 4 sacred artifacts, spread out and suppressed the chaos of the 4 primordial flames. At this moment, feeling the dissipation of his lifespan and the replacement of it with a powerful force attached to his body, Mu Yun's heart trembled. He took a step forward and slammed his palm down. If I still can't suppress you after spending 5 million years of my lifespan, that would be too ridiculous. Suddenly, the aura in Mu Yun's body leaped out. The 4 primordial flames were firmly suppressed by the 4 sacred artifacts and could not move. At the same time, Mu Yun began to absorb the essence of the 4 primordial flames. Dong dong dong, dull explosions sounded, and the 4 primordial flames turned into a turbulent beast tide that charged toward Mu Yun. At this moment, the two sides began to enter a long stalemate. Gradually, the power of the primordial flames weakened, while Mu Yun's own power was increasing. Mu Yun, take advantage of this moment to integrate all of your sacred art cultivation techniques into the 4 primordial flames. Guei shouted at this moment. During this period of time, the sacred art that you cultivated in the 3 Yuan realm is not compatible with your original life. Whether it is the 9 changes of the evil path or the curse art, they have caused your heavenly Tao Dharma form to change. Now, rely on the primordial flames to cleanse your body and mind. Completely integrate all of your sacred art cultivation techniques and rely on the smelting of the heaven and earth furnace to transform them into the purest power. Hearing this, Mu Yun immediately understood Guiyi's meaning. With the heaven and earth furnace as the foundation and the 4 primordial flames as the supplement, he would refine all of his comprehension of cultivation in the 3 Yuan realm. However, Mu Yun clenched his fists. Whether it was the power of the curse art or the 9 changes of the evil path, they were extremely powerful. He could not bear to give them up just like that. This was equivalent to him only having his strength left. He would have to start cultivating the sacred art again. Hurry up. Guei urged. You brat, the Tao of cultivation is about a solid foundation. You have been working steadily for so many years. The cultivation that has formed in your body has already formed a system. The 9 changes of the evil path and the power of the curse art are not suitable for you at all. Mu Yun could not help but frown and scold. Then why didn't you tell me before? Brat, how would I know that you would come to the 3 Yuan realm? That is the territory of the heavenly venerate of calamity. In the 3 Yuan realm, you naturally need to cultivate. But now that you are in the Kuan-Su world, you don't need to do so. I understand. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. He was really heartbroken to have to melt all of the comprehension that he had cultivated before, but now, he had no other choice. Heaven and earth furnace, open. Suddenly, a tall furnace behind Mu Yun bloomed with an ancient aura. Although he had only smelted the fragments of the heaven and earth furnace, its power was heaven-defying. Go in. Seeing that the 4 origin flames were suppressed by the 4 sacred items, Mu Yun directly flicked his finger and drove the 4 origin flames into the furnace. Suddenly, Mu Yun stripped off his cultivation comprehension in the 3 Yuan realm and melted it in an instant. Buzz, in an instant, the entire heaven and earth furnace roared loudly at this moment. Dong dong dong, a dull sound rang at this moment. Mu Yun endured the impact and quietly waited for the transformation. Just like when he had died in the divine world, the immortal divine flame had allowed him to be reborn. He was immortal and indestructible, transforming and sublimating. Now, it was also a kind of transformation and sublimation. Open! Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. The heaven and earth furnace suddenly opened at this moment. A white figure instantly rushed towards Mu Yun. The fused origin flames. Mu Yun pointed his finger, and the origin flames entered his body. In an instant, he no longer felt the painful burning in his limbs and bones, but a warm aura. Using the heaven and earth furnace to fuse the origin flames, this is the new heaven and earth fire. I'll call you the 4 divine flames. Mu Yun exhaled at this moment. the fragments of the heaven and earth furnace gradually disappeared. However, at this moment, a buzzing sound rang out. Mu Yun looked behind him. The heavenly Tao Dharma idol that he had released was actually starting to transform at this moment. Ka sounds rang out. Mu Yun's body gradually changed at this moment. To be precise, the heavenly Tao Dharma idol was constantly changing. The heavenly Tao Dharma idol that was originally filled with disasters suddenly turned into a door at this moment. A huge door that looked abnormally simple and bleak with a desolate aura appeared behind Mu Yun. The door was circular in shape. Simple and unadorned patterns alternated around it. In the center of the door, there were layers of yin and yang. Haha, suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out. At this moment, Guai, who was in the scroll of the gods, seemed to have gone crazy. He laughed loudly and said, "Door of reincarnation, door of reincarnation." Guai's laughter revealed excitement, bitterness, sadness, sorrow, and mixed emotions. This was the first time Mu Yun saw Guai lose his composure like this. Even when talking about Di Ming, Guai had never been like this. Door of reincarnation, what is that? Mu Yun was stunned at this moment. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Chris was caught. Just as I expected, just as I expected. Guai was extremely excited at this moment, but Mu Yun didn't know whether he was crying or laughing. The gate of reincarnation, the nine-fate son of heaven, opened the gate of reincarnation. That's right. Guai laughed loudly. Slowly, Guai seemed to be tired of laughing and finally stopped. Mu Yun stared at the scroll of the gods as if she was looking at a staff. What are you doing? Mu Yun was puzzled. You've gone astray. Guai exhaled and said, "You're the nine-fate son of heaven. Logically speaking, your heavenly Tao Dharma idol should be the gate of reincarnation. That day, when I saw you reach the ancient sage realm, I felt strange that you didn't open the gate of reincarnation. Later, I finally understood." Guai said seriously, "A place like the Three Yuan realm affected your heavenly Tao Dharma idol and didn't reveal its true appearance. Now, the gate of reincarnation has revealed its true appearance and is completely opened. Do you know who has opened the gate of reincarnation's heavenly Tao Dharma idol since ancient times?" Mu Yun shook her head. "Only the first god emperor, Yi Xiaoyao." Guai said excitedly, "You're the nine-fate son of heaven. I've always been puzzled why the heavenly Tao Dharma idol isn't the gate of reincarnation. Now, I can finally confirm that the cultivation method in the Three Yuan realm has caused you to go astray. From today onwards, abandon curses and evil cultivation. The holy art you should cultivate should be of the righteous nature." Mu Yun immediately understood what was going on. "As you said, I should abandon everything in the Three Yuan realm and integrate it into the next level of cultivation with a new beginning?" "Yes." Hearing Guai's affirmative answer, Mu Yun nodded. This time, Mu Yun merged several origin flames and directly entered the scroll of the god's life and death secret pavilion. She sat down cross-legged. Since he was going to fuse all of them together, he had to be more thorough. A year in the life and death secret pavilion was only a day in the outside world. Mu Yun planned to stay here for a few days to stabilize her ancient saint realm. Buzzing sounds rang out one after another. Time passed bit by bit. At this moment, Mu Yun had completely melted all the curses and evil spirits in her body into the heaven and earth furnace and burned them into nothingness. He sat there for a full 10 years. 10 years inside was only 10 days outside. At this moment, Mu Yun stood up, and a completely different aura slowly rose. Ancient sage extreme level, Mu Yun clenched her fists as she felt the power in her body growing crazily. Now, he had the Crimson Spirit, a third-grade saint artifact, and the heavenly poison ancient tower contained a large amount of treasures. On the other hand, the immortal fire of the peacock god fan, the 4 divine flames, and the blue sky underworld pattern combined were quite impressive. Since I have abandoned the 9 changes of the evil way, I can now focus on cultivating the Great Liang sacred sparrow sword. Mu Yun smiled. I have already mastered the first level of the immortal fire and the second level of the emperor fire heavenly explosion. Now that the immortal fire has fused with the 4 divine flames, I might be able to fight even a sage ruler. In your dreams. Guai chuckled. For a sage ruler, the heavenly path Dharma form is secondary. The chi of the sage ruler is the most powerful attack. A sage is recognized by heaven and earth, and a sage ruler has the chi of the emperor. The chi of the sage ruler is an absolute suppression. Even if you are in the ancient sage extreme level, you might not be able to withstand it. That might not be the case. Mu Yun was full of confidence at this moment. After walking out of the scroll of the gods, 10 days had passed in the outside world. He wondered if Liao Xue and Clarice had found the elf tribe's encampment. Mu Yun returned to Star Grab City directly. Now that he had reached the ancient sage extreme level, his heart was much more at ease. There were ancient sage emperors in Kuan-Su world. There were many 6th, 7th, and 8th grade races. The weakest 8th grade race had a sage emperor overseeing it. In Star Grab City, Mu Yun searched for the two aimlessly. When passing by a street, Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. In that street, there was a very familiar figure in an exquisite and luxurious cage car. Clarice. Seeing that figure, Mu Yun was stunned. However, just as he was about to walk out, a jade-like hand grabbed him and pulled him to the side. "Don't be rash." A cold voice rang out. "Liao Xue." Seeing Liao Xue, Mu Yun asked, "Why was Clarice captured?" "Let's leave this place first. I'll tell you in detail." Liao Xue pulled Mu Yun and carefully left the crowd. In a restaurant, the two sat across from each other. "After you left, Clarice and I found the place where the elf tribe stayed. However, as soon as we entered, we were surrounded by a large group of people. I escaped with injuries, but Clarice was captured." Liao Xue's face was gloomy. "In these few days, I found out that the elf tribe was an 8th grade race. However, not long ago, they were exterminated by the Ghost Valley." "Ghost Valley?" Exterminated, Mu Yun was stunned. Ghost Valley is a human force. It's equivalent to a 7th grade race force. It's said that there's a sage emperor overseeing it. I still don't know why Ghost Valley attacked the elf tribe. Generally speaking, the Kuan-Su world is vast. The 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade races have a superior subordinate relationship. The 7th grade races usually won't attack the 8th grade races. Furthermore, I've also found out that this Star Embrace City is not simple." Liao Xue said in a deep voice, "Star Grab City looks like a middle grade city, but the forces inside are intricate and complicated. Here, the strongest force is the 8th grade race, the Heaven-Eyed Mystic Snake race. Next is the Star Grab Pavilion, the Undead Guild's branch, and Fairy Chi Yao Society." Liao Xue's eyes burned with anger at the mention of Fairy Chi Yao. The biggest reason why she was willing to come to the Kuan-Su world with Mu Yun was because Fairy Chi Yao was here. If she did not kill Chi Yao, she would never be able to rest in peace. The people from Ghost Valley captured Clarice and the others from the elf tribe. They want to auction them off. The location is in the Star Grab Pavilion. This time, not only will the 4 major forces I mentioned just now come, but the Dwarf race and the Purple Spirit race will also come. The Dwarf race and the Purple Spirit race? Mu Yun pondered. The Dwarf race and the Purple Spirit race were also 8th grade races. Their strength was rather close to the Heaven-Eyed Mystic Snake race. Heaven-Eyed Mystic Snake, thinking of this name, a beautiful figure appeared in Mu Yun's heart. Feng Yu. Mu Yun remembered that when she met Feng Yu back then, she had a strange illness. Later on, she found out that Feng Yu had the soul fragment of the Heaven-Eyed Mystic Snake race in her body. But later on, after arriving in the Divine World, she had never met Feng Yu. Since the Heaven-Eyed Mystic Snake race was here, could Feng Yu have left the Divine World long ago and arrived in the Kuan-Su world? "Clarice, should we save her or not?" Liao Xue looked at Mu Yun. "Save her," Mu Yun said resolutely. Although Clarice's sister was not a good person, Clarice was only a young girl and did not have bad intentions. Furthermore, Clarice was rather strange. The power of the curse back then had no effect on her at all. "All right." Liao Xue heaved a sigh of relief. "You seem to want to save her too? Do I look like a cold-blooded person?" Liao Xue asked. Liao Xue said slowly, "You came from the lower world, so you don't know that the 3 Yuan world is full of danger and evil. Over there, it's either life or death. It's even more so in the Kuan-Su world, so I've developed a decisive character since I was young. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Mu Yun nodded. Alright, since that's the case, let's think about how to save her. Xianxia said again, in the Kuan-Su world, origin beads are not popular. The transactions here are all origin stones. The origin stones are divided into 9 grades. Most of the ancient sages use grade 3 origin stones. In this auction, I reckon that every force will send Saint Kings. I'm afraid that they will use grade 4 origin stones to trade. Hearing this, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly. Origin stones, he did not have any. Seeing Mu Yun's expression, Xianxia said again, have you forgotten about the heavenly poison ancient pagoda? Mu Yun said bitterly, most of the heavenly poison ancient pagoda are origin beads. I haven't seen any origin stones. Impossible. Xianxia shook her head and said, the heavenly lord of calamity has the authority to rule over a world. Although the 3 origin world is not ranked, with the heavenly lord of calamity's knowledge and methods, it's impossible for there to be no origin stones. Mu Yun was also puzzled when he heard this. There is. Guai said firmly, it's just that you haven't discovered it. If you don't believe me, you can try it now. Mu Yun heard Guai's words and his mind entered the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. The entire heavenly poison ancient pagoda was magnificent and vast. Mu Yun had indeed not explored all of it before. Although you are the owner of the ancient pagoda, you are not the forger after all. Your strength was low before, so the things you discovered were even less. Guai said faintly. Then I'll give it a try. He took a step forward and threw out a punch. With a loud explosion, a ray of light suddenly spread out in the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. In an instant, Mu Yun was stunned. Origin stones, moreover, they were piled up like a mountain. Grade 1 to grade 6 origin stones were piled up like a mountain. This, Mu Yun was stunned. Slowly, Mu Yun opened his eyes and looked at Xianxia. Got it. Hearing this, Xianxia also nodded slowly. Since we have origin stones, then we must win the auction. Xianxia said seriously, however, we shouldn't expose our wealth. Since we are spending a lot of origin stones, and you and I are both ancient sages, we need to be careful. There are people coveting it. Mu Yun narrowed his eyes and nodded. Now, he had no one to rely on. The only one he could rely on was himself. However, the path of the strong had always been lonely. Even if he relied on himself, he still needed to walk to the end. For a few days, the two went in and out of various places in Star Catchment City and gradually understood the division of forces and the situation in Star Catchment City. The Heaven-Eyed Black Snake clan was deeply rooted in Star Catchment City and was the most powerful. The Undead Spirit Guild was a branch of the Undead Spirit clan here. He didn't know whether Miao Xianyu was imprisoned in this branch. Only when he met the Undead Spirit Holy King could he be sure. Feng Yuer goodbye be it Mu Yun or Xianxia, they had no choice but to pay attention to Fairy Qiyao. This person in the extreme Saint King plane harbored murderous intent towards them and was determined to eliminate them. It was not a good thing to be targeted by a Grand Sage King. 10 days later, at the Star Support Pavilion, the auction was held as scheduled. Mu Yun and Xianxia were already prepared and arrived outside the Star Support Pavilion early. As soon as they entered the auction, they were immediately greeted by a magnificent aura. In the Kanglan Myriad world, even divine beasts and the various major races liked the architectural structure of the human race. After all, to be able to condense a human form, no one was willing to live in a mountain cave all day and endure hardships and drought. Inside the Star Support Pavilion, humans from various races were all gathered together. Mu Yun and Xianxia chose a seat closer to the front and sat down, waiting quietly. The dwarf race is here. The crowd was in an uproar as dozens of figures rushed over from the entrance. Those figures were only a meter tall and short, but the aura they emitted could not be underestimated. The dwarf race was a race of blacksmiths. They were born with an extremely sharp sense of smithing. It could be said that even the worst blacksmith in the dwarf race was skilled in the entire Kuan-Su world. The leader seems to be the dwarf race's Luo Sester. Luo Sester is the son of Emperor Luo De, one of the 3 emperors of the dwarf race. It's said that he's at the Grand Sage King realm and his forging skills are even more exquisite. Looks like this auction has attracted quite a number of people. When the dwarf race entered, the scene was in an uproar. The purple spirit race is here too. Looking at the entrance, a group of figures could be seen walking in. The one in the lead was a woman with purple hair and purple eyes. Her face was white with a tinge of red. Her steps were swaying, and her enchanting figure could cause one's heart to sway with a single glance. The young patriarch of the purple spirit race, Xianxia. One of the famous beauties of our Kuan-Su world. She can be said to be on par with the Jade King of the heaven-eyed mystic snake. These clans might be nothing in the entire Kuan-Su world, but in the area around Starcatcher City, they were the overlords. From the myriad world map, Mu Yun also learned that the Kuan-Su world was so vast that dozens of 3 yuan realms could not compare to it. Star Embrace City was located in the southeast region of the Kuan-Su world. With Star Embrace City as the center, the southeast region was the territory of the 8th grade races. The 4 strongest races were the Heaven-Eyed Serpent race, the Purple Spirit race, the Dwarf race, and the Elf race. But now, the Elf tribe was no more. The Undead Guild is here. When these words came out, everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. The Undead Guild in Star Grasping City could at best be considered an 8th grade clan. But it must be known that this was a branch of the Undead clan. The Dead Spirit clan was a 6th class clan in the Kuan-Su world and had an ancient holy emperor. What was the ancient saint emperor? That was the dominator of the Kuan-Su world, the ruler and the strongest expert. Within the Necromancer Guild's branch in Starcatcher City, the person in charge was the Necromancer Holy King, Holy Spirit Sky. He was a genuine Saint Emperor expert. It's the 2 sons of the Necromancer Guild's president, Ling Che and Ling Yuan. These 2 sons are both in the extreme Saint King realm. Their strength is not bad. Look, the people from Qi Yao Club are here too. When these words came out, Mu Yun and Liao Xue were both stunned. Qi Yao Club was the force created by Fairy Qi Yao. It's the Green Bird Envoy. Liao Xue said coldly. Yes, this Green Bird Envoy seems to have improved a lot. Mu Yun's heavens right, I vaguely saw some clues. Haha, Fairy Green Bird, I heard that your Fairy Qi Yao broke through in seclusion and reached the Saint Emperor realm. Congratulations. Ling Che from the Undead Guild said with a faint smile. It's only natural for my fairy to break through. Green Bird said proudly, young Master Ling Che, I heard that your father is going to add another concubine for you. It's said that she's much younger than you. Congratulations. Hearing this, Ling Che's face turned cold. It's said that the woman is beautiful and smart. You 2 brothers seem to want to touch her privately? Hearing this, Ling Che and Ling Yuan's faces turned completely ugly. Green Bird, don't think that Fairy Qi Yao can be compared to my Undead Guild just because she reached the Saint Emperor realm. Behind my Undead Guild is the Undead Clan. Don't use the Undead Clan to suppress me. Green Bird didn't care and said with a smile, your Undead Guild is just a lackey of the Undead Clan. You're not a real member of the Undead Clan. Besides, the Kuan-Su world is so vast. If your Undead Guild is destroyed, your Ling family will probably be wiped out by the Undead Clan, right? When these words came out, the scene was rather stiff. However, Mu Yun managed to glean some information. The branch of the Undead Guild in Starcatcher City was not controlled by the Undead Clan. Moreover, Ling Che and Ling Yuan's father seemed to be the president and was going to take in concubines. Could it be the immortal language? Mu Yun clenched her fists. Don't be impulsive. Liao Xue held Mu Yun and said in a low voice, today, we're here for Clarice. Moreover, everyone here today is a reputable figure. Not to mention the sacred spiritual sky, we're not even a match for Ling Che and Ling Yuan. I understand. Mu Yun exhaled and said, if anything happens to her, the Undead Guild, the Undead Clan, and even the Pill Emperor Mansion will have to pay the price. Pill Emperor Mansion? What did this have to do with the Pill Emperor Mansion? Liao Xue saw that Mu Yun had calmed down and looked at the scene. It's really lively. Did I miss something? A light voice sounded at this moment. At the entrance, a few figures walked over. The leader was a woman with a slender figure and a snow-white neck. Under the thin gauze clothes, her skin was whiter than snow and dazzling. Her every frown and smile revealed a mature beauty. Looking at that figure, Mu Yun was stunned. Feng Yuer. Mu Yun was stunned. You know her? Liao Shue was also surprised. She knew that Mu Yun came from the mortal world. The mortal world could be said to be the weakest existence in the myriad worlds. It was not even comparable to the three primordial worlds. The mortal realm was originally the root and base camp of the human race, but things had changed with the passage of time. Now, it had long declined. On the contrary, in the myriad worlds, in each of the realms, there were humans, and their status was not low. We met in the great world and the mortal world. I wonder if she still recognizes me now. Back then, it could be said that he had helped Feng Yu'er and her brother. Now, he did not expect Feng Yu'er to appear here. As soon as Feng Yu'er appeared, everyone's eyes gathered on her and Zi Qingyan. These two women could be said to be the two famous heaven's favored daughters in the southeast region of the Kuan-Su world. Not only were they talented and powerful, but they were also exceptionally beautiful. Your Highness Jade King, I haven't seen you for a long time. You're becoming more and more attractive. When Luo Sester of the dwarf clan saw Feng Yu'er, his eyes lit up. The eyes of Ling Che and Ling Yuan of the Undead Guild also lit up. Everyone, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's continue the topic. It seems that Zi Qingyan, you provoked Ling Che and Ling Yuan again, right? Feng Yu'er's movements were quite dignified. When she spoke, she was very generous. Mu Yun sighed in her heart. As time passed, the shy little girl in the past had grown into an expert. Your Highness, don't talk nonsense. I didn't say anything. Zi Qingyan smiled faintly and returned to her seat. At this moment, Liao Shue could not help but say, I heard that the Heavenly Black Snake clan is one of the stronger clans among the 8 clans. One of the Saint Emperors in the clan has reached the middle level, and the 3 kings and 7 commanders under him are all Saint Kings. 3 kings, Feng Yu'er was called the Jade King. It seemed that she was one of the 3 kings. There were countless realms in the Kanglan domain, big and small, with different levels of strength. The 3 origin domain could only be considered unranked. As for the Kuan-Su world, there was an ancient Saint Emperor, but it was only a low-level realm. However, for the current him, he had to be careful in order to survive in a low-level realm. Let's wait and see. Mu Yun did not say anything more. With the arrival of the various major forces, the crowd also began to discuss heatedly. After all, the major forces were not the only ones in the Kuan-Su world. Some rogue cultivators were also powerful. In this place, saints and great saints could only be dominated by others. Only ancient sages would have the ability to protect themselves. Only when one reached the Saint King realm could they find a job in these forces and be protected. If one became a Saint Emperor, they would be able to become the leader of a force like the 8 clans, Undead Guild, and Qi Yao Society. At this moment, everyone had arrived. It seemed that the auction was finally about to begin. Welcome, everyone. A light and pleasant voice slowly rang out at this moment. Hearing that voice, everyone looked towards the center. There, a stone platform rose from the ground. On the stone platform, a beautiful figure stood proudly. She was wearing a long pink dress with a thin gauze skirt that could not cover her slender legs. She was a woman who made people yearn for her. She looked about 20 years old, but it was impossible to tell how old she was. After all, after cultivating to this level, one's appearance would not change easily. The woman stepped forward, looked around, smiled faintly, and then bowed. That bow caused everyone's eyes to go wide. The astonishing curve of her chest made it hard for people to turn their eyes away. I'm Xing Yu'er. Greetings, everyone. Xing Yu'er spoke. Her voice was soft and numbing, making people intoxicated. Today is the beginning of the Star Support Pavilion's auction. It's a large-scale auction once a month and once a year. This time, it happens to be a large-scale auction. Xing Yu'er smiled and said, I know that everyone is here, and time is precious, so I'll get straight to the point. Now, the auction begins. As Xing Yu'er's words fell, everyone waited with bated breath. The Star Collection Pavilion was as strong as the Guma auction house and the Star Collection Pavilion. There were countless treasures in it. The large-scale auction held once a year was also very eye-catching. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the various factions to send people here today. The first auction item is the Marrow Royal Liquid. Marrow Royal Liquid. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studio Spirit Solidifying Spear Technique. Royal liquid marrow was the liquid marrow that condensed in the bones of a sage ruler after he passed away. Even a saint king would only be able to produce a single drop of this bone marrow. However, one drop was extremely effective. It could help a sage ruler supreme realm warrior condense sage ruler energy and help him reach the sage ruler realm. However, the value of this royal liquid marrow was extremely high. The conditions for its production were harsh, but its effects were powerful. This made it so precious. There are 100 drops of royal liquid marrow. The starting price is 10,000 4th grade dawn stones, 10,000 dawn stones. Mu Yun's eyelids twitched when she heard that. 4th grade dawn stones were compatible with the source power of a sage ruler. One dawn stone was worth 100 3rd grade dawn stones. In the Kuan-Su world, 1st grade dawn stones were the lowest grade of transaction. 4th grade dawn stones were considered more advanced. Those who had appeared today were all from 8th tier clans or other clans of similar strength. It was reasonable for them to trade grade 4 origin stones. However, for the first item to be auctioned to start at 10,000 grade 4 origin stones was too exaggerated. Such rare royal liquid marrow is rare. I bid 11,000 drops. The dwarf, Loster, smiled faintly. Even though he was short, he had a graceful demeanor when he spoke. But that was only in his opinion. Young Master Loust, aren't you too stingy? Ling Che from the Necromancer Guild laughed. You can't buy it if you raise the price by 1,000. I bid 15,000. Young Master Ling Che is right. Our dwarf race is not lacking in money. I'll raise the price to 20,000. The two young masters started to fight with each other. Mu Yun could see that the various races and forces in the Kuan-Su world, even in the southeast region, were at odds with each other. The competition between races was not a joke. Not long after, the two of them increased the price. The price of 100 drops of royal liquid marrow had already risen to 40,000. 50,000. Loust gritted his teeth and looked at Ling Che and Ling Yuan. He snorted. If you can surpass this price, I'll stop. Ling Che and Ling Yuan looked at each other. In the end, Ling Yuan spoke up, since young Master Loster is so generous, we brothers won't snatch what belongs to you. 50,000 grade 4 dawn stones for this young Master Luster. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone began to discuss spiritedly. 50,000 4th grade origin. Stones for 100 drops of marrow royal nectar was truly a large sum. The dwarf race had always been experts at crafting divine weapons. They often auctioned off some saint artifacts, so they didn't lack origin stones. If that's the case, let the auction continue. Xingyuer continued with a smile. Following that, all kinds of treasures appeared one by one, which broadened Mu Yun's horizons. He originally thought that the human world was already a peak existence. However, after leaving the human world, he finally understood how vast this world was. As for the 10,000 deep-sea realms, it was no longer dominated by humans. Instead, it was a true myriad of races that stood in great numbers. The 3 elemental realms were not even ranked. The Kuan-Su world was 10 times larger than the mortal realm, but it was only a low-level world. How vast would the high-level world and the real Kanglan 9 realms be? Time passed bit by bit, and the auction gradually became more and more lively. Many of the participants in the auction were bidding generously. Next, let's ease the atmosphere. Xingyuer twisted her slender waist at this moment and said with a smile, the next item is a saint art. The Spirit Solidifying Spear art was originally a grade 4 saint art, but our star support pavilion only obtained half of the incantation. Therefore, the starting price of this saint art is not high. 1,000 4th grade origin stones. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone quieted down. A grade 4 saint art was very precious to many of the experts present, but a broken saint art did not seem so precious. 1,500 origin stones. 1,700 origin stones. 2,000 origin stones. The crowd gradually began to raise the price, but it wasn't too intense. Mu Yun, buy it. Guiyi's voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Mu Yun was stunned. The Crimson Spirit Divine Spear in his hand was now a grade 3 saint artifact, but the material of the Crimson Spirit Divine Spear was special and could fuse with grade 9 runes. If it could be continuously strengthened and refined, it could become a grade 4 saint artifact, or even a grade 9 saint artifact. When he was the crown prince of the shepherds, it was not without reason that he used this spear to build his divine might. This spear art is only broken. It doesn't mean much to me. Buy it first. Guiyi said again, perhaps there will be an unexpected surprise. Hearing Guiyi's words, Mu Yun understood that this old fox must have found something good again. Wearing the cloak that he had prepared in advance, Mu Yun shouted, 3,000 origin stones. This broken grade 4 saint art did not enter the eyes of the geniuses of the various major clans. Those who participated in the auction were either some itinerant cultivators or cultivators from small clans. 4,000 origin stones. 5,000 origin stones. 6,000 origin stones. Mu Yun looked at the crowd who kept raising the price and finally said, 10,000 origin stones. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. 10,000 grade 4 origin stones to buy this broken grade 4 spear art was not worth it. In the end, everyone stopped. Mu Yun bought the grade 4 saint art, spirit solidifying spear art. 10,000 grade 4 origin stones. Although Mu Yun had the heavenly poison ancient pagoda and had quite a number of origin stones from grade 1 to grade 9, these 10,000 origin stones still made his heart ache. If there's nothing special, Guiyi, you're finished. TSK, Guiyi couldn't be bothered with him and fell silent in the scroll of the gods. The auction continued. Mu Yun also discovered that other than the dwarf races Luster and the undead guilds Lingche and Lingyuan who competed for the royal liquid marrow at the beginning, Zi Qingyan from the purple spirit race, Feng Yuer, and Qing Niao from the Qi Yao society did not compete in the auction. It was as if these 5 factions were waiting for something. Mu Yun vaguely felt that something was wrong. If they were waiting for the final auction, it was obvious that it would be the elf race's auction. At that time, even if he had sufficient origin stones, he would not be able to do anything. After all, even if he bought Clarice, in this place, she was his. But once they left the support star pavilion, it was extremely likely that she would not be his anymore. The geniuses of the 5 factions that had come this time were all at the Grand Sage stage. He had only entered the Ancient Sage Extreme stage and was far from the Grand Sage stage. Liao Xue also said in a low voice, Mu Yun, I feel that something is wrong. It seems that they are all here for Clarice. The news released by the support star pavilion this time is that there is only one elf being auctioned, and that is Clarice. Those people haven't made a move until now. I'm afraid, let's wait and see. Mu Yun also felt uneasy at this moment. Clarice was just a little girl from the elf race. It was very strange that the elf race was suddenly destroyed by the Ghost Valley, a grade 7 faction. Now that all parties were here for Clarice, it was even more strange. Moreover, Mu Yun recalled that during the Realm King's banquet, everyone was cursed. Clarice's elder sister died because of this, but Clarice herself was fine. This little girl's strength was not strong, but there seemed to be something special about her. I am only at the intermediate ancient sage stage now. My strength is too weak. Even if the 2 of us buy Clarice, we won't be able to take her away from the 5 factions. Mu Yun frowned slightly at Liao Xue's words but did not say anything. Now, it's time for the final item of this auction. Xing Yuer smiled charmingly at this moment and said, I think everyone should be here for this. Following Xing Yuer's words, figures walked up to the auction stage at this moment. A palanquin was carried up. Xing Yuer waved her hand, and the palanquin split open with a crack. A cage appeared. Inside the cage, Clarice's delicate little face was filled with panic as she looked around. Everyone, this is the only princess of the elf clan, Clarice. She is also a pure-blooded descendant of the elf king. Xing Yuer smiled and said, previously, the elf clan was annihilated by Ghost Valley. Almost all of our clansmen in the entire Kuan-Su world were wiped out. As for the 2 princesses of the elf clan, according to what we know, one of them died in the 3 elements realm. Now, only the pure-blooded Princess Clarice is left. Ghost Valley's annihilation of the elf clan is said to be related to the Pangu primordial fire. I think everyone should understand. Pangu primordial fire, as soon as these words came out, everyone's expression froze. The Pangu primordial fire was ranked 13th on the primordial fire list. This fire was also the primordial fire. It was said to be in the Kuan-Su world, but no one had found it until today. Did the elf clan know about it? The people of Ghost Valley entrusted Clarice to our star pavilion to auction. It is said that this girl is closely related to the Pangu primordial fire. I think the value of having a primordial fire is self-evident, right? The primordial fire was born from heaven and earth. It was more powerful than the heavenly fire. Xianxia continued, as everyone knows, the world we live in was once known as the firmament world. Later on, the firmament path perished and Huang Tian succeeded. After Huang Tian's death, the current heaven-sealing divine emperor controlled the entire world. Later, the heaven-sealing divine emperor divided the 9 realms into 9 realms, which were called the 9 realms of the firmament. The 9 heavenly emperors each ruled a realm. The firmament world was called the 9 realms of the firmament. Today, the 9 realms can be said to be interconnected and divided into high-class and low-class realms. There was even a realm master who replaced the heavenly emperors to rule a realm. Therefore, it was called the 10,000 realms. Whether it is the firmament world, the 9 realms of the firmament, or the 10,000 realms of the firmament, they are all called the realms we live in. The 21 primordial fires were gradually born after the heaven-sealing divine emperor took control of the 9 realms of the firmament. If you want to subdue each primordial fire, it depends not on your strength, but on your luck. The Pangu primordial fire is ranked 13th. It is said that the fire is as heavy as a mountain. If you can control it, it will be greatly beneficial to yourself or your clan. And this Princess Clarice found the root of the Pangu primordial fire. An exorbitant price of 10 million starting from 1 million, at that moment, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Miss Yuer. The dwarf, Loster, laughed bitterly. Although this Clarice is closely related to the Pangu primordial flame, even a 7th-tier power like Ghost Valley, a power with a Saint Emperor overseeing it, was unable to unravel the connection. I think our chances are very small. This starting price of 1 million is too exaggerated. Yeah. That's right, that's right. It's just that this woman is related to the Pangu primordial fire, but it doesn't mean that we can obtain the secrets of the Pangu primordial fire by obtaining this woman. For a moment, everyone felt that it was ridiculously expensive. 1 million grade 4 origin stones. Even the 8th-ranked races and 8th-ranked factions would feel the pinch when taking out such a sum. Everyone. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, as I said, subduing the Pangu primordial flames requires more than strength. Otherwise, with a sage emperor in Ghost Valley, we could have just used force. Such heaven and earth origin flames all have powerful spiritual intelligence. Wanting to subdue them requires luck. Ghost Valley doesn't think they have such luck, so they're willing to auction this woman. As soon as he said this, everyone still found it hard to accept. Xianxia seemed to have expected this, but she wasn't in a hurry. Those ordinary rogue cultivators and martial artists from small sects naturally did not have this ability. However, the dwarf race, the purple spirit race, the heaven-eyed black snake race, the undead guild, and the Qi Yao society had come for this. It was impossible for them not to be tempted. 2 million. A rather cold voice interrupted the complaints of the crowd. That slightly cold voice gave off an extremely calm feeling at that moment. Your Majesty Jade King. When everyone saw that the person that made the bid was precisely the heavenly-eyed serpent clan's Xianxia, they instantly exclaimed endlessly with shock. To think that he would directly offer 2 million. That was too exaggerated. Some of the people in the field were shocked in their hearts. On the other hand, Luo Sester, Ling Che, Qing Miao, and Zi Qingyan weren't surprised at all. The 5 parties understood that they had come for Clarice this time. Just as Xianxia had said, the people in Ghost Valley might not be able to do anything, but that did not mean that they could not. Although they couldn't be considered as powerful as Ghost Valley, they each had their own methods. 1,500,000. The purple spirit race's Zi Qingyan also spoke with a faint smile. Beauties, this price is a bit low. Let's not waste any more time. At this moment, Ling Che smiled faintly and said, the Necromancer Guild bids 3 million. At that instant, the entire place fell into a dead silence. 3 million, Ling Che immediately doubled the price. Xianxia and Zi Qingyan's expressions did not change in the face of Ling Che's actions. This time, they were all determined to obtain Clarice. The battle for origin stones had only just begun. After all, this was related to the primordial flame. The primordial stones were not that important at this moment. 3,500,000. Loster of the dwarf race grinned and said, "Origin stones. Our dwarf race has no lack of origin stones." Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. Evidently, these guys did not care about the origin stones at all. As expected of an 8th grade race. Their foundation is so strong. "Yeah, I think we're just here to join in the fun. It can't be helped." Some people secretly shook their heads. They wouldn't be able to obtain Clarice. It hadn't been long, but the price had already reached 3,500,000 origin stones. Who could afford it? 4 million. Green Bird of the Qiyao Club also shouted at this moment. She also felt the pinch at this price. Although the Qiyao Club was considered an 8th grade faction, Fairy Qiyao had just reached the Saint Emperor realm recently. Compared to the Heavenly-Eyed Serpent race and the Dwarf race, their foundation was still a little shallow. 4 million was already the highest price she could offer. Fairy Green Bird, 4 million is not enough. Loster said again, 5 million. At this moment, everyone was already numb. Perhaps to the disciples of these powerful factions, origin stones were just a number. Feng Yu'er and Zi Qingyan also frowned at this moment. 5 million 4th grade origin stones was too vast an amount. Even though the Heavenly-Eyed Serpent race and the Purple Spirit race were extremely wealthy, 5 million wasn't enough to guarantee that they would obtain a powerful primordial flame like the Pengu primordial flame. It was too risky. 6 million. Ling Che of the Necromancy Guild said again. The Necromancy Guild was backed by the Undead Spirit race. Most of the cities in the Kuan-Su world had the Necromancy Guild's shadow. In terms of wealth, they weren't afraid at all. This time, Feng Yu'er and Zi Qingyan didn't raise the price. Since the Necromancy Guild wants to raise the price, that's great. Our dwarf race really doesn't lack origin stones. Loster grinned and waved his hand. 10 million. In an instant, the entire auction house fell completely silent. 10 million, the starting price of 1 million had been raised to 10 million at this moment. This was really hard to accept. The dwarf race was indeed worthy of being a master blacksmith. They really had endless wealth. Ling Che's expression was also rather ugly at this moment. The highest price his father had given him for this trip was 9 million 4th grade origin stones. Who could match Loster's bid of 10 million? 10 million. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? Xing Yuer smiled faintly at this moment and looked around. This was the benefit of auctioning. Originally, Clarice was probably only worth 4 to 5 million, but now, it had directly reached 10 million. Since no one is raising the price, then Clarice belongs to young Master Loster. As soon as these words were spoken, the auction house gradually boiled over. 10 million to buy Clarice, and it was only for the information about the origin fire. The dwarf race was really generous. Let's go. Mu Yun said in a low voice, the auction is over, but I'm afraid it's not over yet who Clarice belongs to. Liao Xue also nodded. The 5 great forces all wanted to obtain Clarice. If they couldn't get her, they would probably not let the matter rest. After leaving Star Collection City, the 5 forces would definitely not give up so easily. After settling the origin stones and obtaining the spirit solidifying spear technique, Mu Yun directly threw it to Guai. Then, she left the Star Collection Pavilion with Liao Xue and strolled around Star Collection City. After waiting for a couple of hours, the group from the dwarf tribe finally left the Star Support Pavilion. Not long after, the Purple Spirit race, the Undead Guild, and the Heaven-Eyed Black Snake race also gradually left. The few parties seemed to be going in different directions, but Mu Yun understood that this was just a smokescreen. It would be strange if the other 4 parties didn't have any designs on Clarice. The 2 of us have yet to reach the Grand Saint stage, but these guys are all at the Grand Saint stage. Even if they are at the lesser Grand Saint stage, they are not people we can compare to. Mu Yun said in a low voice, therefore, we can only hope that we will benefit from the fight between the snipe and the clam. Mu Yun understood that even so, it was very, very difficult. Feng Yu'er, Loster, Zi Qingyan, Ling Che, Ling Yuan, and Xianxia were probably all at the Greater Grand Saint stage and the Supreme Realm. He was only at the Supreme Realm of the Ancient Sage stage. After fusing with the Origin Fire and strengthening with the Immortal Divine Flame, he could now fight head-on against a Grand Saint stage, but it was only limited to the Lesser Grand Saint stage. After all, he had used the Heaven and Earth Furnace to smelt the cultivation techniques of the Three Elements realm. Now, he didn't have a suitable sacred art to cultivate. The only thing he could rely on was the Immortal Divine Flame and Heavenly Explosion of the Emperor Fire that evolved from the Peacock God Fan. Once these two attacks couldn't produce substantial damage, he would be helpless against a Grand Saint stage. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have fused all the cultivation techniques directly. Now, it's a little awkward, hee, brat, your heavenly Tao Dharma idol is the gate of reincarnation. Guai said at this moment, what are you afraid of? Nonsense, there are so many Grand Saint stage. I'm just at the Supreme Realm of the Ancient Sage stage. It's impossible for me to kill all of them, right? The main thing now is that I don't have a suitable sacred art to cultivate. Who said you don't have one? Guai was in the Scroll of the Gods at this moment, and he pointed with his palm. A ball of light broke out from the Scroll of the Gods. In an instant, it fused with the soul in Mu Yun's mind. In an instant, the spirit-solidifying spear technique appeared in Qin Chen's mind. This is, the spirit-solidifying spear technique. Of course. Guai grinned and said, this spirit-solidifying spear technique is a spear technique from the primordial era. Hee, don't forget that I was born in the primordial era. Primordial era? Primordial era? Yes. Guai said seriously, back then, when this chaotic world didn't have a ruler, it was called the primordial era. The primordial 13 treasures were born in the primordial era. The 4 great origins, including me, were also born in the primordial era. Later on, heaven ruled the world, which was the primordial era. Later on, Yellow Heaven became the ruler, which was called the primordial era. Until now, Di Ming has become the ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This is the division of each era. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. It seems that I've underestimated you. Nonsense. Guai shouted, I'm one of the 4 great origins. Even the primordial 13 treasures can't compare to me. Otherwise, why do you think Di Ming has been searching so hard for the origins for millions of years? Without the origins, that guy called himself the heaven-sealing divine emperor and his control would be unstable. Even if I explained it to you now, you wouldn't understand. Guai changed the topic and said, although the spirit-solidifying spear technique is only a 4th grade saint art, it's very powerful. It's a good match for your crimson spirit. However, your crimson spirit is only a 3rd grade saint artifact now. If it can evolve into a 4th grade saint artifact, that would be great. It's not that easy to evolve it. It's not like there's no chance. Isn't that Luocester very powerful? Guai chuckled and said, if you can kill Luocester, you might be able to get some heaven and earth crystals from him. It's not impossible to upgrade your crimson spirit. That's a good idea, but it's a little too whimsical. Mu Yun couldn't be bothered with Guai. Metal battle armor. Mu Yun brought Liao Xue and left Star Catchment City, following behind the other groups. The 5 major forces were bound to have a battle. Whether or not they could save Clarice would depend on this battle. The 2 followed carefully and almost lost track of the other groups several times. However, they could only do so in order to not be discovered. Along the way, Mu Yun had become more familiar with the spirit-stabilizing spear art. Guai had directly transformed the spirit-stabilizing spear art into an inheritance and imprinted it in his mind, saving him time to cultivate it. But even so, a 4th grade spear art and crimson spirit might not be able to defeat a sacred ruler. Sacred ruler realm cultivators possessed the sacred ruler aura. A king was the ruler of a region, and the sacred ruler aura carried a powerful suppression. This suppression not only suppressed the spiritual chi and source energy in a cultivator's body, but it also suppressed the cultivator's will to win. Whether it was spiritual chi or source energy, once one reached the sacred realm, they had to be absorbed into the body. Sacred realm cultivators not only needed to improve their physical strength, but also needed to be compatible with the heavens and earth. Such strength was recognized by the heavens and earth. This was also very different from the so-called sacred realm that Mu Yun had encountered before. After traveling for half a day, Mu Yun and Liao Shua finally stopped. It wasn't that the two of them had encountered trouble, but that the five major forces had finally met. Mu Yun pulled Liao Shua and hid in the forest, looking ahead. At this moment, the five major forces stood in a five-pointed star formation, looking at each other with fear in their eyes. It seems that you can't let go of Princess Clarice. You can't wait to catch up. Could it be that you want to hold another auction here? At this moment, Luo Sester looked around without the slightest panic. Instead, he joked. Luo Sester, your dwarf race is very powerful in terms of wealth. But in terms of strength, your dwarf race can't benefit greatly from us, right? Ling Che smiled faintly. I'm afraid that you won't be able to take Clarice away today. That might not be the case. Do His Highness Jade King and Miss Zi Qingyan think so too? Luo Sester looked at the two beauties, Feng Yu'er and Zi Qingyan, and smiled faintly. If the two of them die here today, I'm afraid that the heavenly black snake race and the purple spirit race will go crazy, right? If you want to kill us, we'll see if you have the strength. Yu'er clenched her fists. That's true. Laost looked around and smiled. Everyone, since you've decided, let's talk about it. Are we going to attack together or, one by one? And let's join forces first before we make a decision. 2. Hearing this, Feng Yu'er, Zi Qingyan and Ling Che nodded their heads. They also understood that since the dwarves dared to buy it, they must have the confidence to win and bring Clarice back to their tribe. Since that was the case, it would not be wise for the four sides to disagree. Since in an instant, four figures led dozens of subordinates and charged out. Even after witnessing this scene, there wasn't a hint of panic in Laost's eyes. It was as if he had expected this to happen. Dwarf warriors, let's show them what we've prepared. Yes. Swish swish swish, in an instant, the 10 dwarven warriors behind Locust charged out together. The 10 of them were all Saint Kings, and a vast Saint King chi instantly surged out. However, these 10 people were mostly in the lower or middle levels of the Holy King Plane. They were a far cry from Lister, who was in the upper levels of the Holy King Plane. Naturally, he was far inferior to Ling Che, Feng Yu'er, and the others. However, just as the 10 of them were about to attack, a shining silver ball appeared in each of their hands. At this moment, the silver ball exploded with the sound of metal colliding. 9 head demons subduing hounds, form. With a low growl, Loster moved. The moment the 10 silver balls exploded, Locke's figure instantly charged out. The clanging sounds became increasingly ear-piercing. Rays of metallic light actually appeared within the 10 silver balls. The metal gathered and instantly formed a powerful figure. Its body, which was hundreds of meters tall, was shining with golden light. 9 head demons subduing hounds? Feng Yu'er was stunned. The dwarf race specializes in forging weapons. This thing? I'm afraid it's a secret weapon that the dwarf race has been researching. Zi Qingyan said solemnly. Just by looking at the metallic light, I can tell that it's fused with more than 10 types of precious metals. If I'm not wrong, it should be a type of metal puppet similar to a puppet. Metal puppet. It was also a type of puppet. However, it was made of metal and filled with energy from energy stones. It could continuously unleash powerful attacks. When Mu Yun saw the 9 head demon subduing hounds, she instantly felt a sense of familiarity. This thing should be similar to her violent dragon, but the power it used was different. The forging skills of the dwarf race were indeed top-notch. They could bring a dead object to life. This time, Feng Yu'er and the other 3 would not be easy to deal with. Ling Che. King Yu. We can't be careless this time. Zi Qingyan said solemnly. The 3 of us are in the upper levels of the Holy King Plane. Qing Niao, you're in the upper level of the Holy King Plane. Keep interrupting Lister and distracting him. Ling Yuan, you're in the middle level of the Holy King Plane. Lead the others and spread out. Wait for an opportunity. Zi Qingyan had already made a decision in her heart and immediately spoke. The purple spirit race had always been quick-witted. Feng Yu'er and the others had no objections and immediately began to attack. It's useless. At this moment, Lister sneered and said, "The 9-head demon subduing hounds are the great killing weapons of our dwarf race. They have the physical strength of a holy emperor. After reaching the holy emperor realm, they have the body of a holy emperor and have obtained the recognition of heaven and earth. Their physical strength is far from what a holy king can compare to. You should know this, right?" As soon as he said this, Feng Yu'er, Zi Qingyan, and Ling Che frowned. The physical strength of a holy emperor's body, it seemed that this beast was not easy to deal with. "Kill." The three of them did not stop and directly charged out. Lister sneered and instantly controlled the 9-head demon subduing hounds to attack. The 9-head demon subduing hounds were created based on the appearance of a real divine beast. The 9 heads were extremely agile. Under Lister's control, they were agile and domineering. "The three of them are in trouble now," Liao Shue said calmly. She was only in the ancient sage realm and was far from a holy king. However, she could understand the terror of the 9-head demon subduing hounds. Even Feng Yu'er and the other two who were in the supreme holy king realm would find it difficult to deal with them. The battle was quite intense at this moment. The area within a radius of 10 miles was in a mess. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out incessantly. The three figures were completely suppressed by the 9-head demon subduing hounds. As for the other guards, they were all panting. The power of the metal puppet was indeed powerful. Not only was its defense abnormal, but its attack was also not inferior to the supreme holy king realm. "Everyone, don't waste your time," Lister sneered and said, "Since our dwarf race dares to buy Clarice, we are not afraid of you snatching her away. Unless you bring your tribe leader here." Hearing this, Feng Yu'er, Ling Che, Qing Miao, and Zi Qingyan's faces darkened. This time, the power of the metal puppet that Lister had summoned was too overbearing. It was completely unexpected. As a white race, the dwarf race had been standing in the Kuan Su world for tens of thousands of years. It was not without reason. "Everyone, now is the time to fight for our lives," Ling Che said at this moment, "otherwise, we will not be the ones snatching Clarice. We will be the ones being killed." "Understood." Zi Qingyan and Feng Yu'er both nodded. At this moment, Ling Che's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Lister. Zi Qingyan said indifferently, "Since this is the case, we shall not hold back any more." After saying this, Zi Qingyan waved her hand. In an instant, her head of purple hair became extremely demonic. At this moment, she seemed to have completely awakened. A vast aura surged out. On the other side, Feng Yu'er's figure also turned. In an instant, she transformed into the form of a python. Her 1,000-foot-long body spread out. A wave of pressure from the heaven-eyed mystic snake divine beast swept out. At this moment, the two of them were no longer holding back. Ling Che grinned. At this moment, the flesh on his hands gradually degenerated and turned into ghastly white bones. It was extremely terrifying. This scene sent chills down everyone's spine. These three people could be considered as the top experts of the three major forces. They were also the favored ones of the three major forces. At this moment, each of them displayed their powerful techniques. It was truly terrifying. Ultimate Sage King Realm, Mu Yun could not help but be speechless. "This is really terrifying. Kill. Kill." In an instant, Zi Qingyan and Feng Yu'er charged out. The huge snake body and the purple light in the sky shone brightly at this moment. At this moment, there was a sudden change. The skeletal hands of Ling Che, who was tailing the two of them, suddenly turned as black as ink. A gust of murderous aura was born from the black bones. At this moment, both of his palms struck out. However, the palm print was not aimed at the 9-headed demon subduing dog controlled by Lister. Instead, it was aimed at the two women. Bang bang, in an instant, a deep bang sounded. The two women were hit on the back. Feng Yu'er transformed back into her human form and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zi Qingyan's head of purple hair was also dimmed at this moment. Dong dong, the two figures crashed into the ground, causing the ground to crumble. Ling Che. Seeing this scene, Qing Miao was stunned. "What are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Ling Che smiled and said, "Sorry, my necromancy guild has reached an agreement with the dwarf race to occupy Clarice and search for the Pengu primordial fire together. Hearing this, Qing Niao's expression changed abruptly. Envoy Qing Niao, as Fairy Qi Yao's subordinate, I won't kill you. If you leave now, Qi Yao will return to normal with the Necromancy Guild and the dwarf race. What do you think? At this moment, Ling Che crossed his jet-black hands and smiled faintly. Qing Niao's expression changed at this moment. Looking at the half-dead Feng Yu and Zi Qingyan on the ground, she gritted her teeth. Luster, Ling Che, I'll remember you. Qing Niao's figure flashed, turned into a ray of green light, and disappeared. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios an old friend. The two of them did not expect Ling Che to betray them at this moment. As for the green bird, it left without stopping at all. Everything happened a little too suddenly. Ling Yuan, kill without mercy. Yes, big brother. At this moment, Ling Yuan led the people from the Undead Guild and immediately turned to kill the heavenly-eyed Black Snakes and Purple Spirit clansmen. On the ground, Feng Yu and Zi Qingyan's equally beautiful faces were filled with cold anger. What a scheme! What a good method! Feng Yu said coldly. I had no choice, Your Highness, Ling Che said helplessly. You're one of the 3 kings of the heavenly-eyed black snakes. If I didn't do this, I wouldn't have the confidence to deal with you. Ling Che, you're really shameless. Zi Qingyan also shouted. Beauties, don't trust others so easily next time, Luo Sester chuckled and said, however, I really feel that it's a pity to kill such beauties. Brother Ling Che, why don't we each have one? If you like, there's no harm in letting you enjoy them all. The two of them smiled indifferently. Aren't you afraid that my heavenly-eyed black snakes will attack your dwarf race and the Undead Guild? Afraid? How many races have been defeated in the Kuan-Su world? Ling Che sneered and said, it's fine even if the heavenly-eyed black snakes and purple spirit race are destroyed. As soon as he said that, the two women's eyes were filled with killing intent. Ling Che and Luo Sester chuckled sinisterly. Mu Yun, what should we do? Liao Shua looked at Mu Yun and couldn't help but say, you and Feng Yu are our old friends. If you just watch, Mu Yun also had a headache at this moment. Ling Che and Luo Sester were both at the extreme Grand Sage realm, while he was only at the extreme Ancient Sage realm. The difference was too great. If there's no other way, we can only fight with our lives. Liao Shua nodded when she heard Mu Yun's words. The reason why she was willing to leave the 3 elements realm with Mu Yun was because of Mu Yun's temperament. Mu Yun was a very emotional person. This was his strength, but it was also his weakness. At this moment, Mu Yun made up her mind and waited for an opportunity to act. On the other side, Luster and Ling Che were closing in on Feng Yu and Zi Qingyan. Gentlemen, don't resist. Locke smiled faintly. Die, shorty. Right at that moment, Zi Qingyan suddenly burst forth. With a wave of her hands, numerous fine green needles shot out. Like a torrential rain, they shot toward Locust and Ling Che. At the same time, Feng Yu opened her mouth and spat out water swords. They turned into mist and spread out. At this moment, the two women had to risk their lives, or they would die without a doubt. Now. Mu Yan's expression turned cold at this moment, and her figure instantly burst out. Divine fire of the 4 spirits, explode. In an instant, the origin flame within his body surged out endlessly. The divine fire of the 4 spirits, which had merged with the Grady sacred fire, bone corroding cold fire, Pangu primordial fire, and White Tiger sacred fire, erupted into a fire dragon at this moment. Imperial fire sky explosion, explode. Before the fire dragon could rush out, Mu Yun waved her hand again. A rumbling explosion sounded. At this moment, the undying divine fire also rushed out. At the same time, the yellow dragon armor covered Mu Yun's body. The aura within her body condensed to the peak and rushed out. Boom boom boom, earth-shattering explosions sounded at this moment. In an instant, the entire mountain forest was completely blown apart. The raging fire aura spread for hundreds of miles. Cough cough, slowly, the fire dissipated, and a cough was heard. At this moment, Ling Che's entire body was enveloped by origin energy. He did not suffer any injuries at all. Luster, who was beside him, was the same. Where is he? Looking at the empty space in front of them, the two's faces turned ugly. Damn it, just now, that was the aura of the origin flame. It was accompanied by the aura of another flame, Xianxia cursed. I'm afraid that the person who attacked is not even a sage ruler. Such an all-out attack is just a smokescreen. It's to save Xianxia and Feng Yu'er. What should we do? Chase. Xianxia said calmly. This place is deep in the Purple Emperor Mountain. They can't run far. All right. Xianxia said indifferently. It's rumored that there is only one origin flame of the Elven Princess and the Pangu primordial fire in the Kuan-Su world. I didn't expect another origin flame to appear now. It seems that the entire Kuan-Su world will be more lively now. Immediately, the two parties gathered and chased forward. At the same time, on the other side, deep in the mountain range, Mu Yun carried two figures on her left and right. She found a hidden valley and stopped. Mu Yun, how is it? Liao Shue caught up with her, panting. We saved them, but it's only for a short period of time. Xianxia and Lister planned it so meticulously. They won't give up just like that. Mu Yun looked at the two girls who were in pain on the ground and said, we have to treat their injuries first. At this moment, Mu Yun squatted down and looked at Feng Yu'er. After not seeing her for so many years, Feng Yu'er had already grown into a beauty. Her figure was curvy and childish. Her curve was soul-stirring. Xianxia, who was beside her, also had purple hair. Both of them were outstanding beauties. Even though they were severely injured, they still looked lovable. Yu'er, Mu Yun called out softly. At this moment, Feng Yu'er only felt dizzy. However, there was a familiar voice calling out to her. This voice seemed very familiar, causing a figure to appear in Feng Yu'er's mind. That figure had saved her and her brother from danger, and had helped them grow. Later on, that figure was destined to leave, and they lost contact with each other. However, she and her brother came to the Kuan-Su world by accident. Her brother was killed, and she wandered from place to place. She awakened the ancient inheritance of the Black Snake clan and returned to the clan. She became one of the three kings, the King of Jade, and was highly regarded. However, there was no news of him. She wondered if he knew how small the world was in the past and how vast the world was today. She wondered if he had forgotten about her. Yu'er. The soft voice called out again. Feng Yu'er opened her eyes and saw a slightly angular face. It lacked the scholarly aura and had a trace of tenacity. However, this face was so familiar. Brother Mu, Feng Yu'er murmured, am I dead? Brother Mu, are you dead too? Feng Yu'er's tears fell. She could not help but say, Brother Mu, I always hoped to see you again before I die. I didn't expect that after death, King of Jade, you may want to die, but I don't. A gasp suddenly sounded, interrupting Feng Yu'er's thoughts. Feng Yu'er was stunned and looked to her side. Xianxia's face was slightly pale. She could not help but smile bitterly. It seems like you know this guy. Yu'er, are you okay? Mu Yun looked at Feng Yu'er and asked with concern. Along the way, there were many people he cared about. Feng Yu'er was one of them. However, he could not bring them along all the time. Whether it was Ji Qiu, Moyang, or Qi Ming, as he moved forward, they would eventually be left behind. This time, when he left the God world, he did not bring his disciples along. It was the same. The Kanglan Myriad domain was not like the mortal realm. In the mortal realm, the human race was supreme. However, in this place, the human race was not the ruler of the Myriad domain. What he faced was not as simple as revenge in the past. He faced the ruler of the Myriad domain. If things did not go his way, he might die. As for them, in the mortal realm, they could at least protect themselves. At least in the mortal realm, the shepherds were fully deserving of the title of the number one human race. Moyang, Qi Ming, and the others would not be in danger. Seeing an old friend again, Mu Yun also felt emotional. Big brother Mu, it's really you. Feng Yu'er hugged Mu Yun excitedly. Feeling the warmth in his chest, Mu Yun patted Feng Yu'er's back and said. Indifferently, when we parted in the past, I thought you would also reach the God world. I didn't expect you to appear here. Where's your big brother? My big brother. Feng Yu'er's tears fell, and she said gloomily, Big brother and I were in the mortal realm. We accidentally entered a dangerous place and came to the Kuan-Su world by chance. my big brother, died. Later, I joined the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan and became the Jade King. At this moment, Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and said in surprise, "You're from the mortal realm?" Rumor has it that the mortal realm is stagnant. Back then, when the number one God Emperor died, in order to prevent the heaven-sealing Divine Emperor from continuing his massacre, the mortal realm was sealed and lost contact with the myriad domain. I didn't expect you to come from the mortal realm. For the Kanglan myriad domain, the mortal realm was just one of the realms. This isn't the place to chat. Liao Shue said, "I'm afraid Lingche and Luster won't let you off so easily. Let's find a safe place first." Zi Qingyan said, "Then let's continue deeper. This is the Purple Emperor mountain range." Back then, it was rumored that an ancient saint emperor of my purple spirit race passed away in meditation, causing the landscape of the mountains and rivers to change. That's why the Purple Emperor mountain range appeared. Liao Shue teased, "Your purple spirit race is a grade 8 race. There's an ancient saint emperor?" "Of course not now." Zi Qingyan said proudly, "In the Kanglan myriad domain, the classification of races depends on strength. Back then, my purple spirit race had an ancient saint emperor. In the Kuan-Su world, we were a grade 6 race. Unfortunately, that ancient saint emperor died, and my purple spirit race declined. We only became a grade 8 race now. Alright, now is not the time to fuss about this. Let's leave first." Mu Yun said as she carried Feng Yu'er on her back. Liao Shue carried Zi Qingyan on her back. The four figures quickly followed Zi Qingyan's instructions and headed deeper into the Purple Emperor mountain range. Leaning on Mu Yun's back, Feng Yu'er felt at ease. For so many years, this back view had made her reluctant to part with it. Following Zi Qingyan's guidance, the four figures headed deeper into the mountain range. Along the way, they avoided many powerful divine beasts that were entrenched in this place. In the Kanglan myriad domain, some divine beasts took human form and formed groups. They built factions and stabilized their tribes. However, some divine beasts naturally disliked being restrained and did not like the appearance of humans. They still lived in the mountains and wilderness. In the Purple Emperor mountain range, divine beasts with the strength of an ancient saint emperor existed. The four of them did not dare to be careless. Suddenly, four figures appeared at the foot of a mountain peak. Looking at the mountain peak, Zi Qingyan hurriedly said, "Charge in." Charge in? Purple Emperor Mountain. There was only a mountain peak in front of them. How could they rush in? Hurry up and rush in. Zi Qingyan urged. Mu Yun gritted her teeth and carried the two of them on her back. She turned into an afterimage and headed towards the mountain peak. Buzz, they thought that it would be an earth-shattering collision, but with a buzzing sound, the four of them rushed into the mountain peak. After entering the mountain peak, Liao Shue and Mu Yun were stunned. This is a place left behind by the Purple Emperor of our purple spirit race. All these years, no one knows about it. Unless someone from our purple spirit race brings someone, no one else can enter. Zi Qingyan was sitting on the ground with a pale face. We can only hide here now. I hope those fellows will retreat if they can't find us. Otherwise, we'll just be waiting for death here. Mu Yun carefully put Feng Yu'er down and looked inside the mountain peak. From the outside, the entire mountain peak looked intact, but the inside was hollow. Inside the mountain peak, huge rocks protruded from the surrounding rock walls, looking rather strange. I didn't expect that the 8th grade purple spirit race would have an ancient sacred emperor back then. Liao Shue sighed. In this Kanglan myriad world, strength is everything. The four of them were not in a good mood. Feng Yu'er's face was also pale as she coughed continuously. That Lingche's attack is so domineering? Mu Yun could not help but exclaim. His attack is indeed not that domineering, but Lingche is the son of the president of the Undead Spirit Guild, Ling Xingtian. As the president of the Undead Spirit Guild, Ling Xingtian has received many benefits from the Undead Spirit race. It's said that Ling Xingtian's wife is a member of the Undead Spirit race. Therefore, Lingche is both a human and has some of the methods of the Undead Spirit race. We were hit by the Undead Spirit race's undead hand. This kind of attack continuously corrodes a cultivator's body and can even wear down one's origin power. If we continue to be worn down, I'm afraid our outcome will be very tragic. Therefore, we can't stay here for too long. Otherwise, we'll die first before they kill us. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun frowned. This was troublesome. Left with no other choice, Feng Yuer pulled Mu Yun to talk about what happened back then. Although her body was in pain, her mood was much better. Xianxia was also curious about Mu Yun. It was rumored that the strongest god emperor of the human race, Yi Xiaoyao, had challenged the heaven-sealing god emperor and died. Before this, the number one emperor god had walked out from the mortal world. The mortal world was the birthplace of billions of humans. Within the Kanglan myriad worlds, there were humans in every single world. In fact, many of them had even established great forces. In order to protect the mortal realm, the number one god emperor had sealed the mortal realm completely. It was said that no one could enter or leave the mortal realm. Mu Yun walking out of the mortal realm made her very curious. Hey, how did you get out of the human realm? Looking at Mu Yun, Xianxia asked curiously. It's not that we can't enter and exit the mortal dimension, but we can only exit and not enter. Mu Yun paused when she spoke up to this point. If one could only exit and not enter, then how did her father, Mo Shu, and the others enter and leave? In that case, it's really hard to find the mortal realm that was sealed by the number one emperor god. Xianxia smiled and said, how's the mortal realm now? Is it very powerful? After all, there's such a person as the number one emperor god. Moreover, it's said that in the myriad worlds, there's a place called the unfettered sacred ground. It can be said to be a huge mysterious space that connects the myriad worlds. It was built by the number one emperor god. It's said that it still exists and is controlled by the human race. I heard that although the number one emperor god died, his daughter, Emperor Qing, propped up the unfettered sacred ground. Even the 9 sons of the heaven-sealing god emperor dare not do anything to that place. Hearing this, Mu Yun was very calm. If he told Xianxia that he was the son of Emperor Qing and human emperor, Xianxia would not believe him at all. The mortal realm is now isolated from the myriad worlds, so it's not strong. It's not even as strong as the 3 elemental worlds, ah? Xianxia was very surprised. She could not help but sigh and said, in the Kanglan myriad worlds, I'm afraid that only the human race can kick the heaven-sealing god emperor off the altar. Mu Yun did not say much. I didn't expect that the mortal realm has declined. It seems that the unfettered sacred ground is the most powerful place of the human race. Mu Yun could not help but ask, do you know how the unfettered sacred ground is? Now? How would I know? Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, in the Kanglan myriad worlds, there are 9 worlds in total. Sometimes, they are also called the 9 worlds of the heavens. Kuan-Su world is just one of the 9 worlds in the 9 worlds of the heavens. Think about it, how vast is the Kanglan myriad worlds? The 9th world, unfettered sacred ground, dragon world, phoenix world, and so on are all peak worlds. How would we know? Mu Yun also heaved a sigh of relief. Now, he was afraid that he could not find any information about his father and mother. Guai was right. Unless he reached the monarch position, he could not find any information about his mother. Only by reaching the monarch position could he think of a way to rescue his mother. But I heard a piece of news. I don't know if it's true or not. What news? Xianxia said slowly, I heard that a major event happened in the 9th world. The human emperor brought people and wanted to kill the 9th world's heavenly emperor. It seemed that he wanted to save someone. But he failed. The human emperor and several helpers are missing. It is said that they are dead. Mu Yun's body tensed up at this moment. She suddenly shouted, impossible. Xianxia, Feng Yuer, and even Liao Xue were startled by this shout. You. Don't be agitated, Xianxia said carefully, this news has been passed on many times before it reached my ears. I am not sure. But anyway, it is said that the human emperor, the 3 kings, and many helpers suffered a great blow and disappeared. As for whether they are dead or not, but after this battle, I am afraid that the unfettered sacred ground will become unstable. Mu Yun suddenly realized that she had lost her composure. She forced herself to calm down. She knew that her father was very powerful, but Guai said that the 9 great heavenly emperors were the 9 sons of the heaven-sealing divine emperor. The 9th world's realm king was called Di Yuan. He was the 9th son of the heaven-sealing divine emperor, Di Ming. He was the weakest one. But even if he was the weakest one, Di Yuan had a chance to use Di Ming's full strength attack. Di Ming was someone that even the first God Emperor could not defeat. Her father. For a moment, Mu Yan's heart was in a mess. Zi Qingyan did not understand. Even if the human emperor died, it did not seem to have anything to do with Mu Yan, right? Although the human emperor was the current leader of the human race, his death did not mean that the human race would become extinct. There were many amazing people among the human race. Mu Yan was sitting on the ground at this moment. She looked rather dispirited. She lowered her head and did not speak. Your father might not die. Guei comforted her at this moment. Why? You also said that Di Yuan had a chance to use the strength of his father, Di Ming. Once he used it, would my father be more powerful than the first God Emperor? With your father's personality, he would not be so impulsive. Since he is prepared to take action this time, he must have a foolproof plan. Guei said again, moreover, the Kuan-Su world is only one of the low-level worlds of the ninth world. The information is not very accurate. If you want to get accurate information, you must at least go to the high-level world or go to the core of the ninth world, the Yuan region. Yuan region? Yes, each of the 9 great worlds of the firmament has a core hub. Yuan region is the core of the ninth world and also the headquarters of Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan. Hearing this, Mu Yan clenched her fists. Now, she understood how weak she was. Since that was the case, she needed to climb to the top step by step for her father, mother, and wife. Kid, instead of thinking about this, why don't you think of a way to reach the Saint King realm first? Guei grinned and said, in the Kuan-Su world, only the Saint King realm can stand firm. I just advanced to the extreme level of the ancient sage realm. If I advance again now, it will be unstable. That might not be the case. Guei suddenly became unfathomable. Old tortoise, don't hide anymore. Speak. Brat. Guei scolded jokingly. Didn't you hear that girl say that this was built by their ancestor, Emperor Zi, when he was alive? So what if it is? Mu Yan was speechless. The purple spirit race already knew. I'm afraid they have already turned this place upside down. If there's anything good, would it be our turn to find it? Hee, that might not be the case. Emperor Zi was at the ancient sage emperor realm back then. These descendants are only at the Saint Emperor realm now. What can they see? Don't you find it strange that you're secretly looking up? Huh? Mu Yan raised her head and looked up. In the hollow of the mountain peak, huge rocks protruded out, as if they were gathering into patterns. This is an ancient sage array. Ancient sage array? That's right. Guei chuckled and said, if I'm not wrong, it should be an ancient sage array left behind by Emperor Zi for his descendants to accept his inheritance. However, that old monster seems to have set it up a little profound. His descendants don't understand. When Guei said that, Mu Yan's expression became even stranger. Guei sounded like he knew Emperor Zi. You've been to the Kuan-Su world before? Hee, of course. Guei said with an unfathomable expression, not only have I been here, but I've also stayed here for a long time. When you reach the Saint Emperor realm in the future, I'll give you a huge gift. A huge gift? Mu Yan was even more puzzled. Alright, listen to me. Guei said, if you open the ancient array openly, I'm afraid Zi Qingyan will sense it and definitely won't be satisfied. I'll teach you a way. Oh? Guei said again, open the ancient sage array and accept Emperor Zi's inheritance. You'll definitely reach the Saint Ruler realm. At that time, with the help of the divine fire of 4 spirits, you can help them expel the dead soul bone poison in their bodies. Then, you can leave this place. Hearing this, Mu Yan said embarrassedly, it's embarrassing to steal the inheritance left behind by their ancestor, but I like it. Brat, do as I say. Mu Yan stood up, went to the center of the mountain peak, and sat down cross-legged. Feng Yuer and Zi Qingyan were exhausted at this moment, but they didn't care. They thought that Mu Yan was just working hard and didn't forget to cultivate at this moment. Liao Shui glanced at Mu Yan and quietly approached to protect Mu Yan. Get ready, begin. Guei shouted in a low voice, Heaven's Eye, open. Okay. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios purple spirit blood art with the heavens eye activated. Mu Yun instantly felt that the protruding boulders had become completely different wherever her gaze landed. The boulders piled up and turned into rays of light that surged into her body. However, when she looked with her left eye, there were no changes. This place was very strange. Mu Yun did not say anything. In an instant, a figure stepped out from the light. She was dressed in a green robe with a purple cloak. She looked very charming, and one would not be able to forget her just by looking at her. She was extremely beautiful and alluring. "Is this the Purple Emperor?" Mu Yun said in a daze. "Why do you care who she is?" "She's just an old witch," Guei urged at this moment. "Hurry up and do your business. There's a large amount of origin power aura hidden in this ancient array, and it has great benefits that you can't imagine. You can slowly experience it yourself." As Guei finished speaking, an aura actually left the scroll of the gods and disappeared. Although Mu Yun was curious, she knew that Guei could solve it, so she did not have to worry. Her right eye was completely opened, and a wisp of flame slowly swept out. Immediately after, a vast and righteous aura descended from the sky and entered her body. "This is the Holy Ruler aura." Mu Yun was stunned. However, she did not have time to think. The vast and righteous Holy Ruler aura covered the sky and rushed into Mu Yun's body and disappeared. At the same time, Guei turned into a shadow and floated out. His figure appeared in a vast and empty world. He was dressed in white and had long, demonic hair that was gray, but he had a youthful face that was close to a demon's. In front of him, the woman floated and stood still. There was a hint of surprise between her brows. Then, as if she had thought of something, she said in surprise, "You are Guei? Ziyuan, you still remember me?" "Of course I remember you." The woman became nervous and said, "You didn't die." "Does that mean he didn't die either?" "He's dead." Guei's expression darkened. "We haven't seen each other for so many years, but you still miss him." "I've waited for him for 1,000,000 years, just to make him turn around and look at me." Ziyuan's expression was gloomy at this moment. As the patriarch of the purple spirit race, Lord Purple Emperor, this doesn't sound like something you would say, Guei said with a bitter smile. "Will it work?" "In the end, I couldn't make him stay." Ziyuan sighed at this moment. "Back then, you two appeared in the Kuan-Su world and established Xiaoyao Mountain. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have the title of Great Emperor Z. Let alone Ancient Holy Emperor, even Saint Emperor is extremely difficult for me." Guei remained silent. After a while, Empress Ziyuan asked again, "Who is that child?" "It's his hope." Guei smiled and said, "After we left, many things happened. Yi Xiaoyao also had his own child." Hearing this, Ziyuan's expression froze. "This child is his grandson." Guei scratched his head and said, "The matter is rather complicated. You've been dead for 1,000,000 years. Perhaps you don't understand what happened recently. In the end, he doesn't have me in his heart." "Perhaps?" Guei scratched his head again and said, "Perhaps he has you in his heart. However, he knows that this is a path of no return, so he can't bring you along." "I'm willing to die with him." Guei was rather embarrassed. "This was originally built for my descendants before I passed away. Seeing that you can enter, you should have been brought in by my clansmen, right?" Empress Ziyuan said indifferently, "This inheritance has been stagnant for 1,000,000 years. If you had come earlier, this child might have been able to directly receive the inheritance and reach the Saint Emperor realm. Now, you can at most help him reach the Saint King realm." "Saint King is enough, then I'll have to trouble you to help me with something." Ziyuan said indifferently, "My purple spirit race has a sacred art called the purple spirit blood art. You should know about it." "Give it to your descendants?" "Yes." "Leave it to me," Guei said rather heroically. Ziyuan glanced at him and said, "After so many years, you haven't changed at all. You also know that I control the edge of time and space. Time is nothing to me. Although I miss him wholeheartedly, you and I are friends after all. I suggest that you keep a low profile. After all, that divine emperor has been looking for you." "It's not just you, I understand." Guei nodded. After a million years of waiting, I don't know what I'm waiting for. Perhaps today, it's time to leave completely. As Empress Ziyuan finished speaking, her figure gradually dissipated. At this moment, Mu Yun gritted his teeth. A crazy Saint King aura flowed into his body. At this moment, a faint saint aura appeared on the surface of his body. This was a dignified saint aura, like the king of all, making people not dare to look directly at him. Saint King aura, Feng Yu'er and Zi Qingyan were also shocked. This guy is about to break through to the lesser Saint King realm. Zi Qingyan smacked her lips and said, "What a strange person, he has always been outstanding," Feng Yu'er praised. Slowly, the aura in Mu Yun's body gradually stabilized. Lesser Saint King realm. At this moment, Mu Yun finally understood the power of a lesser Saint King realm. The origin power in his body gathered, the spiritual energy gathered, and the Saint King aura constantly produced around his body. This Saint King aura was like a protection from heaven and earth. It always lingered around his body. "You've improved?" As soon as Mu Yun woke up, Gui Yi's voice sounded in his heart. "Yes, I've reached the Saint King realm." Mu Yun was rather excited. "Here," Gui Yi said in annoyance, "this is the purple spirit blood art. The purple spirit race's Empress Ziyuan left it to her descendants. She passed it to you. You can pass this purple spirit blood art to her descendants." Mu Yun put away the purple spirit blood art, but he clearly felt that something was wrong with Gui Yi's tone. "What's wrong with you? What can happen to me?" Gui Yi said in annoyance, "You stinky men provoke women all day long. There are love debts everywhere. Yi Xiaoyao is one, your father isn't, and you are also one. When you die in the future, Qin Mengyao, Meng Zimo, and the others will probably hate me to death for the rest of their lives. You make it sound like you're not a man." Mu Yun said resentfully. "Brat, say that again." Mu Yun ignored Gui Yi. It seemed that this Empress Ziyuan had an inexplicable fate with her grandfather back then. At this moment, Mu Yun exhaled and woke up from his meditation. "Brother Mu, you've broken through to the Saint King realm." "Yes." Mu Yun nodded and said, "The origin power of heaven and earth here is quite different. It's a little special. I've been stuck at the extreme level of the ancient sage realm for a long time." As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, he looked at Zi Qingyan and said, "Zi Qingyan, did you just say that this was built by an empress of your purple spirit race?" "Yes." Zi Qingyan said helplessly, "It has existed for more than 1,000,000 years. Unfortunately, our purple spirit race has never been able to see through its secrets. Are you looking for this?" As Mu Yun spoke, he extended his palm. "This is the purple spirit blood art, the purple spirit blood art." At this moment, Zi Qingyan was so excited that her body was trembling. "Is this very important?" "Of course." Zi Qingyan hurriedly said, "This is a saint art that the empress of our purple spirit race spent hundreds of thousands of years to condense. It's extremely powerful. With this saint art, it's impossible for our purple spirit race to fall to the level of an 8th grade race." "Thank you, Mu Yun." "Thank you." Zi Qingyan pulled Mu Yun and said, "No, no, no. I must bring you back to the clan. My father and the others will definitely thank you in all ways." At this moment, Mu Yun felt weak in his heart. If Zi Qingyan knew that he had obtained the Purple Emperor's inheritance, he wondered if she would still be so grateful to him. However, the Purple Emperor's inheritance had been passed down for a long time, and its effects were far from as powerful as before. Presumably, the Purple Spirit race didn't care that much about it now. Compared to the Purple Spirit blood art, this inheritance was Mau Mau Rain. Mu Yun comforted himself like this. "When I was breaking through here, I vaguely saw a fairy walking towards me. That fairy was abnormally beautiful. She handed this item to me and entrusted me to pass it to your purple spirit race. That's the Empress." Zi Qingyan hurriedly knelt on the ground and looked around the mountain peak as she prayed piously. "No matter what, thank you, Mu Yun. This is too precious to our purple spirit race." Zi Qingyan said. "Seriously, I will definitely tell my father about this matter. Our purple spirit race will treat you as a friend." Mu Yun could only smile bitterly. Zi Qingyan was making a mountain out of a molehill. How could he know that the purple spirit blood art was undoubtedly an inheritance treasure that the purple spirit race yearned for even in their dreams? Not only did this holy art contain a killing move, but it also helped the purple spirit race control the bloodline inheritance of the race. The Purple Emperor had great authority in the purple spirit race. Even now, the purple spirit race was worshipping him. It was precisely because of this reason. Now, it was no different from finding a national treasure. The excitement in Xianxia's heart could be imagined. Xianxia looked around and suddenly said, "Right now, we should be thinking about how to get out. I checked the surroundings just now. The people from the dwarf race and the undead guild are still looking for us." Mu Yun nodded. Feng Yu'er and Xianxia also nodded slightly. Mu Yun looked at the two of them and said, "Perhaps I have some ways, but the process might be more painful. I don't know if you can persevere." "Tell us." "I have a special flame in my body that's similar to an origin flame. It might be able to expel the undead spirit bone poison, but it should be more painful." Mu Yun said seriously, "Previously, I hadn't reached the grand sage stage, so my control over that flame couldn't be said to be perfect. Now, I can control it perfectly, but you guys, no problem." "No problem." Almost at the same time, Feng Yu'er and Xianxia spoke. Feng Yu'er smiled and said, "Big brother Mu, Xianxia and I are both at the grand sage stage. You're underestimating us." Mu Yun nodded slightly. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios detoxification. The perfect control he mentioned was only able to activate 1% of the power of the divine fire of 4 spirits. But for a sage ruler, this was already the limit. It was hard to imagine how those guys who had their origin fire stolen by him managed to subdue these origin fires. "In that case, let's get ready to begin." Mu Yun looked at the two and nodded. The 3 figures sat cross-legged on the ground. A wisp of flame appeared in Mu Yun's palm. In the Purple Emperor Mountain, Mu Yun sat upright. In front of him, Feng Yu'er and Xianxia's backs were exposed to Mu Yun. The 2 girls felt rather awkward at this moment. They did not expect that the treatment Mu Yun mentioned would require them to take off their clothes and have their backs facing him. If this guy did not say this with a serious face, the 2 girls would not agree at all. The situation was rather awkward at this moment. In order to avoid this awkwardness, Xianxia simply left the place and hid in a corner. "Let's begin." The 2 girls took a deep breath. Mu Yun nodded and waved his hand. Hua, a wisp of flame rose at this moment. The scorching temperature rose instantly. At this moment, the black handprints on Feng Yu'er and Xianxia's backs were deep into their bones. It looked really terrifying. Mu Yun clenched his teeth and placed both his hands on the handprints. In an instant, a scorching temperature almost penetrated the 2 girls' bodies. At this moment, the 2 girls could feel as if a sea of fire was burning in their bodies. "Can't you be gentler?" Xianxia frowned and could not help but complain. "I'm already very gentle. If I'm any gentler, I'm afraid this origin fire will have no effect." "Xianxia, just bear with it. Otherwise, with the bone poison entanglement, even a sage emperor will find it troublesome." Hearing this, Xianxia smacked her lips and did not say anything else. She also knew that if this bone poison was not removed quickly, it would cause great damage to the body. Mu Yun was completely focused at this moment. Flames spread out from her hands and seeped into the bodies of the 2 girls. The 4 spirits' divine fire continuously rushed into the bodies of the 2 girls and stripped away the bone poison bit by bit. This situation lasted for an entire day and night before it came to an end. Mu Yun's face was a little pale. She exhaled and said, "It's done." At this moment, the 2 women were panting as they put on their clothes. Their bodies were already drenched in sweat. This kind of healing was also a huge burden for them. Mu Yun waved her hand, and a ball of black poisonous gas appeared in her palm. "Fortunately, I have not let you down. Eliminate all of them." Hearing this, the 2 women heaved a sigh of relief and were completely at ease. "Since that's the case, let's cultivate here for a few days and then think of a way to leave." Feng Yu'er was completely at ease. The bone poison had been removed. Coupled with the power of Mu Yun's mysterious deviant flame, her body felt as though it had been cleansed. "Are you willing to leave just like that?" Xianxia suddenly spoke. Miss C, aren't Ling Che and Lister still persisting in looking for us? Zi Qingyan smiled and said, the two of us might not be able to kill the two of them, but since they want to search for us, they will definitely spread out. The two of them are in the ultimate Sage King realm, but the others are not. Hearing this, Mu Yan's eyes flashed. I'm here for Clarice. Mu Yan said honestly, I've known Clarice for a while. If I watch her being taken away like that, I don't know what kind of suffering she will suffer. I can't bear it. You're very compassionate. Zi Qingyan looked at the two and said, how about it? Your Highness, I'm afraid it's not good for you to return to the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan with your tail between your legs after losing so many men, right? A cold light gathered in Feng Yuer's eyes. Since that's the case, let them lose some men too. The Purple Emperor mountain range was quite vast. It was also a famous mountain range in the Kuan-Su world. At this moment, in one of the mountains in the Purple Emperor mountain range, 4 to 5 figures were carefully checking their surroundings. Be careful. First young master said to report immediately if you find the aura of those people. Once you find them, you will be rewarded with 10,000 4th-grade dawn stones. 10,000 grade 4 origin stones was extremely attractive even to middle-level Saint Kings. Commander He, I heard that Feng Yuer and Zi Qingyan were poisoned by first young master's bone poison. You brat, don't think of any bad ideas. Commander He shouted, even if the two women's strength is reduced, they are still in the ultimate Sage King realm. You brat, you will be killed before you can even taste them. Haha, the rest of the people also laughed. Are you talking about us? At this moment, a laugh slowly sounded. Release the signal. It might be too late. A cold voice rang out. Suddenly, the shadow of a spear shot out. Binding spirit slash. With a low shout, Mu Yun shot out her spear. Although the Crimson Spirit Spear was not a 3rd-grade sacred artifact, it contained a 9th-grade talisman. Its power was definitely not inferior to a 4th-grade sacred artifact. As for the spirit solidifying spear technique, it evolved into a complete set of 4 moves in Gui Yi's hands. It turned into an inheritance and directly gathered in Mu Yun's mind. It could be said that the 4 moves were completely controlled by Mu Yun. With a thrust of her spear, the origin energy condensed into a rope and twisted towards the few people. This scene happened too quickly. The few people did not even have time to react and were obstructed by the origin energy. Swish swish, as for Feng Yuer and Zi Qingyan, they took a step forward at this moment. Their killing intent soared as they attacked ruthlessly. They did not hold back at all as they rushed towards the few people. Boom boom boom, in the mountains, waves of explosions sounded. The 5 lesser and middle Sage Kings died instantly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them gathered. This is the 5th wave, right? Zi Qingyan smiled faintly. It seems that Luo Sester and Ling Che are anxious. It would be strange if they weren't. Feng Yuer snorted. If my patriarch finds out about this, he will definitely not forgive the Undead Guild and the Dwarf race. Zi Qingyan still smiled and said, don't worry. Those 2 races won't have a good life in the future. The recovery of the Purple Spirit blood art would undoubtedly greatly increase the speed of the Purple Spirit race's development. At that time, the Dwarf race and the Undead Guild would pay a huge price. Not long after, the 4 of them disappeared into the mountain range and continued to search for their targets. At the same time, more than 10 figures gathered in another mountain range of the Purple Emperor mountain range. Among the dozen or so people, the 2 figures in the lead had ugly expressions. Damn it. Ling Che's expression was cold as he shouted, Feng Yuer and Zi Qingyan are completely healed. Who saved them? Young Master Ling Che. Luo Sester said sarcastically, looks like you haven't cultivated your undead bone poison palm enough. Luo Sester, what do you mean by this? Feng Yuer and Zi Qingyan are the best of the Heaven-Eyed Black Snake race and the Purple Spirit race. If we can't kill them in one strike, they will probably be difficult to deal with. I don't mean anything. Luo Sester grinned and said, in the past few days, we've lost more than 10 experts. If this continues, I'm afraid the losses will be even greater. Right now, the most important thing is Clarice. As for Feng Yuer and Zi Qingyan, when we find the Panga True Fire, it's only a matter of time before these 2 races are destroyed. You mean, instead of wasting time here, why don't we retreat? Luo Sester was not tall, but when he spoke, he was rather imposing. If we retreat now, we can stop our losses in time. Moreover, the race will need time to study Clarice. Once we find information about the Pangatru fire, it won't be too late to make plans. Hearing this, Ling Che felt hatred in his heart. He knew that Luo Sester's idea was the most reliable. Right now, this was the only way. Don't let me find out who saved Feng Yu or Enzi Qingyan. Otherwise, I'll definitely make him regret coming to this world. Hearing this, Luo Sester smiled bitterly. In that case, we'll part ways here. See you again. Luo Sester led his men and left the mountain range. At this moment, Ling Che also led everyone towards the periphery of the mountain range. Retreat? A surprised voice sounded. Zi Qingyan heard Li Aoshua's report and said hatefully, "These guys know when to advance and when to retreat. What do we do now?" Feng Yu was also a little disappointed at this moment. She did not expect Luo Sester and Ling Che to be so decisive and leave just like that. What else can we do? Of course, we'll go back separately. Zi Qingyan said hatefully. The next time we meet these two guys, we'll definitely teach them a lesson. Muyun looked at the two and said slowly, "It doesn't seem right to go back like this, right?" Huh? Huh? Both of them looked at Muyun in surprise. It's impolite not to reciprocate. The Necromancy Guild and the Dwarf race are not in the same direction, right? Hearing Muyun's words, both of them immediately understood. All right. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, Liao Shua shook her head helplessly. Muyun was really fearless, but this guy seemed to have always been like this. At this moment, Ling Che was returning to the Necromancy Guild with Ling Yuan and dozens of guards. Big brother, Feng Yu and Zi Qingyan are not dead. I'm afraid they hate us. Do we need to report this matter to father? Don't worry. Ling Che smiled and said, a mere purple spirit race and a heaven-eyed black snake race are not worthy of our Necromancy Guild's attention. Father is now a minor saint emperor, so why would he be afraid of these two races? Moreover, we have the Necromancy race behind us. If these two races really want to do anything, the Necromancy race will not let them off. By the way, has there been any news from mother? Ling Che said again, father is already so old, yet he's still thinking about taking in a concubine. What is he thinking? Isn't he afraid that mother will really get angry? According to mother's wishes, it's definitely impossible for father to take in a concubine. When the time comes, mother will definitely be willing to marry that woman to you, big brother. Hearing this, Ling Che patted his younger brother's shoulder and said, you're my younger brother. I can tell that you're very interested in that woman. In the end, that woman is very beautiful and is worthy of you. When the time comes, as long as mother stops father, big brother will definitely betroth that woman to you. Really? Of course. Ling Yuan's face immediately lit up as he cupped his hands and bowed. Thank you, big brother. You and I are brothers. Why are you being so polite? Ling Che grinned and said, big brother's wish in this life is to be the ruler of this Kuan-Su world, inherit the will of the Heavenly Emperor, and unify the Kuan-Su world. When the time comes, what kind of woman can you not have? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing Ling Yuan. Who's there? Ling Che looked around, and the dozens of guards immediately spread out. Bang bang bang, but at this moment, a series of low and deep bangs rang out, and a bloody mist spread out. Immediately, a dozen guards let out miserable snorts and fell to the ground, rolling on the ground. Poison. It's the sky-eyed black snake clan. Ling Che immediately shielded Ling Yuan behind him and looked forward. There were two figures, like fairies, looking at the crowd with a strong fighting spirit. Feng Yu, Zi Qingyan. Ling Che's face turned cold when he saw the two of them. I thought you had already fled back to your own clans. We have to thank young master Ling Che. Zi Qingyan smiled faintly. We were delayed by you for a few days, so we rushed back and bumped into you. How does the bone poison taste? Zi Qingyan, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I've forgotten the taste of the bone poison, but the feeling of being ambushed is really uncomfortable. The two of them stared at each other coldly. Ling Che was furious when he saw that Feng Yu'er and Xianxia had recovered to their peak and were not affected by the poison. Now that the two of them appeared, it was obvious that they wanted to take revenge. It seems that the two of you are even more arrogant now that you've recovered. Do you want to kill dozens of us? You're just an ultimate sage king. We're not afraid of you. Feng Yu'er took a step forward. I'll deal with this guy. Xianxia shouted. I'll repay the favor of that palm strike. I'll leave those ultimate sage kings to you. All right. Feng Yu'er's face was cold. A green light flashed between her fingers. You're courting death. I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Che shouted. Ling Ziyu, Ling Xian, the two of you, take some men and stop Feng Yu'er. Yes. Ling Ziyu and Ling Xian were two commanders of the Undead Guild. They were in the advanced Holy King realm. Although they could not kill Feng Yu'er, it was not a problem for them to stop her. Brother, let me help you. Take care of yourself, Ling Che instructed. You're just a mid-level Saint King. You'll only distract me if you face them. Hearing this, Ling Yuan could only nod. At this moment, Xianxia let out a delicate shout and took a step forward. Her murderous aura condensed as she rushed towards Ling Che. Feng Yu'er did not hold back at all. She took a step forward and charged towards Ling Ziyu and Ling Xian. When Ling Yuan saw this, he secretly hated himself for not being strong enough. A middle-level Holy King could stand firm in the Kuan-Su world. But at this moment, his elder brother's opponent was in the Supreme Holy King realm. Sir Ling Yuan, you seem to be very depressed? In an instant, a cold voice rang out. Mu Yun held the crimson spirit in her hand and charged over instantly. Ling Yuan staggered as he dodged. The few lesser-level Holy King guards around him hurriedly protected him. Scram! With a thrust of her spear, the long spear in Mu Yun's hand was filled with killing intent. Bang! A lesser Saint King guard was killed instantly. One shot, dead. This is the spirit-solidifying spear technique. Ling Yuan reacted at this moment. He looked at Mu Yun and shouted, "Good lad, are you the one who saved Feng Yu'er and Xianxia? Just nice, I'll kill you today. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in such trouble." Ling Yuan bellowed as he brandished the padao in his hand and charged towards Mu Yun. Seeing that Ling Yuan was charging towards her, Mu Yun was also filled with fighting spirit. This was the first battle after arriving in the Kuan-Su world. Although it was a battle between a lesser level and a middle-level Holy King, Mu Yun was not afraid at all. With a thrust of her spear, the two figures instantly exchanged blows. The remaining guards could not intervene at all at this moment. They could only watch carefully. So you're just a lesser-level Holy King. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Ling Yuan snorted. His padao flashed. This padao was obviously a fourth-grade holy weapon. A fourth-grade holy weapon was also known as the Nightmare Weapon. It had the ability to confuse the enemy. There were 9 grades of holy weapons. Each grade had a unique rune aura, and the difference between them was huge. However, Mu Yun, who had the Crimson Spirit, was not worried about this. Although a fourth-grade holy weapon was powerful, the Crimson Spirit was not to be trifled with. Binding Spirit Slash. With a thrust of her spear, origin power surged on the long spear. The powerful surging aura turned into flexible threads that wrapped around Ling Yuan. Is this little trick not enough? Ling Yuan slashed out with his blade. Crackling sounds could be heard as the strands of origin power binding him were severed. If I kill you so easily, then you're too stupid. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, I wonder if you can take it this time? In an instant, the binding spirit slash attacked again. As the spear radiance flickered, traces of black flame spread out. It was the immortal divine fire that was born from the peacock god fan. The immortal divine fire was very different from the origin fire, but their domineering power was also different. The origin fire had its own pride and was unwilling to submit. On the other hand, the immortal divine fire was born from the vermilion bird tribe and could be controlled more. At this moment, Mu Yun had merged the immortal divine fire and the binding spirit slash. The spear pattern that the binding spirit slash emitted carried the condensed power of the immortal divine fire and was even more powerful. A powerful aura swept out wave after wave, surging out in a sweeping manner. The tangled origin power branches formed a fiery net at this moment, covering the spirit abyss. Slash! Ling Yuan roared and swung his blade again. The powerful aura of a mid-level holy ruler was fully displayed. It's useless. The blade slashed out again, but it did not completely sever the fire net. Instead, the fire net took advantage of the momentum and surged forward even more violently. Let's try again. Mu Yun roared and took a step forward. Spirit Print Shadow, the second form of the spirit stabilizing spear technique, landed directly. In an instant, origin power swarmed over and spread out. A powerful aura pressed down from all directions. Ling Yuan felt that his life was in danger. Kill him, quick! Ling Yuan roared. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, the remaining dozen or so people swarmed forward and charged toward Mu Yun. Numbers are of no use to me. She waved her spear, and a spear light bloomed. Dong. Dong, dong. One figure after another was repelled in a sorry state. Some even died tragically on the spot. When Mu Yun was in the sage, great sage, and ancient sage realms, the life aura she gathered was too powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to reach the limit of a holy ruler's lifespan of 10 million years. Although she had consumed 5 million years of her lifespan to refine the holy techniques she cultivated in the three elements realm, the holy artifacts she used, and her comprehension, it was also because of this that she opened the door of reincarnation and her cultivation returned to the right track. At this moment, she had an unparalleled aura. Although she was a lesser holy ruler, she could be said to be invincible in the same realm. And facing Ling Yuan, who was at the mid-level, she could rely on the power of the undying divine fire and divine fire of 4 spirits in her body to completely suppress him. Those dozen or so figures charged over one by one, but they could not resist Mu Yun's powerful attack at all. Mu Yun's qi, blood, and power did not seem to be at the level of a lesser holy ruler. Ling Yuan's body trembled at this moment. Just how did this guy cultivate? Even a mid-level holy ruler could not reach this level of strength. There's no other way. Ling Yuan's face turned cold. At this moment, his hands suddenly changed. The flesh gradually dissipated and was replaced by palms of white bones. At this moment, the pair of white bone palms gradually turned black. Traces of dangerous information were being transmitted from the pair of hands. Mu Yun became cautious when she saw Ling Yuan's actions. On the other side, Ling Che was also worried when he saw this scene. How could an ordinary lesser holy ruler force his younger brother to use the undead race's technique? Where did this young man come from? Brat, you forced me. Since that's the case, then die more quickly. Ling Yuan roared. He waved his hands and charged towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun clearly understood how powerful this bone poison palm was. Naturally, he would not take it head-on. However, Ling Yuan's forceful attack gave him a chance. He was the one who removed the poison from Zi Qingyan and Feng Yuer. He had some understanding of this poison. The undying divine fire and divine fire of 4 spirits gathered around her. Murderous intent appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. As she took a step forward, the 2 divine fires condensed into the form of a dragon and a phoenix and charged towards Ling Yuan. Get lost. The undead bone palm suddenly slapped open. A powerful aura surged out. The powerful aura, along with a sky full of poison, blocked the wave of fire. Ling Yuan was at the mid-level of a holy ruler after all. In terms of the strength of his origin power, he was superior. As expected of a member of the undead race. Mu Yun exclaimed in admiration. I wonder if your dead spirit race can withstand the dead spirit poison palm of your dead spirit race. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, a black air current suddenly condensed from the 2 divine fires. The air current turned into a small snake and entered Ling Yuan's poison palm through the divine fires. Ling Yuan was slightly taken aback. However, his expression changed immediately. The undead bone poison gas in the undead bone poison palm did not match the undead bone poison gas in his body. The 2 poison gases intersected and ran amok in his body. His mother was from the undead race, but his father was a human after all. He could not control the undead bone poison gas as he wished. Now, the 2 air currents rushed into his body. the violent aura and poison spread throughout his body. Ah, Ling Yuan screamed and flew backward. How could Mu Yun let go of this opportunity? She attacked with her red spirit, and the two divine fires tangled with each other. Go to hell. She thrust out her spear, and the two divine fires followed. At this moment, Ling Yuan's entire body was filled with black poison. He could not even take care of himself, let alone guard against Mu Yun. Qi Ling's spear pierced into his body. In an instant, the two poison gases intertwined and exploded. Rumble, with a loud explosion, Ling Yuan's entire body exploded. Ling Yuan. In the distance, Ling Che was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Ling Yuan was killed. Moreover, he was killed by Mu Yun, who was at the lesser realm. At this moment, Mu Yun's expression was indifferent as he looked at Ling Che. This is your poison. I merely collected it and returned it to you. As soon as she said that, killing intent filled Ling Che's eyes. I'll remember you. Brat, no matter where you go, I will kill you. Battle of the Commanders, this guy runs quite fast. Zi Qingyan said hatefully. Even if we don't run, we'll have to pay a huge price to kill him. Feng Yue approached. The three of them were all at the extreme level of the Saint Realm. Ling Che had even received the true teachings of the president of the Undead Guild, Ling Xingtian. His strength could not be underestimated. If they were forced into a corner, it was even possible for them to perish together. The two of them looked at the many corpses on the ground and finally shifted their gazes to Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's expression did not change. Her devouring power spread out and absorbed the lesser, middle, and greater Saint Kings into her body one by one. I didn't expect that you, a lesser Saint King, would actually be able to kill Ling Yuan, a middle Saint King. It's really unbelievable. Zi Qingyan's beautiful eyes wandered over Mu Yun's body as she slowly said, Mu Yun, are you interested in joining my purple spirit race? Your talent is quite high. In addition, you helped my purple spirit race retrieve the purple spirit blood art. My entire purple spirit race will treat you like a distinguished guest. Zi Qingyan smiled slowly and said, there are many beautiful women in my purple spirit race. Hearing Zi Qingyan's words, Feng Yue immediately became nervous. Big brother Mu once gave me and my brother a new lease on life. Naturally, you will follow me back to the Heaven-Eyed Mystic Snake clan. Feng Yue stood in front of Mu Yun and said, Zi Qingyan, it's good that you can remember Big Brother Mu's kindness. Seeing Feng Yue's protective appearance, Zi Qingyan giggled. Mu Yun temporarily absorbed the power she had devoured. Then, she cupped her hands and smiled. Miss Zi, thank you for your kind intentions. However, I have not seen you for a long time. I won't be going to the purple spirit race for the time being. Forget it. Zi Qingyan smiled and said, I don't think you're too happy either. However, if the Heaven-Eyed Mystic Snake clan doesn't treat you well, my purple spirit race will welcome you at any time. Furthermore, if there's any trouble, my purple spirit race will do our best to help you. Thank you. Slowly, Zi Qingyan floated away. Feng Yue looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, Big brother Mu, let's return to the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan. I'm afraid the clan leader will be worried if I don't return on time. All right. The three figures also slowly left. At the same time, on the other side, Locke and his men stopped in the middle of a mountain range. Young master. A figure suddenly appeared and cupped his fists. Young master, Feng Yue and Zi Qingyan seemed to have recovered from their injuries because of a person called Mu Yun. Moreover, they besieged Ling Che. Ling Che fell into their trap and even lost his younger brother. Oh? Hearing this, Lorist was slightly taken aback. Then, the corners of his lips curled up. Young master, we have a partnership with the Undead Guild. I'm afraid, what are you worried about? We didn't kill him. Luster chuckled and said, this is interesting. Now that Ling Yuan is dead, the Undead Guild will probably be completely at odds with the Heaven-Eyed Black Snake race and the Purple Spirit race. Let's just wait and watch the show. If we can get information about the Pengu primordial fire from Princess Clarice, I think it will be a very interesting battle. Let's go. One figure after another immediately dispersed and disappeared. At the same time, Mu Yun and Liao Xue followed Feng Yue and headed towards the Heaven-Eyed Black Snake race. Along the way, Feng Yue recounted her experiences and kept asking Mu Yun about her experiences over the years. The Heaven-Eyed Black Snake race is a grade 8 race. In this Kuan-Su world, they can be considered to have a foothold. Unlike the elf race, they are integrated with nature and are not good at fighting. That's why they were easily destroyed by Ghost Valley. Feng Yue explained, there are also many humans in the Heaven-Eyed Black Snake race. Actually, in the Kanglin Myriad world, the difference between humans and divine beasts is not that obvious. There are divine beasts in the human race, and there are also humans in the various major races. The basis of everyone's division is not level, but strength. For example, the dragon race and the phoenix race are powerful races in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It's precisely because they have countless experts that they are the top first-rate races in the myriad worlds. Strength is the most powerful fundamental right to speak. Feng Yue could not help but sigh. If she had her current strength back then, perhaps her brother wouldn't have died. The clan leader of the Heaven-Eyed Black Snake race, Tian Qingxuang, is a Saint Emperor expert. In the eastern region of the Kuan-Su world, it's second to none. The Kuan-Su world is divided into 5 major regions: East, South, West, and Central. The forces in each region are also different. In the eastern region, most of the clans are grade 8, while in the central region, there are 5 grade 6 clans. Feng Yue explained carefully: the Dead Spirit Clan, the Moon Fox Clan, the Purple Python Clan, the Tree Spirit Clan, and the Rock Demon Clan. Feng Yue listed the names of the 5 grade 6 clans one by one and said seriously, "Brother Mu, you have to be careful. These 5 grade 6 clans have Saint Emperors. They are the overlords of the entire Kuan-Su world. You must not provoke them." Okay. Of course, in the eastern region, there is no strength that the Heaven-Eyed Black Snake race is afraid of. Feng Yue said confidently, "Our clan leader is a middle-level Saint Emperor expert." In the Kuan-Su world, there is a clear division between Saint Emperor, Saint King, Saint Emperor, Saint Master, Saint Emperor, Heaven Saint Emperor, and Ancient Saint Emperor. A Saint Emperor is enough to be the leader of a grade 8 force, a Saint Emperor is enough to be the leader of a grade 7 clan, and an Ancient Saint Emperor is a grade 6 clan. As for the Saint, Great Saint, and Ancient Saint realm, they are counted as the lower 3 levels in the Kuan-Su world, so their status is not high. But once you reach the Saint King realm, you can get a good job in a grade 8 clan. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. The eastern region of the Kuan-Su world was larger than the 3 Yuan world. The strength of the warriors was not at the same level. Next, I will tell you about the situation of the Heaven-Eyed Black Snake race. Feng Yue smiled faintly and said, "Our clan leader, Tian Qingxuang, is a middle-level Saint Emperor. She is quite famous in the eastern region. Oh, by the way, beside our clan leader, there is a Xianxia, Mr. Xian. Mr. Xian is also a human and is deeply trusted by our clan leader. You must be on good terms with him." Okay. Under the clan leader, there are 3 kings. Feng Yue said proudly, "My Saint King realm is King Yu, one of the 3 kings. The other 2 are King Yi and the Unique King, who are also in the Saint King realm. Under the 3 kings, there are 7 commanders. These 7 commanders are from the lesser Saint King realm to the greater Saint King realm." Feng Yue continued, "The first commander Zhong Lei, the third commander Yuan Xiong, and the 4th commander Zhong Lan are close to King Yi. As for 2nd commander Gong Hu and 7th commander Wei Tong, these 2 commanders are close to the Soul King. As for the 5th commander Kai Shen and the 6th commander Chou Mingkuan, they are my men. Each of the 7 commanders has 1,000 Sky Snake guards under them. They are the most elite guards of the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan. Therefore, the 7 commanders are subordinate to the 3 kings, and the 3 kings are under the clan leader's rule." Mu Yun nodded secretly. The Sky Snake guards have to be at least a lesser Saint King realm. Only saints can join. The requirements are very high. Feng Yue smiled and said, "After Brother Mu settles down in the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan with me, I will arrange a position for Brother Mu. Then, we will make other plans." Okay. Mu Yun understood that he needed to quickly adapt to this place. After leaving the mortal world, the outside world was not like the mortal world, where humans were the leaders. This was a place where thousands of clans lived. All the major clans bloomed and vied for beauty. The 3 Yuan realm was a very small miniature. This Kuan-Su world was a projection of the entire Kanglan myriad world. He needed to adapt to this life to be able to establish himself here. After a few days of hurrying, the three of them finally appeared in front of a city. Feng Yuer brought Mu Yun and Liao Shui into the city. A few gazes instantly gathered on the three of them. King of Jade! King of Jade! Suddenly, 2 surprised shouts were heard. The two of them immediately walked out from the crowd, and figures appeared around them. Mu Yun looked carefully. The aura and cultivation of these two people were very powerful. Moreover, there was a hint of firmness in their movements. Brother Mu, this is the 5th commander, Kai Shen, who is at the peak of the Middle Saint King realm. Feng Yuer pointed to the man in purple who carried a padao on his back. The man was slightly thin, but his hands were slender and powerful. This is the 6th commander, Chou Mingkuan, who is at the Middle Saint King realm. Greetings to the 2 commanders. Mu Yun did not forget her etiquette. Feng Yuer looked at the two of them and said, "This is Mu Yun, who is also my good friend. Remember, treat Brother Mu the same way you treat me." Hearing this, Kai Shen and Chou Mingkuan were instantly stunned. His Highness, the King of Jade, had always been decisive and had a sense of distance with others. However, he seemed to be very close to Mu Yun. Mu Yun killed Ling Yuan, who was at the Middle Saint King realm, when she was at the Lesser Saint King realm, Feng Yuer said slowly. "Commander Kai Shen, you might not be able to kill Ling Yuan now, right?" Once Feng Yuer said that, the 2 commanders' gazes towards Mu Yun changed. They originally thought that Mu Yun relied on her delicate appearance to win the King of Jade's favor. They did not expect that she would have such strength at the Lesser Saint King realm. "I was just lucky." "This is not luck, but strength." Kai Shen looked at Mu Yun and praised her. It is extremely difficult for someone at the Lesser Saint King realm to kill someone at the Middle Saint King realm. Mu Yun smiled and did not say much. "Alright, the 2 of you are waiting for me here." "What's the matter?" Kai Shen and Chou Mingkuan looked at each other. Then, Kai Shen said, "Reporting to the King of Jade, the new commander will be changed in a month. Some of the captains of the 7 Sky Snake Guards who have reached the Saint King realm have begun to sign up. However, there is only one person at the Middle Saint King realm in the 5th and 6th teams, and each team has to sign up at least one person." Hearing this, Feng Yuer's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "Isn't that one person? Change of commander?" Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. What should I do to make you submit? In order to make the Sky Serpent Guard competitive, there will be a competition every year. The winner will be the captain, and the same goes for the commander. In the Sky Serpent Guard led by the 7 commanders, anyone who has advanced to the Saint King realm is qualified to challenge the 7 commanders. If they succeed, they can replace them. According to the clan leader's request, each team will have at least one member. This time, the 2 teams of Sky Serpent Guard didn't do their best. Hearing this, Kai Shen smiled bitterly and said, "Jade King, please punish us." "What's the use of punishing you?" Feng Yuer's eyes flashed coldly and said, "King Yi and the Supreme King think that I have the least experience. They have always wanted to take my 2 commanders as their subordinates. In the previous competitions, the captains of the 5th and 6th teams who had reached the Middle Saint King realm would either die or be injured. How could Feng Yuer not feel that they were obviously targeting her? Even so, she had to prepare carefully every time. King Yi and the Supreme King wanted to embarrass her. Let's see who will embarrass who more this time. Kai Shen, let Brother Mu join the 5th team as the captain. He will be one of the participants." Feng Yuer said immediately. Hearing this, Mu Yun was also eager to try. The first battle after reaching the Saint King realm was Ling Yuan. He longed for battle. Only by fighting could he improve his cultivation faster. Secondly, he needed an identity as one of the 7 commanders of the Sky Serpent Guard. At least he had a foothold in the eastern region of the Kuan-Su world. Only then could he continue to look for Miao Shenyu. The group left the city and headed towards the sky-eyed mysterious snake tribe's territory. Many flags were erected in the middle of a vast mountain range. A winding snake figure was carved on the flag. It was the symbol of the sky-eyed mysterious snake tribe. The entire headquarters of the Sky Serpent clan was magnificent. There were many pavilions and towers, and it had a heroic aura. Feng Yuer returned to the clan and asked Kai Shen and Chou Mingkuan to lead Mu Yun to settle down. Then, she went to see the clan leader. In the main hall, Feng Yuer was wearing a long dress. She had a slim figure and looked youthful. You're back. At the head of the table, a middle-aged man dressed in green said joyfully. I heard that we ran into some trouble during the auction. Are you all right? The middle-aged man was slightly thin, but his aura was obscure. His face was gentle, and he gave people the feeling that he was easy to get close to. Lord Patriarch, Yuer is fine. Feng Yuer immediately recounted everything that happened after the auction. Oh? Mu Yun? Tianqing Shuang was slightly startled and said, Good, this person is a lesser Saint King. Being able to save you is enough to see his strength. He deserves a reward. Reporting to clan leader, Yuer has already rewarded him. He has been appointed as one of the captains of our 5th squadron and will participate in the commander battle 1 month from now. Hearing these words, the two figures on the other side of the hall were slightly startled. One of the muscular middle-aged men laughed, Your Majesty Jade King, this kid's background is unknown. Isn't it a little inappropriate to be so rash? The Sky Serpent guards are the elite guards of my Sky Serpent clan. Yi King is right. The other slightly short and fat man laughed and said, What if he's a spy from the dwarf race or the purple spirit race? The position of commander is not a joke. Seeing the two of them echoing each other, Feng Yuer was not angry. This person once helped me. I, Feng Yuer, am willing to guarantee that there is absolutely no problem with this person when he just arrived in the Kuan-Su world. If he is a spy, I, Feng Yuer, am willing to bear all the consequences. Hearing those words, the solitary king and King Yi were both stunned. They did not expect that this Mu Yun would be trusted so much by Feng Yuer. That's enough. The three of you have been fighting with each other all day long. Tianqing Shuang smiled and said, Since Yuer guarantees it, there is naturally no problem. In that case, the three of you, prepare well for the commander battle this time. The Sky Serpent guards are the foundation of my Sky Serpent clan. There cannot be any mistakes. Yes. The three of them took their leave and left one by one. Tianqing Shuang was still sitting on the throne. All of a sudden, a figure seemed to appear in the shadows beside him. Xianxia, go and investigate that Mu Yun's background. I'm still worried that Yuer will be deceived. Yes. The shadow's voice was slightly hoarse as he said, Clan leader, this time, Princess Clarice of the elf race has been captured by the dwarf race. In addition, the Undead Guild has joined forces with them. Should we consider joining forces with the Purple Spirit race? After all, if the two races really find the whereabouts of the Panga True Fire, I'm afraid that at that time, those people from the Tempest Sword Sect, Chiyao Club, Star Support Pavilion, and Guma Auction House will not sit idly by. I've thought about it too. However, the people of the Purple Spirit race have always been proud and arrogant. I'm afraid it will be difficult to cooperate with them, clan leader. At this moment, a report sounded outside the hall. Someone from the Purple Spirit race is here to visit our Sky Serpent clan. Tianqing Shuang was stunned when she heard this. Then, she smiled and said, It seems that Yuer and that girl Ziqingyan's trials and tribulations this time have promoted the communication between our two races. The unique king, King Yi, and Feng Yuer immediately walked side by side into the hall. Looks like your Highness King of Jade is very confident in that Mu Yun. The unique king chuckled and said, However, if you're too confident, you have to be careful not to fall. This time, I won't let go of the two commanders under your Highness King of Jade. Unique king, you should worry about yourself. That Wei Tong is the weakest among the 7 commanders. I think he's more likely to be replaced. Is that so? The unique king laughed and didn't mind. Feng Yuer sneered and quickly left. She couldn't be bothered to argue with the 2 old foxes. Lone King, I'm afraid that Mu Yun is not a simple person. We'd better be careful. King Yi, why are you worried? Your subordinates, Commander Zhong Lei and 3rd Commander Yuan Xiong, are both at the advanced Grand Sage stage. 4th Commander Zhang Lan is also at the peak of the intermediate Grand Sage stage. That Mu Yun is only at the lesser Grand Sage stage. Haha, but it's better to be careful. It's better to be careful, the 2 of them gradually left as they laughed. At the same time, on the other side, Kaishen and Chomingkuan brought Mu Yun to the training grounds of the 5th and 6th Skysnake Guards. At this moment, there were about 1 to 2,000 figures on the training grounds, each training. "Everyone, come over," Kaishen said in a clear voice. "This time, only Jiangming has reached the middle level of the Saint King realm in our 5th and 6th squads. The other 7 are at the Lesser Grand Sage stage. However, everyone knows that if a Lesser Grand Sage stage cultivator participates in a battle against a commander, it's a dead end. In the previous battles, our 5th and 6th teams lost too many outstanding Lesser Grand Sage stage captains. Therefore, this time, the second spot belongs to this Captain Mu Yun." Once this was said, everyone was in an uproar. In the past battles, each of the 7 Skysnake Guards would send out a spot. Originally, the clan's requirement was that the captains had to be at the Saint King realm. However, in the past few years, the 5th and 6th teams had been targeted. The captains sent out to participate in the battles were all picked on by the other 5 teams. Some died, and some were crippled. Therefore, the Jade King had instructed that those who wanted to participate in the Battle of Commanders had to be at the Intermediate Grand Sage stage. However, this year, only Captain Jiangming had reached the Intermediate Grand Sage stage in the 5th and 6th teams. The other spot had not been confirmed. Originally, the few captains who were at the Lesser Grand Sage stage all thought that it would be them. Therefore, they had long been gearing up to fight for the Jade King's glory. However, they did not expect the sudden announcement that it would be a brat they had never seen before. "Fifth Commander, who is this Mu Yun?" one of the captains asked. "Chu-hee, you don't need to know who it is. This is the Jade King's order. You just need to listen. Mu Yun and Jiangming will represent our 5th and 6th teams in the Battle of Commanders." Hearing this, the crowd immediately erupted in dissatisfaction. An outsider had come to replace them. Moreover, if Mu Yun was at the Intermediate Grand Sage stage, it would be fine. However, she was only at the Lesser Grand Sage stage. She looked weaker than some of their captains. How could they accept this? "I'm not convinced." The captain named Chu-hee stood up and said, "I've been at the Lesser Grand Sage stage for hundreds of years. I'm considered at the peak of the Lesser Grand Sage stage. How can this brat be qualified to represent us in the battle?" "That's right. I've been at the Lesser Grand Sage stage for hundreds of years too." "That's right." Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. Kaishen and Chomingkuan looked a little awkward at this moment. These fellows usually treated the Jade King very well. However, it was different this time. "You're not convinced?" Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, "Then what do you want?" "It's simple. Fight with me." Chu-hee said, "Among all the captains, I, Chu-hee, am not talented, but I'm considered the first. If you can defeat me, what's wrong with letting you represent our 5th and 6th teams?" Kaishen looked at Mu Yun with a troubled expression. "All right." Mu Yun nodded at this moment. He could tell that these guys only cared about strength. Perhaps Kaishen and Chomingkuan brought him here to test his strength. After all, this concerned Feng Yuer's identity and foundation. Hearing this, the crowd immediately dispersed. In the huge arena, the ground was paved with hard heavenly patterns. The surrounding buildings were even sturdier. It was enough for Grand Sage stage cultivators to fight here without being damaged. The 2 of them stood in the middle of the arena. Around them, the Skysnake Guards of the 5th and 6th teams were also spread out in a row. "Brat, if you want to gain the recognition of our Skysnake Guards, you need more than just the Jade King's favor. You need to have a certain level of strength." Chu-hee snorted at this moment. "Make your move," Mu Yun said faintly. "Kill." In an instant, Chu-hee took a step forward and clenched his hands into fists. A ferocious punch charged directly at Mu Yun like a tiger pouncing on a tiger. Seeing this, Mu Yun's fighting spirit exploded from between her brows. She clenched her fist tightly. In an instant, the gate of reincarnation of the heavenly Tao avatar opened. Powerful origin force swarmed in. A violent aura was unleashed at this moment. In an instant, Mu Yun no longer looked like a delicate young man. Instead, she looked more like an awakened lion, mighty and extraordinary. Boom, in an instant, the 2 fists collided. A rumbling sound filled the arena. Suddenly, a plop sound rang out. Chuhi's face paled and he took a step back. His body staggered. And in the end, he fell to the ground with a bang. Cracks appeared on the hard heavenly mark mound. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios 30 years in seclusion. At this moment, the entire martial arts field was silent. Muyan smiled and said, "Is there still a need to compete? Or is there anyone else who is not convinced? I'm willing to accept everyone's guidance." At this moment, Chuhi still wanted to stand up, but his knees gave way, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, everyone was extremely shocked. Chuhi actually suffered such a serious injury? At this moment, Muyan looked at everyone and remained silent. Since everyone has nothing to say, does this mean that I, Muyan, am qualified to win this slot? Muyan said slowly, "I am old friends with His Majesty the Jade King, so I will definitely win a spot in the Battle of the Commanders. Please don't worry about that." Hearing this, Kai Shen and Chou Mingkuan nodded at this moment. Although Muyan was a lesser holy king, she was able to kill Ling Yuan, who was an intermediate holy king. After the test just now, this fellow's strength had indeed surpassed Chu He's and the others. "I admit defeat." Chu He cupped his hands and said, "You guys are really bold." A delicate voice sounded at this moment. Feng Yuer strode over. Kai Shen and Chou Mingkuan immediately cupped their hands when they saw Feng Yuer. "Could it be that you're going to question my decision?" Once Feng Yuer said this, Kai Shen and Chou Mingkuan both looked at Muyan as if they were asking for help. You can't blame them for this. After all, they are also loyal to you. They are just worried. Muyan smiled and said, "Moreover, everyone should learn more from each other so that they can improve faster." Feng Yuer glared at the two commanders and did not say anything else. Kai Shen immediately smiled and said, "I'll bring young Master Mu to his residence to rest immediately." Looking at Muyan, the two of them looked at her with gratitude. Feng Yuer was one of the three kings and indeed treated her subordinates very well. However, Feng Yuer, who was fair in her rewards and punishments, did not enjoy her punishments. Feng Yuer snorted and looked at the two of them. Then, she led Muyan to her residence. The entire heaven-eyed black serpent tribe was built in the middle of a mountain range. It was rich in qi and resources, thus the people who came and went were all wearing joyful smiles. The strength of the tribe could also ensure the safety of the tribe members. The heavenly-eyed black serpent clan, a grade 8 clan, did indeed possess an extremely powerful aura. Muyan lived on top of a mountain peak. There were pavilions, terraces, and pagodas. It was rather quiet. Stay here for the next few days. If you need anything, just let me know. All right. Muyan looked at Feng Yuer and said, "There are some things that I need to trouble you with." "About sister-in-law?" Feng Yuer looked at Muyan and said with a smile, "Miao Xianyu, right? Liao Xue told me." "Don't worry, I will help you check whether the person from the Necromancer Guild is Miao Xianyu or not." "Yes. There's one more thing. It's about this spear." Muyan looked at Crimson Spirit in his hand and said, "This Crimson Spirit is made of special materials. The most special thing is that it is fused with a grade 9 talisman. Although it is a grade 3 sacred weapon now, it can continue to evolve. So I need some metal materials." "I see." Hearing this, Feng Yuer immediately smiled and said, "Leave it to me. I promise to give you a grade 4 sacred weapon." Hearing this, Muyan was stunned and then nodded. He still trusted Feng Yuer. However, there were grade 9 talismans in the Crimson Spirit Spear. Its internal structure was equivalent to a grade 9 sacred weapon. What it lacked was an upgrade in materials. Just the fiery spiritual iron alone could not be upgraded. "In that case, I will start my closed-door cultivation in the next month." Muyan said, "You have given me such a great opportunity. I can't let you down. Big brother Mu, all the best." After Feng Yuer took away Crimson Spirit, Muyan also heaved a sigh of relief. These days, ever since he advanced to the Sage Ruler realm, he could clearly feel that his cosmic form had become unusual. As the gate of reincarnation rotated continuously, the origin power of heaven and earth seemed to be mobilized and drawn closer to him. This time, Muyan was prepared to go into closed-door cultivation. A month's time seemed short, but in the life and death secret pavilion of the Scroll of the Gods, a month's time was equivalent to 30 years. 30 years was enough for him to stabilize his lesser sage ruler realm. With this thought, Mu Yun's figure disappeared. In the world of gods, Guai was dressed in white and stood with his hands behind his back. "Kid, are you anxious?" "I have been very anxious," Mu Yun said seriously. "Ever since I entered the Three Elements realm, I have been anxious." This time, in order to save Mother, Father did not even care about the battle in the human realm. This is enough to show that he is not confident this time. "So, I want to quickly reach Father's level and help him. You have to take one bite at a time. You should understand, right?" "I know." Of course, Mu Yun knew. In the sage realm, even if one was a genius, it was impossible to reach the next level in just a few years. Even for a prodigy, it would take 100 to 80 years to advance a small realm. If he did not have the life and death secret pavilion, he would need at least 10,000 years to reach Father's level. He could not afford to waste such time. As soon as he stepped into the life and death secret pavilion, a strong pressure rushed toward him. With his current ability, he could only support the outside world for a day. If the transformation of a year inside was faster, he would not be able to withstand it. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Mu Yun closed his eyes. The sage art he was cultivating now was mainly the spirit-solidifying spear technique. Next was the immortal divine fire and Empyrean fire explosion. The heavenly poison ancient pagoda was more of an auxiliary type, containing origin stones, spiritual materials, and so on. Other than that, it was the power of the fused four divine fires. This time, Mu Yun mainly wanted to increase his cultivation level. The aura that surrounded devouring Ling Yuan and the others gradually transformed into his body under the effect of the purification talent. Wisps of origin power entered his body, and his body gradually sublimated at this moment. The powerful aura made Mu Yun feel much more comfortable in his body. Day after day passed. Mu Yun sat cross-legged in the life and death secret pavilion, motionless. Cultivation had always been boring. After more than 20 days, Mu Yun suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The pinnacle of the lesser Sage King realm. A faint Sage King aura surrounded his body. At this moment, Mu Yun could feel that as long as he took another step, he could reach the middle Sage King realm. But he really did not know how to take the step. In 20 years, he could stabilize the pinnacle of the lesser Sage King realm. In the remaining time, he could completely control the spirit-solidifying spear technique and stabilize the power of the immortal divine fire and Empyrean fire explosion. Boom, a buzzing sound rang out. Mu Yun fought with the Emperor's shadow in the space-time fortress. He was repelled time and time again, and charged forward again and again. After being repelled for the last time, Mu Yun stood up completely, and only felt that his body was weak. Guai, what if Mou, Huang Yan, Yifan, Luo Tianqing, and the others enter the life and death secret pavilion to cultivate? That's possible, but you have to pay a price. Guai smiled. This scroll of the gods recognizes you as its master to a certain extent, so you can continue to use the secret places in it after you become stronger. But if they enter to cultivate, they will need to consume an endless supply of origin stones. You can simply understand it as exchanging origin stones for time. Okay. Mu Yun said seriously. Whether it was Mou, Huang Yan, Yifan, or Luo Tianqing, the 300 osteopyrum, their strength had improved by too much. The life and death secret pavilion was undoubtedly a good place to go. Even in the future, his 9 wives could cultivate in the life and death secret pavilion. As for origin stones, he had no lack of them in the heaven poison ancient tower in a short period of time. Then let's open it. Mu Yun smiled faintly. These guys cultivate in the blue sky underworld diagram all day long. It's too comfortable. If I want to compete with the Sky Emperor for control of a world, it's not enough if I don't have strong guards by my side. Hearing this, Guai nodded. He told Mu Yun about the situation in the Kanglan Myriad world in advance to motivate Mu Yun. But he was also worried that it would make Mu Yun feel that the goal was too far away and she would lose her drive. But now it seemed that he was worried for nothing. Mu Yun's determination was enough to be seen after so many years of tempering. Mou, Huang Yan, Mu Bufan, and Luo Tianqing received the order one by one and were ready. Mu Yun threw them into the life and death secret pavilion. In the vast space, she let everyone cultivate in peace. As for the origin stones, Guai said as much as he wanted. There are still 10 days left, which is 10 years for me. 10 years is enough for me to completely master the spirit solidifying spear technique. A glimmer of light appeared in Mu Yun's eyes as she challenged the Emperor's shadow again. Time passed bit by bit, and the entire sky-eyed Black Snake clan became more and more lively. The Battle of the Commanders could be said to be one of the biggest events in the sky-eyed Black Snake clan. Although the position of the 7 commanders was very stable, there was no guarantee that there would be accidents during the Battle of the Commanders. As the time approached, the entire sky-eyed Black Snake clan also began to get busy. On this day, Feng Yuer was dressed in silver armor. Her curvaceous figure, coupled with an appearance that made people gasp for breath, caused many clansmen to cast sidelong glances at her. Feng Yuer appeared outside the mountain where Mu Yun lived. Her figure flashed and entered the mountain. At this moment, Mu Yun felt Feng Yuer's arrival and walked out of the scroll of the gods. Big brother Mu. Seeing Mu Yun, Feng Yuer smiled and said, "Here, Crimson Spirit Spear is returned." Feng Yuer waved her hand and a Crimson Spirit Spear appeared in her hand. Mu Yun took the spear and was shocked. 4th grade sacred artifact. Mu Yun looked at Feng Yuer in surprise. "Don't look at me like that. This is not my technique." Feng Yuer smiled faintly and said, "I asked for a favor and asked an expert to condense it." Expert? It's Senior Xianxia. He is a very powerful sacred artifact master. Sacred artifact master. The sacred artifact master in the Kanglan Thousand World and the sacred artifact master in the Small World were two different things. Just like the difference between the sage position and the sage position, in the human world and small world, the sage position was self-sealed. But now, in the Kanglan Thousand World, the sage position was recognized by the heavens and earth. Otherwise, it would be impossible to condense the cosmic form and the sage ruler Qi. It could be said that this sage position was not the same sage position. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The Hidden Lu Xiong 4th grade sacred weapon, Crimson Spirit Spear. Mu Yun gripped the spear in his hand and smiled. "Thank you. Why are you being so courteous with me?" Feng Yuer smiled. "This time, I'm counting on Brother Mu to help me regain my dignity. That King Yi and King Du have gone too far." "No problem. Since that's the case, I'll watch Brother Mu's performance from below the stage." Feng Yuer smiled, looking pure and charming. The two of them walked together. The commander battle this time was an internal exchange of the sky-eyed Black Snake clan. It was to see the growth of the clan's most powerful sky-eyed Black Snake guards. With the position of commander and captain as a reward, it could stimulate the clan's disciples' desire for strength. If the clan wanted to be strong, they needed to have strong martial strength. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive in the Kuan-Su world. Not long after, Mu Yun and Feng Yuer appeared on the martial arts field. Tens of thousands of clansmen of the sky-eyed Black Snake clan swarmed over to watch the banquet. The 7 guards also arrived one after another. Kai Shen and Chou Mingkuan nodded when they saw Mu Yun and Feng Yuer. "How is it?" "Jade King, this time, it's not good." Kai Shen and Chou Mingkuan smiled bitterly. "This time, the first team is led by Chu Yuanshan. He's an intermediate Saint King. Last time, he was defeated by Chou Mingkuan. I'm afraid he'll make a comeback this time." Kai Shen smiled bitterly. Among the 7 commanders, Commander Zhong Lei, 2nd Commander Gong Liang, and 3rd Commander Yuan Xiong were all advanced Saint Kings. No one would dare to challenge these 3. However, 4th Commander Zhang Lan, 5th Commander Kai Shen, 6th Commander Chou Mingkuan, and 7th Commander Wei Tong were all intermediate Saint Kings. Zhang Lan and Kai Shen were at the peak of the intermediate Saint King realm, so they were in less danger. However, Chou Mingkuan and Wei Tong were intermediate Saint Kings, so they should be the most challenged. Lu Hantian from the 2nd team is also an intermediate Saint King realm challenger. Chou Mingkuan was a little nervous. He was a mid-level Saint King and was most likely to be challenged. If he was defeated, he might have to give up the position of 6th Squad Commander. If the unique King or King Ye's men were to get this position, it would be very bad. At that time, Feng Yuer might only have Kaishan as the commander under her command. To Feng Yuer, this was undoubtedly bad news. Captain Wang Tong of the 3rd Squadron, a pinnacle lesser saint. The leader of the 4th team, Zhang Qing, is Zhang Lan's younger brother. I heard that he is also a middle-level saint. Lu Xiang of the 7th Squadron is also at the pinnacle of the lesser saint realm. Kaishan said solemnly, in this commander battle, there will be 7 challengers representing the 7 teams. The strongest person can challenge any one of the 7 commanders. It seems that Commander Chou Mingkuan and Commander Wei Tong have the highest possibility of being challenged. If one of the 5 teams gets first place, then Commander Chou Mingkuan will be under the greatest threat. Feng Yuer frowned slightly. If Mu Yun and Jiang Ming could not get first place, then Chou Mingkuan would most likely be challenged. Judging from the strength of the challengers this time, Chou Mingkuan might not be able to keep his position as the commander. These 2 old foxes seem to be prepared this time. They are determined to snatch a commander from me. Feng Yuer shouted in a low voice. Jiang Ming cupped his hands and said, Jade King, don't worry. I will do my best. Feng Yuer looked at Mu Yun and said, Brother Mu, the opponents this time are stronger than I expected. You don't have to feel too pressured. I understand. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. I will definitely keep your position as the commander. Feng Yuer nodded. The commander battle had begun. The most advanced one was the competition for the captain position within each team. The Sky Serpent Guards were the most powerful guards in the Sky Serpent clan. They were also the spears of the Sky Serpent clan, the spear that pierced the enemy's heart. Even. The competition for the captain position was full of gunpowder. The captains who had reached the lesser rank of the Saint King realm fought with each other. It was a decisive battle. At this moment, on the main platform, the clan leader, Tian Xingshuang, was dressed in green. She looked down with a smile and nodded repeatedly. She was obviously very satisfied. Even if there were casualties, Tian Xingshuang was not angry. Now that there were casualties, it was better than being defenseless against the enemy. One battle after another revealed their hot-bloodedness. In the end, the battle between the captains of each team ended. Other than the occasional dark horse, there were not many changes to the captain position. The competition for the captain position has ended. Xianxia, who was standing beside Tian Xingshuang, was dressed in black with a black cloak and a black veil. He said in a hoarse voice, Next will be the commander battle. The 7 selected challengers for the commander position from the 7 brigades, please step forward. As Xianxia's words fell, earth-shattering roars sounded. The previous battle for the captain position was just an appetizer. This was the real focus of the battle. The commander of the Sky Serpent Guards was the management of the entire Sky Serpent clan. It represented the face and strength of the Sky Serpent clan. Every battle for the commander position was a moment that made people's blood boil. Jiang Ming, Mu Yun, do your best. Don't worry, Jade King. Watch carefully. 2 figures walked out at this moment. At the same time, the challengers of the other 5 brigades also walked onto the field. Chu Yuanshan of the 1st Brigade was an intermediate Saint King. Lu Hantian of the 2nd Brigade was an intermediate Saint King. Wang Tong of the 3rd Brigade was an intermediate Saint King. Zhang Qing of the 4th Brigade was an intermediate Saint King. Mu Yun of the 5th Brigade was an intermediate Saint King. Jiang Ming of the 6th Brigade was an intermediate Saint King. Lu Xiang of the 7th Brigade was an intermediate Saint King. At this moment, the crowd cheered in unison. The atmosphere in the field was extremely lively. Now, 4 out of the 7 will be chosen. Therefore, in the first round of the competition, there will be one person who will not be chosen. Xianxia's voice was hoarse and not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Now, let's start drawing lots. As Xianxia finished speaking, he waved his hand. Suddenly, a space surrounded by fog appeared in front of the 7 challengers. The 7 of them walked forward one by one and reached their palms into the fog. Open your palms. As Xianxia finished speaking, the 7 of them stretched out their palms. Number 1 against number 7, number 2 against number 6, number 3 against number 5, and number 4 will not be chosen. As Xianxia finished speaking, Mu Yan smiled helplessly. He happened to be number 4. You're quite lucky. A mocking laugh rang in her ears. Chu Yuanshan of the 1st Brigade sneered. Otherwise, you would have been eliminated in the first round. Mu Yun frowned slightly. You're too full of yourself. Be careful not to cut your tongue. Is that so? Then, be careful not to meet me in the next round. Chu Yuanshan stepped forward and walked onto the arena. Qin Chen was standing below the arena. Number 1 was Lu Xiang of the 7th Brigade, an intermediate Saint King. And number 7 was Jiang Ming. Seeing this result, Feng Yuer heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Xiang was only an intermediate Saint King, and Jiang Ming had a high chance of winning against Lu Xiang. In this way, Mu Yun and Jiang Ming would enter the next round. They would have a chance of winning. Feng Yuer's brows relaxed. Jiang Ming, please enlighten me. Lu Xiang, please enlighten me. 2 figures walked onto the arena, cupped their fists, and stepped forward. Boom, a strong aura was released from Jiang Ming's body. The powerful Saint King aura gradually solidified and charged towards Lu Xiang. In the Saint King realm, the Saint King aura was initially illusory, but it gradually solidified. Finally, it could condense into a Saint King armor to protect the body. In the intermediate Saint King realm, the Saint King aura was solid enough. Jiang Ming's killing intent surged the moment he attacked. He was still very confident in facing Lu Xiang. Skychime Mountain Slash. With a palm strike, the wind from the palm whistled and charged forward. Mountain Drum Shield. With a thud, a shield fell at this moment, and the palm print came down. Boom, with a loud explosion, the shield disintegrated at this moment, and the palm print charged forward. Bang, but at this moment, a loud thud sounded, and the killing aura suddenly became stronger. Jiang Ming was stunned at this moment. Everyone present was stunned. Lu Xiang was not at the peak of the lesser Saint King realm, but the intermediate Saint King realm. It seemed to be more than that. Because he was full of Saint King aura, and it seemed to be more powerful than Jiang Ming's. Peak of the intermediate Saint King realm, when did such a powerful character appear in the 7th team? This time, there was an uproar in the arena. This time, the battle that everyone thought Jiang Ming would definitely win began to have suspense. Are you surprised? Lu Xiang said indifferently, Jiang Ming, you're too weak. With a swoosh, Lu Xiang's figure flashed out. Fast, too fast, Lu Xiang took a step forward, and with a bang, his fist had already landed on Jiang Ming's chest. Bang, the sound of collision rang out. At this moment, Jiang Ming had no power to resist. At this moment, everyone could see what was going on. Lu Xiang had been hiding his strength. Now that he had unleashed it, it was simply powerful and powerful, even more powerful than Jiang Ming. Bang bang, a series of collision sounds rang out. At this moment, the battle between the two was getting more and more intense. However, anyone could see that Lu Xiang was too strong. At this moment, Chou Mingkuan could not help but say bitterly, this Lu Xiang's strength is stronger than mine. At this moment, Kaishan also sighed, if I were to fight with him, I might only have a 50-50 chance. At this moment, Feng Yuer's face was ugly. It seemed that in order to deal with her, the Supreme King had painstakingly buried such a nail. Jiang Ming was obviously not going to make it. However, if he did not admit defeat, the battle would not end. At this moment, Jiang Ming was obviously unwilling to admit defeat. Lu Xiang said indifferently, if you don't admit defeat, then only death awaits you. You want to kill me? Are you worthy? Jiang Ming shouted. Roar of mountains and rivers. With a low shout, the heavenly Dao Laksana appeared behind Jiang Ming's back. It was a huge illusory image of a huge mountain. At this moment, it flickered, and a steady sense of oppression suddenly fell. Even the heavenly Dao Laksana is displayed? It's useless. Lu Xiang smiled indifferently. Formless door. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Don't be too full of yourself. The heavenly Dao Laksana was awakened when a martial artist was in the ancient sage realm. It was connected to the martial artist's blood essence and soul. If the heavenly Dao Laksana was damaged, the martial artist's blood essence and soul would be greatly damaged. Therefore, no one would use the heavenly Dao Laksana unless they had no other choice. At this moment, Jiang Ming was suppressed to the extreme. As soon as the heavenly Dao Laksana appeared, Lu Xiang's eyes were filled with determination. As his killing intent rose, he took a step forward. Boom! In an instant, the heavenly Dao Laksana behind Jiang Ming exuded a domineering aura. Jiang Ming's heavenly Dao Laksana is a heavy mountain. I wonder what the so-called formless door in Lu Xiang's heavenly Dao Laksana is. Kaishan said slowly. However, since Jiang Ming has been forced to this extent, I'm afraid Lu Xiang won't leave any room for maneuver. Chou Mingkuan said worriedly. Feng Yuer did not speak, but her hands were clenched tightly. It was obvious that she was nervous. Your heavenly Dao Laksana focuses on defense. However, it's nothing compared to my formless door. Lu Xiang sneered. As he took a step forward, a buzzing sound could be heard. The formless door behind him opened and closed like the teeth of a saw, unleashing a terrifying aura that exploded in all directions. Dong, a muffled explosion sounded out. In an instant, the crowd could only see that the mountain behind Jiang Ming, which was originally exuding a vigorous aura, had suddenly lost its powerful support and began to disintegrate. What kind of ability is this? Everyone was stunned at this moment. Lu Xiang's heavenly Dao Laksana looked really strange. Jiang Ming, admit defeat. Feng Yuer shouted. Are you willing to admit defeat? Lu Xiang provoked Jiang Ming and sneered, admitting defeat in front of thousands of people in my heavenly Black Snake clan is a disgrace to the clan. You want to kill me? Dream on. Jiang Ming snorted and threw a punch. Dong, a muffled buzzing sound echoed as the punch suddenly disappeared. It had been neutralized by Lu Xiang. That formless door was very strange, and it made people feel dread. Any of Jiang Ming's attacks were like stones sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Boom. 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 At this moment, the power within Jiang Ming's body seemed to have suddenly disappeared. Lu Xiang's figure flashed and appeared behind Jiang Ming, stomping down with his foot. Dong, a muffled sound rang out as Jiang Ming's body was crushed into pieces by the stomp of his foot. At this moment, the entire martial field was filled with enthusiastic cheers. The winner deserved to be cheered. The loser would only feel shame. This was the rule of the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan. It was the law of the jungle. Otherwise, the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan would not be able to survive in the Kuan-Su world. At this moment, Feng Yuer's expression was extremely ugly. The Lone King chuckled, this Lu Xiang doesn't know how to control his strength. Pardon me, Your Majesty. What's wrong with that? Tian Qing Shuang said firmly, our heavenly black serpent tribe needs warriors who can be reborn from blood. The winner is the only one. The loser, whether dead or injured, it doesn't matter. Patriarch is right. The unique king looked at Feng Yuer and grinned. He did not say anything else. At this moment, Feng Yuer's expression was ugly. She thought that Jiang Rong would definitely win this round. However, she did not expect that he would still lose. Next, only Mu Yun was left. At this moment, the matches in the other two arenas were coming to an end. Chu Yuanshan was an intermediate holy king. His opponent was Wang Tong. Wang Tong was only at the peak of the lesser holy king realm. There was no doubt that Chu Yuanshan would win the match. Lu Hantian's opponent was Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing was indeed the younger brother of Commander Zhang Lan. He was powerful. Lu Hantian was no match for him and lost. This time, the ones who entered the next round were Mu Yun, Lu Xiang, Chu Yuanshan, and Zhang Qing. Kid, it seems like it's not a good thing that you didn't get a bye in the first round. Chu Yuanshan sneered, after all, the three of us won't show any mercy in this round. Did Jiang Ming's death scare you? I'll wait. Mu Yun looked at Chu Yuanshan and said indifferently, I'll wait for you to shout out your surrender. Don't disappoint me. Chu Yuanshan's expression turned cold. He's just a stubborn duck. Beside him, Zhang Qing said slowly, when he enters the arena, he will know what price he has to pay for his words and actions. In an instant, the entire martial arts field quietened down. The second round. Xianxia announced again, Chu Yuanshan versus Mu Yun. Zhang Qing versus Lu Xiang. When the announcement was made, everyone became excited. Zhang Qing was at the peak of the intermediate Holy King realm, while Lu Xiang was also at the peak of the intermediate Holy King realm. The battle between the two of them was undoubtedly very lively. As for the battle between Qu Yuanshan and Mu Yun, not many people had any suspense. After all, one was at the intermediate Holy King realm, while the other was at the peak of the lesser Holy King realm. There was a huge gap between them. The difference of one level between the intermediate Holy King realm and the lesser Holy King realm was thousands of miles apart. At this moment, everyone sighed. It seemed that Lu Xiang and Qu Yuanshan were very likely to become the new commanders this time. No one knew who among the two of them would be the winner and which of the 7 commanders would they challenge. At this moment, everyone was waiting quietly for the battle to begin. On the 2 arenas, 4 figures faced each other. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Qu Yuanshan looked at Mu Yun opposite him and said with a smile, but you should rejoice. After all, if you were to face Lu Xiang or Zhang Qing, I think the 2 of them would definitely make you suffer. You talk too much, Mu Yun said lazily. Do you really think you've won? Qu Yuanshan's eyes narrowed, and a touch of coldness appeared in his eyes. He took a step forward, and the aura of an intermediate Holy King was fully displayed. The solid aura of a Holy King enveloped his entire body. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Qu Yuanshan's aura surged, and his true strength was fully displayed. The violent aura was stronger than the previous wave. The ground stacked up layer by layer as if the ground was collapsing. Waves of pressure swept towards Mu Yun. Chaotic rock collapse. With a low roar, Qu Yuanshan attacked directly without any intention of holding back. Mu Yun was only an intermediate Holy King. Even if he reached the peak, he would still be an intermediate Holy King. Did he really think that he was the only genius who could challenge those of a higher level? Clang, Crimson Spirit appeared at this moment, and Mu Yun was full of fighting spirit. This was his second battle in the Kuan-Su world, and he would definitely go all out. There was a loud roar, and in an instant the 2 figures were reassembled. Binding Spirit Slash. He struck out with his spear, and a ray of spear light rose into the sky. At this moment, the powerful strength and the smooth spear technique stunned Mu Yun himself. The power of the 4th grade sacred artifact Crimson Spirit had more than doubled. Comfortable. Mu Yun was full of fighting spirit at this moment. Crimson Spirit contained a 9th grade talisman, and with the addition of the material, the power of the entire spear had more than doubled. All along, he had been improving, but Crimson Spirit had not been able to keep up. And now, this old friend seemed to be awakening. Slash. The spear light swept out, and the overbearing attack was displayed without restraint. At this moment, everyone's attention was gathered. It seemed that the battle that was supposed to be one-sided had a suspense at this moment. Mu Yun's attack had completely exceeded the limits of the lesser realm. This newcomer did not seem to be as weak as he looked on the surface. You have some skills. Qu Yuanshan felt a trace of pressure at this moment. He did not expect that the helper that Feng Yu'er had recruited was not someone who could be easily bullied. Green Abyss Sword, kill. With a wave of his hand, a long sword appeared in Qu Yuanshan's hand. That sword was more than a meter long, wide and heavy, and looked more like a ruler. Kid, you're just showing off for a while. Qu Yuanshan struck out with his sword, and a sword wave surged and clung to Mu Yun. Shadow of the Imprint Spirit. Mu Yun's expression did not change, and he struck out with his spear again. The spear light shone, and this spear was like a maggot in the bone, sticking to Qu Yuanshan's figure directly. The spear wind suddenly condensed at this moment, and the shadow of a sea of fire wrapped around the spear wind, and swept towards Qu Yuanshan. Boom boom, the power of the fire and wind suddenly soared. Qu Yuanshan's expression finally changed at this moment. This person was simply terrifying. Mu Yun's ability was definitely not as simple as the pinnacle of a lesser Holy King. Slash. He struck out with his sword, and that spear wind was blocked, and Qu Yuanshan hurriedly retreated. But at this moment, Mu Yun's figure approached again. The 2 figures suddenly charged towards one direction, and a violent aura gathered at this moment. The power that Mu Yun could release with a spear in her hand was simply terrifying. Qi Ling was his companion in his previous life, and now she kept revealing her original appearance. One person and one spear could be said to be connected. Qi Yuanshan could not help but admit that Mu Yun was stronger than him in terms of source power or qi and blood. His only advantage was that his Holy King aura was stronger. But under Mu Yun's continuous attacks, his Holy King aura was completely useless. Iron Mountain Tree, appear! Qi Yuanshan shouted in a hurry, and the Heavenly Path Dharma form behind him suddenly appeared. The Heavenly Path Dharma form that Qi Yuanshan condensed was an Iron Mountain Tree. This was really rare. But at this moment, everyone was extremely surprised. Qi Yuanshan had already been forced to this extent. Boom, the majestic vitality, accompanied by an extremely strong attack, smashed towards Mu Yun. In an instant, the Iron Mountain Tree's branches covered the sky and bound Mu Yun. But at this moment, an explosion suddenly sounded. Crackling noises could be heard from all directions. The undying divine fire spread, and the Iron Mountain Tree was filled with flames. Suddenly, Qi Yuanshan shouted in a panic. What a joke! You still dare to use the Heavenly Path Dharma form in front of me? Mu Yun sneered in her heart. Perhaps Qi Yuanshan did not know that his flames were not ordinary flames. The undying divine fire and Four Spirits divine fire were both first-class divine fires. No matter how hard the Iron Mountain Tree was, it was still a tree. In an instant, a sea of fire spread across the sky. Mu Yun naturally would not give Qi Yuanshan any time to catch his breath. With a flick of her spear, the binding spirit slash directly cut the Iron Mountain Tree into pieces, and what followed after was Qi Yuanshan's life. I told you before, don't be too full of yourself. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Fury Lotus Crystal Core. At this moment, it was quiet all around. The one-sided situation that was thought to be in everyone's favor had indeed happened. However, this one-sided situation ended with Qi Yuanshan's defeat. No one in the arena thought of this. Even Feng Yuer was astonished at this moment. Mu Yun's realm seemed to be stronger than before. It had only been a month. However, what she didn't know was that to Mu Yun, while 1 month had passed for her, it had been 30 years. Mu Yun exhaled and walked down the arena. Big brother Mu, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Mu Yun exhaled and said, next, it should be either Zhang Qing or Lu Xiang, right? To be honest, I really want to meet Lu Xiang. Mu Yun said with a smile. At this moment, Feng Yuer was quite touched. She naturally knew the reason. Even after so many years, Mu Yun still treated her like a younger sister. Jiang Rong's death undoubtedly brought her great danger. Mu Yun wanted to deal with Lu Xiang personally because she wanted to vent her anger for her. At that moment, the battle between Zhang Qing and Lu Xiang, which was originally in full swing, suddenly stopped because of Mu Yun's end. The two of them looked at each other. Zhang Qing took a step forward and looked at the crowd. I admit defeat. Admit defeat. Everyone was stunned when they heard those words. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched. Why did Zhang Qing suddenly admit defeat? At this moment, the Supreme King and King Yi looked at each other and did not say anything. Feng Yuer said hatefully, damn it. These two fellows calculated it well. They didn't waste any energy and saved it for the last moment to fight with you. It's okay. Mu Yun smiled faintly. I'm afraid they had a private competition. Lu Xiang should be stronger than Zhang Qing. That's why he asked Zhang Qing to admit defeat and let Lu Xiang fight with me. Big brother Mu, I'm sorry. What's there to be sorry about? Mu Yun smiled. No matter who it is, just flatten them. At this moment, Mu Yun stepped into the arena. Since that's the case, let the competition continue. Minister Lu and Mu Yun will proceed to the final battle. The winner will have a chance to challenge any one of the 7 great commanders. Xianxia did not say anything. At this moment, the crowd's eyes were on Mu Yun and Lu. Their competition was Mu Yun's relief. Looks like you guys are very well prepared. Lu Xiang said without changing his expression, I didn't expect that Feng Yuer found a helper like you. We're not as well prepared as you guys. Mu Yun smiled. It's rare that the unique King and King Yi can work together to deal with King Jade. Unfortunately, you've run into me. Is that so, Mu? A long spear appeared in Lu Xiang's hand. Looks like you also use a spear. I wonder how good your spear skills are. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Xiang laughed derisively. Without wasting any more words, he attacked. The two figures exchanged blows. I didn't expect the two dark horses to reach the end. What dark horse? The Lone King is clearly prepared. Xianglu has been hiding his true strength all this while. Mu Yun is probably hiding something on the Jade King's side. This time, one of the 7 great commanders will have to move. If Mu Yun wins, the 7th commander will have to give up his position. If Lu Xiang wins, the 6th commander will have to go to Norway. Everyone in the arena was in a heated discussion. No one had expected that a middle-level Holy King and a small-level Holy King would be able to fight to such an extent. Xianxia stood beside the Azure clan leader and whispered, "This kid's crimson spirit is strange." "Oh?" King Yuyang asked me to upgrade his crimson spirit. I found out that although the crimson spirit was made of fiery spiritual iron, the runes inside were 9th-level runes. I'm afraid this crimson spirit isn't that simple. Xianxia said calmly, and Mu Yun, who possesses such a sacred artifact, probably has an extraordinary identity. However, Yu'er told me that this kid came from the human world. You also know that the human world has declined. Back then, the number 1 Divine Emperor was brilliant and fought with the heaven-sealing Divine Emperor for glory. But in the end, he died, and the human world completely declined. This kid's identity is not simple, but he shouldn't harm Yu'er. If he doesn't harm Yu'er, then he won't harm our heaven-eyed Black Snake clan. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded. As long as this kid treats Yu'er well, he will be a sharp weapon for our heaven-eyed Black Snake clan. Tian Qingxuang said slowly, previously, someone from the Purple Spirit race came and specially mentioned Mu Yun. He was very interested and seemed to want Mu Yun to work for their Purple Spirit race. Oh? Xianxia was slightly stunned. It seems that Mu Yun helped the Purple Spirit race find something important. Could it be the Purple Spirit blood art? Xianxia's expression changed slightly. At the mention of the Purple Spirit blood art, Tian Qingxuang also rubbed her hands. No matter what, this kid and Yu'er are like siblings. All these years, Yu'er has been depressed because of her brother's death. These days, I've seen 10 times more smiles on her face than before. Patriarch really dotes on Her Highness Yu'er. Of course. In the future, my position as Patriarch will be handed over to Yu'er. Xianxia nodded and did not say anything else. Feng Yu'er possessed the soul essence of the ancestors of the heaven-eyed Black Snake clan. Just this point alone made Feng Yu'er's identity very meaningful to the entire heaven-eyed Black Snake clan. Moreover, possessing the ancestor's soul essence was more like the guidance of the ancestor. The heaven-eyed Black Snake clan valued this very much. Therefore, Feng Yu'er was highly respected in the entire heaven-eyed Black Snake clan. At this moment, the competition seemed to have reached a climax. Lu Xiang's endless attacks were directed at Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun's spear technique was impenetrable. This really made everyone feel very surprised. Bang, with a bang, the two figures separated upon contact. At this moment, Lu Xiang's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Mu Yun. "Kid, you've got some skills." "Same to you." Mu Yun held the spear in her hand and trembled slightly. After all, there was still a gap between the peak of the Lesser Saint King realm and the peak of the Intermediate Saint King realm. If not for the fact that all the spiritual arts he had obtained in the 3 Yuan world, including the Earth Origin Book, the Mortal Origin Brush, the Heavenly Origin Mirror, and the 10 Great Swords, and the Ancient Cauldron, had been mixed into the Heaven and Earth Furnace and refined into his own spiritual essence. When he reached the Saint King realm, his aura would be extremely powerful. He would have lost this competition long ago. However, it was also because of this that his cultivation was extremely solid. In addition to the power of the spirit-solidifying spear technique, he had the confidence to face Lu Xiang. "I'm not going to play with you anymore." Lu Xiang kept his spear and the formless door quietly appeared behind him. The formless door hummed as it rotated. A powerful aura flickered faintly. Previously, it was the formless door that killed Jiang Ming. When Mu Yun saw this door, she became cautious. She held the crimson spirit in her hand, but she was secretly preparing. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart was filled with anticipation. She did not know if the devouring power could devour Lu Xiang's heavenly path technique. For some reason, when she saw Lu Xiang's heavenly path technique, she always had the thought of devouring it. Die. In an instant, Lu Xiang swooped down. The formless door opened at this moment, and a swarm of origin power seemed to twist time and space as it charged towards Mu Yun. Then let's try it. Mu Yun took a step forward. Flames spread between her hands. Emperor Fire Sky Explosion. In an instant, a flame condensed and filled the entire martial arts arena with a powerful blazing heat. This flame, Xianxia was stunned at this moment and said, "There's a trace of origin fire." Explode. Mu Yun did not hold back at this moment. She waved her hand, and a loud boom completely exploded at this moment. The powerful explosion caused everyone to feel a heat wave rushing towards them. Devour. At this moment, Lu Xiang took a step forward and attacked directly. This devouring made him feel as if his body was burning with unbearable heat. What the hell is this? Lu Xiang's expression changed slightly. Mu Yun could not help but laugh and say, "Devour?" Then continue to devour. At this moment, the immortal fire condensed into fire lotuses and attacked Lu Xiang one after another. At this moment, the formless door was constantly devouring those fire lotuses, but gradually, Lu Xiang felt that something was wrong. The heat in his body was getting stronger and stronger. Formless door, death formless. As Lu Xiang's voice fell, the formless door actually completely disintegrated at this moment, turning into willow leaves. The sharp aura could be felt even from a distance. The willow leaf-like formless door all charged towards Mu Yun. Go to hell. Lu Xiang had already used a destructive attack at this moment. In such a situation, there was no need to hold back. Otherwise, he might be the one to lose. If he lost to Mu Yun, the position of commander would be empty, and the two royal commanders would not let him go. Seeing the willow leaves blowing towards him, Mu Yun knew that this was Lu Xiang's strongest ability. At this moment, Lu Xiang was completely exhausted. In that case, let's try this. Mu Yun smiled slightly at this moment. In an instant, a lotus appeared in each of his hands. However, the lotus was black and flickered with a black light, like a dancing flame. In fact, it was the dancing flame. The Fury Lotus crystal core condensed by the immortal fire. This was also the last killing move of the Great Liang Holy Sparrow Sword. It was rapidly condensed by the immortal fire and stored in the Black Lotus. It was constantly compressed, and when it was compressed to the limit, it was the time for the Black Lotus to bloom. The power of the explosion of the immortal fire would be more than 10 times that of the pure immortal fire. However, this was the first time Mu Yun used the Fury Lotus crystal core, so he was not sure how powerful it was. However, now was the time to test it. Fury Lotus crystal core, explode. With a wave of his hand, 2 black lotuses flickered and charged towards Lu Xiang, one on the left and one on the right. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the entire martial arts field was filled with deafening booms. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Limitless Death Seal *T. Seeing this, Tian Qingxuang's expression changed. She waved her hand, and in an instant, a palm print condensed from origin energy came crashing down. Boom, as the palm energy came crashing down, the majestic explosion was shrouded in the martial arts field. Everyone around was terrified. What kind of Saint Art explosion was this? So powerful? Compared to this terrifying eruption, the crowd was more eager to see who would emerge victorious in the end. At this moment, the dust had settled, and a figure stood proudly on the ring. On the other side, the figure was bent over and panting heavily. Her face was slightly pale. It was Mu Yun. Mu Yun looked a little tired at this moment. She didn't seem to be in a good condition. Opposite her, Lu Xiang stood tall and straight. His eyes were wide open as he stared straight ahead. Didn't succeed. Feng Yuer murmured with a bitter smile in her eyes. It was expected. After all, Lu Xiang was at the peak of the middle-level Saint King realm. When the rest of the people saw this, they were shocked. Both of them had fought to this extent, but Lu Xiang was still able to withstand Mu Yun's attack. This was indeed unbelievable. Rest in peace. Mu Yun smiled. As soon as she said that, there was a sudden thud. Lu Xiang's figure fell to the ground. Dead, Lu Xiang was dead. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Feng Yuer was even more agitated. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails turned white. He won. He won. Lu Xiang no longer had any aura. At this moment, Mu Yan's devouring power erupted silently. The aura in Lu Xiang's body was sucked dry. In addition to the essence qi in Chu Yuanshan's body, both of them were at the middle-level Saint King realm. Lu Xiang was at the peak of the middle-level Saint King realm. Mu Yun devoured all the essence qi and gathered it in her body. It rushed through her limbs and bones. Streaks of Saint King qi condensed and deepened. Buzz, at this moment, she reached the middle-level Saint King realm from the peak of the middle-level Saint King realm. Mu Yun exhaled, and a surge of aura was born in her body. The gate of reincarnation of the heavenly path Dharma opened suddenly. Streaks of origin energy from the endless void flowed into her body. A powerful force seemed to have completely condensed into a source and gathered within Mu Yun's body. He was a mid-level Saint King, and his Saint King Qi surrounded him. It had completely solidified, displaying a powerful might. No one Saint King realm, Saint King realm, Saint King realm, Saint King realm. Battle Xian Saint King realm, Saint King realm. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and said, Team 5, Mu Yun wins. Heaven's A Atlas Saint Immortal Studios Heaven Atlas Studios Zeiss. Xianzhen Yen X Saint Realm Nioes Nen Sun Realm Saint Ti Shui Mu Zeiss King Sun Mu Yun. If Mu Yun won, their positions as commanders would no longer be threatened. At this moment, First Commander Zhong Lei, Second Commander Gong Liang, and Third Commander Yuan Xiong looked calm. Even though Mu Yun had killed Xiang Lu, they were all advanced-level Saint Kings. Mu Yun would not be so bored as to challenge them. Fourth Commander Zhong Lan's eyes flashed. He was also at the peak of the middle-level Saint King realm. Mu Yun might challenge him. Seventh Commander Wei Tong's eyelids twitched. He was the weakest among the 7 commanders. Like Chou Mingkuan, he was also at the middle-level Saint King realm. Mu Yun was most likely to challenge him. I challenge 7th Commander Wei Tong. Mu Yun pointed. Wei Tong's face turned pale. It was indeed him. At this moment, Mu Yun understood. He had asked Feng Yuer before. Among the 7 Sky Serpent Guards, the top 3 were the most powerful. Hence, the Supreme King and Kingi had been in charge for many years. Even if he succeeded in the challenge and became a commander, his subordinates would not be loyal to him. The 7th Guard was different. The 2nd Guard and the 7th Guard were under the Supreme King's control. However, the Supreme King had always treated the 2nd Guard as his direct subordinates and ignored Wei Tong's 7th Guard. This was also the best place for him to attack. At the same time, he had no chance of winning if he challenged Zhong Lei and Gong Liang. If he challenged Yuan Xiong and Zhong Lan, even if he won, he would expose too much of his foundation. It was enough for him to get a commander's position this time. This way, Feng Yuer's 3 Guard would have a much higher voice in the clan. Wei Tong, accept the challenge. Wei Tong took a step forward and looked at Mu Yun. He hated Mu Yun from the bottom of his heart. Xiang Lu was his trump card. He was even stronger than him. He had pushed Xiang Lu out this time because he wanted Xiang Lu to win and snatch a commander's position from Feng Yuer. However, he did not expect Xiang Lu to lose. Xiang Lu lost, and Mu Yun had broken through to the middle-level Saint King realm. She was on par with him. How could he fight? At this moment, Wei Tong walked into the arena, but his heart was in turmoil. He was no match for Mu Yun. Commander Wei, please give me your guidance. Mu Yun cupped her hands and said. I don't dare to give you guidance. Wei Tong smiled awkwardly and looked at Mu Yun. The two of them faced each other for a while and did not attack. Wei Tong did not dare to attack at this moment. He did not know how powerful Mu Yun was. However, Mu Yun wanted Wei Tong to attack first. Otherwise, Wei Tong would not be able to resist at all if he attacked first. Begin. Seeing that the two of them did not attack, Xianxia spoke. Suddenly, the two of them attacked directly. Mu Yun punched out instantly. Wei Tong countered with a punch. Boom, the two of them retreated step by step. However, Wei Tong's face turned pale, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. I admit defeat. Wei Tong said directly. Admit defeat? Mu Yun was even more stunned at this moment. He did not use his full strength at all. With Wei Tong's middle-level Saint King realm cultivation, it was not a problem for him to receive it. This guy actually admitted defeat, moreover, it was just one punch. How could Wei Tong vomit blood? Trash. When the lone monarch saw this scene, he was already fuming with rage. Although he knew that Wei Tong was not a match for Mu Yun, this guy was really spineless. He actually admitted defeat just like that. Mu Yun smiled bitterly at this moment. Mu Yun. A shout was heard. Tian Qingshuang stood up and looked at Mu Yun. You performed outstandingly in this battle. From today onwards, you will be in charge of the 7th team. At the same time, you are the captain of the Lord of Jade. Now that you have been promoted to commander, the 7th team of the Sky Snake Guards will be under the Lord of Jade's command. Tian Qingshuang looked at the Supreme King and said, Supreme King, do you have any objections? I have no objections. Good. Tian Qingshuang looked at the crowd and announced, for this promotion, everyone will do their best. Anyone who has been promoted to captain can come to our clan's treasury to choose a Saint Art manual. Mu Yun, I'll leave the 7th squad to you. You have the power to decide the life and death of the team leader. Whether you can lead the 7th squad well will depend on your ability. Yes. Tian Qingshuang gave a few more instructions and left with Xianxia. Mu Yun walked down the arena, and Feng Yu hurriedly went up to her. Thank you, Brother Mu. Do you still need to be so polite with me? Feng Yu smiled happily. The two commanders, Chou Mingkuan and Kai Shen, were convinced from the bottom of their hearts. Mu Yun's cultivation was domineering, and her speed of improvement was fast. She was really a genius. Brother Mu, follow me. Feng Yu smiled and said, You have reached the middle-level Saint King realm and become the commander of the 7th team. There will be great rewards. Feng Yu brought Mu Yun to the depths of the Black Sky Snake clan. There was a tall tower that stood proudly. There were 3 floors in the tower, but each floor looked tall and grand. At the same time, there were faint fluctuations of an array that spread out. There is a level 4 Saint array here. Even I will die if I barge in recklessly. Even a Saint King expert would have to spend a long time to steal it. Feng Yu brought Mu Yun to the bottom of the tower. At that moment, a figure stood outside the closed door with his hands behind his back, looking at Feng Yu and Mu Yun. Uncle Xian. Feng Yu smiled when she saw the figure in black with a black veil on his face. Yu is here. Xianxia nodded and looked at Mu Yun. He said, Congratulations, Commander Mu. Thank you, Senior Xian. Yu Xianxia turned to look at Feng Yu and said, I will bring Mu Yun to choose Saint Arts, Saint Elixir Pills, and Saint Weapons. Go ahead. Okay. Feng Yu looked at Mu Yun and said softly, Uncle Xian is a good person. Don't worry. Mu Yun nodded. At that moment, Mu Yun looked at the figure in front of her and cupped her hands together. Let's go. Xianxia led Mu Yun into the tower. A powerful aura rushed toward them. At that moment, Mu Yun could feel that there were at least 5 saint arrays of different levels operating in the tower. As long as he made the slightest movement, those saint arrays would attack him. Can you feel it? Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, Then do you know how many saint arrays there are on the 1st floor? Mu Yun thought for a while and said slowly, 6. 4 blade arrays, and 2 gale arrays. Blade arrays and evasion arrays were divided into saint arrays. Blade arrays were used for killing, gale arrays were used for defense, and evasion arrays were used for evasion. Among them, illusory arrays belonged to the evasion arrays. As for evasion arrays, they were used to attack. In the Kanglan myriad worlds, saint arrays were like the positions of saints. They were not only focused on the condensation of array patterns, but also needed to combine the power of heaven and earth. Just like the array he had set up before, he drew the ground to form a prison. In fact, this was a combination of array patterns and the power of the earth. The power that erupted was naturally not something the divine arrays in the human world could compare to. In fact, Mu Yun also felt that the human world was like a shrunken version of the Kanglan myriad worlds. The so-called gods were self-proclaimed gods and were not recognized by heaven and earth. Only those at the top of the world like the Kanglan myriad worlds, who had become saints, lords, supremes, and gods, were true gods. becoming lords as saints, lords as supremes, and supremes as gods. In this way, Mu Yun also felt that the world was vast and boundless. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun in surprise. You've learned the Tao of arrays in the Kanglin myriad worlds? I can barely be considered a third-level Saint Array Master now. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun with admiration. Actually, there are a total of 8 arrays. However, 2 of them are 4th-level blade arrays. It's normal that you can't sense them. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I can teach you the saint arts. Here are the accumulation of the sky-eyed Black Snake clan over hundreds of thousands of years. Most of them downstairs are 1st grade to 3rd grade saint arts. They are useless to you. Most of them are 4th grade saint arts on the 2nd floor. You are now a saint ruler, so it is best for you to cultivate a 4th grade saint art. Choose for yourself. I will wait for you at the door. Xianxia left as soon as he finished speaking. Mu Yun looked at the huge floor and felt dazzled. There were so many of them. How could she choose? Mu Yun had no choice but to look at them one by one. Boy, how long will it take you to choose like this? Guiyi's voice sounded at this moment. What else can I do? Sigh, I still have to help you at this critical moment. Guiyi chuckled. The sky-eyed mystic snake clan has a long history. Back in the Kuan-Su world, their clan had a famous 4th grade saint technique. Oh? It is called the Limitless Death Seal. Look for it and see if it is still there. Mu Yun nodded when she heard this. The names of the saint arts on the 2nd floor could be searched. She could find it by following the instructions. Mu Yun indeed found a saint art called the Limitless Death Seal. After looking at the Limitless Death Seal, Mu Yun could not help but gasp. 4th grade saint arts have extremely strict requirements for one's control of origin energy. It condenses origin energy into a seal. One seal can kill an invincible realm expert. The strongest seal can condense 100 seals. Mu Yun murmured. This saint art is too overbearing. It is overbearing, and it requires a lot of energy to cultivate. Guiyi said lazily. As far as I know, there were only 3 people in the sky-eyed Black Snake clan who cultivated this saint art in the Kuan-Su world. 3 people? Mu Yun was really shocked this time. Boy, this seal is the best among the 4th grade saint arts. Don't even think about condensing 100 seals. If you can condense 5 seals, it will be enough to kill an advanced saint ruler. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun could not help but smack her lips. Although the Limitless Death Seal sounded extremely powerful, the difficulty of mastering it was extremely high. Due to the intense compression of origin energy, the slightest carelessness could result in the failure of gathering origin energy, which could endanger one's body. This is it. Mu Yun made up her mind. Walking out with the Limitless Death Seal, Xianxia was also stunned when he saw Mu Yun's choice. Limitless Death Seal. Xianxia smiled bitterly. I advise you not to practice this seal. I know you have extraordinary talent, but the power of this seal is very domineering. You may hurt yourself while practicing it. Junior understands. Mu Yun cupped her hands and said, however, if you don't even have this bit of willpower, you probably won't be able to establish yourself in the deep-sea myriad world. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Xianxia pondered for a moment and didn't say anything. I'll take you to choose the divine elixirs and divine artifacts. Xianxia said slowly. After choosing the rewards, you can take up a position in the 7th squad. However, as far as I know, the 7th squad is headed by Wei Tong, and the 10 captains are all the Supreme King's confidants. If you want to completely control the 7th squad, I'm afraid it will take some time. Junior is confident. Xianxia nodded and left with Mu Yun, heading to the divine elixir storage loft. I see that you are quite interested in arrays. I wonder if you are interested in learning the Tao of divine arrays from me. Xianxia suddenly said. Perhaps you can feel that in the mortal world, alchemists and artificers have a higher status than array masters. However, in the deep-sea myriad world, array masters have a much higher status than the two. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. The reason is that in the mortal world, there is a high demand for divine elixirs and divine weapons. However, in the deep-sea myriad world, there is less demand. But arrays are different. Xianxia said carefully. For example, in the Kuan-Su world, the dwarf race, the purple spirit race, and so on in the eastern region all have the old, weak, women, and children. If the heaven-eyed black snake race and the dwarf race were to fight, even if the azure race and the dwarf race's 3 emperors were to appear, the patriarch wouldn't be able to protect the safety of the dwarf race. At this moment, the power of arrays is reflected. With arrays protecting our race, the losses will be minimized. Xianxia said slowly. In the Tao of Divine Arrays, there are 4 paths of astral blades and evasion. Each path has its own mysteries. Level 1 to Level 9 divine arrays are unpredictable. When fighting with others, using arrays to attack, dodge, and escape are all the best choices. If you are interested in going deeper, you can find me. Xianxia said lightly. Thank you, Senior. To be honest, after he came to the 3rd origin realm, the Tao of Divine Arrays was completely his own to explore. If it wasn't for the deep foundation he had accumulated before, it would be impossible for him to become a level 3 divine array master. It couldn't be better to have someone to teach him. What do you want to say? Say it. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and said. I'm just curious. Generally speaking, the Tao of Divine Arrays is kept secret by the Almighties, but Senior took the initiative to teach me. Hearing this, Xianxia was slightly stunned. He then smiled faintly and said, the reason is simple. Because I also came from the mortal world. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun froze in place. After choosing the divine pills and divine artifacts, Mu Yun returned to his place of residence. He wasn't in a hurry to take charge of the 7th team. He guessed that the 7th squadron was probably discussing how to deal with their new commander right now. Back at the mountain peak, Feng Yuer was waiting. Brother Mu, did Uncle Xian make things difficult for you? No. Uncle Xian is a good person. When I first came to the heaven-eyed black snake race, he took care of me. Feng Yuer giggled. Uncle Xian also came from the mortal world. From the mortal world? Do you know which part of the mortal world he came from? I don't know about that. Feng Yuer said again, however, Uncle Xian has stayed in the heavenly black snake clan for a long time. Even before the clan leader became the clan leader, he was a unique existence in our clan. This surprised Mu Yun. I'll go into seclusion to digest the battle experience. As for the 7th team, I'll let them think of a way to deal with me first, then I'll take over. Mu Yun smiled and said, if you want to subdue the Supreme King's men, it's difficult to influence them bit by bit. It's best to intimidate them directly. Okay. For the next period of time, the entire heaven-eyed black snake race was quite peaceful. The aftermath of the commander battle also gradually dissipated. Mu Yun was in seclusion all day long. When the Life and Death secret pavilion opened, he had 100 times more time than ordinary people. Even so, Mu Yun still felt that he didn't have enough time. After 3 months of seclusion, Mu Yun came out of seclusion. He also swallowed a 4th-grade divine elixir that he chose. However, his intermediate Saint King realm didn't increase much. 3 months in the Life and Death secret pavilion was close to 100 years. In this 100 years, Mu Yun could be said to have strengthened his control over his body with origin power and the deployment of Saint King Qi. When one reached the saint position, the improvement of one's realm was really very slow. This wasn't a matter of talent, but the saint position was recognized by the heavens and earth. Every step taken was in accordance with the general trend of the heavens and earth. This alone was enough to take a lot of time. On this day, Mu Yun came out of seclusion. A completely different aura arose spontaneously from his entire body. Although there was no improvement in his realm, his proficiency in the intermediate Saint King realm had increased by several times. It's time to go to the 7th team to take a look. Those guys should be ready, right? Mu Yun muttered to himself and walked towards the heaven-eyed black snake guards. In the heaven-eyed black snake clan, the 7 great black snake guards each had their own territory. The 7 teams were stationed around the entire clan. The 7th team was located in the valley beside the north gate of the heaven-eyed black snake clan. At this moment, the 1,000 heaven-eyed black snake guards of the 7th team were either cultivating or communicating. Mu Yun came alone. When everyone saw Mu Yun, they didn't pay any attention to him and continued with what they were doing. Seeing this, Mu Yun wasn't angry. Where's Wei Tong? Mu Yun shouted in a deep voice, spreading throughout the valley. Everyone still didn't pay attention to Mu Yun. After waiting for a long time, Wei Tong hurried over. When he saw Mu Yun, he immediately cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Commander Mu. Gather everyone here." Reporting to Commander Mu. Wei Tong said casually, "A portion of the Heaven-Eyed Black Snake Guards are out on missions, and a portion of them are in seclusion. I'm afraid I can't gather all of them here." "Oh? Is that so?" Mu Yun smiled and said, "If one of the 1,000 Heaven-Eyed Black Snake Guards is missing, Wei Tong, I guarantee that you won't be able to bear the consequences." Hearing this, Wei Tong said slowly, "Commander Mu, even if you're the commander, you can't abuse your power. Don't forget the Patriarch's words. The Patriarch said that those above the captain position can't be killed." "It's fine. Then I'll demote those who don't listen to me to ordinary Heaven-Eyed Black Snake Guards and kill them." A cold aura exploded in Mu Yun's eyes. Hearing this, Wei Tong's body trembled. Mu Yun didn't have any scruples at all. "I'll go gather them now." Wei Tong felt aggrieved, but the unique king had instructed him that he could only obey Mu Yun's orders in public but disobey in private. However, if it was only obeying in public but disobeying in private, how could Mu Yun let it go? This made him stuck in the middle, and it was completely torturous. Gradually, the Heaven-Eyed Black Snake Guards appeared on the martial field. Mu Yun looked at the crowd and said, "I'm your new commander, Mu Yun. If there's anything you're not convinced of, it's best to say it now. Otherwise, if you work with me in the future and something goes wrong, I won't be lenient. I know that you're all loyal to Wei Tong and the unique king, but from today onwards, you belong to me, Mu Yun, and the Jade King. Therefore, there's no use for me to keep those who are disloyal. I might as well kill them and be done with it." The crowd immediately started discussing. "Even if you're the commander, you can't kill us as you wish." "Of course, I won't kill you as I wish." Mu Yun smiled and said, "But if you disobey orders or don't complete them well, can't I kill you? If you're the captain, I'll demote you and kill you. Anyway, I think there should be many Heaven-Eyed Black Snake Guards who want to be the captain." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Jing Yuan Clan. Wei Tong's expression turned ugly when he heard this. Brothers, I think this commander will definitely reprimand us in the future. Why don't we leave now?" A captain walked out and shouted, "Otherwise, we will definitely suffer in the future." "That's right." Another captain walked out and snorted. "It's not like we don't have a place to go. At most, we will go to the second team. I think Commander Gong Liang will treat us well." "That's right." After a short while, 3 captains walked out. "All right." Mu Yun nodded. As Mu Yun nodded, everyone was stunned. "Those who want to leave can leave now. I will not stop you. Those who want to stay can stay." Mu Yun said calmly, "I don't need people who have 2 masters at the same time. I need people who are single-minded." The 3 captains snorted and left. The 100-man teams behind them also left one by one. "Aren't you leaving?" Mu Yun looked at Wei Tong. "I'm not leaving," Wei Tong said firmly. "I have already lost to you in the competition. The Supreme King will not value me. I am not a person on either side. Why don't I stand on one side?" "I choose to stand on your side." Mu Yun looked at Wei Tong and nodded. "In that case, you will be the deputy commander of the 7th team." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun waved his hand and several figures appeared out of thin air. As the figures appeared one after another, the remaining 700 or so Sky Snake Guards immediately became nervous. "Don't worry." Mu Yun looked at everyone and said, "These are my guards. From now on, these 300 people will be integrated into the Sky Snake Guards. Mou, Huang Yan, and Mu Bufan, these 3 are my subordinates. The 3 of you will be the captains of the 3rd team." "Yes." Mou, Huang Yan, and Mu Bufan cupped their hands. Mu Yun was in seclusion. They were also in seclusion. The 3 of them had all reached the Lesser Holy King realm. It was more than enough for them to be the captains of the 1st team. "Luo Tianqing, you will be the deputy commander and manage the Sky Snake Guards with Wei Tong." "Yes." Luo Tianqing also cupped his hands. The 300 Osteopyrum did not need to cultivate. They only needed Mu Yun to undo their seals. These 300 osteopyrum were the strongest power Luo Tianqing that her father had left. Osteopyrum ancient sage realm was ancient sage. Mu Yun was also looking forward to see how osteopyrum these 3 osteopyrum. However, since they were elites of the bone race, they should at least be as powerful as a monarch, right? The sky. Mu Yun's voice was calm as he said, "From today onwards, all of you will be my people if you stay. As the commander, I will naturally not mistreat anyone. 1000 Mu Yun's nen you for Mu." As Mu Yun spoke, he waved his hand and an origin stone appeared. At this moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. 10 yum 10,000 Mu Yun's nen you for Mu Yun was enough for them to cultivate for a year. The new commander was really generous. Mu Yun continued, "You just have to do your best when working under me. I will not let you be bullied. If your life is in danger, I will take the lead. I only have one request, or rather, an iron rule. Since you are my subordinates, as long as I am the commander, you have to follow my orders. Otherwise, the benefits I can give you will be equal to the torment you will suffer." "We obey the commander's orders. We obey the commander's orders." Many of the Sky Snake guards cupped their hands. 10,000 Mu Yun's nen you for Mu Yun was generous. Mu Yun looked at everyone and did not say anything. She was just giving them some benefits. It was obviously not enough to make them completely believe in her. However, there was still a long way to go. With the integration of osteopyrum, it would only take time to control this group of Sky Snake guards. The crowd dispersed. Mu Yun climbed up the 7th team's mountain and came to the commander's residence. There were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. It was a magnificent place. It seems that Brother Mu already has a way to resolve these people's dissatisfaction. "I was worried for nothing." Feng Yuer's voice sounded in the room. Mu Yun looked at Feng Yuer and smiled faintly. "This is just the most basic. It will take some time to make them believe in you. It seems that Brother Mu is confident." Feng Yuer smiled. "I happen to have a way to make them understand." "Oh?" Feng Yuer pointed, and a spiritual map appeared in front of him. However, the spiritual map was not the entire Kuan-Su world, but only the east region. "Brother Mu, please take a look." Feng Yuer pointed with her palm. One could see that to the west of the Sky-Eyed Black Serpent clan, there was a valley. "There is a clan here, the Qingyuan clan." Feng Yuer said carefully. The Qingyuan clan once had a holy emperor. It used to be glorious, but now it has declined. The clan lives in the Qingyuan Valley. In terms of strength, it belongs to the top 9th tier clan. The 3 commanders in the clan are all in the Supreme Holy King realm. Recently, the Qingyuan clan has become disobedient. They have repeatedly invaded the territory of the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan and started to stir up trouble. Hearing this, Mu Yun frowned and said, "Although the Qingyuan clan has 3 Supreme Holy King realm experts, they are too presumptuous to invade the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan. In the past, they wouldn't dare. But now, they dare." Feng Yuer smiled. "Brother Mu, do you know Qing Niao? Qing Niao envoy?" "That's right. This young man is a divine beast, Qing Niao. He has pledged allegiance to Fairy Qiyao. Fairy Qiyao has a strong background, so the Qingyuan clan is backed by the Qiyao Society." Feng Yuer sneered. Recently, Fairy Qiyao has broken through to the Holy King realm, so the Qingyuan clan and the Qiyao Society started to plot against her. The Qingyuan clan wants to expand their territory, and their target is the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan. The clan leader has already given the order. The unique king, King Yi, and I are to lead the 7 great guards to exterminate the Qingyuan clan and spread the name of our Heaven-Eyed Black Serpent clan. We don't want to be provoked by some arrogant people." Fairy Qiyao, Mu Yun smiled. Fairy Qiyao had a grudge against him. Liao Shui had come to the Kuan-Su world for Fairy Qiyao. However, Fairy Qiyao was already a Saint King. Probably only Tian Qingxuan would be able to stop her. A Holy King was an expert who could dominate a region in the entire Kuan-Su world. Although Tian Qingxuan was a middle Holy King, it was unlikely that she could kill Fairy Qiyao. The Holy King realm had condensed the body of a divine king. They could gather heaven qi and create a strong physical body. It was difficult for them to die. So, we have to fight? Mu Yan twisted his wrist and smiled. I really need to fight. With the devouring and purifying bloodlines, fighting was the fastest way for Mu Yan to grow. Moreover, the clan leader has said. Feng Yuer smiled again and said, whoever can kill the 3 commanders of the Qingyuan clan will be in charge of the Qingyuan Valley. By then, you can set up your own sect. If we can kill the 3 commanders and take over Qingyuan Valley, Brother Mu, you can set up your own sect and have a foothold in the Kuan-Su world. Feng Yuer said seriously. By then, the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan will be your strong backing. Moreover, I believe that with Big Brother Mu's ability, you will definitely surpass clan leader in the future. At that time, our Heaven-Eyed Black Snake clan will have to rely on you. You believe in me? Of course. Brother Mu will always be Brother Mu. I will never give in. Feng Yuer smiled mischievously, which was quite moving. Mu Yan clenched his fists. She was right. He was now living in the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan. If his identity was exposed, the people from the Whites Guild and Chi Yao Club would want to kill him. However, one day, he would stand proudly on this land. In that case, I can indeed deepen my control over the Sky-Eyed Serpent Guards. There's one more thing. Feng Yuer said again. In the Whites Guild, Ling Shengshan wants to take in a concubine. However, it is said that the woman has a strong character and the Holy King of Whites can't do anything about it. In addition, the wife of the Holy King of Whites is a member of the Whites clan. It is said that her status is not low. That's why the marriage was left unsettled. However, there is news that the Holy King of Whites seems to want to betroth the woman to his son, Ling Che. However, the Whites Guild and the Dwarf clan are thinking of getting the news of the Pangu primordial fire from Clarice. Therefore, this matter has been put on hold. However, the Whites Guild is very strict with the woman. It seems that they are very worried that someone will find out who the woman is. Therefore, we have not received any news. Mu Yan nodded at this moment. After all, the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan was not a giant in the East region. The Whites Guild was backed by the Whites clan. To a certain extent, it was more terrifying than the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan. It seems that this matter cannot be rushed. However, I don't know how Clarice is doing. The Dwarf clan and the Whites Guild should not hurt Clarice. After all, she is the key to finding the Pangu primordial fire. The Dwarf clan will not spend a lot of money to buy a dead person back. Feng Yuer analyzed. Brother Mu is indeed loyal. In this regard, Mu Yan only smiled bitterly. The time he had spent with Clarice wasn't short. Although Clarice's sister had a bad heart, Clarice herself had a pure heart. Also, I have sent people to pay attention to the matters in the Kanglan Myriad world. However, the Kuan-Su world is only a low-level world. The possibility of obtaining valuable information is not high. In the entire Kanglan Myriad world, there are thousands of low-level worlds and thousands of high-level worlds. It is really vast. Feng Yuer smiled bitterly. I am afraid it will be very difficult to find out what you want to know. This matter cannot be rushed. Mu Yan said again. It is not that easy to find out about the outside world. Let's talk about it later. Mu Yan said slowly, now, we have to take down the Qingyuan clan before the Supreme King and Qingyi. Yes. Mu Yan learned about the vastness of the Kanglan Myriad world from Guai. The vast and boundless Kanglan 10,000 realms was like a gigantic world space. There were low-level realms, high-level realms, and top-level realms. Currently, there seemed to be only 9 top-level worlds. The 9th world, the Abyss world, was one of the worlds controlled by Ming Yuan. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Ambush. In fact, not to mention the 9th world, there were too many people in the Kuan-Su world who could kill him with a finger. In that case, there was no need to create trouble for himself. Just as Guai said, he had to take it step by step. He would go to the Abyss world sooner or later. He had to go there for the reunion of his father and mother. In this life, he had already taken one step at a time. If he failed in the future, everything he had done before would have been in vain. Following Tian Qingshuang's order, the entire Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan was in an uproar. All the clans in the Kuan-Su world were ready for war. This time, the Qingyuan clan had provoked them. If the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan was afraid, how could they establish themselves in the East region in the future? 3 days later, in front of the mountain gate of the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan, the 3 armies were divided into 3 groups. Tian Qingshuang looked at the Supreme King, King Yi, and King Yu and nodded. Since the Qingyuan clan thinks that the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan is easy to bully, we don't have to be polite to them. Tian Qingshuang looked at the 3 kings and said, this time, whoever can occupy the ancestral land of the Qingyuan clan, Qingyuan Valley, will be rewarded by me. I can also make Qingyuan Valley a branch of the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan. At that time, the branch will be managed by one of the kings alone. I will not interfere. Tian Qingshuang said firmly, this time, Xianxia will secretly help you. If Qi Yao dares to attack, Xianxia will hold her back. Therefore, your opponents will be Xianxia, Qing Donghai, and Qing Fanghui. They are all in the King's Sage realm, and so are you. I am looking forward to your victory. Yes. Immediately, Feng Yuer and the other 2 clasped their hands. This time, Tian Qingshuang had made a heavy promise. Whoever took Qingyuan Valley could establish their own mountain gate. Nominally, they would still belong to the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan, but in reality, they would have great autonomy. It was like the empires in the mortal world, where the emperor was bestowed with the title of king and generals. None of the 3 kings would not be moved by this offer. Right now, many clans were secretly guessing. Under Lord Yi King, the 1st commander Zhong Lei, the 3rd commander Yuan Xiong and the 4th commander Zhang Lan were all very powerful. Currently, there was only the 2nd commander, Gong Liang, under the Supreme King. King of Jade, the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan, Kaishin, 6th commander Chou Mingkuan, and Mu Yun. On the surface, the Soul King was the weakest, but in reality, everyone knew that the Soul King's subordinate, Commander Gong Liang, was very good at ruling. The 2nd Battalion of the Sky Snake Guards now had more than 1,500 people, and their strength was not bad. There were even a few lesser Saint Kings. King translation was king to translation, was king. Although Jade King had 3 commanders and many Sky Snake Guards, 5th Commander Kaishin and 6th Commander Chou Mingkuan weren't very strong. They didn't even have a greater position Saint King. Moreover, the newly appointed 7th Commander, Mu Yun, was only a middle-level Saint King. Furthermore, the 7th Brigade was reorganized, and the atmosphere in the brigade was not good. Right now, King Yi was the one with the best chance to take down Green Abyss Valley. At this moment, the troops set off. Numerous figures lined up in a long line, mounted their mounts, and headed west. The 3 troops split into 3 groups and met up with Green Abyss Valley. This was a battle to establish the might of the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan. They could only win, as the army set off. Mu Yun led the Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan into action. Sitting on his mount, Mu Yun didn't say a word. He started to think carefully. He had to take down Green Abyss Valley. Feng Yuer trusted him, but there were some things that he couldn't do. But if he could take down Green Abyss Valley and become king, the situation would be different. Kuan-Su world was vast. 8th, 7th, and 6th grade clans were advancing layer by layer. Even ancient Saint Emperors existed. If he didn't have a foundation, he wouldn't be able to gather information in such a vast place. In about 10 days, we will reach Qingyuan clan's territory. At that time, I'm afraid those birdmen won't let us cross the border easily. So, there might be a battle. Feng Yuer smiled. But it should be a small battle. It will be a good opportunity for your Sky-Eyed Black Snake clan to train. Mu Yun had been in seclusion for a while. He had reached the Middle Holy King realm and condensed the Limitless Death Seal, but he hadn't succeeded. Xianxia was right. The requirements of the Limitless Death Seal were too strict. There must be no mistakes in the control of the origin energy in the body. Along the way, from genuine origin energy to immortal chi, divine power, and origin energy, as the body grew stronger, the foundation of cultivation also gradually improved. Origin energy was the origin energy of heaven and earth. It was the most suitable for martial artists to absorb and strengthen after becoming a saint. This was a kind of metamorphosis and improvement. The transformation of power wasn't easy. Mu Yun had a deep understanding of this. After all, he needed to adapt every time he broke through to a higher level. The large group followed the route. After 10 days, they appeared in front of a valley. The Qingyuan clan's territory was mostly filled with valleys and rivers. Because of this, it was extremely suitable for the Qingyuan clan to live in. Let's move forward. Everyone, be careful. All captains and sub-captains must stick together. Be careful of sneak attacks. Feng Yuer's long hair fluttered behind her back. She waved her hand and a silver armor appeared on her body. Yes. Kaishin, Mingkuan, and Mu Yin also passed down the order. More than 3,000 sky-eyed Black Snake clan guards entered the valley carefully. Fog? Feng Yuer looked ahead and was slightly stunned. The fog suddenly rose. It was too strange. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Screams were heard one after another. There's an ambush! Feng Yuer shouted. Suddenly, the large group spread out. They used their origin energy to support the defensive shield in front of him. Damn it! Feng Yuer shouted in a low voice. The Qingyuan clan must be behind this thick fog. We can't see them at all. We can't sense their aura. Mu Yan looked around and frowned. She said slowly, I can try. The fog was not caused by natural phenomena. If it was man-made, the divine fire of 4 spirits might be able to help. She flew up and took a step forward. In an instant, green flames spread from the tip of Mu Yan's fingers. She waved her 10 fingers and the green flames condensed into threads. They expanded into a giant net and covered the sky. Sizzling sounds could be heard, accompanied by the spreading of flames. The fog was roasted by the origin fire and instantly dissipated. Everyone immediately saw that there were only hundreds of figures in front of them, all of them holding bows and arrows and aiming at them. Kill! Feng Yuer snorted. In an instant, the large group found their target and attacked. More than 3,000 people against a few hundred people. The result was obvious. It seems that there will be many obstacles ahead. Feng Yuer said calmly. I'm afraid that these guys have received the news in advance. If that's the case, there's nothing to be afraid of. Mu Yin suddenly smiled faintly. If they really received the news, it seems that they won't put their army in one direction to resist. Hearing this, Feng Yuer nodded. Commander Kaishin. Yes, Commander. Send 5 elite teams to scout ahead. Report to me when they return. Yes. The army continued to move forward. However, they were more cautious this time. For 3 consecutive days, the army was getting closer and closer to the Qingyuan clan's Qingyuan Valley. However, they did not encounter any danger along the way. Instead, they seemed to be too calm. On this day, the army was camped in a valley. Feng Yuer, Kaishin, Mingkuan, and Mu Yin were sitting together. Feng Yuer took out the spiritual map and said, we are only half a day's journey away from the Qingyuan clan's Qingyuan Valley. However, these guys are really patient. They haven't made a move yet. Maybe they are preparing for an attack. Mingkuan said seriously. Feng Yuer said again, Commander Kaishin, Commander Mingkuan, the 2 of you are more experienced. Please guide them more. Commander Mu's 7th team has many internal problems. Please help him. Of course. Kaishin smiled and said, if it weren't for Commander Mu, the 2 of us wouldn't have been able to work together. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Suddenly, shouts could be heard all around the valley. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in an instant, figures dashed out from all around the valley. There were at least 5,000 of them. The weakest among them was an ancient sage. It was rare to see such a large number. Haha, Your Highness Jade King, it's been a long time. I didn't expect to meet you again on the battlefield. A hearty laugh could be heard. As the loud laughter echoed out, a figure stood proudly on top of the valley. That figure was clad in armor. His slightly skinny body gave off a majestic feeling of vitality. Extreme Sage King Realm. In the East region, the Extreme Sage King Realm was enough to be called an elite. Qing Feng Hui. Feng Yuer frowned when she saw that figure. It seemed that the Qingyuan tribe wasn't afraid. They were just waiting here for a long time. Your Highness Jade King, I heard that you recruited a strong general during the battle. It seems like it's him. Qing Fanghui looked at Mu Yun with a hint of arrogance. Pfft, he's just an intermediate sage king. Qing Fang turned around, and a young man sneered. Sigh, Qing Ming, don't underestimate him. After all, he's one of the commanders of the Sky-Eyed Black Snake tribe. If it's Zhong Lei or Gong Liang, I might be able to take them seriously. Qing Ming grinned and said, he's just an intermediate sage king. I'm not interested in him. Feng Yuer took a step forward and shouted, it seems like you're already prepared. Since that's the case, let's cut the crap. Sky-Eyed Black Snake Guards, kill. In an instant, the 3,000 Sky-Eyed Black Snake Guards charged towards the mountain. Qing Fanghui grinned and said, Qing Ming, Qing Dong Tian, Qing Dong Ming, I'll leave the 3 commanders to you. We'll try our best to finish them in half an hour. The figures of 3 young men charged forward at that instant. End of chapter 24:17. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.